In the chip-dominated 23rd century, 15-year-old Shan Ran found himself in a dire situation. Not only was he without any chip enhancements, but he couldn't even afford the most basic learning chip. Now, after failing a simulated exam, he was forced to come alone to this perilous government service building to seek psychological counseling. The long corridor stretched ahead, its walls peeling and oxidized with age. The dim orange light seeped into every corner, while fine dust particles floated in the stagnant air. Shinran sat at the far end of the hallway, gripping his phone tightly as though it were a lifeline, repeatedly dialing a familiar number. But all he was met with was the endless tone of a disconnected line. Echoing footsteps, like the approach of death itself, resounded through the corridor. To his left sat a towering man, nearly 6'3", clad in a dark black jacket. His right leg bounced rhythmically, and at the end of his burly right arm was a metallic hand. Its intricate mechanical design revealed electronic wires, resembling sinewy steel muscles. This was an M2 model, the third-generation civilian prosthetic from Dongjing Technologies, made of carbon fiber and ceramic polymer materials. Even in its standard mode, its grip strength exceeded 300 kilograms. Shan Ran stole a glance at the metal hand out of the corner of his eye, a chill running down his spine. Though this prosthetic was originally designed for heavy laborers, its terrifying grip could easily crush human bones like tofu. The corridor was teeming with similarly dangerous individuals, all bearing mechanical prosthetics. Some wore synthetic skin coverings, others exposed their gleaming metal frames, and a few bore scorch marks from past battles. The air was thick with the menacing aura of underground gang members, their ferocity akin to that of hyenas on a savanna. Suddenly, the door at the end of the hallway creaked open. Out emerged a mechanical spider with 8 legs, its boxy torso serving as its body. Tangled wires, exposed and unshielded, snaked across its surface like veins. Atop the box was a monitor displaying the face of a weathered Western man. "Old man, you shouldn't be wasting the government's last bit of conscience here," the towering man beside Shinran remarked. "You ought to find a proper technician to repair your prosthetics. Just look at those exposed wires." The elderly face on the monitor forced a smile in response, then the spider clattered away on its 8 legs. "Is that guy even human?" someone muttered in surprise. "A poor old man," the towering man sighed. "He's my neighbor. People call him Old John. A few years back, he sold his spine to pay for his child's medical treatment. He even signed a contract with Sunlight Corporation, willingly transforming himself into that monstrosity just to take on dangerous jobs for those corporate dogs." Stories like this were not uncommon in an era of human-machine integration, yet every time Shinran witnessed such scenes, he couldn't help but feel a pang of shock. Watching a father who sacrificed everything to cure his child's genetic defect, only to end up with nothing, was a sobering sight. Finally, it was Shinran's turn. He pushed open the door and entered a dilapidated room. The counselor, Zhang Hua, a woman in her 40s, lounged lazily on a worn leather sofa, fiddling with an electronic stylus. When she learned that Shinran didn't even have the most basic chip, a flicker of disdain crossed her face. This free counseling service was established for gang members suffering from personality disorders due to chip malfunctions, Zhang Hua said impatiently. "People like you have no business wasting society's resources here." Faced with such indifference, Shinran's expression suddenly shifted. He sat back on the sofa and, in a voice so calm it was chilling, said, "This is the Huaqing Government Service Building. I am Shinran, the psychological counselor. How can I assist you?" His words made Zhang Hua's expression change instantly. By the time Shinran left the building, it was already 6 p.m., and an icy wind cut through the evening air. His phone buzzed, the screen lighting up with the weathered face of his second uncle. Shinran stared at the 37 missed calls from the same gray number displayed on the screen. Silently, he slipped the phone back into his pocket and walked alone into the cold night. He walked for a long time, no longer wanting to know what awaited him. The year is 2327, in the city of Huaqing. It's 6:30 in the evening. A suspended air train glides along the circular city track, weaving through the steel jungle of towering skyscrapers. Inside the carriage, weary passengers endure the blaring noise of promotional broadcasts. A group of young men discreetly glance at a female passenger. Shinran sits by the window, headphones on, lost in the world of music. Outside the window, beneath the massive dome, the densely packed high-rises stretch endlessly, with beams of light sweeping across the city. The circular track snakes through bizarrely shaped buildings, while enormous digital screens display rolling advertisements for cutting-edge technology. Neon lights and vibrant colors add a dazzling brilliance to the cityscape. This is Huaqing, humanity's first city on Mars. Once, it was a miracle of human civilization, drawing countless elites and the wealthy. The tireless efforts of engineers brought this prosperous and advanced city to life. However, Mars's barren and monotonous environment quickly dulled the initial excitement. Those with the means gradually returned to Earth, At a United Nations Assembly, a treaty was signed by various nations to protect Earth's environment, diminishing Mars's significance. Huaching, once a marvel, devolved into a mining city and was eventually forgotten by Earth's elites as its mineral resources were exhausted. Yet, Huaching remains highly developed, filled with corporate giants and a lifestyle that tempts indulgence. Through Shan Ran's headphones plays an old, uplifting song from the late 20th century, originally written for Huaching's stark contrast to his current state of confusion. His youthful face reflects faintly in the train's window. Late at night, aboard the train, surrounded by the neon-lit city, with old music playing through vintage headphones, sits a solitary young man. The train descends, passing through a dark tunnel before emerging on the other side of the city, the high-tech district. The station's broadcast announces the stop, and Shan Ran follows the crowd as they exit. Unlike the polished and glamorous scenes above, this area is grimy and chaotic. Homeless individuals line the streets, some huddled in makeshift tents, others sleeping openly on the ground. Near the corner, by a trash bin, an elderly man in tattered clothing rummages for food. Shan Ran makes his way through the cluttered streets and arrives at a residential complex called Guanlan Bay. The community consists of 4 aging buildings with weathered exteriors. The elevator is crowded, so he opts for the stairs. Guanlan Bay was originally a residential area but now resembles a collection of apartments, with unauthorized modifications and ramshackle extensions everywhere. The second floor has been converted into a small bar, although, fortunately, its soundproofing is decent. Shan Ran's second uncle lives on the 5th floor, and the noise from below rarely reaches them. Using his key, Shan Ran unlocks the door, greeted by the rich aroma of home-cooked food and the sound of a news broadcast. "Uncle, I'm home," he calls out as he slips on a pair of slippers and steps into the living room. His second uncle's apartment spans 160 square meters and is well furnished, a testament to his uncle's impressive abilities. Second uncle's name was Shan Cheng, a mechanical repairman. A graduate of a renowned university in Huaching, he could have easily joined a major corporation. However, his involvement in a student movement during his school years landed him on a blacklist, a fact that remained an eternal regret for Ant. Even so, in Shan Ran's eyes, his uncle, who could seemingly fix anything, was still the most remarkable person. People from the high-tech zone and even neighboring districts sought him out by reputation. With a loud bang, the workshop door swung open, and second uncle emerged, dressed in dark work overalls and wearing safety glasses. "Where did you go today?" he asked as he sank into the sofa, casting a glance toward the kitchen. Shan Ran's heart tightened, and he quickly called out, "Aunt, I'm back." He then sat down beside his uncle and said quietly, "I went to Upper City." Second uncle didn't press further, and simply extended his hand. "Did you run into any trouble on the way back? Let me check your stun baton." Shan Ran pulled out a pin-shaped stun baton and pressed the button. Blue electric sparks crackled, filling the air with a faint, burnt smell. This self-defense tool was crafted by second uncle himself, as the underground city was far less safe than the upper city. With practiced hands, he removed the casing, inspected the circuit board and wires, then reassembled it and handed it back to Shan Ran. Just then, Ant appeared from the kitchen, wearing an apron and carrying steaming dishes. Shan Ran stood up, intending to help, but Ant stopped him. "You don't need to do anything tonight. All I want is for you to give us a proper explanation." She placed the dishes on the table, her tone serious. Shan Ran felt his heart skip a beat. Although Shan Ran didn't want to admit it, the allure of Jiangnan District was undeniable. One of the wealthiest administrative areas in Huaching, it was a place countless people dreamed of living in. Jiangnan Middle School was practically a direct pathway to Jiangnan High School, and from there, half the students could secure admission to Lihua University or even get the chance to go to Earth's capital star. This prestige filled Shan Ran with both admiration and immense pressure, especially while living under the same roof as the golden girl, Shan Yingying. Everyone in the neighborhood and at school knew about Shan Yingying from Jiangnan Middle School. And him? He was just an outsider, a boy taken in by relatives after his father passed away and his mother remarried and disappeared without a trace. The mix of emotions weighed heavily on his heart, but all he could muster to explain was a simple statement. "She has a phoenix-graded chip." It was a long moment before Auntie picked up her chopsticks again, her tone softening a bit. "Your father used to hate chips and machines the most. He said they perpetuate class division." "I'm done." Shan Yingying abruptly set down her bowl and chopsticks and walked back to her room in her pink slippers. Second uncle frowned, seemingly tempted to light a cigarette. Shan Ran kept his head down, his bowl untouched, feeling lost about the future. "What's your plan?" Annie asked. "I don't know. I think I need to take some time to settle myself," Shan Ran replied in a low voice. "There are only 2 months left. How are you going to settle anything? What does that even mean?" Annie asked, puzzled. "I mean repeating the grade." Auntie was momentarily speechless, torn between laughing and crying. Just then, second uncle turned to Shan Ran. "Actually, it wasn't just your father. Your third uncle has also sent word now and then, saying he doesn't want you to get a chip." "Third uncle?" Shinran looked up in surprise. He only knew that third uncle had dropped out of college and disappeared, leaving behind a note saying he wanted to explore the stars and the sea. You're 15 now. Some decisions are yours to make. We'll help you as much as we can, second uncle said, lighting a cheap cigarette as smoke began to swirl in the air. Don't smoke in the house. Auntie scolded, though she didn't stop him. She had caught the unspoken implication in his words. Were they considering getting a chip for Shinran too? That would mean adding even more debt to a household already burdened with 50 years of payments for Shan Ying's chip. Her hands tightened into fists, her knuckles turning white. Second uncle smoked in silence, one cigarette after another. Why doesn't third uncle want me to get a chip? Shinran asked. No idea. He's only reached out a few times over the years. I don't even know how he's doing now. Shinran was silent for a moment before he gave his answer. No need. Auntie opened her mouth to speak but held back. Even second uncle's hand paused mid-motion with the cigarette. The living room grew so quiet that the faint crackle of burning tobacco was the only sound. Shinran didn't elaborate. He understood the importance of a chip and envied Shin Ying for having one. But he couldn't bear to add to his second uncle's family's burden. Second uncle already worked over 10 hours a day, and Auntie juggled multiple jobs, both of them on the brink of exhaustion just to pay for Shin Ying's chip. Shinran often saw the light in second uncle's workshop still on late into the night. What would happen if they collapsed under the strain? The cigarette burned out, and second uncle lit another, continuing his silent smoking. Even Auntie, who usually hated the smell of smoke, remained quiet. There are still 2 months left, aren't there? I'll give it my all and see what happens. Shinran's voice broke the silence once more. Shinran chewed his food, forcing a smile. When his father was alive, he always said he didn't believe humans could lose to machines. Shinran was stubborn too. Who could say what the outcome would be until the very end? His aunt's cooking was fragrant and flavorful, but to him, it tasted like wax. At that moment, the television broadcasted the Federation news. The Federal Star Institute announced that a new substance, star energy, was about to be applied in industrial production. Chief scientist Lu Luo had passed away suddenly at 7:15 p.m. the previous night at home. Academician Shi Yanhai of Lihua University questioned why the Star Institute had not disclosed detailed data about star energy before applying it in Mars city-states, likening it to using the Martian population as test subjects. He urged the Star Institute to release more information and work together with Mars to advance civilization. The news broke the silence at the dinner table. Shinran's aunt stared at the screen in astonishment. Star energy? A new energy source? The Earth Federation is actually making it public? His second uncle exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze deep. If it's really something good, would they be so generous? The core technology of star energy is in their hands. Once Martian enterprises upgrade their production lines to use it, Mars City's lifeline will be in their grasp. If they decide to cut off the supply, Mars will be paralyzed. His aunt immediately grew anxious. What exactly is star energy? Could it really force Martian companies down this path? His second uncle sighed. How would common folk like us know? But some of my old classmates say its significance is comparable to nuclear energy capable of propelling human civilization into its next stage. Shinran felt indifferent to the news, his mind drifting instead to the gang members he had encountered earlier that afternoon, talking about the recent big changes in Mars City. What did the progress of human civilization have to do with him? The human fleet had already ventured to the Alpha Centauri system. Top engineers were designing grand blueprints, yet he couldn't even get into an ordinary high school. After dinner, as Shinran was about to return to his room, he noticed the door across the hall. Shin Ying's door had a picture of an unhappy yellow face hanging on it. That meant she was in a bad mood today. Normally, she'd have a smiling face displayed. Shinran thought back to their earlier exchange and considered knocking to apologize. Just then, the doorbell rang. His second uncle called out, Shinran, your package is here. A package? Shinran was puzzled. He hadn't ordered anything online. He walked into the living room, where his second uncle held a cardboard box. What package? Who sent it? His aunt asked curiously. No idea, his second uncle replied. Shinran took the package. It was light. His aunt finished her meal and left for work, while his second uncle continued watching the news. Keen observers could already sense the gathering storm clouds on the horizon, the deafening thunder rumbling where no one could see. The discovery of star energy, a revolution in energy, was destined to be a turning point in the fate of human civilization. Shinran carried the package back to his room and opened it. Inside was cushioning foam, a small jet black box, and a letter. He pulled out the letter and sat on the edge of his bed. The paper was plain, and the words were handwritten. When you read this letter, your birthday may have already passed by many days. I hope the sadness in your heart has lessened a little. I actually sent this out a long time ago, but there are many people watching me here, and the journey was long, with constant storms at sea. After reading the contents of this letter, make sure to burn it. Inside the box is something I've spent years investigating, a very peculiar object. Some have used it to change their lives. Others are using it to change the world. I wanted to as well, but I couldn't. I'm giving it to you as a birthday gift. Happy birthday, Shunran. Shin Xiuju. In the living room, Auntie placed the worn-out slippers into the shoe cabinet. As she stood up, she said, I didn't argue with you in front of the kids earlier, but Shincheng, you need to think this through. Ying is about to start at Jiangnan High School, and that's going to be another big expense. And if she gets into Lihua University in Lihua City later on, Uncle sat on the couch, surrounded by a haze of cigarette smoke, his gaze still fixed on the news on TV. Shunran might be struggling, but we've already done more than enough for him. Even his own mother doesn't care about him. Seeing no response from Uncle, Auntie's tone became sharper. Your brother's family only has Shunran, and we only have Ying. If we're not planning to have a second child, Shunran would be the only heir of the Shin family. How can we just stand by and watch his future? If you and I don't plan to have a second child, then Shunran is indeed the only continuation of the Shin family. How can we let his life turn out like that? Uncle finally spoke, his face illuminated by the flickering light of the TV screen. Shincheng, I didn't think you were so traditional. What era do you think this is? Still clinging to clan culture? The Shin family? Huh? How grand. How impressive. Auntie's tone was laced with obvious sarcasm as she finished putting on her shoes. You don't understand. The smoke thickened, and Uncle's voice grew heavier. You're right, I don't understand. All I know is that our family finances are already on the brink. Annie walked to the door and paused for a moment. Good intentions are one thing, but didn't reality already crush you when you went to college? Uncle abruptly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, unwilling to revisit that part of his past. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Auntie's final words drifted back into the room. Shunran said earlier that he would work hard. I agree the kid doesn't deserve this, but we still have to think about Ying's future. Uncle lay back on the couch, his eyes filled with melancholy. Surrounded by the swirling smoke, his face was etched with helplessness. In this era, humanity's technological advancements are like an endless ocean. Even if someone started studying a subject from birth, they could never exhaust its depths. Without chip assistance, no matter how hard Shinran tries, it's nearly impossible for him to keep up. Shinran's third uncle was once a top student at Lihua University, and their ancestors had been among the first elite engineers to set foot on Mars. Yet now, the sole descendant of the Shin family struggles to even secure a place in a district public high school. Educational attainment mirrors socio-economic status. The Shin family is experiencing a decline in class standing. If Shunran fails to make it past the threshold of university, the family will fall completely into obscurity. This was why Shincheng lit cigarette after cigarette. He wanted to deny this reality, but it only added to his burden, leaving him overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed again, more jarring than ever tonight. Shinran knew Annie had gone back to work. In the quiet of his room, Shinran sat on the edge of his bed. On the floor, an open cardboard box revealed a small black device cushioned by foam padding. In his hand, he held a handwritten letter from his third uncle, the handwriting neat and elegant. His third unclean figure shrouded in mystery. Shinran's only memories of him were faint impressions from childhood. After that, his third uncle vanished. No one knew why he had abandoned his studies at Lihua University. He claimed he wanted to see the ocean. His father didn't believe it, insisting that his younger brother must have offended a powerful heir of the Fire City conglomerates. This was also why his father harbored such resentment toward everything related to Fire City. His most brilliant younger brother had disappeared overnight from the circles of the elite. Shinran often wondered what kind of person his third uncle was. What had happened at Lihua University? He rummaged through the box, hoping to uncover some clue. But all it contained was information about Shunran himself, as if the sender didn't exist like a ghost. Eventually, Shunran's gaze returned to the letter, focusing on the most crucial detail. His third uncle was still alive and in danger. He pondered deeply, his brows furrowed, as if lost in a fog, unable to find his way. A wave of helplessness surged through him. His gaze fell once again on the line of words. I hope the sadness in your heart lessens. Third uncle actually sent this gift a long time ago. Happy birthday, Shunran. A gentle warmth slowly filled the emptiness in Shunran's heart, and a faint, contented smile spread across his face. The orange flames licked at the letter, and in the blazing light, the name Shen Xiuju stood out vividly. Shinran didn't discard the ashes but carefully collected them and placed them in a small box in his drawer. Even though third uncle had mentioned in the letter to burn it, to Shunran, these precious ashes were worth preserving. His eyes shifted to the small black box in the cardboard carton. Shinran didn't open it immediately. Third uncle had said that the contents could change his life, filling him with both curiosity and unease. He swallowed nervously, a feeling of unprecedented anticipation welling up inside him. For a boy at his lowest point, lost and helpless, receiving a mysterious birthday gift felt akin to a pauper suddenly discovering he was the illegitimate child of a wealthy magnate. Of course, Shunran knew he wasn't some heir to a fortune. Although the Shin family had once enjoyed a period of glory, if there were truly any treasure to be found, his mother wouldn't have resolutely left his father. As someone who had endured the hardships of his parents' divorce and the coldness of the world, he didn't believe in miracles and had never even bought a lottery ticket. This wasn't fate's sympathy. It was a special gift from third uncle, carrying a purpose he couldn't yet discern. What could be inside the box? Shinran restrained his curiosity, his thoughts racing. Sometimes, the anticipation before unwrapping a gift is even more memorable than the moment of receiving it. Could it be a chip? The phrase technology changes lives was the first thought that crossed his mind. If it really was a cutting-edge chip, perhaps his struggles could be instantly resolved. But then he recalled that second uncle had mentioned how both his father and third uncle opposed chip implantation. If not a chip, then what else could it be? Countless ideas swirled in his mind. If his life were to change from this moment forward, how would he face it? If everything remained the same, how would he accept it? If he became outstanding, would that woman return with a birthday cake? If possible, would second uncle and aunt finally get some relief, and could the family live a better life? These thoughts made Shinran realize that his life wasn't entirely bleak. There were still many places where light could shine through. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Shinran stood up, took a deep breath, and opened the gift that was meant just for him. With a soft click, the latch on the small black box popped open. A beam of blue light burst forth, instantly bathing the room in a stunning azure glow, as if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean. The bed, desk, walls, clothing rack, and Shinran himself were all enveloped in this mysterious and profound blue light. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Shinran was still awestruck by the sight before him, barely able to suppress a gasp. The light illuminated his face, and his brown eyes seemed to transform into sapphires, fixed intently on the radiant crystal within the box. It was a fist-sized blue crystal, completely translucent and breathtakingly beautiful. So, the gift wasn't a chip after all. But what was it? It was so dazzling, so extraordinary. Wait. Shinran's pupils contracted sharply. Such an intense self-emitting light source indicated the presence of a highly radioactive material within the crystal. This mesmerizing blue glow resembled the liquid found in nuclear reactors, stunning, yet perilous. The realization sent a jolt through Shinran, but he forced himself to remain calm, resisting the urge to panic or flee. He knew this was a gift from third uncle, not something meant to harm an insignificant boy from the underground city. Behind its beauty lay a hidden danger of immense magnitude. What kind of mineral is this? Shinran stared nervously at the crystal emitting a faint blue glow. The sharply defined crystalline structure appeared especially mysterious in the dimly lit room. He racked his brain, trying to recall anything similar from his middle school textbooks, but nothing came to mind. Not even TV shows had featured anything like this. Shifting his gaze, Shinran noticed something next to the blue crystal, a black egg, about the size of a pigeon egg, lying quietly. In stark contrast to the cold crystal, the black egg's shell resembled the texture of biological skin. Its surface was etched with intricate, winding patterns, exuding an ancient and enigmatic sense of life, as if it were breathing. Could it be some kind of bioengineering product? With great care, Shinran picked up the black egg. The moment it touched his hand, a surge of warmth made his heart race. He couldn't believe the heat radiating from his palm, and the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. Suddenly, a warm liquid began to flow from his nose. Raising his hand to check, he found it covered in bright red blood. Panic set in. Cold it be radiation? Hurriedly, he closed the box, and the blue glow in the room vanished instantly. He placed the black egg on his bedside table and turned to the mirror, using a tissue to wipe away the nosebleed. Anxiety gnawed at him, but fortunately, aside from the bleeding, he felt no other physical discomfort. However, on the egg's surface, where his hand had touched, a faint smear of blood remained. What on earth did third uncle give me? Shinran muttered, staring at his reflection, his nose still bleeding uncontrollably. Fear gripped him as the thought of radiation-induced genetic damage crossed his Minda condition that could drain his finances like a bottomless pit just to keep him alive. He wanted to call for help, but was suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness. His steps faltered as if his body were no longer his own. His vision blurred. After taking only a few unsteady steps, Shinran collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, his aunt had already left for her night shift. His second uncle was busy repairing machinery in the workshop, and Shun Yingying was in the next room, diligently studying with the aid of a Phoenix-graded chip. No one in the family had any idea what Shinran was going through. Crack. It was unclear how much time had passed before a faint cracking sound broke the silence of the room. It was the sound of life breaking through, like a sprout emerging in spring or the fracturing of an eggshell. A new life was being born. When darkness engulfed his vision, Shinran felt as though he was about to die. The glowing stone clutched in his hand was not some miraculous artifact from a fantasy novel. Its intense radiation seared through his body, making him realize the sinister intent of his third uncle. With his life slipping away, he mustered the last shred of strength to close the box, praying that his second uncle's family might escape this calamity. Compared to a future scavenging like a stray dog, death seemed almost preferable. Yet, Shun Ran was unwilling to resign himself was still a virgin. External reproductive technologies had long been perfected, and the Earth Federation's fertility programs had ultimately been abandoned. Shinran knew that his genetic profile would never make the cut for such programs. The thought of dying a virgin, without fulfilling what some books described as life's most primal instinct procreation, left him wondering if his existence had been utterly meaningless. Meaning? Shinran felt the urge to cry, to scream, "I want a woman." His mind flooded with images of youthful, vibrant bodies on campus, the alluring women at bars, long-legged mature beauties, innocent junior schoolmates. A primal wave of desire surged through him. And then there were the things he'd never experienced: the vanished oceans of Mars described in textbooks, the interstellar adventures broadcast on television. The world was so vast and thrilling, and yet he had lived through none of it. 15 years of mediocrity, and now, to die so pathetically in his own room, it was an unbearable thought that left him on the brink of collapse, desperate to wail out loud. But before he could cry, excruciating pain struck. It wasn't emotional agony. It was physical torment. Something had forced its way into his mouth, sliding down his esophagus. His soft throat felt as though it was being shredded by razor blades. The unconscious boy arched his back, his whole body trembling. Whatever it was, it wriggled inside him, alive and tearing through his internal organs. The pain surged like molten lava, overwhelming his brain. Hallucinations followed his father, the woman who had abandoned them, and his third uncle from his childhood memories all appeared. Echoes of harsh voices surrounded him. "Shunqingwen, you've disappointed me beyond belief. I must have been blind back then. Divorce. Get out. The farther, the better. Why are you crying? Xiaoran. Remember this is your mother. She's no different from the dogs in the company." As death loomed closer, sorrow consumed him. Then, suddenly, a strange voice emerged, not human, but an odd signal. Yet somehow, he understood its meaning. Unit 09. Activating. First attempt, failed. Embryo nutrition insufficient. Repeating, initiating second attempt, failed. Embryo nutrition insufficient. Repeating, initiating third attempt. Shinran lost consciousness. His body hemorrhaged internally, and his brain shut down most of its functions, leaving only the brainstem to emit faint electrical signals. If someone had been able to see inside him, they would have noticed a thumb-sized black shadow on his cerebral cortex, alive, parasitic, and rooted in his brain. Repeating, initiating the 532nd attempt, failed. Warning. Host's vital functions nearing cessation. Warning. Severe embryo damage. Warning. The black shadow extended tendrils, releasing energy like electrical currents to sustain the boy's life. Radiation continued to ravage Shinran's body, and the shadow itself began to malfunction. Activating secondary protocol. Executing biological redundancy protocol. It was akin to a computer network where the core switch had failed, causing the system to collapse, and redundancy mechanisms were deployed to keep operations running. Redundancy in equipment, dual star structure: when one core device fails, the other immediately takes over. But what is this thumb-sized shadow? What kind of device does it represent? A strange, electric-like energy surged through Shun Ran's brain, flowing like a gentle stream, revitalizing his entire body. Damaged cells began to regenerate in an almost miraculous way. It felt as though he was soaking in a hot spring. His mind cleared gradually, and his eyelids trembled. Simultaneously, the redundancy system activated, and new information flooded into his hippocampus. In reality, the young man furrowed his brows tightly, the influx of data causing a splitting headache. Command execution successful. Biological program rebooting. Activation in progress. With the signal transmitted, Shinran's consciousness found itself in a vast starry expanse, where starlight glittered like scattered diamonds. Where am I? Shinran felt a strange mixture of familiarity and alienation. The next moment, a peculiar voice emerged, connection to the Deep Blue Network established. Identifier 09. Would you like to log in? Deep Blue Network? A starry sky? Had he died? And instead of heaven, was it the Deep Blue Network? Would you like to log in to the Deep Blue Network? The voice repeated. Shinran's heartbeat quickened, and he realized he was still alive, though something extraordinary had happened. What is the Deep Blue Network? He asked, but there was no response. In the vast expanse of stars, he was alone, except for the persistent question. Deep memories stirred, urging him forward. Log in, like a wanderer longing to return home. Suddenly, Shun Ran's heart raced uncontrollably, and he refused. His last venture into the unknown had led him to the blue crystal mine, the very thing that had caused his near-death experience and unbearable agony. The thought of it still haunted him. I refuse. A wave of disappointment washed over him, though he knew it wasn't his own emotion but something external. All he wanted was to return to reality. The starry sky shattered, and the strange voice spoke again. Welcome to log in to the Deep Blue Network next time. Death is a threshold everyone must cross. Only by confronting death can one truly see themselves and understand the value of life. In the moment of his fall into despair, the young Shan Ran was filled with regret. But then, he returned to reality. Amid faint murmurs of pain, he opened his eyes. The harsh light stung, making his eyes water. A pure white ceiling came into view. So quiet. I'm still in my room. I'm not dead. A surge of joy overwhelmed him, and he wanted to shout, I survived. In the next moment, tears streamed down his face. Memories of his last moments came rushing back. The women he had never loved, the mother who had abandoned him, the vastness of the universe. Could he achieve everything if he lived again? This messed-up world. He wiped away his tears, refusing to dwell on it any longer. I'm just an ordinary person, but I can still boldly declare. I refuse to bow down to this messed-up world. In the end, no matter what, being alive is all that matters. Shinran's eyes snapped open suddenly. He found himself lying in a pool of sticky blood. The ground was a shocking crimson, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Struggling to sit up, he was horrified to see blood seeping out from the pores under his skin. A wave of dizziness and weakness followed. Clenching his teeth, he propped himself up on the desk. In the mirror, his reflection stared back at him ashen-faced, with sunken cheeks and melancholic eyes that seemed even more hauntingly sickly. With a thud, Shunran collapsed back onto the bed. The bloodstains on the floor and the shattered remains of a black box scattered everywhere left him deep in thought. The clock on the wall pointed to 4:30 a.m., meaning he had been unconscious for a full 6 hours. From the moment he opened the black box sent by his third uncle, was engulfed by a blue light, and passed out vaguely sensing something foreign entering his body, followed by that dreamlike deep blue network. None of it made any sense. The black box on his bedside table had now turned to dust, proving that it wasn't just a hallucination. Having experienced a brush with death, the boy's eyes held no fear, only endless confusion. Hugging his knees, he sat silently on the bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, a sharp pang of hunger gripped him. His stomach churned violently, as if countless tiny mouths were gnawing at him from within. He rummaged through his drawer, devouring every nutrition bar he could find. His stomach swelled, yet the insatiable hunger persisted. Staggering, he left his room in search of more food in the kitchen. Bang! At that very moment, the door across from him swung open. A girl in a bathrobe, Shun Inin, emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. It was clear she had just woken up in the middle of the night. Noticing Shun Ran, she yawned but then froze, her gaze locking onto his unnaturally pale face. Shinran, you're awake too? What's wrong with you? You look terrible. Nothing. Bathroom break? Shinran replied casually. Yeah. Shin Inin nodded, heading toward the living room. But suddenly, as if sensing something off, she turned back abruptly. Through the open door of Shun Ran's room, her eyes fell on the horrifying bloodstains inside. Mom, Shinran's trying to kill himself. Shun Inin screamed at the top of her lungs. In the blink of an eye, Shinran moved. He dashed forward with inhuman speed, pressing his hand over Shun Inin's mouth and pinning her against the wall. Her eyes widened in terror and disbelief. She couldn't even process what had just happened, and it was far beyond what she thought a human could do. Shun Ran was just as startled by his own actions. Realization dawned on him. He was gripping his cousin's mouth tightly, silencing her before she could make another sound. And yet, it all seemed to happen without him even thinking about it. Something unexplainable had compelled him to act. His heart pounded wildly as fear and uncertainty surged within him. He knew, without a doubt, that something extraordinary had changed in his body. The hallway fell into an eerie silence, broken only by their rapid, uneven breaths. After a moment, Shinran forced himself to calm down and spoke softly. The blood in my room, I accidentally caused it. Don't panic. Okay? At 5 in the morning, Shin Ying was curled up on the living room sofa, dressed in pink bunny pajamas. She held a steaming cup of coffee in her hands, her oval-shaped face filled with confusion. On the coffee table, a mountain of snack wrappers had piled up, almost all devoured by the ravenous boy in front of her. Ying had never seen Shun Ran like this before. He used to eat very little, and was always thin and lanky. So, the blood in the room was just an accident? You really weren't trying to kill yourself? Ying asked again, her tone laced with suspicion. No, I wasn't. Shun Ran shook his head and immediately grabbed a piece of raw synthetic meat, biting into it hungrily. But it's raw. Ying's face turned pale, a flicker of fear in her eyes. To her, Shunran now resembled a wild man. Was it that big of a blow? You know, you could always learn repair skills from my dad. Ying tried to comfort him. No matter what, my family can still afford to take care of you as long as your appetite returns to normal. That is, she added silently in her mind. Shenran continued eating, showing no intention of talking further. After finishing her coffee, Ying stood up and glanced at the messy table again. According to the Federal Health Organization's Guide to Calorie and Protein Intake, a healthy adult male needs about 1,980 to 2,340 calories a day. You've clearly gone way past that limit. Just a friendly suggestion: don't binge eat just because you're in a bad mood. There's no need to show off your excellent memory with me, Shinran replied indifferently. Ying suddenly felt inexplicably pleased, but quickly put on a stern face. And don't you dare touch me suddenly again. It'll break your arm. And stop screaming like a ghost in the middle of the night. You're such a coward, scared of blood. Shinran smirked, thinking to himself that he hadn't actually intended to touch her at the time. Bang! The door slammed shut as Ying stormed back to her room. Only after she left did Shinran's face reveal a complicated expression. What's wrong with me? He looked at the empty snack wrappers and then down at his now rounded belly, a troubled look on his face. Despite feeling stuffed, the hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. Still, compared to when he had first woken up, the sensation was more bearable now. At least the weakness and anemia he had felt earlier were gone. That's enough. If I eat any more, Auntie will think a thief broke in. Shinran got up to clean the mess, but stopped abruptly as he bent down. The trash can was filled with cigarette butts. In an instant, an image of his second uncle sitting alone on the sofa, frowning and chain-smoking, flashed in his mind. Back in his room, Shinran carefully placed the broken eggshell fragments from the black egg into a small box, storing it in the same drawer as the ashes of his third uncle's letters. The memory of the creature hatching from the black egg and entering his body still sent shivers down his spine. It's no big deal. As long as I'm alive, that's what matters. With the lights off, Shinran lay in bed and closed his eyes, trying to get some rest after all. He still had school later today. But in the darkness, his eyes snapped open again, filled with uncontrollable fear. The incomprehensible creature, the blue radiation, the deep blue network. All of it swirled in his mind, keeping him awake. Who is third uncle, really? Where is he? And what does he know? Shinran desperately wanted to find his third uncle and uncover the mystery surrounding himself. After a while, a faint light illuminated the room. Shinran lay in bed, staring blankly at his phone screen. He eventually opened a short video app. Watching scantily clad women performing suggestive dances, he saved a few appealing images, and his mood slowly began to improve. At dawn, the central structure of the underground city, the light energy tower, gradually rose, activating the surrounding modular buildings. This magnificent structure was equipped with massive solar reflectors on the surface, precisely directing sunlight to the tower's receiver with a concentration ratio exceeding 1,000 times. The receiver converted the sunlight into thermal energy, which was then transferred to a working fluid, stored, and eventually output as electricity. The sun was truly extraordinary. Nearly all the energy humans needed originated from it. In the earliest days, every cradle of human civilization had its share of sun worship. However, over time, this reverence had gradually shifted. At the breakfast table, Uncle and Aunt were discussing last night's news broadcast about stellar energy. As former intellectuals with a broad perspective, they harbored significant concerns about the upcoming era of stellar energy. Shin Ying interjected, if controlled nuclear fusion becomes a reality, wouldn't that mark a new era too? Uncle chuckled, that's still a long way off. People are already impatient to conquer the universe. Will the lessons of 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima repeat themselves? Shin Ying asked again. Aunt replied, they certainly might. But more concerning than that is the possibility of stellar energy widening the gap between the Earth Federation and Mars. Huaching might become unstable again. You two must carry your stun batons and stay alert. Protect yourselves if you encounter anyone suspicious, she warned Shinran and Shin Ying sternly. Got it, the two kids replied. After breakfast, as Shinran walked to school, he began to truly appreciate his uncle and aunt's foresight. In the high-tech district, crowds were already gathering for protests. Some opposed the introduction of stellar energy to Huaching, claiming it was being used as a testing ground. Others accused them of being stubborn remnants of outdated traditions. Stellar energy? Shinran murmured to himself, though he didn't dwell on it. For a boy his age, politics and social issues were far less significant than the changes he had experienced the night before. Beyond the constant hunger, he noticed a remarkable enhancement in his senses. His hearing was sharper, and his vision clearer. Suddenly, Shinran stopped in his tracks. The world seemed to freeze. At a roadside breakfast stall, a steamer of freshly made buns was being served, and the shopkeeper was smiling warmly. Amid the rising steam, A girl in a school uniform took the buns and sweetly said, "Thank you." Across the street corner, a group of young men was eyeing her with lewd expressions. One of them, a blonde-haired guy, had a third-generation eagle-eye prosthetic in his right eye. The rotating four-gear mechanism in his pupil, with mechanical patterns extending to the corner of his eye, was something Shan Ran had seen priced at 70,000 Mars credits in the market. The protest erupted into conflict. A supporter of stellar energy swung his M3 model mechanical fist slowly toward an opponent. The surrounding crowd reacted with shock, anger, and condemnation. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, and the world played out frame by frame like a slow-motion movie. Every frame of information flooded into Shan Ran's mind. Suddenly, Shan Ran's heart began pounding violently, like an overworked engine pushed to its limit. His body could no longer sustain itself. The frozen scene shattered. Information and noise erupted into his brain like a volcanic explosion. It felt as though countless needles were stabbing into his mind. Shin Ran couldn't help but let out a scream. Bang! The mechanical fist landed heavily on another man's face, bones cracking and blood splattering. What happened? All eyes turned to Shun Ran. To the onlookers, this middle schooler from high-tech district number 8 suddenly screamed while walking. Is he mentally unstable? The schoolgirl holding her breakfast also looked at him with fear. Shun Ran panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Ignoring the strange looks from those around him, he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and hurried away. Inside, he felt both fear and exhilaration. The fear came from the fact that merely activating his senses had nearly drained him completely. The exhilaration came from the immense changes in his sensory system. In that fleeting moment, he felt like a superhuman implanted with advanced technology. No ordinary person could process such an overwhelming amount of information in such a short time. Huff, huff, huff. Only those aided by advanced tech chips could match what he had just accomplished. Hunger struck him like a storm. Shinran rushed into a breakfast shop, grabbed a fist-sized meat bun, and devoured it ravenously. He crammed 15 buns into his mouth in one go, gulping down soy milk to keep from choking. At the corner of the street, a group of young troublemakers stared in stunned silence. One of them dropped his electronic hallucinator with a loud clatter. The shop owner was equally dumbfounded, worried that Shun Ran might collapse at the doorstep from overeating. But Shun Ran simply wiped his mouth, looking as if he hadn't had enough, and walked away. Gao Xian 8th High School was located in the education-packed Gao Xian district, where institutions ranged from middle schools to universities, though elementary schools were scattered across residential areas. As Shun Ran stepped through the school gate, he was pleasantly surprised to find that despite eating so many buns, his stomach felt perfectly fine, no bloating, no discomfort. Has my digestive system evolved too? He thought excitedly, sensing that his transformation was only beginning. Not far away, a schoolgirl in uniform suddenly grabbed her friend's arm and pointed at Shinran's retreating figure. That's him. The guy screaming weirdly on the street and eating 15 buns in one go. Her friend glanced over. Isn't that Shinran from class 1? He doesn't seem mentally ill, only has a phone on him. The girl was startled. Just a phone? Her friend shrugged. What else? He flunked the last mock exam without a chip, remember? Gao Xian 8th High School boasted a beautiful campus, with lush green trees and simulated blue skies and white clouds. The dynamic lighting system that changed with the time of day gave the surroundings a vibrant, lively feel. Walking toward the classroom, Shinran felt a surge of optimism. With my improved thinking, maybe I really can boost my grades in the next 2 months and get into Gao Xian First High. Little did he know just how precious his birthday gift was, how profound the changes would be, or how modest his dreams were in comparison. This would soon become evident. In the classroom, there were still 10 minutes before class started. Only a handful of students were present, most immersed in the brain-computer interface world. Shinran sat alone at his desk, pulling out his textbook, when a boy approached him. Li Xian, why are you so early today? Shinran asked, surprised. Why are you early? Replied Li Xian, whose freckled face carried a calm expression. His straight eyebrows framed clear, bright eyes as he handed Shan Ran his phone. Look, I saw this video in the group chat. Earth Federation has developed a star-energy-powered portal. They've already successfully tested it. Are you serious? Shin Ran's interest was piqued. A portal? Something as far-fetched as controlled nuclear fusion? It had always been the stuff of science fiction. Yet Li Xian was claiming the Earth Federation had succeeded? Shin Ran immediately focused on the phone screen, his pupils dilating. The video showed a fully armed soldier walking toward a glowing blue portal. The interior of the gate revealed a mysterious, swirling blue passageway, resembling an entrance to an unknown ocean. Nearby stood a massive energy output device, within which a transparent glass chamber housed a stunning, crystalline blue stone. See that? It's real. Li Xian exclaimed, spitting with excitement. They say the star energy portal connects to a non-local spatial field. If you locate the corresponding node in reality, You can bypass distance and instantly reach the Alpha Centauri system. The era of interstellar colonization is here overnight. The prospect of a great interstellar colonization era was undeniably thrilling. Humanity was on the brink of leaving the solar system to explore the cosmos. Yet Shan Rant's mind buzzed, his focus entirely on the blue crystal stone in the video. That's a star energy crystal, Li Xian explained, still animated. It generates the energy needed to connect to the non-local spatial field. It's the most invaluable cornerstone of human civilization. Then, abruptly, he cursed. The news said Earth Federation only gave our Mars city one crystalline. It's just for building a portal to connect with Earth. Only one for all of Mars? Shenran felt the world spinning around him. Li Xian was one of the few friends Shenran had. The two came together because they shared a similar misfortune. 16-year-old Li Xian's father used to work with Shenran's father, but both lost their jobs during the wave of layoffs. Li Xian's father later developed a gambling addiction, accumulated massive debts with loan sharks, and was eventually found dead in a sewer by sanitation workers. Li Xian's mother didn't abandon him, but an accident left her paralyzed from the waist down. Determined to support Li Xian, she signed a contract with a transportation company and transformed herself into a heavy truck. While this increased her income, it also meant she couldn't attend Li Xian's parent-teacher meetings. Unlike the melancholic Shenran, Li Xian was an optimist. Despite his hardships, he always carried a sunny smile. He often invited Shenran to visit his home and joked about his mom taking them for a ride. Shenran always declined, finding the invitation too strange to accept. The two differed in many ways, including their outlook on the upcoming high school entrance exams 2 months away. Li Xian's family couldn't afford the cost of neural chips, and his mock test scores were far below Shenran's. Yet, he showed no concern about his inevitable enrollment in the infamous Yangji High School. Li Xian would often say he wasn't cut out for academics and enjoyed fighting, so Yangji High was no nightmare to him. 16 years old, 9th grade, afraid of school violence, he would quip sarcastically, often sporting bruises from fights outside school. When it came to the advent of Xingning Technologies' teleportation gateways and the dawning era of interstellar colonization, Li Xian's excitement and enthusiasm starkly contrasted Shenran's subdued demeanor. Shenran sat at the back of the classroom, staring blankly at a video on his phone, while Li Xian gestured animatedly beside him, like a passionate orator. Uncle San, just what kind of big shot have you become over the years? Shenran thought to himself, deeply shaken. After a long pause, he handed his phone to Li Xian. Class is about to start. Shenran, aren't you excited? We're really about to see worlds beyond the solar system. Li Xian exclaimed in amazement. Shenran thought to himself that his inner turmoil was far greater than Li Xian's outward excitement. So, do you think we can really become interstellar explorers in this new era, venturing into the vast unknown of deep space? Shenran asked in return. Li Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, yeah, but the Earth Federation is so stingy. They only gave us one Xingning stone. All we can do is stand on Mars and watch other people's cosmic adventures. What a drag. The school bell rang, and the classroom, filled with students who had been motionless like zombies in their neural machine worlds, suddenly came alive as they returned to reality. Only kids like Shenran and Li Xian, who couldn't afford neural chips, still used phones. Most of their peers had chips implanted in their brains, combined with augmented imaging technology in their pupils, allowing them to access the internet without any external devices. The classroom quickly became as noisy as a forest in the early morning. Since last night's news broadcast, which featured Xingning Technologies' groundbreaking announcement, the world of the people in Huaqing had undergone a seismic shift. Shenran silently observed the chaos around him. The teacher entered the classroom, their expression noticeably different from usual. I'm sure you've all heard about Xingning Technology from last night's news. The updates this morning are even more astonishing. The teacher struggled to contain their excitement, but quickly remembered the principal's instructions during the morning briefing. Suppressing their enthusiasm, they began a lecture on the relationship between Mars and Earth. Many believe schools are ivory towers, but that's far from the truth. Beyond imparting knowledge, schools also serve as tools for rulers to consolidate power. As the teacher recounted 300 years of history, they subtly planted seeds of resentment and injustice in the narrative. However, the students' minds were elsewhere. Those old stories and grand narratives had long lost their relevance to them. In simpler terms, the relationship between Mars and Earth was like that of two brothers. The elder brother went out to work and earn money to support the younger brother's education. Now the elder brother is old and hopes the younger brother will take care of him, but the younger brother insists he needs to pursue further studies and demands the elder brother keep working to support him. It's a selfish and shameless form of exploitation. Looking out at the distracted students in the classroom, the teacher felt a wave of helplessness rising within her. Only Shenran stood out, listening with unusual attentiveness. He wanted to organize his thoughts, but more importantly, he felt a sense of uniqueness, as if he was no longer ordinary. His third uncle's birthday gift, a star energy stone, The only one found on Mars was something his family also owned. This made him feel deeply connected to the sweeping tides of this era. Amazing, Shinran thought to himself. Even with the most advanced Starship engines, it would take over 20 days to travel from Earth to Mars. Such vast distances often led to the disconnection between local governments and central authorities, a phenomenon frequently seen throughout history. Humanity's pioneers had anticipated this. That's why the first scientists and engineers who arrived on Mars lacked one crucial thing: blueprints and raw materials for weapon manufacturing. To this day, Mars' two supercities still lack true military factories. The Martian government had special police forces, but no formal army. Without weapons, there was no dignity, and the Martian government was often ridiculed as a neutered entity. Suddenly, the middle-aged female teacher on the podium noticed Shinran's focused demeanor but quickly turned her gaze away, recalling that he hadn't even passed the high school entrance exam. At that moment, the mechanical component on her right temple flickered briefly. Her expression changed, and she immediately activated the large screen. A notification from the Education Bureau appeared. The spokesperson for the Martian government is in a public discussion about star energy with Professor Hai from the Federal Star Institute. The classroom first erupted in excited murmurs, but as the screen lit up, the students quickly fell silent. The screen was split into two sections. On the left was the Martian government spokesperson, with Fire City in the background. On the right was an elderly Western man sitting in a study. On behalf of the citizens of Fire City and Pear Blossom City, I'd like to ask, what exactly is star energy? How was it discovered? And is it harmful to humans? The spokesperson got straight to the point. At that moment, the entire Fire City, from street corners to high-end corporate offices, was tuned into this discussion. Shunran held his breath as well, deeply curious what was star energy. Curiosity and concern about star energy from the people of Mars are perfectly normal. Professor Hai began after a pause of about 30 seconds. Throughout history, every revolution has sparked controversy, but time will reveal the truth. Star energy is the energy stored within star energy stones, capable of connecting to non-field spatial dimensions. As for its true nature, humanity is still researching it. However, we have already successfully used star energy to create portals, with over 100 successful tests. After this interview, the experimental data will be made public. As for whether star energy is harmful to humans, undoubtedly, the radiation emitted by star energy stones far exceeds that of nuclear radiation. Without protective equipment, even momentary exposure has resulted in no survivors. The citizens of Fire City fell into deep thought. No one noticed that in the classroom of the 8th middle school, Shunran's face had turned deathly pale. No survivors? He suddenly felt like an anomaly. If his secret were exposed, would he be taken away for experiments, just like in science fiction stories? On the large screen, the discussion continued. Professor Hai did not disclose how the star energy stone was discovered. The spokesperson pressed on with another question. Why has the Earth Federation only provided Mars with a single star energy stone? Star energy technology is new to Mars and requires significant technical support. The Federation will send personnel to Fire City in the future, Professor Hai replied calmly. The Martian citizens, though dissatisfied, understood the Federation's reasoning. However, behind closed doors, high-ranking Martian officials were cursing furiously. Suddenly, the spokesperson's expression changed. With a serious tone, he announced, "The Prime Minister is also following this discussion and has just posed a question." On the other side, Professor Hai's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, as if this had deviated from the expected flow. Why does the Earth Federation officially refer to the era brought about by star energy technology as the era of great stellar colonization? The voice of the Mars government spokesperson echoed through the classroom screen. In the classroom, Shunran's classmates, those teenagers around him, had long lost interest in the question. They were chatting idly, visibly bored. To them, this wasn't even a real question. Surely, humans couldn't be the only intelligent civilization in the universe. If humanity ever encountered extraterrestrials, equality wouldn't be an option. There would only be dominance or submission. Compassion, they believed, was something humans might choose to bestow upon others. Li Xian, however, clenched his fists, his gaze fixed firmly on the screen. Over the past century, countless movies, games, and novels had subtly portrayed extraterrestrials as villains. In these stories, humans conquered alien planets, while the native inhabitants were depicted as evil, greedy, or foolish beings. The invaders, on the other hand, were cast as saviors, heralding the dawn of civilization. Audiences were captivated by thrilling plots, dazzling special effects, and alluring heroines, yet few stopped to consider the insidious messages woven into these narratives. For teenagers like Li Xian, the term stellar colonization carried no negative connotations. Their minds were filled with a desire to explore and conquer the unknown universe and mysterious planets. Of course, this perspective was largely limited to the general public. For the ruling elite, a different set of logic applied. On the screen, Professor Hai paused briefly before presenting a series of cosmic theories to construct a solid justification for the concept of stellar colonization. This public debate on star energy technology was not intended to delve into philosophical questions. The Prime Minister does not agree with your current stance, the Mars government spokesperson remarked. In your early years, you published a paper on technology and human destiny. The Prime Minister has read it and greatly admires your views from that time. Private matters should not occupy public time, Professor Hai replied, bypassing the topic entirely. One more question, the spokesperson posed finally. What exactly is the non-field space opened up by star energy technology? Are there dangers within it? Will future interstellar transportation be safe enough? We currently refer to that space as the deep blue world, Professor Hai explained. The deep blue world is even more mysterious and unknown than our physical universe, and our understanding of it is still quite limited. For now, we are merely using its unique spatial properties as a shortcut through the cosmos. So far, it appears to be safe. While the entire population of Fire City was engrossed in watching the live broadcast, in Building 3, Apartment 501 of Guanlan Bay in the high-tech zone, Shunran's second uncle, Shin Chung, was busy fixing an old air conditioner. This relic from the last century had a labyrinth of circuits, tangled like an elderly person's veins. Without a blueprint, Shin Chung could only rely on his work glasses and meticulous attention to pinpoint the issue. The air conditioner's owner, Mr. Zhang from upstairs, treated it like a family heirloom, refusing to part with it despite its decrepit state. Shin Chung quickly identified the problem. The power supply and cooling system were damaged. The outdated circuit board made it impossible to find compatible replacements, but that didn't deter him. In less than half an hour, he re-engineered the air conditioner's internal structure using its existing components, breathing new life into the antique machine with improved efficiency. While it wasn't a groundbreaking achievement, completing such a complex modification in such a short time was undeniably impressive. The workspace was cluttered with a mountain of other appliances awaiting repair, forcing Shan Chung to pick up the pace. After finishing the air conditioner, he used his implanted chip to call Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang? It's fixed. Already? Thank you so much. We're lucky to have someone like you in the community. No need to thank me. The notification sound of 35 Mars coins being transferred echoed, prompting a wry smile from Shan Chung. Compared to the chip embedded in his head, which cost over 200,000, this amount was a mere pittance. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag as the nicotine hit his mouth and lungs. Query. Family account balance. 1,346 Mars coins. The chip's soft glow illuminated his right temple, casting light on his weathered face. The deep furrow between his brows betrayed his mounting worries. He opened a drawer and pulled out a photograph. In it, a man wearing an oil-stained work uniform beamed brightly, standing in front of heavy machinery. The resemblance to Shun Ran was uncanny. Big brother Shun Cheng's heart sank further. The Shin family had always been poor, especially after Shan Ran's grandfather squandered their wealth chasing delusions of grandeur. Shin Ran's father had shouldered the family's burdens from a young age, sacrificing to put his two younger brothers through school. His greatest aspiration in life was to earn respect and make the woman who abandoned him regret it. But now, his own child was spiraling downward right in front of Shun Cheng's eyes. The struggle from the previous night resurfaced in his mind. With a heavy heart, Shin Chung reluctantly dialed a number he thought he'd never call. Hello, it's me, Shin Chung. In the Detroit district, the harshest and most lawless area of the underground city, bars, casinos, drugs, prostitution, and underground fighting reigned supreme. Gangs held absolute power, and violence was the ultimate authority. Even if corpses turned up daily in the gutters, the police couldn't be bothered to intervene. The Red Lantern Bar, the largest establishment in the district, was a hub of chaos. On the third floor, in a dimly lit room, the air was thick with the cloying scents of perfume, bodily fluids, and hallucinogens. Several hulking men stood guard, their metallic prosthetics gleaming coldly under the faint light. At the center of the room, Shen Chung, dressed in an unassuming work uniform, sat across from a thin man in a garish floral shirt. Apart from the conspicuous port on his neck, hinting at a chip implanted in his brain, the man looked no different from an average person on the street. He was twirling a string of prayer beads in his right hand while slurping noodles with his head down. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was violently shoved open. A burly man with an M2 mechanical prosthetic arm strode in, dragging a young man whose pants were soaked, his face pale with terror. This punk was caught selling Chingha on our turf. The burly man snarled, his face brutish and his tone as explosive as a volcano ready to erupt. I didn't sell it. I swear. It was that woman who asked me if I had Chingha. I said yes, and that's all. I swear I didn't dare sell anything on your turf, Brother Chun. The young man was sobbing uncontrollably, his face a mess of tears and snot, looking utterly pitiful. The man known as Shin Chung watched the scene unfold, his stomach churning with unease and a strange mix of emotions. The teenager couldn't have been older than 16 or 17, an age when it was all too easy to go astray in the Undercity. Xin Cheng's fists clenched tightly as a thought crossed his mind. What if Shun Ran ended up like this someday? Can't you see I'm entertaining a guest? The man in the floral shirt, still seated, set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. The burly man hesitated, unsure whether he should demand a ransom for the boy's life or, "We're not short on money right now," the man in the floral shirt interrupted, pausing as if carefully choosing his words. "What we're in short supply of is authority." His tone turned icy. "Take him outside and kill him." "No. Please. No." The young man's desperate cries echoed through the room, like the wailing of a soul being dragged into hell. Bang! The door slammed shut, and silence returned to the room. "You can all leave, too," the man in the floral shirt, Brother Chen said, glancing at the bodyguards around him. They exchanged looks before casting a brief, peculiar glance at Shen Cheng and filing out. In the dimly lit room, only Shen Cheng and Brother Chen remained. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "I'm full now," Brother Chen said, pulling a cigar from a drawer. He clipped it and handed it to Shen Cheng, who shook his head in refusal. "Heh," Brother Chen chuckled, lighting the cigar for himself. "I thought you'd lost your fire, Shen Cheng. Didn't expect you to show up now, of all times." He picked up a remote and pointed it at the screen in front of them. The room brightened as a massive LCD screen flickered to life, displaying a conversation between a Martian government spokesperson and Professor Hai of the Federation Star Institute. Brother Chen's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he watched the news. "Shen Cheng, how did you find out?" "Find out about what?" Shen Cheng asked, puzzled. "I thought you were just an ordinary, honest repairman," Brother Chen said, exhaling a cloud of smoke. His tone grew more pointed. "But I should have known better. A man with your ambition and talent could never be worn down by a mundane life." "Impressive, truly impressive." Shen Cheng frowned, sensing a misunderstanding. "Chen Ku, I came here today to ask if you have any special items that need repair or assembly." "I need money." Brother Chen studied Shen Cheng for a long moment, his suspicion deepening. How did this man know? How could he possibly know what was in his possession? It was unsettling. After years of navigating the Undercity, Brother Chen thought he'd seen it all. But now, sitting across from this seemingly ordinary man, he felt an unprecedented sense of wariness as if facing a figure of authority from the upper city. Shen Cheng, meanwhile, was growing more confused by the second. "Just money? Nothing else?" Brother Chen asked, his gaze shifting to the news on the screen. "We're not short on money, are we? What we need is dignity." Shen Cheng's confusion only deepened. He realized they were completely talking past each other. "I only need money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you," he said firmly, his tone growing serious. He was clearly uncomfortable in this environment. Brother Chen froze for a moment, as if something had finally clicked. He frowned, scrutinizing Shen Cheng closely. The man's eyes held nothing but clarity and bewilderment. "Whether you're pretending or not, fine," Brother Chen said at last. He stood and walked over to a wall filled with collectibles. After entering a series of numbers into a keypad, one of the shelves slid backward, revealing a hidden compartment. From it, Brother Chen retrieved a locked case and slammed it onto the table with a thud. At that moment, Cheng Gu fixed his gaze on Shen Cheng's eyes and said each word with deliberate emphasis. "Right now, I do have something that needs assembling. It was entrusted to me by someone important from uptown. This thing is critical. Once it's opened, you must assemble it here and finish the job. I trust you. With the talent you showed back in college, you shouldn't be spending your days fixing ordinary household appliances. You're more than capable of handling this." Shen Cheng felt a jolt in his chest, realizing he might have stumbled into something extraordinary. "What?" he asked, startled, his eyes falling on the metallic combination lockbox in front of him. "What's inside this box?" "I can't tell you. It's tied to the lives of countless people," Chen Gu replied, his tone firm and unyielding, his gaze intense. "You'll understand once you open it, but backing out isn't an option." Shen Cheng instinctively wanted to refuse, but the thought of buying a chip for his brother's child, Shen Ran, made him hesitate. "You should open it, Shen Cheng," Chen Gu said, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he spoke slowly. "From what I know, you once had dreams of changing Huaching back in college." "Enough," Shen Cheng interrupted, staring at the lockbox. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "How much?" Chen Gu froze, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. "Money? How predictable. Just name your price." 50,000 Mars credits? Shen Cheng offered tentatively. Chen Gu was stunned again. He realized the man before him had been worn down by life, his dreams reduced to something so trivial. The contents of this box were worth far more than 50,000. It was priceless. "All right," Chen Gu agreed, though the disappointment in his heart deepened. Shen Cheng took a deep breath and asked once more before opening the box. "I have to assemble it here, right? I can't leave until it's done?" "Don't worry, it won't take more than a day, just a few hours." Chingu said, puffing on his cigar while watching the Federation news play on the TV screen. There was a faint glint of hatred in his eyes. With a sharp click, the lock released, and the mysterious box was opened. Xin Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. Inside were an array of strange and intricate components. As he took in the sight, a chilling image of the completed item formed in his Minda Doomsday Missile. Even the vanadium materials were present. But this kind of thing, only the Martian government or Solar Corporation could possess it. But this, Xin Cheng began, only to be cut off by the quiet yet piercing look in Chan Ge's eyes. Doubt began to creep through Shan Cheng's mind. What would a leader of an underground gang want with such a devastating weapon? His gaze shifted to the room's only source of light, the television screen. It was broadcasting the Federation news. Earth Federation was sending a starship to Huacheng, carrying a gift of star energy stones. Someone's planning to blow up that starship? The thought struck Shun Chung like a bolt of lightning, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. At that moment, Chung Gu exhaled another thick plume of smoke and said, "Look at you now, mediocre, just like most people." Huacheng needs a sudden burst of anger, a chain. In the classroom, a lively buzz filled the air as students excitedly discussed the news about the deep blue world, the mysterious, uncharted frontier at the edge of the galaxy. A male student, the class monitor, stood up with enthusiasm and declared, "I'm determined to get into Earth Advanced Military Academy, explore the deep blue world, and expand humanity's reach." His confidence drew envious glances from his classmates. At the back of the room, Li Xian leaned on Shan Rant's desk, a puzzled look on his face. The deep blue world? The ocean? Why did Professor Hai say it's even more dangerous than the real universe? He turned to Shan Ran, who was engrossed in a book, and asked, "You're studying? Aren't you interested in exploring that new world?" Without lifting his eyes from the book, Shan Ran answered casually, "I'm definitely interested. But for now, only elite special forces in the Federation military can go there." He was surprised to realize that he could now multitask effortlessly, and the words on the page seemed to come alive, as if accompanied by sounds and images. "Come on, stop reading. I don't think there are any classes today anyway," Li Xian said. "Who knows? Maybe there'll be a new profession like interstellar explorer in the future." "That's forward-thinking," Shen Ran replied succinctly. "But as of now, only elite special forces can set foot in the deep blue world and search for coordinates in the real universe. What's the point of studying with so little time left?" Li Xian tried to persuade him. Shen Ran paused for a moment, realizing that his current learning efficiency was far beyond what it used to be. Getting into a public high school no longer seemed like an unattainable dream. Meanwhile, Li Xian was still preoccupied with their potential struggles at Yangji High School. "Li Xian," Shen Ran put down his book and asked seriously, "What if I get into a public high school?" Li Xian was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. "Are you kidding me? Did you eat something weird?" But seeing Shen Ran's serious expression, he stopped laughing and thought for a moment before replying earnestly, "If you really get into Gaoxin High, that's great. Your second uncle was a top student. Your third uncle went to Lihua University, and your cousin is also doing well. Your family's full of scholars, you shouldn't be any different." Shenran stayed silent, thinking about Li Xian's family and the uncertain future Li Xian might face. He remembered his second uncle's desolate figure and the cigarette in his hand. "How much potential do I really have?" Shenran asked himself quietly. He knew he was no longer the confused boy he once was. Ever since the star energy stone radiation incident, he felt like he'd been reborn, gifted with extraordinary abilities. "What's wrong?" Li Xian asked with concern. "I'm just hungry," Shenran said, getting up and leaving the classroom. Li Xian stared in disbelief as Shenran emptied his meal card at the cafeteria, then used up all the money on Li Xian's card as well. Shocked, Li Xian asked, "Shenran, are you okay?" "What's wrong with eating?" Shenran replied, carrying a tray piled high with food. "I'll pay you back tomorrow." While eating, Shenran noticed his appetite had significantly increased, especially for more precisely, protein. Although only a day had passed and his physique hadn't changed much, he felt heavier, and his once soft, gamer-like arms were now firm and toned. Curious, Shenran went to the sports training room, which was equipped with various tools like an electronic scale, a heart rate monitor, and a lung capacity meter. On the basketball court, a group of tall boys was playing. In this era, with the aid of advanced technology chips, human physical abilities had been greatly enhanced. Some even replaced body parts with mechanical prosthetics, achieving incredible accuracy in sports like basketball. Modern athletic competitions had become so intense that participants were required to sign life and death agreements. Although these students hadn't undergone such modifications yet, thanks to genetically enhanced foods and advanced training methods, each of them stood over 1.9 meters tall and had shooting skills that rivaled the youth training teams of national squads in the past. The test results shocked Shinran. His height was now 1.75 meters, an increase of 0.03 meters in just a week, and his weight had jumped to 67 kilograms, 9 kilograms more than before. Shinran speculated that the changes were primarily due to last night, possibly even affecting his bone density. He couldn't help but start comparing himself to a machine. The subsequent test results were equally astonishing. Lung capacity of 16,000 milliliters and a resting heart rate of 50 beats per minute, lung capacity on par with Guinness World Records from the 20th century. Watching all this unfold, Li Xian, who had grown up with Shan Ran, was utterly stunned. Shan Ran, did you secretly take some kind of super enhancement pill? He exclaimed. Having known Shan Ran's frail and unremarkable past, Li Xian was finding it hard to believe. Back in the day, he was always the one stepping in to protect Shan Ran during fights. Shan Ran, aware of how abrupt his transformation seemed, decided against testing his running speed since the track was occupied. Instead, he grinned at Li Xian and said, "From now on, if there's a fight, I'll protect you." Shan Ran then began practicing on the pull-up bars, effortlessly pulling himself up and down. His muscle strength and flexibility had improved dramatically overnight. He had gone from an average student to someone with the physical abilities of an athlete. What excited him the most was that as long as his appetite remained heightened, his body continued to evolve. After an hour of working out, Shan Ran felt slightly fatigued. He sat down on a ladder, twisted open a bottle of water, and drank more than half of it in one go. His eyes were sharp and spirited, a stark contrast to the gloominess he used to carry. He understood that in a civilized society, money was a man's source of confidence. But at its core, true strength was the foundation of any male's confidence. Li Xian, I want to get you a chip, Shan Ran suddenly announced. Unlike the class monitor's lofty ambitions of enrolling in Earth's elite military academy or exploring the deep blue oceans, Shan Ran simply wanted to change the lives of those around him. Li Xian froze, staring at him in disbelief. In the Detroit district, on the third floor of the red light bar, the air was thick with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes. On the table lay a silver-white missile, about the size of a football, gleaming ominously. The atmosphere in the room was so tense it felt as though it could drip with condensation. Urshu, Shuncheng, wiped the sweat off his forehead, his gaze fixed on the doomsday missile with a 3-kilometer diameter. There was no trace of satisfaction in his expression despite the completion of his work. Shuncheng, you're truly not an ordinary man, Chenggu said as he stood up, swirling the dark red liquid in a crystal-clear wine glass filled with 300-year-old Norma estate wine. This is Earth Elite's exclusive supply. Not many on Mars get to enjoy this. Shuncheng glanced at him briefly. When my younger brother was studying at Lihua University, he said those corporate heirs use this wine to fill their swimming pools. Chen Ji's hand froze midair for a moment before he downed the glass in one go. He walked over to the missile, gently running his hand over its cold metallic surface as if caressing a lover. With skills like yours, join me. I'll pay you 200,000 Mars credits a month. Shuncheng shook his head. Chenggu, you don't understand. Once you're in this line of work, there's no way out. I already regret it. Chenggu mistook his hesitation as dissatisfaction with the payment and frowned slightly. Once we finish this job, I'll head to the upper city. Things won't be like this anymore. Shuncheng sighed inwardly. He knew the forces backing Chenggu and was keenly aware of his own insignificance. Transfer the money. A soft chime followed. 500,000 Mars credits had been deposited. Don't talk about what happened here. You have a family and you're smart enough to know you can't leave Fire City. Chenggu warned him. Without looking back, Shuncheng walked out. Chenggu watched his silhouette disappear beyond the door. Moments later, a few burly gang members entered the room. Standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, Chenggu looked out over the neon-lit Detroit district. Chenggu, who was that just now? One of the gang members asked. My lifesaver, Chenggu replied with a trace of regret in his tone. It's a pity someone with his talent can only stay in the underground city. We just got word Boss Liang from the Grass Gang has been sent to prison, another member muttered. The wine glass slipped from Chen Ji's hand, shattering on the floor. Boss Liang? Impossible. That evening, Shuncheng was walking home. Giant screens on either side of the street looped various advertisements. He entered a high-end shop. Hi, I'd like to purchase a 7-star Gen 3 chip. Exiting the store with a box in hand, his gaze lingered on the logo of Yuri Corporation, his expression unreadable. Back in his home in the high-tech zone of the underground city, Shuncheng found his niece, Shun Yining, lying on the sofa, snacking and watching TV. His wife, Ali, was busy in the kitchen. A faint smile appeared on his face. Shinran, come here. His nephew, Shinran, stepped out of his room, ready to ask his uncle about ways to make money. Urshu got a big job today and bought you a 7-star Gen 3 chip. Shuncheng handed the bag to Shinran. Shin Yining turned her head in surprise, while Ali rushed out of the kitchen, her expression anxious. Shuncheng, you'd better tell me honestly, how did you earn this money? Shuncheng frowned slightly. The TV news anchor's voice filled the room. The teeming Starship has launched from Earth and is expected to arrive on Mars on June 16th. The Mars government has officially declared that day as Hope Day, granting a native holiday for all Fire City residents. Wait, Shinran hadn't even had a chance to take the gift box before his aunt snatched it away and dragged his second uncle into the bedroom. Come with me, she demanded. In the living room, Shinran and Shin Ying exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why his aunt was so agitated. Today, Shin Ying was dressed in the black and white uniform of Jiangnan High School, her pleated skirt paired with white stockings and black leather shoes, giving her an elegant appearance. Her eyes landed on the words, 7-star third-generation chip, printed on the box, and she looked at Shun Ran in surprise, only to find him unusually calm. Why does he seem completely unexcited? She wondered silently, then said to Shun Ran, "Don't worry, let me go ask." She put down her snacks and started toward the bedroom. "No need," Shun Ran replied, continuing to munch on his snacks as his eyes stayed fixed on the TV news. The Chiming Starship is arriving on Mars in 35 days? He had recently started following news about star energy. Shin Ying stopped in her tracks, turning back to stare at Shun Ran in disbelief. To her, Shun Ran seemed like a total slacker in this day and age. With the entrance exams looming, their father had gone to great lengths to secure a learning chip that could change his life, yet he appeared indifferent. Was he really planning to attend Yangji High School and waste his potential? Just then, their aunt and second uncle returned from the bedroom. Their aunt's face was still clouded with anger. Inside the room, their uncle had admitted that the money for the chip was earned through work for a gang, though he hadn't disclosed the specifics of the transaction. Their aunt was both disgusted and terrified, snapping, "This better not happen again." Their uncle hesitated briefly before responding with a calm smile. "Don't worry, Ali, it won't happen again." At dinner, their uncle brought out the gift box again and said to Shunran, "Take the day off tomorrow and go to the hospital to have the chip implanted in your cerebral cortex." His tone was filled with anticipation. However, Shinran replied, "Thank you for your care, uncle, but I don't think it's necessary." The atmosphere at the table shifted instantly. Shin Ying was too shocked to speak, and their uncle froze. "What do you mean, not necessary?" Their aunt erupted first. "Do you have any idea how much your second uncle sacrificed for you? He smoked all night, didn't sleep a wink, just to figure out your school situation. And now he's finally managed to get this chip." Her voice trembled with emotion. She knew how proud and upright Shincheng usually was. He had never stooped so low as to get involved with gang activities before. "Shinran, stop being ridiculous," Shun Ying said, kicking him lightly under the table. "Why?" their uncle asked, taking a deep breath to calm himself. For the first time, Shun Ran was opposing the family's wishes, and despite the tense atmosphere, he remained firm. "Third uncle told me not to get the chip implanted. He must have his reasons," he said, then lowered his head and continued eating. "Your third uncle?" Their aunt scoffed. "What kind of person is he? He gave up on his studies without a second thought, disappeared without a word. Has he ever supported you in real life? Does he understand what it means to survive in this world? In this day and age, no chip means no future." "Says who?" Shinran suddenly looked up. "Fine," his aunt said bitterly, throwing up her hands. "Be as stubborn as you want. It's your life, after all. We've done our best. At least the chip is still sealed, so we can sell it if—" "Ali," his uncle interrupted her sharply. "Our family has raised him for so many years, and now he doesn't listen to us at all. He only listens to his third uncle, and he's wasting all the effort you've put in." Auntie confronted second uncle directly in front of Shunran, her tone full of indignation on his behalf. "Without the chip, who can he compete with? That boy is just as foolish as his father." Second uncle's face darkened instantly. "What do you mean by foolish?" Shinran froze, anger surging through him. "Enough. Stop it," second uncle quickly intervened, putting away the gift in his hands. "If Shinran doesn't want it, then so be it." But at that moment, the young boy suddenly turned to Shan Ying. "My father wasn't foolish. He spent all his money helping others. And so what if I don't have the chip? Am I any worse than anyone else? If you want to talk, then talk. Why are you looking at me?" Shen Ying blinked in confusion, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She thought to herself, "This cousin of mine has way too much pride. He can't even get into a public high school." Auntie opened her mouth to speak again, but Shanran interrupted once more. "Who said I can't get into a public high school? How about this? Why don't I compete with Shen Ying on memory right now?" "Shinran, are you serious?" Shen Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you even trying to prove here?" Auntie and second uncle were also taken aback. "That's enough," second uncle said, shaking his head. "Let's not discuss this anymore. I'm not being stubborn. I'm genuinely grateful to both of you, Annie and second uncle. I understand what you're trying to say, but I've truly changed," Shinran said, carefully choosing his words. "Please don't worry, Auntie. Even without the chip, I can get into a top-tier high school. I won't end up as some gang member in the future." "All right," Auntie suddenly said, turning to Shan Ying, who was still in shock. "Ying, why don't you compete with Shinran? Let this stubborn mule see the power of technology, or maybe He'll surprise us instead. Huh. Shen Yingying was proud, but not to the point of being arrogant with her family. She was a top student at Jiangnan High School, with a memory far superior to most. Her cousin, on the other hand, was just an ordinary middle schooler from the high-tech district. How could they even compare? Andy went into the house and brought out a thick book, densely packed with names and personal information. It was part of her work in telemarketing. Second uncle frowned, wanting to intervene but also curious as to why Shen Ran was suddenly so resistant to the chip. Did he not understand its importance anymore? Mom. Shen Yingying drawled, glancing at Auntie. Auntie now resembled a strict teacher. Yingying, you have 10 minutes to memorize the information on the first 10 pages. As for Shen Ran, you've been so sheltered by us that you don't understand how capable people in this world truly are. I'll give you 30 minutes. Shen Ran took a deep breath. He was grateful for second uncle's gift, but he couldn't reveal the secret of his transformation just yet. After all, there would only be one star energy stone on all of Mars in the future. It was too significant. Compared to second uncle, it was his mysterious and powerful third uncle who held his trust. Third uncle had told him not to implant the chip, so he wouldn't. He was determined to walk the most unique path. I don't need 30 minutes. 10 minutes will do, Shinran said firmly, rejecting the extra time. Even if he lost, he would accept it with dignity. Shin Yingying pursed her lips and sighed, her face showing a hint of reluctance. What kind of situation is this? I'm already exhausted from school. Despite her complaints, Shin Yingying quickly got into the zone. Ding, the advanced Phoenix grade chip in her brain activated. In that instant, it was as if she became a different person. Her delicate features turned serious, and her bright eyes scanned the densely packed pages like a high-speed scanner, absorbing the information at an astonishing rate. Her page turning was so fast it left everyone speechless. 10 minutes later, she closed her eyes, murmuring fragments of information as the pieces reassembled in her mind. Next, it was Shunrant's turn. As he took the book, his expression changed. The pages were packed with text, with hundreds of names and details on just one page. If it were his old self. Suddenly, Shunran entered a focus state. Unlike the ding sound accompanying Shun Yingying's chip activation, what Auntie and second uncle heard was the pounding of a heartbeat strong and steady. At that moment, Shunran seemed like a machine that had just been switched on. His blood surged, his heart pounded like a drum, and his brain operated at lightning speed. Time appeared to slow down, and the words on the paper seemed to imprint themselves into his mind instantly. 3 seconds. Under Shan Yingying's incredulous gaze, Shunran flipped to the next page. Their aunt and second uncle were stunned into silence. Within 1 minute, he had scanned through all 10 pages of client information. Done, Shunran said calmly. Shin Yingying's expression froze. She had allocated 30 minutes for him, but he had taken less than a tenth of that time. Second uncle's face turned serious as he asked, "Where does Li Hua live?" Shin Yingying immediately began searching her memory. Li Hua lives and she started, but Shunran cut her off. Li Hua is on page 4. He lives in Unit 3, Apartment 303, 57, Lanhua Avenue, Xinjiang District. He's 23 years old and has recently been purchasing mostly digital products online. He seems to like KD technology. His phone number is 189. The room fell silent, as if time had stopped. The seriousness in second uncle's eyes was replaced by shock, and their aunt quickly looked down at the documents in her hands, completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? Shun Yingying stared at Shanran in disbelief. Shinran remained composed, but a stream of blood suddenly trickled down from his nose. "You're bleeding," Shin Yingying exclaimed in alarm. "It's nothing," Shinran said dismissively, wiping it away with his hand, leaving streaks of blood on his face. He didn't seem to care. "Franklin Charles?" Second uncle asked tentatively. Shun Yingying fixed her eyes on Shanran, who didn't hesitate for a moment. "Charles is on page 7. He's 53 years old and lives in the Detroit district." Second uncle and their aunt exchanged a glance, both utterly astonished. Even Shan Yingying was shaken. She couldn't help but glance at Shenran's neck, suspecting he might have some sort of chip implanted, but found no trace of anything. "I've told you, second uncle, aunt, you don't need to worry about my studies anymore," Shinran said seriously before standing up. "They'll head to my room now." The dizziness and hunger caused by his overworked brain made him eager to retreat. Shin Yingying quickly got up as well and returned to her room. However, on her way back, she knocked on Shanran's door. At the dining table, second uncle and their aunt sat in silence for a long time. "The boy has grown up, changed, and has his own secrets now. That's a good thing," second uncle finally said. "Shin Chang," their aunt said, gripping his hand. "Be honest with Meta's large sum of money. This deal with those gangs, is there something you're not telling me?" Second uncle held her hand tightly and spoke gently. "Ali, it's been a long time since we visited our old school. Let's take some time to walk down that fragrant Blossom Avenue again, shall we?" In his room, Shinran endured the dizziness and opened a drawer, pulling out a few nutrition bars. Just then, a knock came at the door. He cracked it open to find Shan Ying standing there in her school uniform. "Let me in," she said, walking straight into the room. Her eyes immediately fell on the pile of nutrition bars in the drawer. "What's this about? You barely even talk to me normally," Shinran said, closing the door, puzzled by her sudden visit. "I knew it. Shinran, you've really changed," Shin Ying replied firmly. Shin Ying's eyes lit up as she gazed at the nutrition bars, her girlish demeanor on full display. "Tell me, what exactly happened to you?" she asked curiously, then quickly added, "Not that it's any of my business." Shinran knew she was referring to what happened last night. Without hiding anything, he immediately began devouring the food. Sitting on the desk chair, Shin Ying rested her chin on her hands, staring at him intently. Suddenly, she said, "With how much you're eating now, your pocket money probably won't be enough. Either come clean with my parents or, well, spill the truth to make it sponsor you." Shinran paused mid-bite. "I happen to have quite a few scholarships at school, you know," he said in a deliberately casual tone. "What's that supposed to mean?" Shin Ying asked, her voice full of curiosity, trying to coax him. Shinran kept eating the nutrition bar in his hand. "What exactly happened to you last night?" Shin Ying pressed on. "If you tell me, I'll buy you whatever you want." "Last night, I dreamed of an angel," Shinran said, making something up on the spot. "The angel told me, 'Young man, you look pretty decent. I'm entrusting you with the fate of saving the universe.'" Shin Ying pouted and glared at him. "You? Saving the universe? Stop joking around and be honest with me. I'm really curious, how did you suddenly become like a completely different person overnight? Did I get more handsome?" Shinran raised an eyebrow. "It's normal to change during puberty, you know." He noticed that he did feel a lot more confident today, and even his demeanor seemed different from before. "Stop making stuff up. Just tell me," Shin Ying said, pouting again. "You know, I want to improve myself too. I want to get into Lihua University in Lihua City someday, and make life better for our parents." She was undeniably beautiful, and her playful tone made her even harder to resist. But having grown up together, Shunran was used to this dynamic and simply found his clever cousin a bit persistent. Still, the secret of the star energy stone wasn't something he could share. "I'll need to talk to Uncle later about third uncle's situation. I might also have to go back to the old house for a visit," Shinran thought to himself as he continued eating. The once ordinary room now carried a light, pleasant fragrance, thanks to the lively presence of the young girl. Shinran's mood gradually lifted, and a sense of hope for the future began to bloom within him. Life, it seemed, was starting to change. In the following days, Shunran's life skyrocketed like a rocket. Although he and Shan Ying never openly addressed the secret of that night, an unspoken understanding seemed to form between them. The teenage girl, filled with vague fantasies, said nothing to their parents. Instead, she used her savings to continuously supply Shinran with nutritional supplements. In return, Shunran took over cleaning Shan Ying's room, washing dishes, and other household chores. He also played video games with her, and even helped her with homework. The once distant siblings grew closer. Shinran, who used to walk with his head down, now walked tall and confident. His newfound confidence stemmed not only from reconciling with his sister, but also from nightly runs with Li Xian and physical training in his room. Shin Ying, however, was critical of this. She complained that, with exams approaching, Shunran was wasting time on exercise instead of staying home with her. Shunran simply shook his head. Only he could feel the strength building within him, like a young bull ready to charge. "What if we face danger someday? Like a bad guy attacking us within 3 meters? Being trained or untrained could mean life or death," he explained. Shin Ying nonchalantly replied, "And you think you can outrun a bullet?" Shinran paused for a moment before answering, "I can act before he even draws his gun." During this time, Shinran also tried to gather information about his third uncle from his second uncle. Unfortunately, a fire had destroyed everything in his third uncle's rented apartment. Now, the only places that might still have records were the Fire City government, Lihua University, and their old family home. When Shanran mentioned the old home, his second uncle gave a bitter smile, saying the house was still there but had been seized and auctioned off years ago due to their grandfather's misdeeds. Shinran considered making a trip back. He believed the old home must still hold some of his third uncle's childhood belongings. His second uncle, mistaking his intentions as a desire for property, added that their grandfather had long since sold off anything of value. Shinran said nothing more but began quietly planning his trip. He debated whether to follow the proper procedures or take a risk and act unconventionally. He knew that in this era, criticizing the Mars government might be tolerated, but targeting government assets was a surefire way to court disaster. Meanwhile, subtle changes were happening within his second uncle's family. To everyone's surprise, his aunt took a few days off this month to accompany his second uncle on a nostalgic trip to their university and to the outskirts of Fire City, where they watched a Martian sunset and took many photos with their 2 children. The pale blue glow of the sunset against the crimson wasteland was breathtaking. Perhaps because his second uncle had recently secured a lucrative deal and was financially better off, the family finally wore relaxed smiles. Yet Shinran couldn't shake the feeling that there was something hidden behind his second uncle's smile. 30 days later, Fire City was ablaze with lights. Its landmark buildings were illuminated in the city's signature red, celebrating the upcoming star energy era and the arrival of Earth's dawn starship. The news endlessly covered stories about star energy technology, the deep blue world, and the human fleet, while citizens enthusiastically discussed these trendy topics. However, beneath the surface of this apparent prosperity, Shinran sensed a lifeless stillness in Fire City. The people's excitement felt more like a performance when the actors on stage laughed. The audience was compelled to laugh along. Amidst the colorful neon lights, deep within the hearts of the people of Fire City, lies a sense of apathy that has endured for millennia. Fire City has always been an unusual place. The residents of the upper city understand the reasons behind these peculiarities, and so the Fire City government issued a decree. Tomorrow, no one in the city needs to go to school or work. Amid the cheers, Fire City brims with vitality. Tomorrow is Hope Day. Shunran listened to the news on his phone as hot water cascaded over his well-defined body. Compared to a month ago, he had clearly grown taller and more muscular, something even his aunt had mentioned multiple times. Drying himself off, he looked at his reflection in the mirror, his buzz-cut hair and bright, piercing eyes. Shinran grinned, revealing his white teeth. Hope Day, not a bad name, he murmured to himself. Star energy had not only shattered humanity's spatial limitations, but had also illuminated the once dim life of this ordinary teenager. In the living room, Shin Ying, dressed in a white robe, her fair skin and slender figure glowing under the light, was sitting on the couch, engrossed in a mobile game. The aroma of food wafted in from the kitchen. She glanced up at Shinran. You've gotten so tall, she remarked. Shinran sat down next to the couch and looked toward the balcony, where his second uncle, Shin Chung, stood with his back to them. In the night, Shin Chung leaned against the railing, a cigarette between his fingers, his figure heavy with thought. What's up with Uncle? Shinran asked. Dad just got a phone call, Shin Ying replied. Before long, their aunt came out of the kitchen with dishes in hand, and Shin Chung ended his call, returning to the living room. Shinran noticed an unusual expression on his uncle's face. The family gathered around the dining table. You're growing, eat more, Shin Ying said, placing a piece of meat on Shinran's plate. Their aunt laughed heartily at the gesture. This girl is quite the little grown-up, she teased. Shinran was well aware of his increased appetite lately, which had nearly drained his cousin's secret stash of money. His aunt, who hadn't gone to work today, wore a purple dress and seemed to have regained some of her youth recently, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes barely visible. Auntie, we had a mock exam at school today, Shinran said proactively. I ranked in the top 30 in my grade. I'll send you the report card later. Really? His aunt was overjoyed. Though she had already seen glimpses of Shinran's potential, she couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Yeah, Shinran nodded. That's great, that's really great, his uncle chimed in. He had been considering installing a cutting-edge 7-star Generation 3 chip in Shinran's brain if his performance fell short, but now it seemed unnecessary. Dad, my classmates invited me to go downtown tomorrow to see the Chiming Starship, Shin Ying suddenly said. Tomorrow, on Hope Day, the Chiming Starship powered by star energy stones would land in Fire City, symbolizing the complete elimination of any barriers between the Martian city-state and Earth. It was an event destined to be recorded in history. On TV, the live reports showed massive crowds, an unprecedented spectacle in nearly a century. Prominent figures from Fire City appeared on various programs, sharing their thoughts on this monumental event. Shunran was quietly excited as well. He had already arranged with Li Xian to watch the arrival of this cutting-edge starship from the Earth Federation in person. But just then, Shun Cheng's cold voice broke the lively atmosphere at the table. No one's going. Everyone stays home tomorrow. Over the past decade or so, Second Uncle had always been calm and gentle at home, rarely showing a stern side. The responsibility of disciplining the children mostly fell to Aunt. However, in front of the two kids, Second Uncle held the final say, could interrupt Aunt, but she hardly ever dared to interrupt him. So, despite Shin Ying's fierce protests and even threats of a hunger strike, she ultimately couldn't change Second Uncle's decision. The whole family would stay home tomorrow to watch the live broadcast. Second Uncle's tone was calm yet resolute. With a bang, Shin Ying slammed the door and stormed back to her room, flipping the yellow face emoji on her door to its unhappy side. Shunran quietly finished his meal, pondering his uncle's reasoning. Perhaps he was worried that the crowds in the city tomorrow might pose a danger to him and his sister. After dinner, Shunran also retreated to his room. At the dining table, Aunt glanced at Shin Chung, sensing something unusual about him in recent days. Do you remember what we thought when the star energy news first came out? Shin Chung picked up a bite of food and spoke first. The Earth Federation plans to build a star energy portal on Mars to fully control it. But some people in Fire City don't want to be controlled. You mean something might happen tomorrow? Aunt immediately caught on to her husband's implication and looked worriedly at the TV, where government officials and shareholders from the Sunlight Corporation were speaking confidently. Their demeanor was calm, their words filled with anticipation for tomorrow and bright hopes for the future, showing no signs of concern. Shin Chung didn't answer, and Aunt stopped pressing him, though her eyes betrayed her worry. If the star energy portal were truly completed, the Earth Federation's military and corporate giants could easily gain access to Fire City, dealing a heavy blow to both the local government and businesses. Meanwhile, Shunran texted Li Xian to let him know he couldn't hang out tomorrow. Li Xian was visibly disappointed. Shun Yingying, lying on her bed, angrily pounded her shark-shaped pillow before reluctantly texting her girlfriends. After a while, second uncle knocked on Xian Yingying's door and walked in, asking her what gift she wanted so he could buy it for her tomorrow. The teenager's mood finally improved a little. Later, while Shunran was exercising, he also heard a knock on his door. Second uncle entered his simply furnished room, glanced around and asked, Shunran, is there any gift you'd like? A gift? Shinran looked momentarily puzzled. Tomorrow is Hope Day. The Earth Federation is giving Mars a gift, so I'd like to give you one too, second uncle explained. Protein powder, I guess, Shunran replied. He had been burning a lot of energy lately, and protein powder seemed neither too extravagant nor insincere. Second uncle was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You're at the age where you're still growing. He studied the nearly 6-foot teenager before him, whose once skinny frame now had defined muscles. His buzz-cut head framed a pair of bright, determined eyes, exuding vitality. What a transformation, second uncle said, his gaze full of pride. Shinran noticed that his uncle's emotions had been harder to read lately, and at this moment, that feeling was even more pronounced. Second uncle, is something on your mind? He asked. Second uncle sat down on the edge of the bed. Yes, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Shunran quickly poured a cup of hot water, but his uncle stopped him. No need, second uncle said calmly. Your entrance exams are coming up in a month. Your aunt doesn't like those gang organizations and worries you might stray onto the wrong path, so she may have said some harsh words before. It's okay, I understand, Shinran replied. That's good. We all care deeply about your future, especially me. Every time I think about your father's last words before he passed. Second uncle smiled, but the deeper lines on his face made Shunran feel a pang of sorrow. His uncle seemed to have aged significantly. You and aunt can rest assured. He'll definitely get into a good university and won't let you or my father down, the boy promised earnestly. Only then did second uncle seem relieved. Suddenly, he asked, Shunran, besides a gift, is there anything you regret? Regret? Shunran was taken aback, memories flooding back and stirring an ache in his heart. On the day his father passed away, Shunran was all alone, lost and helpless. He repeatedly called his mother, but no one ever answered. Even now, thinking back to that sense of helplessness still pains him. Yet, he forces a smile and says, it's okay. People have to move forward. I think things will get better. Watching Shunran's effort to smile through his pain, his second uncle felt a deep ache in his heart. He knew this child had endured too much hardship. His second uncle had also tried reaching out to Shunran's mother, hoping she could fulfill even the smallest part of her responsibility as a mother, perhaps just a simple phone call to check in. But his attempts were in vain. All that matters is that you live well from now on, his second uncle said. He wanted to pat Shunran on the head, but instead placed a hand gently on his shoulder. You're a good kid, too good. It's both your strength and your weakness. The problem is, you tend to face everything alone. That needs to change. Life is interconnected. You'll need help from others. Shinran nodded quietly, then suddenly asked, Second uncle, do you have any regrets? His question caught his uncle off guard. Yes, his uncle admitted after a brief pause. He instinctively reached for a cigarette, but stopped himself when he noticed Shunran sitting beside him. What regret? Was Auntie your first love? Shinran asked curiously. Don't overthink it. Of course, your aunt was my first love, his uncle replied, suppressing a smile. Then, his expression turned serious as he began to share a story from his university days. The story was simple. Back in college, his second uncle and a few friends from the underground city formed a club. Each member contributed 200 yuan monthly as a communal fund for organizing events and helping members in need. And then, Shinran pressed for more. His uncle's gaze dimmed. That's it, he said. That's it? Why? Shinran was surprised. Some changes happened both external and internal. The club grew larger, but it became unfamiliar to me, his uncle sighed. By senior year, I decided to leave. Although Shinran didn't fully understand, he could sense his uncle's melancholy. He had never seen his second uncle so downcast before. Second uncle, are you very sad? Shinran asked, handing him a cup of hot water. His uncle took the cup, looked at Shunran, and smiled again. That's all in the past. Now, watching you and Ying grow up makes me happy. That evening, they talked about many things: Shinran's father, the future, and the love story between his second uncle and aunt. Second uncle, why did you want to talk to me about all this tonight? Shinran asked toward the end. His uncle froze mid-movement as he was getting up, then smiled. I was busy with work before and didn't have the time. Now that you're grown, I just wanted to chat with you. That's all. With that, his uncle left the room, leaving Shinran alone with his thoughts. Lying in bed, Shinran tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His uncle's words, along with the recent changes in his family, filled him with a vague sense of unease. The next morning, as the solar tower rose and activated the city's power grid, the skyscrapers, like slumbering giants, began to awaken. Shunran was jolted awake by the sound of his phone ringing. On the video call, his friendly Xin was driving a large truck, heading toward the surface city. The road was already packed with traffic. Shinran, you're really not coming? It's so lively out here. Li Xin exclaimed, his excitement evident even through the screen, his freckles standing out on his face. A flicker of envy passed through Shinran's eyes. Today was undoubtedly the busiest day Fire City had seen in a century. After getting up and washing up, he stayed on the video call with Li Xin as he walked to the living room. Suddenly, a displeased voice interrupted. Who are you video calling with? Hang up. Don't you have any manners? Shunran turned to see his sister, Shin Ying, sitting on the sofa in white pajamas, her legs crossed, looking annoyed. It's me, Li Xin. Li Xin quickly greeted her. Shinran ended the call, ignoring Li Xin's grumbling on the other end about him being disloyal. It didn't take long for Shinran to realize why Shin Ying was upset. She was also on a video call with her group of girlfriends. Unlike herself, Shin Ying didn't hang up the phone. On the phone screen, a bustling administrative district of Ground City was displayed. A few well-dressed young girls, accompanied by two bodyguards in black suits, weaved through the crowd. Shin Ying and her friends, students from Jiangnan High School, clearly came from affluent families. Shinran watched the chaotic scene in the video and couldn't help but exclaim, so many people? It's such a mess. Maybe it's better not to go. What mess? Shin Ying pouted, her temper as a teenage girl showing through. Do you think Ground City is like Underground City? The security here is excellent. Any unexpected situation can be handled within a minute. Shinran shrugged non-committally and turned to switch on the TV. The news was broadcasting a live report. The Qiming Starship was set to enter from the Huaqing 1 base, passing through Linbei District, Xinjiang District, and Jiangnan District, before finally landing in Huashan District, the central administrative area of Huaqing, home to the Prime Minister's office and headquarters of major corporations. The camera panned across uniquely designed skyscrapers, which were now illuminated in a striking Mars red hue, standing out amidst the steel and glass skyline. The wide streets were cordoned off, with only a few officials patrolling under the watchful eyes of robotic police units. On the other side, dense crowds surged like dark waves, prompting the reporter to exclaim with excitement, here in Huashan District alone, over 130,000 Huaqing residents have gathered, while Linbei, Xinjiang, and Jiangnan districts together host over 1 million. Ying, what's that noise on your end? A girl's voice in the video asked. Oh, that's my cousin watching the live broadcast on TV, Shin Ying replied. What's so interesting about a broadcast? Even with VR equipment, you can't possibly feel the atmosphere of being there in person. The girl in the video dismissed the idea with disdain. Shin Ying's face showed her displeasure. At that moment, Shunran's phone buzzed with an incoming video call from Li Xin. Just as he was about to answer, his second uncle walked out, dressed in a navy blue coat. His gaze lingered briefly on the two children. I'm heading out to buy a few things, his uncle said. Shinran, your protein powder, and the gift I mentioned for Ying last night. I'll be back soon. With that, he stepped out the door, a fleeting trace of worry flashing in his eyes. As soon as the door closed behind him, Shin Ying sprang up like an unrestrained puppy, her eyes fixed on the door. Shinran couldn't shake a sense of unease. Most shops were closed at this hour, and his uncle usually shopped online. Why insist on going out today? A strong feeling of foreboding welled up inside him. Ying, Shinran called, and she turned to look at him, speaking rapidly. Most shops are already closed by now. Besides, my dad usually shops online. If he's telling us to stay home, it must mean something bad might happen outside today. But why would he go out alone? Shinran frowned deeply. I'm going to change. Shin Ying darted back to her room. Moments later, she emerged, wearing a baseball cap, a sporty outfit, and her hair tied in a single ponytail. You're planning to go out? Shinran glanced at her, then toward the master bedroom, where their aunt still hadn't come out. His unease grew. His uncle seemed to be hiding something important. Just last night, his uncle had said he wasn't a child anymore and shouldn't be kept in the dark about serious matters. Well, just follow him. If he's really just out shopping, well, come back, Shinran said sternly to Shin Ying. Enough talking. Dad's already far ahead. Shin Ying urged impatiently. Shinran took a deep breath, grabbed Shin Yingying's wrist, and reminded her firmly, I've grown a lot stronger lately. No matter what happens, they'll protect you. But today, don't let go of my hand, no matter what. Got it. Shin Yingying nodded vigorously. The next moment, Shinran held her hand tightly and led her swiftly out of the house. The Chiming spacecraft has entered Mars' atmosphere, accompanied by 4 Zulu-class missile destroyers emitting blue engine flares. The fleet is expected to reach Huaching Base 1 in 65 minutes. A spokesperson from Mars Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that the ATIS aerial interception system has been activated, acting as an invisible steel shield to ensure Chiming's safety throughout the journey. Meanwhile, amidst the bustling crowds of the Huashan district, the fleeting figures of Yuri Corporation CEO, Kitaro Kino, and several senior officials from Huaching's government were spotted. After leaving Guanlan Bay, Shinran was immediately engulfed by the bustling streetscape. In stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere at home, the streets were alive with chatter. Elderly people, children, and even some imposing figures with metallic prosthetics gleaming in the light mingled together. The air was filled with the calls of street vendors and the hum of conversations. Overhead, banners celebrating Hope Day hung from streetlights, their vibrant colors dancing amidst the crowd. Look, father. Shin Yingying suddenly tugged at Shinran's sleeve, pointing ahead. Following his daughter's gaze, Shinran spotted a familiar figure in a navy coat standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for a hover car. Waiting for a car? Alarm bells went off in Shinran's mind as a sense of foreboding crept over him. He quickly guided Yingying behind an electronic billboard, anxiously pulling out his phone to summon a car through the app. Wasn't he just going out to buy something? Where could he be heading now? Yingying's face was filled with worry. Almost simultaneously, Shinran's second uncle, Shun Chung, noticed the blinking light on the communicator embedded in his temple. Answering the call, he instinctively turned to look around. Shinran, quick to react, shielded Yingying closely behind him, ensuring they remained hidden in the shadow of the billboard. The kids aren't home? Shin Cheng's voice carried a hint of panic as he spoke to his wife on the other end of the line. Chung, what exactly are you up to? She pressed him, her tone anxious. It's nothing, he replied, struggling to suppress his emotions. Maybe I'm just overthinking. If I make it back tonight, I'll explain everything to everyone. His wife's restrained sobs could be heard through the phone. Don't cry, Ali. Stay strong. Shin Chung tried to comfort her. Right now, finding the kids is the most important thing. Can't you come home first? We'll face this together, whatever it is, she pleaded, her voice trembling. Shin Chung ended the call, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag before dialing Shunran's number. Hiding behind the billboard, Shunran didn't hesitate to answer the call. Shunran, listen to me. Take Yingying and go home. Shin Cheng's voice was weary but calm. Didn't you promise not to make your aunt and me worry about you? At that moment, the bustling crowd and the billboard were the only things separating the two men, who were less than 100 meters apart. Uncle, go home first. Whatever it is, we can talk about it. We're family, aren't we? Shin Ran's voice was firm. You're too young to understand. Shin Chung exhaled a puff of smoke. The storm brewing in Huaching this time is too big. I made a mistake and got caught up in it. I can't drag you all into this mess too. What storm? Shin Ran's heart sank. A hovercar pulled up in front of Shun Chung, and the doors slowly opened. Listen to me, take Yingying and go home. I know you've undergone some changes, but this world is full of capable people, and those with a bit of skill are often the first to get into trouble just like me, Shin Chung said as he got into the car. I never thought of myself as particularly capable. I'm just the nephew you've raised all these years. And your own daughter is worried about you right now too. Uncle, just tell me what's going on. Come back, please. Shin Ran's voice was almost pleading. The hovercar started moving, gradually blending into the flow of traffic. The phone line went dead, leaving only the busy tone. Inside the car, the news broadcasted the latest updates on the Chiming spacecraft. Shin Chung dialed another number. Hello, it's me, Shin Chung. The person on the other end sounded surprised. Shin Chung? Why are you calling? What, are you planning to join me in watching your creation explode? I've been meaning to ask you ever since that day. Shin Chung took another drag of his cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke. A thought swirled in his mind. Do the people supplying the raw materials know that I'm the one assembling the missiles? On the other end of the line came a mocking laugh. Isn't that obvious? In Fire City, is there anything those guys don't know? Even this call we're having right now is probably being tapped by them. The words doused the last flicker of hope in Shan Cheng's heart like ice-cold water. The voice continued. That big shot was surprised, you know? Said you were one of the people they blacklisted back in the day. So, what do you think? Want me to put in a good word for you? Once this is over, maybe I can help you get a spot in the upper city. Shun Chung hung up weakly, his head slumping heavily onto the car seat, his gaze hollow. The phone screen blinked with missed calls from Shun Ran, Ali, and Shun Yingying, reminders of the family waiting for him. He had no strength to answer. Outside the car window, the bustling scene of Fire City unfolded. Towering skyscrapers, throngs of people, and faces brimming with anticipation for the arrival of the teeming starship. Shin Cheng's chest tightened as he recalled his former aspirations. A pang of anguish stabbed his heart. He wanted to scream, to warn the crowds to flee, but reason told him it was futile. He knew the underground syndicates supplying the raw materials were deeply entangled with the Fire City elite and even high-ranking politicians in the Martian government. Trembling, he lit another cigarette, painfully aware that exposing the truth to the Martian Prime Minister would accomplish nothing and would instead bring ruin to his family. Meanwhile, a car was tailing Shan Chung closely. Inside, Shin Yingying watched nervously ahead while Shan Ran repeatedly dialed his uncle's number. The congested streets gave them a chance to catch up. Suddenly, deafening cheers erupted outside. People raised their hands, cheering wildly as whistles pierced the air. Silver confetti rained down from the skyscrapers, and the entire city was swept up in celebration. A low, resonating engine roar filled the sky. A massive triangular black starship, 3 kilometers in diameter and shaped like a colossal dagger, appeared above Fire City. Its 8 nuclear-powered aerospace engines emitted dazzling beams of light. 4 enormous missile destroyers flanked it as escorts, resembling airborne fortresses that commanded awe and fear. It's here. Finally, it's here. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, cheers and whistles reaching the heavens. People snapped photos to capture this historic moment. Vibrant, eco-friendly fireworks exploded across the sky, turning it into a massive, colorful garden. Even Shan Yingying was captivated by the breathtaking spectacle, staring in awe. But then, Shun Ran grabbed her hand abruptly. Uncle got out of the car. Shin Cheng's figure vanished into the dense crowd. Shin Ran quickly paid the driver and pulled Shun Yingying out of the car, pushing through the throng in pursuit. Anticipating his nephew and niece's pursuit, Shun Chung approached a young man with cybernetic implants and handed him a wad of cash. Amid the surging crowd, Shun Ran held tightly to Shun Yingying's hand as they wove through the mass of people. Suddenly, a silver, mechanical hand clamped down on Shun Yingying's arm. She screamed in terror. Shin Ran's gaze locked onto a young man, roughly 25 or 26 years old. He was gripping Shan Yingying's hand with a frivolous smile on his face. What a pretty little girl, and such soft hands too. Where are your parents? Sneaking out all alone? How about I protect you? The young man refused to let go, and Shen Yingying felt a wave of disgust. Her other hand, held tightly by Shin Ran, prevented her from pulling out the taser hidden in her pocket. Bam! Before the young man could finish his sentence, Shun Ran's fist landed on his face like a cannonball. The sound of bones cracking was followed by a spray of blood. The man staggered backward, crashing into the crowd behind him before collapsing heavily onto the ground. You protect your own damn self. Shun Ran growled, gripping Shun Yingying tightly with one hand, while raising his bloodied fist high in the air. Shin Yingying was stunned, and the surrounding crowd erupted in terrified screams. The young man lay on the ground, his features distorted, his nose broken, and several teeth scattered in a pool of blood. Call the police. There's been a violent altercation, someone shouted in panic, assuming it was a cyborg-related incident. However, there wasn't a trace of cybernetic enhancement on Shenran. This was nothing but the power of a raw, devastating punch. Let's go, Shun Ran commanded, pulling the still-shocked Shin Yingying along. His cold eyes scanned the crowd like a hunter searching for prey. Shin Yingying bit her lip, glancing at the frightened onlookers. Silently, she prayed in her heart, Dad. Why? Please, just come home. Meanwhile, high above Fire City, the teeming starship slowly approached the Huashan district under the escort of 4 missile destroyers. In the Huashan district, senior government officials and corporate executives were addressing reporters in a formal event. Underground, in the Detroit district, on the 3rd floor of the Red Light Bar, Brother Chin in a floral shirt lounged on a sofa. In front of him, a large LCD screen broadcasted live footage of the skies over Fire City. Several black-suited bodyguards stood watch behind him. Swirling the wine in his glass, he fantasized about a future filled with wealth and power. Suddenly, the communicator on his right temple blinked with a blue light. A mysterious call came through. Are your people in position? Everything set up in the Linbei district, Brother Chun replied immediately. We're waiting for the signal from the Ministry of Defense. Once we get it, we'll fire right away. Good. The caller responded curtly. By the way, sir, Brother Chin ventured cautiously, do you have time tonight? Perhaps we could have dinner together? Not necessary. Tomorrow, maybe? Or the day after? Not necessary. The voice on the other end turned icy. Brother Chun stood up nervously, but before he could process the situation, a gunshot rang out. The bullet shattered the bulletproof glass, and in an instant, Brother Chin's fantasies and his skull exploded into pieces. Several kilometers away, on the rooftop of a tall building, a shadowy figure disassembled a sniper rifle, emitting a cold mechanical voice. target eliminated. Above ground, in the Linbei district, the Qiming Starship cruised slowly through the skies, its captain aiming to showcase the Earth Federation's might to the Martian city-state. On the streets below, Li Xian raised his phone, eager to capture this historic moment and take a picture of Shun Ran. Click. Just as the photo was taken, Li Xian's smile froze. On the screen, a missile trailed a white plume, streaking toward the Qiming Starship. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the air, sending waves of terror across Fire City as countless residents screamed in fear. Flames erupted from the Qiming Starship like the writhing tentacles of a demonic beast, while shards of metal rained down like meteors, smashing into buildings and leaving destruction in their wake. In the Vulcan district, under the glare of camera lights, the expressions of Mars government officials froze in shock. Before a sea of disbelieving eyes, the Qiming Starship disintegrated in the skies above Fire City. Crash! A skyscraper was struck by falling debris, shattering water pipelines and causing streams of water to burst forth. In a city where rain had never fallen, this narrow alley now echoed with the dripping and splashing sounds of water, as if it were caught in a downpour. At the mouth of the alley stood Xincheng. To his right lay a chaotic and vivid scene. The wreckage of the starship, a city ablaze, and panicked crowds fleeing for their lives. Ahead of him, the dim, narrow alley stretched on, soaked in water and eerily silent, like a graveyard. Suddenly, a faint blue light flickered at Xincheng's right temple. He couldn't resist. The connection was forced upon him. A voice spoke through the comms, calm and familiar. "You can go now. Take the secret with you. Smart move not making a scene. Because of your choice, your family gets to live." Xincheng recognized the voice immediately. It was someone he had heard before, both on television and during his university days, back when he participated in ideological movements. "You've finally grown up since your university days, Xincheng." The voice continued, cold and calculating. "You've learned what mustn't be touched, what mustn't be said, and what mustn't be done." It was the figure from the broadcasts. Xincheng understood now every move he made was under their surveillance. He shifted his gaze away from the chaotic world outside and stepped forward into the rain-soaked alley, letting the icy water drench him to the bone. And then, from the other end of the alley, two figures emerged. Xincheng froze in place. It was a boy and a girl. The girl was panting heavily, trembling like a frightened animal. Xincheng opened his mouth, his voice catching in his throat. "Shun Ran." The girl's wide eyes turned to meet her second uncle's. Bang! The gunshot came right on cue. It was as if an entire continent had shattered above the skies of Fire City. The shockwave rippled out in a massive wave of air, resembling the most dazzling display of fireworks. The sounds of celebration were abruptly replaced with screams of terror as buildings within the steel jungle began to collapse, flames licking hungrily in every direction. The panicked crowd scattered like a swarm of frightened ants. The elite of Fire City reacted in varying ways. Some were frozen in disbelief, others trembled uncontrollably, and a few silently retreated into the shadows. At the press conference venue, Prime Minister Zhu Long gazed at the Qiming Starship plummeting from the heavens, his chest tightening with unease. How had the ATIS aerial interception system failed? Could it be that the hawks within the Ministry of Defense were involved? Bodyguards quickly ushered the Prime Minister into a secure vehicle. As he watched the city descend into chaos, Zhu Long suppressed the storm of emotions within and immediately contacted the Federation, pledging full cooperation in investigating the incident. After hanging up, he took a measured sip of tea, his expression gradually hardening. Just then, a call from the Secretary General informed him that the Qiming was projected to crash in the northern sector of Linbei District, near the Blue Sky Stadium. The Prime Minister wasted no time and ordered the deployment of mobile units to seal off Linbei District, specifically instructing them to closely monitor the movements of major corporations. Meanwhile, Fire City's tech giants Radiant Sun Group, Titan Manufacturing, Giant Tech, and KD Technologies had already stationed elite forces in Linbei. Armed to the teeth with cutting-edge exoskeletons and advanced weaponry, these private mercenaries rivaled the capabilities of the government military. Amid the unfolding chaos, corporate powerhouses cast predatory eyes on the Star Energy Stone. In the isolated Martian city-state, whoever controlled Star Energy technology would shape the future. A day that had been heralded as one of hope had swiftly turned into one of destruction, as those in power scrambled to secure their interests, neglecting the safety of ordinary citizens. In the midst of the turmoil, a gunshot was drowned out by the cacophony of screams. In a dimly lit alleyway, a ruptured water pipe sprayed a cascade of droplets, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. A middle-aged man in a navy coat had barely shouted the name Shun Rand before his head exploded under the force of the shot, blood pooling across the rain-soaked ground. Shin Rand felt his blood run cold. Beside him, his cousin Shin Yingying collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as paper. Trembling, she whispered, "Didn't you say you could stop them before they fired?" The sight was too much for the young boy to bear. On a distant rooftop, A sniper with a mechanical eye remained locked onto the alleyway through the scope of his rifle. Target eliminated. 2 miners spotted. Should I proceed? The voice on the other end of the line replied with chilling indifference. Eliminate them. If those 2 kids hadn't followed him out today, tomorrow's news would have only reported a man from the underground city dead in an alleyway conflict. Unfortunately, they witnessed everything. The assassin knew the children couldn't trace him, but they were a potential risk, no reason to let them live. The sniper's barrel shifted slowly. Wearing an invisibility cloak, the assassin placed his thumb on the trigger again, this time targeting the boy. At that moment, Shun Ran, who had just witnessed his second uncle being shot in the head, broke down completely. His expression changed abruptly as an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Instinctively, a strange energy coursed through his body, stimulating every cell. Grabbing the nearly unconscious Shun Yingying, he leapt 2 meters sideways like a startled rabbit. Almost simultaneously, the gun fired again. It sounded like the scythe of death cutting through the air. The assassin missed. Is it done? A voice asked over the phone. If it is, get out of there. The government is about to take action. No, the assassin replied after a pause. The boy, he dodged it. Shinran's sudden movement snapped the girl back to reality, her heart pounding wildly. Dad Shin Yingying's eyes refocused as she looked toward the alley, struggling to crawl toward it. Don't go. Shan Ran held her back firmly, gritting his teeth. The enemy is still here. Let me go. No. My dad is there. Shin Yingying broke down, crying uncontrollably. Shin Ran was in agony too, yet no tears came. His pain seemed to clog his chest, leaving him unable to cry. Second uncle, he muttered, leaning against the alley wall, his body trembling as memories of the past flooded his mind. Let me go. I want my dad. Shin Yingying screamed and sobbed. Shin Ran couldn't respond, only holding tightly onto his second uncle's daughter. He leaned against the cold wall, shutting his eyes tightly. The assassin waited still. He didn't allow any of his targets to escape. He even considered relocating to take another shot. Completing the mission perfectly was his goal. But a new order came through the phone. The Chiming has crashed. Everyone is to head to Linbei District immediately. Retrieve the Starstone at all costs. At the same time, police cars finally arrived at the chaotic street. Several mechanized officers stepped out, surrounding Shan Ran. Shin Yingying's eyes lit up with hope, but her face soon turned pale. For heavily armed mechanized officers formed a wedge formation, guns drawn, treating them like dangerous criminals. Shin Ran felt fear, confusion, and panic, but also an inexplicable calmness, as if his mind was already calculating a way to escape. The moment his second uncle died, the immense emotional shock seemed to unlock something in his brain, triggering an extraordinary transformation within him. Violent conflict incident, serial number XL23276311517. Target in sight. Warning. Kneel down with your hands on your head. One of the mechanized officers commanded. Shinran suddenly remembered it must have been the earlier fight with the street thugs. The underground city's law enforcement sure was efficient. He raised his hands, knelt down, and clasped his head, his face showing an expression he had never worn before. Shin Yingying was on the verge of a breakdown. She cried and screamed, "My dad is dead. My dad was killed in the alley. Why aren't you catching the murderer?" One of the mechanized officers glanced briefly down the dark alley but didn't seem to care. He coldly reported through his communicator, Queen's District, Fuxing Road number 27. Civilian death incident. Then, he pushed Shin Yingying aside and restrained Shinran. This kid didn't undergo cybernetic modifications? Not mentally unstable? This wasn't a violent conflict? Another officer asked, surprised. Take him back first. Move it. Shinran was forcefully shoved into the police car, not even allowed a final glance at his second uncle's body. Shin Yingying was left behind in the terrifying scene, crying helplessly. The police car sped through the fiery city. Shinran stared out at the chaotic streets, his eyes filled with sorrow and hatred, as if reliving that confusing night a month ago. Slowly, he lowered his head, his cuffed hands clenching into fists. His gaze hardened, no longer lost. He knew his life would never be the same. Even the smallest person will one day have the chance to rise. Fire City, Police Department interrogation room. Shun Ran was firmly restrained in the chair, the female officer across from him scanning him with a sharp gaze. Do you know how severe the damage was from that punch of yours? Her voice was calm but carried an accusatory tone. Shun Ran remained silent, his thoughts still lingering in the dark alley. The sight of his second uncle in a navy overcoat, the sudden gunshots and explosions, the splatter of blood. His body trembled slightly before his expression turned cold. It felt as though an invisible force was suppressing the overwhelming emotions within him, leaving him to endure the torment of extreme emotional turbulence. You nearly turned the victim into a vegetable with that punch. They're still in the critical care unit, unconscious. The officer's voice grew more intense. Okay, Shinran replied indifferently. After what felt like an eternity, a middle-aged woman with a sorrowful expression Shinran's aunt appeared at the door of the interrogation room. Shinran, come on out. I've posted your bail. Let's go home, she said, her eyes red and brimming with restrained grief. On the way home, neither of them spoke. Outside the window, Fire City was still in chaos. Passengers on the train were discussing the Chiming Station incident, the Martian government's response, and announcements from the Earth Federation. The cacophony of voices irritated Shinran. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the noise. Back at home, the living room was pitch dark and eerily silent. Shinran instinctively glanced toward his second uncle's study and noticed the light was still on. His aunt brought some food out of the microwave and called toward the study. Ying, come out and eat. Shinran's gaze dimmed instantly. There was no response from the study. Tears streamed down his aunt's face. That child still worries me so much, she muttered before retreating to her bedroom without touching her food. Ravenous, Shinran sat alone at the dining table, devouring the meal as though trying to fill the void within him. After eating, he cleaned up the dishes and returned to his room, collapsing heavily onto his bed. Just yesterday, his second uncle had been talking to him about the past, about the future. Now, they were separated by life and death. Waves of grief surged through him, yet he couldn't cry. All he could do was silently endure the suffocating weight in his chest. At 1 a.m., Shinran splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to calm down. His second uncle seemed to have foreseen today's danger, even knew someone would target Chiming Station. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Shinran's face was a mixture of weakness, pain, and determination. Could it be that second uncle was involved? Is that why he knew he'd be silenced? A month ago, he mentioned working with an underground gang to earn money for my school fees, and to buy that chip. Shinran began piecing the events together. Where exactly did he go that day a month ago? Regret and guilt washed over him. If he could turn back time, he would have told his family about his abnormality and prevented his second uncle from getting caught up in this vortex. If someone did something, there will always be traces left behind. That applies to second uncle and to those who killed him. Shinran clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rushed back to the dark living room and grabbed his phone. Amid the flood of breaking news, one headline stood out prominently. Preliminary investigation reveals Chiming Station attack orchestrated by Sanlonghui leader, Chen Ke. A month ago, the transport fleet of the Yuri group was ambushed on the highway, and a truck loaded with critical vanadium materials was hijacked by the Sanlong Society. When Shinran saw the news, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his lingering doubts surged once more. The mysterious failure of the Ministry of Defense's aerial interception system at that moment was far too coincidental to be convincing. Yari Group, the colossal enterprise dominating Huaching, had monopolized nearly every sector. Most of the household items in Shinran's home bore the Yari logo. The Chiming explosion incident had even broader implications. As his second uncle once said before his death, the scale of this storm was truly terrifying. Shinran took a deep breath and meticulously documented these news events late at night, vowing to uncover the truth and seek justice for his second uncle. In fact, the Earth Federation, an entity even more formidable than Yari Group, had already begun investigating Huaching, determined to root out the hidden culprits. On the day of the incident, a significant number of Martian government officials were removed from office, with some even imprisoned, and not even the powerful business tycoons were spared. The Prime Minister of Mars was furious. Following the Chiming crash, a covert conflict erupted in the Linbei district, where well-equipped militants clashed with government forces. In the end, the critical Star Energy Stone mysteriously disappeared. The Star Energy Stone was the core of star energy technology and the key to constructing the teleportation gate. The Martian government imposed a citywide lockdown, vowing to recover the Star Energy Stone, and reported the matter to the Earth Federation. The Earth Federation, enraged, suspected the Martian government of orchestrating events behind the scenes. However, with the construction of the teleportation gate being an urgent priority, the Earth Federation had no choice but to send personnel to Huaching to gradually take over the Martian government's authority. 3 days later, Shinran's second uncle's body was sent to the crematorium. His aunt could only afford the cheapest urn. Despite his second uncle leaving behind 100,000 Martian credits, Shinran had previously injured someone while protecting his family. That person remained in an expensive hospital room, and the medical bills had already consumed 70,000 credits, with future costs still uncertain. Shinran knew the other party was extorting them, but he felt powerless. We'll be fine once we sell the 7-star Gen 3 chip, his aunt said, her face clouded with worry. Shinran and Shan Yingying were about to enter Jiangnan High School, where the steep tuition fees and the loan for Shan Yingying's Phoenix A-grade chip amounted to nearly 20,000 credits per month. His second uncle's death now meant all the burdens fell squarely on his aunt's shoulders. Shan Yingying had also grown quiet and withdrawn, no longer the lively girl she once was. Shinran observed all of this and wrestled with his emotions. He was not his aunt's biological child, and now his second uncle was gone too. I want to drop out of school. One day, Shunran finally voiced his thoughts. Shin Yingying froze in shock. His aunt was momentarily stunned, but then vehemently rejected the idea. Absolutely not. Why not? Your? Your second uncle. He sacrificed so much for your future. His only wish was for you to grow up well. His aunt choked on her words, her tone firm and unyielding. Shun Ran looked at the strands of white hair on her temples and mustered his courage again. The 7-star Gen 3 chip hasn't been sold yet, and the bills have gone unpaid for days. Aunt, if you keep pushing yourself like this. I said no. You are going to school and making the most of what your second uncle sacrificed for you. His aunt interrupted him. Shun Ran fell silent, his fists clenched tightly. Another reason he wanted to leave school was that he had realized an ordinary student had no voice in this world. Even someone as accomplished as his second uncle, a university graduate, had been driven to despair in the end. In a normal life, there was no way he could avenge his second uncle. Attending classes during the day, coming home at night, there wasn't even any time to investigate the Chiming incident. Each day passed in a numb routine. Yet, the changes happening to him were becoming more pronounced. His appetite was astonishing, though he had to suppress it. Just then, a faint glow flickered at the corner of his aunt's right temple, signaling an incoming message. Her expression shifted from surprise to a deep frown. What? That 7-star third-generation chip, I haven't even unwrapped it. It's brand new. How could it only be worth 310,000 Mars credits? Her distress made Shinran feel even worse as he sat at the dinner table. His stomach growled faintly with hunger. For some time now, he had been controlling his appetite to avoid worrying her. I'm telling you again, stop thinking about those things. His aunt emphasized once more. What will you do after leaving school? Join a gang? If you do that, you're no longer welcome in this house. After dinner, his aunt changed into her work clothes and left for her job. Shen Yingying silently retreated to her room, where the door still bore that grumpy yellow face sticker. Shinran sat alone at the dining table. For a moment, he felt a sudden urge to light a cigarette, just like his second uncle used to. But at that moment, an unexpected call completely shifted his thoughts. It was Li Xian, someone he hadn't heard from in a long time. On the other end of the line, Li Xian was sobbing uncontrollably. Shinran, my mom's gone. On Hope Day, she was hit and killed by debris from the Chiming explosion. Shinran, I can't go to school anymore. I'm so lost right now. Can you come out and have a drink with me? Li Xian, who had always been so optimistic, was now crying in utter despair. He was completely alone in the world. Shinran knew that the missile fired at the Chiming ship was likely launched by his second uncle. Although the root cause of everything lay with the powerful figures in Fire City, hearing Li Zin's heart-wrenching cries filled Shinran with a deep sense of complexity and empathy. All right, Li Xian, where are you? They'll come out and meet you now. After hanging up, Shinran went to his room to pack some things. When he came out, he glanced at his aunt's bedroom, then at the workroom and Shan Yingying's room, his eyes full of reluctance. Finally, his gaze fell on the portrait of his second uncle hanging on the living room wall. He stared at it for a long time. Memories flooded his mind. Second uncle, I'm sorry, I want to avenge you, but as an ordinary person at the bottom of society in Fire City, I'm powerless. Shinran's eyes grew resolute. I want to forge my own path in life. Just like third uncle did back then. In the photo frame, the middle-aged man still gazed at him with calm and gentle eyes, as if no matter what choices Shinran made or what he became, he would always be proud of him. Night had fallen, and the neon lights of Fire City painted the sky in dazzling colors. Shinran stepped out of the house. The first volume, The Seedling of the Underground City, concludes. Next up, Mars Chronicles, where the protagonist's journey of growth and the vibrant complexities of Fire City truly begin. The night was deep, yet the bustling noise of Fire City far surpassed that of the daytime. Dazzling neon lights replaced the sunlight, and countless LED panels lit up the streets like an artificial sun, making it as bright as day. Among the crowd were suited professionals, scantily clad women, and some rough-looking men exhaling clouds of hallucinogenic vapor. A young man in a black tracksuit, with his hands in his pockets and a satchel slung over his shoulder, weaved through the throng. His name was Shunran, an ordinary 9th-grade student from the high-tech zone. 5 days ago, on Hope Day, he lost his second uncle. Hey. Shinran pulled out his phone, contacted a friend, and headed straight to their agreed meeting spot, a roadside food stall. At an outdoor table, a young man was drinking alone, surrounded by empty bottles stacked on the table and scattered on the ground. This was Shunran's friend, Li Xian. Bang! Shunran pulled out a chair, sat down, opened a bottle of beer, and downed it in one gulp. Shunran, you're here. Li Xian looked at him with bleary, drunken eyes. The usual sunny smile on his face was replaced by heavy dark circles and a scruffy beard, making him look utterly defeated. Sorry, Shunran said, setting down the bottle. Li Xian was about to speak when Shunran interrupted him. I've been busy these past few days and didn't know about your situation. My second uncle died too. His tone was flat, as though he were recounting something trivial. The two clinked their bottles in silence and drank one after another. Li Xian's eyes turned red as he choked out, Shinran, tell me, why would someone in Fire City bomb the Qiming? Aren't they afraid of the Earth Federation? Do they want to isolate us completely? I just don't get it. My mom worked hard her whole life. Was it some kind of punishment from her past life? Is this life just meant for suffering? As he spoke, Li Xian covered his face and broke into sobs. Shinran remained silent. A month ago, his second uncle had already foreseen his death. How agonizing it must have been to wait for the inevitable, pretending to live a happy life. Shinran recalled the moment his uncle was shot in the head in an alleyway, and his chest tightened with pain. What hurt even more was the memory of his aunt's lonely figure heading out to work late at night. I used to think that someday, when I had money, I'd get my mom a proper robotic body. Li Xian sobbed, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He stared wide-eyed at the plates of grilled meat being brought to the table. Shinran, why did you order so much food? Hungry. Shinran devoured the food ravenously. He hadn't had a proper meal in 5 days, and his body, like a parched sponge, craved nourishment. Watching Shinran eat like a whirlwind, Li Xian stood up to leave. I suddenly feel a lot better. Thanks for keeping me company. I need to go burn paper offerings for my mom. It's not even been 7 days yet. Sit down and eat. Live for the moment, Shinran muttered without looking up. My mom's company compensated us with 10,000 Martian coins. Li Zin's expression darkened. Shinran, if you keep acting like this, we can't be brothers anymore. Shinran nearly choked. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Li Xian. Want one? Shinran clumsily lit a cigarette, took a puff, and immediately burst into a fit of coughing, his face contorted with discomfort. Since when do you smoke? Li Xian lit his cigarette with practiced ease. Tonight. Shinran forced himself to endure the unpleasant sensation, his gaze fixed on the vibrant, chaotic streets. His young face now bore a trace of maturity and gravity. It was only then that Li Xian noticed the satchel on Shinran's back. So, you're dropping out of school. What's your plan? Shinran asked. Li Xian exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes filled with uncertainty. I don't know. Leaving the protection of the system meant freedom, but it also came with endless uncertainty. First, they'll make money. Li Zin's eyes gradually sharpened with determination. With money, I can upgrade myself. My mom's just a big truck now. For her, I'd endure any hardship, no matter how bad. Upgrade? Shinran's mind began to stir. Shinran and Li Xian were inseparable companions, though their personalities couldn't be more different. Shinran, still haunted by the fate of his father and second uncle, was resistant to the idea of replacing his arm with a mechanical one. Yet, he was highly adaptable and had quickly grown used to the pervasive smell of smoke in the air. At this moment, his mind was on making money. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, he exhaled heavily. Yeah, making money, he nodded, agreeing with Li Xian's suggestion. My cousin is studying at Jiangnan High School, and our family is drowning in debt. My aunt's already working 4 jobs. Li Xian froze for a moment, staring at Shinran in disbelief. Wait, are you saying? Yeah, I'm not planning to continue school, Shinran replied calmly. But you ranked in the top 30 in the last mock exam. You're practically guaranteed a spot in a public high school. How can you just quit? Li Xian nearly jumped out of his seat in shock. It's pointless, Shinran shook his head, unwilling to elaborate on the misfortunes of his second uncle or the deep-seated fears he carried. Even if he made it to college, he feared his fate would ultimately mirror that of his uncle, who had been powerless and exploited, or his third uncle, who had vanished without a trace. If you're not going to school, what are you planning to do? Li Xian pressed. I just asked you the same thing, didn't I? Shinran shot back. We're not the same. To survive, they'll do anything, Li Xian said firmly. What? Like I can't? Shinran frowned. You can't. You wouldn't eat crap, Li Xian said with a completely straight face. Shinran was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Li Xian's freckled face. You would. Li Xian nodded solemnly. Shinran held back for a moment before muttering, all right, respect. Their banter lightened the mood between them, a small reprieve from the weight of their struggles. Finding solace in shared hardship, they laughed together, a rare moment of camaraderie in the chaos of their lives. I don't know if those big shots have any peculiar tastes, but I think we're not that desperate yet, Shinran said, clinking his glass against Li Xian's. Seriously though, how are we going to make money? I'm starving. Li Xian glanced at the table littered with empty plates, his expression shifting. The underground district's where the money's at, but he hesitated. Picking up jobs in the red light district, huh? Shinran cut straight to the point. Yeah, Li Xian admitted, frowning. He knew Shinran came from a decent family, and his aunt openly disapproved of people like Li Xian, let alone the kind of work found in the red light district. Let's go. Shunran suddenly stood, slinging his bag over his shoulder. Go? Go where? Li Xian was taken aback. To make money, to get stronger, Shunran replied with calm determination. Having faced life and death, his mental fortitude was no longer the same. I want to give my aunt and cousin a better life. Let her focus on her studies. He glanced at Li Xian, silently holding him partly responsible for his second uncle's death. His thoughts drifted to his uncle's dying words. Those with talent are always the first to attract trouble. Now, Shunran was ready to invite trouble himself. He would grow stronger, step by step, until he could confront those who had caused his uncle's demise. Taking a deep breath, Shunran felt a surge of energy coursing through him. After eating and drinking his fill, he felt as though he was finally ready to take that crucial first step. Now? You want to go right now? I thought we were just talking tonight. I didn't prepare for anything, Li Xian said, surprised. Prepare for what? You planning to become a gigolo? Shunran teased, giving Li Xian, tall and good-looking, a once-over. I bet some middle-aged women would be into your type. Li Xian quickly waved his hands in protest. No way. I mean, I've thought about it if things get really bad. I could try performing with steel poles or something. But that's a last resort. Too degrading. Shinran raised an eyebrow at the mention of steel poles and performing, but Li Xian didn't linger on the topic. While settling the bill, he asked, which district should we go to? The more chaotic the place, the more free demand, the more jobs. Clearly, Li Xian was well-versed in these circles, likely having considered joining a gang even while he was still in school. Something in the middle, Shinran said, not pretending to be braver than he was. He knew he wasn't ready to face the kind of danger that came with a sniper's bullet. Let's just scope things out tonight. See what the big players in the underground district are like. Li Xian thought for a moment. All right, let's check out the Wildgrass Bar in the Texas district. It's pretty famous and fairly safe. Fire City is divided into 47 districts. In the societal structure of Mars, each district is considered a secondary administrative unit. The Texas district is located in the underground city, predominantly populated by white and black residents. Last year, it earned 7th place in the rankings for Fire City's dirtiest and most chaotic districts. At 10 p.m., Shunran arrived in the Texas district for the second time, a moment when the area appeared lively yet inherently dangerous. As soon as he got off the vehicle, massive advertisement screens flashed with vibrant, alluring visuals, starkly contrasting the bustling, polished streets of the high-tech district. At the intersection, 3D holographic projections blended seamlessly with the crowd, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. In Fire City, the difference between real and fake seems to be disappearing, Shinran remarked, hands in his pockets and voice carrying a mature tone. What? Li Xian, who was curiously observing their surroundings, didn't catch what Shinran said. The government's report on the Chiming crash, though, you think it's true? Shinran asked. I don't know. Who could know for sure? Li Xian shrugged, his earlier sadness replaced by curiosity as his gaze followed the projection of a curvaceous woman. Maybe, Shinran replied, temporarily suppressing the sorrow in his heart. Compared to the high-tech district's ordinary residential areas, the Texas district felt more like a treacherous jungle, where danger and opportunity coexisted. Shinran even noticed scantily clad women with striking red lips standing nonchalantly in front of bars, indifferent to the stares of passers-by. Li Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring intently at a projection. Marilyn Monroe, holding a small bottle of male enhancement supplements, smiling flirtatiously as she promoted the product to pedestrians. Beyond her, many other historical figures had been turned into commercial symbols throughout Fire City. So lifelike, Li Xian said with a longing expression. Do you think if I made enough money, I could bring my mom back in this way too? Shinran remained silent for a moment. Maybe, he replied softly. The two Asian teenagers stood out in the Texas district, where the majority of residents were white or black, naturally drawing the attention of street thugs. The Texas district isn't too bad. As long as you don't wander into deserted places, nothing major should happen, Li Xian said, pointing to a ragged old man at the alleyway entrance, sitting beside a wooden sign with a plea for help. That's a fishhead, someone who takes on odd jobs. But most of those jobs are a death sentence. They soon arrived at a neon-lit intersection, where the Wildgrass Bar stood ahead. Its Chinese signboard was strikingly noticeable among the surrounding English ones. Luxury cars crowded the entrance, ranging from uniquely designed sports cars to understated black sedans. This is the place you were talking about? Shunran frowned. I bet it's not cheap. Just order the cheapest drinks and sit for a bit, Li Xian said confidently, ignoring the unfriendly stares of the security guards at the entrance as he walked into the bar. The interior of the bar was spacious, with dim red lighting and a maze of complex pathways that lent an air of danger. Fortunately, the music wasn't deafening. Let's find a quiet corner to sit, Shinran suggested, but Li Xian shook his head. No, trust me, he said with a grin. If we sit in a secluded corner, someone is bound to come over and bother us. While no one dares to cause trouble in the Kwankeo bar, if people figure us out, we'll have a lot of problems. Shinran and Li Xian chose a booth in the main hall and ordered 2 of the cheapest drinks. Even so, the 115 Mars credits price tag made Shanran's heart skip a beat that was enough to cover his second uncle's family's expenses for an entire day. Li Xian, how do you know so much? Shinran couldn't help but ask. Li Xian took a sip of the cocktail, which carried a faintly cheap aroma, and explained, I've known for a long time that I wouldn't make it into a public high school. I've spent my time hanging out on forums like these. He set the glass down and looked serious. Listen, no matter who comes over to chat, don't tell the truth. Better yet, make up a fake name. Got it. I understand, Shinran replied, taking a sip of his drink and trying to commit these survival rules to memory. Just 5 days ago, he was an ordinary student, but now he had to learn to navigate the rules of the underworld. The Kwankeo bar was bustling with noise, filled with men and women mingling and drinking. Shinran's attention was drawn to a group of people gathered on a raised platform. Their bodies were covered in mechanical prosthetics. Some had metal necks, arms, and even legs. Their clothes were made of special nanoceramic and high-fiber fabrics. Those guys are bounty hunters, Li Xian said, clinking his glass with Shanran's. In my eyes, they have the coolest profession in the underworld. What's a bounty hunter? Shinran asked curiously. Well, if we're planning to make money in this place, there are only 2 paths. Join a gang or become bounty hunters, Li Xian explained. Bounty hunters take on high-difficulty tasks in exchange for big rewards. They use that money to upgrade their bodies, becoming stronger, so they can take on even tougher jobs and earn even more. Trust me, being a bounty hunter is incredible. 5 days ago, when the Chiming crashed in Linbei district, several ranked and even an ranked bounty hunter showed up. They clashed with the government's mobile units. Rumor has it that the Star Energy Stone ended up in the hands of one of those bounty hunters. Branked? A ranked? And they can go toe-a-toe with government mobile units? Shinran found it hard to believe. He, too, had experienced the radiation from the Star Energy Stone during the crash 5 days ago. His body had undergone drastic changes. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all skyrocketed. Even so, he wouldn't dare confront the government's mobile units. What's so special about the government's mobile units? They're only powerful because of their advanced tech and machinery, Li Xian said, his gaze fixed on the bounty hunters on the platform, his voice filled with excitement. But an ranked legendary bounty hunter? That's not even human anymore. That's a walking war machine, capable of leveling everything within a 3-kilometer radius. But ranked bounty hunters are extremely rare. The resources needed to create one are so immense that even the Mars government struggles to support it. There aren't many of them in Fire City right now. Shinran noticed a peculiar glint in Li Xian's eyes when he spoke about bounty hunters. Twirling the ice in his glass, Shinran asked, in such a highly advanced society, is it really possible for a single individual to stand against massive institutions? Li Xian seemed puzzled by his question. You said an rank bounty hunter could destroy an area with a 3-kilometer radius. What exactly does that mean? A regular person could do that with a bomb? Li Xian paused to think, as if unsure how to explain. Instead, he pulled out his phone and opened a video sharing app. It seems you're really not interested in cybernetic enhancements, he said, handing the phone to Shanran. On the screen, the video began with a desolate industrial park shrouded in darkness. Armed helicopters circled in the sky, armored vehicles lined up on the ground, and heavily armed SWAT teams stood ready. 7 formidable mechs loomed menacingly, the most elite combat unit on Mars. Yet, their target was just one man. Dressed in a black coat, the man stood silently on the 3rd floor of an abandoned factory, seemingly savoring the night breeze. This is Spike, an rank bounty hunter, Li Xian said with a hint of admiration in his voice. Do you know what he did? Shinran was stunned by the overwhelming display of power and shook his head. Watching the SWAT teams move stealthily like black bats in the night, he had a gut feeling that every move they made was already within that man's control. In the video, Spike lit a cigarette, his black coat billowing dramatically in the wind, like a lone swordsman from ancient times. Because he was dissatisfied with the tax policies, he took down multiple high-ranking officials in the Martian government all by himself, Li Xian declared with exaggerated enthusiasm. It's the most insane feat of the past decade. Suddenly, blinding searchlights locked onto Spike, exposing him in the darkness. He took a deep drag, the cigarette burning down to the filter. The next moment, he leapt from the 3rd floor, crashing to the ground with the force of a meteor. The earth cracked beneath him. His coat flared as bullets rained down like a storm, sparks flying as the projectiles struck. The stealthy SWAT officers were obliterated in an instant, precise and devastating. Simultaneously, countless red laser sights converged on Spike as missiles screamed toward him. Within moments, a saturation strike flattened the entire industrial park, a spectacle akin to the sun crashing to the ground. That powerful? Shinran exclaimed in awe. My reaction was just like yours when I first saw it, Li Xian said, clearly pleased with Shinran's response. The video abruptly ended. That's it? Shinran asked, startled. That's all? What happened to him afterward? The government deployed firepower on that scale. What do you think happened? He died. Not even a trace of him was left, Li Xian replied. Shinran frowned slightly, prompting Li Xian to add, even though Spike didn't fight back much in the video, you can see they didn't even bother using the mechs before going straight to a saturation strike. That alone shows how terrifying an rank bounty hunter is. Shinran finally understood. Indeed, such a costly attack underscored the threat level of their target. You're saying even those mechs wouldn't have been enough to handle him? He asked, taking a sip of ice water. It's not that they wouldn't have been enough. Those clunky mechs? Forget Spike, even a rank bounty hunter could take them down, Li Xian said, sipping his drink. Shinran nearly choked on his water at that remark. In the video, a 4-meter-tall black mech stood menacingly, its metal hydraulic tubes and tracks clearly visible, with a sniper cannon mounted on its arm like a tank brought to life. Who would dare go up against a tank? Even the most well-trained soldiers would be shaken to their core. Your expression is a bit over the top, Li Xian said to Shinran. Sure, these heavy machines are powerful, but with enough money for cybernetic upgrades, we could become war machines ourselves. Shinran stayed silent, his mind drifting to the life of an ordinary civilian, where the closest thing to advanced tech he had encountered was a learning implant chip. It was a stark contrast to the powerful image of Spike, the rank bounty hunter in the video. I get what you're saying, Shinran finally replied, lighting a cigarette. He tried to mimic Spike's stance, standing alone on high ground, facing enemies in every direction. Yet, his thoughts wandered. If Uncle's skull had been reinforced with high-strength cybernetics, maybe it could have stopped that fatal bullet. If he hadn't received that birthday gift from Third Uncle, that night might have been uneventful, and he wouldn't have hesitated. But Third Uncle had warned him never implant chips into the brain. Without a chip, even with cybernetic enhancements, the results would be significantly limited. I can't even afford this drink without you paying for it. What's the use of talking about this? Shinran suddenly realized the harshness of his reality. If we ever want to become someone important, this is the path we'll have to take, Li Xian said confidently. Shinran didn't want to think about it for now. The strange, gnawing hunger inside him still wouldn't fade. That Spike's rebelling just because he's unhappy with tax policies? He asked, changing the subject. Exactly, Li Xian scoffed. On Mars, the tax bureau is the most powerful entity. Even an rank hunter has to pay taxes. Bet you didn't see that coming. Didn't see that coming. It's absurd. Shinran shook his head. So, bounty hunters have an rank. Are there other ranks too? The night was still young, and he wanted to learn more about this world that was so far removed from civilian life. There are 5 ranks, A, B, C, D, and E, Li Xian explained. It's similar to the levels in novels. The ranking is based on overall ability and completing high-difficulty tasks. Rank hunters are just people who've illegally modified some cybernetics capable of taking down ordinary people in an instant, but still within the range of normal human abilities. Rank hunters have undergone more extensive modifications, far surpassing human limits. Rank hunters have nearly 90 of their bodies cybernetically enhanced. They've got things like optical camouflage, radar cochleas, and second hearts like having clairvoyance and super hearing. As for rank hunters, they're almost impossible to achieve. They require cutting-edge Earth Federation technology and rare materials. Even the Mars government and major corporations struggle to produce them. Shinran sipped his drink, pondering. Rank hunters seemed like they were just highly skilled humans like trained assassins, equipped with firearms. How far was he from becoming an rank hunter himself? How do you become a bounty hunter? He asked directly, desperate for money. Li Xian froze, sensing Shinran's unusual behavior tonight. He knew what this question implied. Taking on black jobs meant walking a razor's edge. It was risky, like dancing on the tip of a knife. But the day Shinran's uncle died, he didn't break down in tears. Instead, night after night, something inside his heart had hardened, as if forged in a furnace. Something had changed in him. While others their age were still in school, dating, or playing games, Shinran left home alone tonight, embarking on this path with an uncharacteristic calmness in his heart. Li Xian suddenly spoke up. Oh right, now that I think about it, you've been acting quite different lately. He studied Shinran thoughtfully. Shinran, what exactly are you? Bang! A glass filled with crimson liquid slammed heavily onto the table, cutting off Li Xian mid-sentence. Both Shinran and Li Xian's expressions changed as they turned to look at the newcomer. A middle-aged man in a black suit, casually swirling his glass, sat down in their booth with an air of ease. He had slightly yellow-toned black hair, brown eyes, and sharp features. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on his nose, adding a touch of sophistication to his gentlemanly demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm John Edo, the assistant manager of this bar. You two seem unfamiliar first time here? John asked politely. I'm Zhao Ritian, Li Xian replied with a straight face, then gestured to the bewildered Shen Ran beside him and added, and this is my friend, Shen Wudi. Shen Ran was thoroughly dumbfounded. John raised an eyebrow at Li Xian before turning to Shen Ran with an even stranger expression. Shen Wudi? Shen Ran sighed inwardly but kept a stoic face and reluctantly nodded. John chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the peculiar name. All right then. Here's the thing, there's an event happening later in the bar. If you two youngsters are about done with your drinks, is it about bounty hunters? Shen Ran suddenly interrupted, his gaze shifting to the group of people on the platform. John looked at Shen Ran in surprise, as did Li Xian, who seemed equally puzzled. There are 13 of them in total, Shen Ran said in an even tone. They don't seem to be one group since each of them is only talking to one or two others. Plus, they all just ordered the same drink. Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Ran had been chatting with him the whole time when had he managed to observe all that? John's expression grew even more intriguing. His eyes instinctively flicked to Shen Ran's neck, checking for any sign of a chip port or cybernetic enhancements. No external devices. How had this guy noticed so many details in a dimly lit, noisy bar? Impressive, John finally said, suppressing his curiosity. Yes, there's an event coming up. A few newcomers want to join the trade. So everyone's gathering to see if they measure you pan to have some fun in the process. If you'd like to stay and watch, though, you'll need to order a Manhattan. Just a friendly warning. It might not be the most suitable entertainment for kids. Newcomers joining the trade? Shen Ran turned to Li Xian. Could it be that the bounty hunter initiation was taking place right here in this unruly bar? No wonder Li Xian had brought him here. 2 Manhattans, Shen Ran said, looking back at John. Extra whiskey, less lemon and add a touch of dreams. John blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Well, aren't you an interesting one? Then I hope you find a taste of dreams in your Manhattan tonight. More whiskey, less lemon juice that I can understand. After John left, Li Xian pointed at the fine print under Manhattan on the menu, puzzled. He turned to Shen Ran and asked, but what does add a dash of dreams mean? How does that even work? Are you telling me you can actually taste dreams in this? Shen Ran chuckled. It's one of those things that's more about feeling than explaining. Li Xian frowned, muttering, you and your uncle are the same, always talking in riddles. To him, dreams were as intangible as clouds in the sky, visible, but impossible to grasp. So, according to you, dreams have a flavor? What kind of flavor? How strong is it? He kept pressing, his youthful curiosity refusing to let go. Shen Ran burst out laughing. It was Li Xian's first time out late at night, his first time in a bar, his first encounter with all of this. His mood was especially light. Soon, the server brought over 2 glasses of Manhattan cocktails, their coppery hue gleaming in the dim light. This cocktail was originally created by the mother of Winston Churchill, the bartender explained, having received a heads up from John earlier. Legend has it she prepared it at the Manhattan Club while hosting a banquet for a presidential candidate she supported. You too can enjoy it while anticipating tonight's legendary contender. The bartender smiled cryptically. Li Xian, uninterested in the story, focused only on the price. But upon hearing the words legendary contender, he blurted out, a legend being made here tonight? Yeah, right, even a dog wouldn't believe that. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned toward him instantly, particularly those of the bounty hunters with obvious mechanical augmentations. Their gazes were icy and piercing. Li Xian broke into a cold sweat. Please don't trample on a man's dreams so casually, and don't call yourself a dog, the bartender advised, noticing Li Xian's youth. The most precious things aren't in reality theory in the glass in front of you. Enjoy. With that, the bartender walked away. Realizing he'd misspoken, Li Xian sat uneasily until those chilling stares eventually subsided. This bar's pretty intriguing. What's its deal? Shen Ran spoke up at the right moment, breaking the tension. According to the forum, Huangkeo Bar belongs to the Caozi gang. They're the rulers of the underground city, even qualified to host bounty hunter exams, Li Xian said, swallowing nervously. The Manhattan's strong taste burned his throat slightly after just one sip. Shen Ran savored his drink thoughtfully, while Li Xian, still shaken, resolved to keep his mouth shut as much as possible. Suddenly, the bar's lighting shifted, and the bartender discreetly locked the doors. The room darkened, leaving the center of the main hall bathed in an intense spotlight, as though it were the world's focal point. It's starting, Shen Ran said, setting his glass down. The shadowed patrons all focused their attention. Boom, boom, boom. A rapid drumbeat echoed as a man in a white suit stepped into the spotlight, his voice animated like that of a show host. Welcome, everyone, to the Texas branch of Huangkeo Bar tonight. Another dull day has passed, and I bet you're all as sick of the monotony as I am. So, what's the buzz in Fire City today? Oh, right. Our dear Prime Minister Zhu Long of the Huige Party was seen groveling to the Earth Lords again. tearfully begging for just one more starstone for Fire City. And guess what? Rumor has it that the starstone from the Chiming ship ended up in the hands of one of our underground bounty hunters. So, what do you all think? Don't stay silent on me now. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if that badass legend is hiding among you tonight. The crowd immediately erupted into a frenzy. That damn rock's right here in my pants. Any lady brave enough to check can have it. Ha ha, a vulgar voice shouted. If I were that badass, would I still be hanging around here? Fire City's in chaos. Right now every big shot's hunting for that starstone. It's screwing up my gigs, another grumbled. If there's really someone here who managed to snatch a starstone from the government and corporations, they'll get down on my knees and lick their boots right now. Another voice sneered from the shadows. Shinran frowned at the crude exchanges. This was the raw reality of a bar, especially one frequented by bounty hunters living on society's edge, each one rougher than the last. At the slightest provocation, they were like beasts driven by desire. One day, I swear, they'll become a legend. In the dimly lit underground bar, the air reeked of alcohol mixed with sweat, and the deafening music pounded against the eardrums. Li Xian, his face flushed and his eyes glazed, raised his glass high and shouted passionately. The alcohol coursing through his veins made him feel invincible, as if he were the mysterious powerhouse everyone revered, the king of the underground world. Unlike him, Shun Ran sat unusually calm, clutching a worn satchel tightly between his legs. Inside it lay all his hopes, including the star energy stone gifted by his third uncle. All right, pipe down, you bunch of dreamers. Stop with your daydreams and settle down. The host, dressed in a crisp white suit, raised his voice from the stage, cutting through the noise. Honestly, this society is rotten to the core. Otherwise, why would so many people want to end up as messed up as us? 15-year-old Sean Ran listened quietly, his youthful face betraying no emotion. The host stepped back and gestured with a flourish. Now, let's welcome tonight's main attract, Iona, group of folks dreaming of becoming big shots. They want to be bounty hunters. Whether they've got what it takes, well, that's for you to decide. The spotlight flared to life, illuminating 4 figures emerging from the shadows of the bar. 3 men and 1 woman. The oldest looked no more than 50, while the youngest, a girl, seemed barely 20. Standing under the harsh lights, they endured the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, as if they were goods on display. One of the young men, clearly unaccustomed to such attention, trembled slightly as his legs wobbled. Sean Ran quickly noticed that he had the least mechanical modifications, only a pair of Cheetah S2 prosthetic legs, gleaming with a metallic sheen. They were clearly civilian grade, made of titanium alloy, and had undergone some rough, amateurish modifications. Cheetah S2, civilian grade, around 50,000 Mars credits, modified, specific functions unknown. Sean Ran's mind worked like a finely tuned machine, analyzing every detail. Around him, other bounty hunters in the bar were also observing intently. Each seat had a small screen displaying a betting interface, allowing patrons to wager on who might pass the selection, much like betting on a horse race. Shinran, what do you think? Who should we bet on? Li Xian, emboldened by his intoxication, nudged him excitedly, seemingly oblivious to their current struggles. Shinran frowned, poured Li Zin's exorbitant 300 credit Manhattan into his own glass, and ordered a cup of hot water through the screen. Stop drinking, he advised. Dreams are tempting, but they're also poisonous. Don't actually get drunk in a place like this. He turned his gaze back to the 4 figures under the spotlight, silently questioning. What had brought them here, to this place at this time, all yearning to walk the same path? Deep down, he already knew the answer. It was the same as his own. He, too, wanted to become a bounty hunter, to register on the dark web, and earn the right to take on missions. Under the glaring lights, the young man in his 20s clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with determination. I need to make money so my little sister can go to school. Around the bar, seasoned bounty hunters were already making their picks. No contest. Odds are too low. Just go with number 1. Most had placed their bets on number Oni, hulking, muscle-bound man with dark skin. His M2 model mechanical arm and the exposed metallic modifications on his chest were clear signs of his strength. In comparison, the other 3 seemed far too ordinary. Although there were some modified mechanical limbs, the individual appeared to be just an ordinary passerby, blending into the crowd without a trace of anything remarkable. In the bustling Texas district, at the Quankeo bar, the pounding music and cacophony of voices created a chaotic symphony. Under the spotlight, 4 nervous figures stood, waiting for the bounty hunter assessment to begin. Suddenly, the bar's doors swung open, and an Asian man wearing sunglasses and a black trench coat strode in. Mr. Dong Sanlang, what brings you to the Texas district tonight? Deputy Manager John Ito greeted him with surprise, bowing slightly. This was no ordinary guest. Dong Sanlang was one of the few class bounty hunters in the underground, even having collaborated with the Tsaozi gang before. A lunatic with a chip malfunction wrecked a store owned by the Radiant Sun Corporation on Norton Street. I just dealt with it and thought I'd stop by for a drink. Dong Sanlang replied in an even tone as he headed into the bar's depths. Casually, he asked, Boss Liang hasn't shown up yet? Not yet. There are 4 candidates attempting to become bounty hunters tonight. The assessment is underway. Shall I take you to the second floor? John offered as he led the way. No need. Dong Sanlang, his sunglasses hiding his eyes, had already spotted the 4 figures under the spotlight. He walked straight to a booth in the corner and sat down. Get me a mojito, he said flatly, his gaze fixed on the assessment. At the same time, he activated the light screen on his arm, scrolling through news about the Chiming spacecraft and star energy stones. John was about to make the arrangements when a faint light flickered on his temple, signaling a new message. His expression turned to one of surprise. A guest just registered they want to join the assessment too. Dong Sanlang smirked. Hard to say whether there are more dead hunters these days, or more people eager to throw their lives away. The number of active bounty hunters registered on the website keeps climbing, John replied. Go handle your business, Dong Sanlang said dismissively, clearly uninterested. His thoughts were more focused on the ownership of the star energy stones and the potential star energy technology portal rumored to be appearing on Mars. John glanced curiously toward a shadowy corner of the bar. At that moment, a host in a white suit stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just had a surprise applicant. He claims he's completely sober, fully aware of what he's doing, and he wants to become a bounty hunter. But hey race, the kicker's only 15, and according to him, he doesn't have a single mechanical limb. The bar erupted into chaos. The 4 prospective bounty hunters, under the spotlight, visibly tensed. Even Dong Sanlang raised his head, intrigued to see what kind of fool would make such a claim. What do you say, folks? Should we give this kid a chance? The host shouted, riling up the crowd. Yes, came the deafening roar of approval. This. A drunkenly Xin looked at his companion Shan Ran in bewilderment. The next moment, a blinding spotlight pierced through the dark corner where they were seated. Li Xin froze completely. Shan Ran squinted against the sudden brightness, quickly adapting to the glare. Calmly, he downed the Manhattan in his hand and stood up. Dong Sanlang glanced at the small screen on his booth. The information for the 5th candidate had appeared. Shinwudi. The name struck a chord, reminding him of another name for Mars, the Roman god of war. It's a well-known fact that a person's name can carry significant weight. Shinran felt fortunate that his parents had given him an ordinary name, though his friendly Xian had saddled him with a nickname that left him both amused and exasperated. At this moment, a host in a crisp white suit, holding a microphone in one hand, dragged Shan Ran to the center of the stage with the other. Take a look at this fresh-faced little monkey, the host exclaimed with a wide grin, addressing the audience below. He'll bet the wealthy ladies at Twilight Bar are already lining up for him. But on a serious note, show some respect, everyone. This is none other than Shan the Invincible. The bar erupted in laughter, each chuckle feeling like a sharp jab to Shan Ran. Standing under the spotlight, he felt completely out of place. Kid, why don't you have any implants or cybernetic limbs? Don't give me that imbroke excuse. Say something interesting like, I don't know, mysterious Eastern martial arts? The host continued, mockingly flailing his arms in exaggerated kung fu moves, complete with comical sound effects. Shinran said nothing, feeling like the victim of a very public humiliation. Suddenly, Li Xian jumped up from his booth, his face flushed with alcohol and indignation. My buddy Shanshin the Invincible's not like the rest of you. He's here to be a bounty hunter. Enough with the nonsense, let's get this started. Shinran frowned. He wasn't worried about being mocked. He was more concerned about whether Li Xian was keeping an eye on that very important satchel of his. The host's mischievous grin widened at Li Xin's outburst, but before he could escalate things further, he caught a subtle signal from the assistant manager, John. The message was clear tonight. Higashi Saburo was in the house, and discretion was necessary. Reluctantly, the host backed off. Damn idiots. Li Xian, already drunk, slammed his hand on the betting screen, placing 5,000 Martian credits on Shan the Invincible. Fueled by alcohol, he ordered another Manhattan and shouted toward the stage, You've got this, Shun Ran. Idiot. Shun Ran muttered with a helpless smile. Li Xian had just blurted out his real name for everyone to hear. Taking a deep breath, Shun Ran prepared himself for the challenge ahead. In the shadowy corner of the bar, Higashi Saburo sipped his mojito, a faint smirk playing on his lips. So, his name is Shun Ran. Not as intimidating as I expected. The host refrained from any further jokes. This wasn't a comedy show, after all. Shin Ran and the 4 other contestants stood in tense silence, waiting for what came next. Suddenly, a loud mechanical whirring filled the room as a massive door on the right side of the bar slid open. Accompanied by the grinding of gears, a towering 2-meter-tall robot rolled into view. The energy in the bar surged, the crowd buzzing with excitement. The burly man among the contestants remained calm. A woman looked visibly startled, and 2 young men turned pale. Shin Ran, however, focused intently on the machine, analyzing every detail. The humanoid robot, crafted entirely of gleaming metal, made a dull thud with each step it took. When it reached the group, its legs retracted, transforming into an oval-shaped base, reminiscent of a punching dummy. This is the NCD-13 combat training robot, the host explained, having somehow acquired 2 pairs of boxing gloves. He slipped one pair onto the robot as he spoke. Sure, everyone's got guns nowadays, but hand-to-hand combat is the ultimate test of reflexes and explosive power. The challenge is simple. Survive 10 seconds against this robot without getting knocked down, and you pass. Just a Hetsapit's equipped with a military-grade chip. The mention of a military chip sent a ripple of unease through the contestants, even causing the burly man's expression to stiffen. Shinran felt a pang of alarm as well. Military-grade? This bar clearly wasn't as ordinary as it seemed. In a world where martial prowess was tightly regulated and human augmentation technologies were strictly categorized into civilian and military use to prevent excessive destructive power, this revelation hinted at something far more sinister lurking behind the scenes. Take chips, for example. The ones used by ordinary people are almost entirely designed for learning assistance, whereas military-grade chips are loaded with data models for hand-to-hand combat, firearms usage, assassination techniques, poison crafting, and more. It's common knowledge that military-grade products far surpass civilian ones. At the center of the bar, a circular platform began to rise slowly. Steel railings emerged along its edges, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an octagonal cage. The bar erupted into a cacophony of noise as bounty hunters began chattering among themselves, some admitting that even they had suffered at the hands of the NCD-13 model robot. The woman beside Shunran was visibly terrified. She took a small, nervous step back, her voice trembling as she whispered, "This robot's punch probably has a force of 500 kilograms, enough to crush a human skull. Blood will be spilled tonight." Shinran, too, felt a surge of fear as he stared at the robot standing like a steel fortress inside the cage. It was as if an invisible force field held him in place, preventing him from stepping any closer. "I'll go first," a burly man with dark skin rumbled as he stepped into the cage. The fight began swiftly. The bounty hunter's sharp instincts proved accurate. The man's body had undergone extensive mechanical modifications, with even his internal organs altered. Shunran watched helplessly as the man narrowly dodged lethal blows, his speed spiking in bursts. Finally, after enduring for 10 seconds, the man staggered out of the cage, gasping for air. He could no longer maintain his composure. His nearly 2-meter-tall frame trembled as he clutched his chest, seemingly giving thanks to God. The bar erupted with cheers. "Not bad. He's got some skills." Next, a blonde-haired white man nervously stepped into the cage. Boom. For seconds later, his lifeless body hit the ground with a heavy thud. Despite the robot wearing soft gloves, the back of the man's head slammed into the steel railings, blood and brain matter slowly oozing out. The crowd roared with excitement, their shouts filled with bloodthirsty glee. Shinran's heart skipped a beat. He had seen death before, he had even faced it himself, but witnessing the abrupt end of a vibrant life right in front of him still sent chills down his spine. Shinran remained relatively composed, but the other man and woman beside him were utterly terrified. The woman, on the verge of breaking down, declared she wanted out, sobbing that she'd rather sell her body than continue as a bounty hunter. The patrons in the bar, however, jeered like wild beasts, threatening to drag her to the restroom if she dared back out. At that moment, Shunran suddenly spoke up. "I'll do it." The room fell silent in shock. Before anyone could react, Shunran was already walking toward the cage. The bar exploded into chaos. A 15-year-old kid, barely out of puberty, and he thinks he can be a bounty hunter? He doesn't even have a single mechanical limb. Is this guy out of his mind? The uproar snapped Li Xian, who had been lost in drunkenness, back to reality. "No, Shinran, come back. Don't fight, let's just leave." Li Xian shouted in panic, his voice trembling with desperation. If Shinran died, Li Xian didn't know if he'd ever have anyone left to talk to. But Shinran didn't stop. He kept walking toward the cage. One punch, just one punch, and it's over. This isn't a school exam where failure means a scolding here. Failure means death. Shinran took a deep breath. He understood this was a life-or-death moment. Only by crossing this threshold could he leave his past behind for good. Inside the octagonal cage, the electronic screen on the NCD-13 model robot displayed a cute dot expression. In stark contrast, its metallic right fist was smeared with remnants of flesh and blood. At this moment, it was scanning Shanran, quickly identifying that this young man was different from its previous opponent. She had no electronic devices on him. This simplified the robot's calculations. A regular human's physical capabilities were limited, and the fight could be resolved swiftly. The military-grade chip embedded within the robot concluded. Eliminating this human would take precisely 1.37 seconds. The rowdy noise of the bar gradually quieted as the audience waited, intrigued. Battles between humans and AI had been a long-standing spectacle. From StarCraft to Go, and even military simulations, the outcomes were always the same. Humans went from barely winning to outright losing. Fortunately, AI remained under control, serving only as tools. Now, humans and AI had begun to merge, with chips and mechanical limbs granting unprecedented power. The showdown between Shunran and NCD-13 seemed like a foregone conclusion, yet it held the captivated attention of everyone in the underground bar. "This is interesting. Haven't seen such a foolish stunt in a while," muttered Dong Saburo from the shadows of a corner, watching with keen interest. Shunran exhaled deeply. As his fear peaked, another emotion surged within him, pushing him to the edge of a different extreme. 1, 2, 3, begin. The announcer's voice rang out. The robot activated instantly. Its right fist lashed out with a blur of motion, while its upper body rotated, sending its left fist in a semicircular arc from another angle. The air screamed under the force of compression as the two lethal punches closed in on Shunran. Death loomed over him. But in that moment, Shunran's gaze shifted. The world seemed to slow down. In the sluggish flow of time, he spotted a fleeting opening. Twisting his body, he whipped his right leg like a lash toward the robot's upper body. Is this kid insane? Li Xingguang felt his own leg ache just watching. That kick, won't his bones snap? Even the bounty hunters in the bar were stunned. How did he pull that off? Dong Saburo's pupils narrowed. Such precise judgment and reaction, dodging a fatal attack and countering in the blink of an eye, was beyond the ability of many erranked bounty hunters. 1.5 seconds had passed. Thud. A muffled impact. Damn, that hurts. Shunran nearly screamed from the searing pain in his shin bone, but he forcibly suppressed the urge. His eyes remained cold and unyielding. The kick seemed to momentarily disrupt NCD-13. It hadn't anticipated that its opponent would evade so cleanly, like an unexpected, brilliant move in a game of Go. But NCD-13 wasn't just any combat robot. It was equipped with a military-grade chip. 2 seconds passed. The robot swiftly executed a new set of commands. Its fist, midair, abruptly changed trajectory, angling downward at 90 degrees to smash directly toward Shunran. This was the true killing blow. The robot's mechanical joints granted it extraordinary flexibility, enabling it to perform moves that defied conventional logic, each one lethal. Shunran narrowly sidestepped, then spun his body. His right fist rocketed forward like a cannonball, aimed straight at the robot's chest. Speed, power, unstoppable momentum. A deafening boom reverberated through the wild grass bar. The entire structure seemed to tremble. Every spectator wore an expression of disbelief. A human fist, made of flesh and blood, had produced a sound akin to an explosive impact against a body of steel. Inside the octagonal cage stood a 15-year-old boy. Facing a nearly invincible semi-military-grade robot, he didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he counterattacked relentlessly. The essence of combat lies in reaction, strength, coordination, and awareness. These 4 elements essentially encompass all aspects of a person's physical capabilities. As such, everyone in the wild grass bar could immediately recognize the formidable prowess of the young Asian boy. In the corner, Higashi Saburo turned off the light screen on his arm, his right cybernetic eye glowing faintly as it scanned and recorded every move Shunran made. Bang, bang. The clash of flesh against steel rang out like the sound of hammering iron, bombarding the senses of everyone in the bar. Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the room. Holy crap, that's insane. Is this kid really 15? Are we sure he doesn't have a military-grade chip installed in his brain? His reflexes are off the charts. Violence has always been humanity's most primal form of worship. For these thrill-seeking bounty hunters, in particular, their adrenaline was now surging. Unlike the previous 3 challengers, Shunran employed a strategy of combining offense and defense against the steel-forged NCD-13 model robot. Tilting his head to narrowly avoid the robot's iron fist, he immediately countered with a swift and powerful sidekick. Thud. A sharp wave of pain tore through him, as though his right leg bone was fracturing under the impact. Yet Shunran made no sound, his body moving as if on autopilot, continuing the fight as though guided by some unseen force. At the same time, a strange sensation welled up inside him. A stream of combat instincts seemed to flow from his hippocampus like a rushing creek. The thought startled him. Was he comparing himself to a machine? Unnoticed by the crowd, Higashi Saburo offered a high appraisal from his vantage point. Killer instinct. A heart for victory. Fearless. Unstoppable. He sipped his drink casually while observing Shunran's counterattacks, the light in his cybernetic eye flickering. Despite Shunran's impressive performance, his strikes left only minor dents on the robot's body. Then, at the 9th second, something unexpected happened. As Shunran prepared to retreat, a sudden, searing pain shot through the muscles along his spine, like snapping steel wires, sending an electric jolt through his entire body. Before he could react, a steel fist the size of a basketball hurtled toward his face. It's over. Shinran's mind went blank. Just as the blow was about to land, a voice rang out, "Time's up." The steel fist halted midair. Shinran's body went limp as he collapsed to the floor. In just 10 seconds of intense combat, he was utterly spent. Fighting a machine that neither thought nor rested drained his stamina at an alarming rate. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air, his body drenched in sweat. This was his first true combat experience, and after the exhaustion came an unfamiliar sense of relief. Something strange coursed through him, a peculiar, exhilarating sensation. That was incredible. I swear to God, this was the most thrilling fight I've seen in a decade. The host, dressed in a white suit, approached Shinran and extended a hand to help him up. Bowing slightly, he said, "I owe you an apology for my earlier arrogance. Mr. Shun Invincible, you're as dashing as the protagonists in space operas. Tell me, is it true you've mastered some secret Chinese martial art?" "No," Shinran replied inwardly, thinking, if only it were Chinese martial arts. Too bad it's just mutation. Every time he endured extreme stress, his brain seemed to behave oddly. Suddenly, his eyes stung, and tears welled up. He hadn't cried even when his uncle died, yet now, he couldn't hold it back. The pain was excruciating, piercing to the core. Carefully, Shunran crouched down to examine his swollen hands and bloodied knuckles. Pulling up his pant leg, he saw the bruising beneath the skin on his shin. Worse, a sharp, stabbing pain radiated from his anklet was likely fractured. He fought back the tears, reminding himself of the path he had chosen and the price he had to pay. "You'll get used to it," he whispered to himself. Meanwhile, the host, microphone in hand, passionately recounted Shinran's performance to the crowd, elevating the bar's atmosphere to a fever pitch. "You'll get used to it." Shinran quickly reached out to the other party, asking if the matter could be handled discreetly, emphasizing that he didn't like drawing attention to himself. "But your nickname is Shun Invincible, and you claim you don't like being high profile?" the host teased, though there was no malice in his tone. "With so many guests here, there's nothing I can do about it. Young man, you have to understand, Fire City is massive, brimming with all kinds of news every day. And you're not exactly a legendary figure, you'll be forgotten soon enough." It was hard to tell if his words were meant to be comforting or a reflection of Fire City's harsh reality. Shinran smiled wryly. He didn't want his aunt or Shan Ying to see him in this situation. After a while, the blonde woman left, her fate remaining unknown to Shinran. In the end, only 3 individuals passed the test. Shinran, a young black man, and a youth with a mechanical prosthetic leg. Just as Shinran thought the test was over, the host announced, "Your basic physical abilities have passed, but there's one more special test." The expressions of the young participants shifted. "Relax, it's just a little game to make sure you're truly fit for this line of work," the host explained with a smile. It didn't take long for Shinran to grasp the meaning of this little game. A virtual reality test. In this era of advanced virtual gaming technology, the NPCs in games were powered by AI systems, and there were even cases of people getting trapped in virtual worlds, unable to escape. Since Shinran didn't have an implanted chip, he had to wear a virtual reality helmet and a series of devices connected to his limbs. Once again, he became the center of attention, lying there like a patient on an operating table. Upon entering the game, Shinran felt as though he had returned to a deep, dark network, standing in a shadowy space with a menu of mini-games displayed in front of him. These mini-games simulated various tasks of a bounty hunter, most of which delved into the darker sides of human nature. Shinran wanted to grow stronger through this profession, but didn't want to compromise his principles. He opted for a 4-star difficulty mission, serving as a bodyguard for a wealthy woman for 3 days. The game's introduction hinted that the wealthy woman was bound to encounter serious trouble, but Shinran didn't anticipate the sheer level of difficulty. The enemies employed endless tactics, and the woman's ways of dying were bizarre and numerous. Poisoned while eating, collapsing during a shopping trip, or even being assassinated during an intimate moment with her lover. Shinran was on the verge of tears. This was his first time playing a virtual game and his first attempt at a simulated bounty hunter mission. His lack of experience led to repeated failures. When the game time ended, he still hadn't managed to keep the wealthy woman alive for 3 days. This experience taught him a harsh lesson. In this world, strength alone wasn't enough. There was so much more he needed to learn. When Shinran removed the helmet, he noticed the young black man had already finished his game and was sitting in a booth, sipping a drink. The other participant was nowhere to be seen. It felt as though a long time had passed. The immersive nature of the virtual game left Shinran shaken. If the wealthy woman and the NPC's AI systems weren't still distinguishable from real people, he might have struggled to tell reality from simulation. Did I fail? Shinran sighed inwardly, knowing that failing the game meant he hadn't completed the bounty hunter mission. Just then, John, the curly-haired blonde man, walked out, clapping his hands with a grin. Not bad at all. Congratulations, you've earned the qualification to become a bounty hunter. Shinran was stunned. I can become a bounty hunter? Of course, John chuckled. Did you really think you had to beat the game to succeed? The game you chose incorporated the challenges of real-life, 4-star difficulty missions. Even a drank bounty hunter would struggle not to fail. Realization dawned on Shunran. He also became acutely aware that this bar's deputy manager, who had been evaluating his performance in the game, was far more than just a simple bar manager. Shinran's mind raced. The Kwankeo bar seemed to be the tip of a massive network that controlled the entire underground city. Huaqing had always been perceived as a place of duality. The upper city symbolized order and the elite class, while the underground city was seen as a chaotic, lawless realm. But that wasn't the full truth. The underground city had its own unique order. It was now 2:15 a.m. Would you two like to rest for a bit first? Kwankeo Bar can offer you a free drink of your choice. Or shall we proceed with the registration now? John asked. Worried Shinran might not understand, he elaborated. We have a website where sponsors post missions. Once your information is entered into the system, you'll be able to take on tasks and officially become bounty hunters. Shinran nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the nearly empty bar. It was quiet, with almost no customers left. Li Xian was fast asleep in one of the booths, his backpack thankfully still in place. This guy almost caused a disaster. So, this was about to become a bounty hunter? But what about his aunt? Was she asleep back home? Would Shen Yingying suddenly try to contact him? What would they think when they realized he wasn't home in the morning? The events of the night, the path ahead, the scars on his body, all of it weighed on him, stirring countless emotions he couldn't quite put into words, nor find anyone to share them with. All right, Shunran finally said softly. Let's register now. He paused briefly before continuing, I'll leave the arrangements to you. Suddenly, a voice called out, if you're free, why not join me for a drink? My treat. Shinran turned toward the sound. In the corner of the bar sat a man. His hair was styled in a traditional samurai topknot, his sharp nose prominent, half of his face obscured by shadows. A black coat adorned with sunflower embroidery draped over his broad frame, while a mechanical arm rested casually on the booth seat, revealing his muscular chest. It was unclear what time it was in the early hours of the morning. The Chaos Bar was a mess, with shards of broken bottles and overturned tables and chairs scattered across the floor. The sharp smell of alcohol lingered in the air. The staff were busy cleaning up the wreckage, but no one paid any attention to Shunran, who sat alone in the corner. Suddenly, the bar's assistant manager, John, approached holding 2 bottles of soju and headed straight for a man sitting across from Shunran, whose clothing featured an eye-catching embroidered sunflower. Shunran immediately sensed that this man was no ordinary individual. After a brief exchange, Shunran learned the man's name was Bamboo Tozaburo, a fellow bounty hunter. Tozaburo glanced at Shunran, who appeared slightly stiff and reserved, and smiled. Should I call you Shinwudi, or just Shunran? He asked. Shunran is fine, Shunran replied softly. But I must say, I prefer calling you Shinwudi, Tozaburo said with a grin. He then added, by the way, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Shunkuin? Shunkuin? The unfamiliar honorific made Shinran feel a little uneasy. Without thinking, he blurted out, 15, John, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tozaburo also paused for a moment, taken aback. While he had already guessed Shunran was young, his awkward demeanor betrayed the telltale signs of a teenage boy, hadn't expected him to be just 15. Tozaburo recalled Shinran's fierce and fearless battle earlier with the NCD-13 model robot, fighting like a wild wolf cub. The contrast between that ferocity and the awkward boy before him was striking. Taking a sip of soju, Tozaburo began to calculate his next move. He needed to learn more about this promising newcomer. Just then, Shinran's stomach growled loudly, breaking the silence and leaving him visibly embarrassed. Tozaburo chuckled and said, I'll have someone prepare some food for you. John immediately responded, understood. No need, Shinran interjected. Tozaburo stood up, his nearly 6 feet 3 inches frame towering over the room. His lean figure looked even more striking in his loose black clothing, with his bare chest adding an air of carefree defiance. I'm hungry too, he said, looking at Shinran. If you're free, I know a great noodle shop nearby. Shinran froze for a moment, realizing that Tozaburo wanted to get closer to him. But he couldn't tell if this was a good thing or a trap. He hesitated, worried about the possibility of being ambushed and waking up minus a kidney. Has Mr. Tozaburo taken a liking to this young man? John asked politely, breaking the tension. If not, I believe our grass script gang could offer this newcomer some assistance. Not quite taken a liking just yet, Tozaburo replied, gripping the soju bottle with his mechanical right hand and taking another swig. But he is rather uniquely a promising talent, all things considered. Besides, with an organization as powerful as the grass script gang, attracting top talent from all over the underground city, surely it wouldn't stoop to chatting up the same kid as me, would it? John smiled, taking a step back. Very well, I won't disturb your entertainment then, Mr. Tozaburo. Shun Ran watched the towering Tozaburo and the polite but retreating John, blinking in confusion. As he moved to stand up, a sharp pain shot through his right foot, causing him to stumble. Tozaburo, quick on his feet, caught him by the shoulder. "You're injured, aren't you?" Tozaburo said with a laugh. "Using your flesh and blood leg to hack at steel like that, you were a bit too reckless." Shun Ran, and used to physical contact, felt uncomfortable but knew Tozaburo was right. He had lost control earlier, his mind flooded with combat instincts that lacked the rational judgment to pair with them. Using hand-to-hand combat techniques against a robot had been a poor choice. Limping slightly, Shun Ran made his way to another booth and grabbed his bag. He turned to see Li Xian, who was still sound asleep, and began shaking him awake. Li Xian, he called. Li Xian groggily opened his eyes, only to burst into tears upon seeing Shun Ran. "Shun Ran, you gave up a perfectly good life to come to a place like this to die. I can't believe I brought you here. What was I thinking? If you died, what would I do?" "Idiot. I'm not dead yet," Shun Ran said, both amused and exasperated. It took a while for Li Xian to fully wake up, his fragmented memories coming back together piece by piece. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Holy crap!" he exclaimed, jumping to his feet. "I remember now. You really didn't die, you were like a freaking war god out there." "War god, my ass. It hurt like hell," Shun Ran muttered, pointing to the side. "Look over there. That guy's a bounty hunter named Bamu Tozaburo. I think he wants to take me under his wing. We're going to grab a bite to eat in a bit." "Eat?" Li Xian asked, startled again. "He's paying," Shun Ran whispered. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief before suddenly remembering something. He quickly grabbed the light screen from the booth and tapped it open. "Shin Wudi. Odds 9.9. Bet amount, 5,000. In an instant of victory, Li Xian froze as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open, completely motionless. Shun Ran was startled, thinking he might be having another episode. Just as he was about to ask, Li Xian muttered, "Shun Ran, you just made your bro rich." "Rich? What are you talking about?" Shun Ran was utterly confused. "I freaking love you. Do you know how much I just won? 50,000 Martian credits." Li Xian suddenly jumped up, grabbing Shun Ran in a bear hug, so tight it nearly knocked the breath out of him. But when Shun Ran heard 50,000 Martian credits, he couldn't help but let out a wild yell himself. Not far away, Dong Sanlang, tall and lean in his loose black attire, was sipping sake leisurely as he watched the scene unfold. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Two rookies," he remarked. 3:40 a.m., in the underground city, Texas district. Inside a cramped izakaya, the warm orange light bathed the three of them. Shun Ran, Li Xian, and Dong Sanlang sat side by side on high stools. Across from them, the owner in a white coat had been busy for nearly 40 minutes, pulling dish after dish from the wall cabinets. The mountain of empty plates and bowls with only soup left in front of Shun Ran silently testified to his astonishing appetite. "If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come to a place like this," Dong Sanlang muttered, shaking his head as he watched Shun Ran devour food at an unbelievable pace. He simply couldn't comprehend it. "I can't keep up anymore. I need a break," the owner finally said, wiping the sweat from his brow. He grumbled bitterly, "Dong Sanlang, where did you even find someone like this? Someone like him should be eating mass-produced junk food off an assembly line." Every dish he had carefully prepared seemed to vanish into a black hole, rewarded only with a casual tastes good, leaving him feeling like he was playing music for a cow. "Sorry, I was just really hungry." "My bad," Shun Ran said, embarrassed, as he paused upon hearing the owner's complaints. "Food is meant to be eaten, isn't it?" "My bro didn't waste any of it," Li Xian retorted, clearly displeased. The owner shot them a look of disdain, unwilling to argue further. "Are you full yet?" Dong Sanlang asked, turning to Shun Ran. Though still not quite full, Shun Ran nodded. "Yeah, I'm good. Boss, could you bring us 3 bottles of shochukubai sake?" "None left," the owner replied coldly. "Come on," Dong Sanlang said with a chuckle, rubbing his forehead. "Boss, give me some face in front of these kids, will you? After all, I'm a brank bounty hunter." Li Xian froze instantly. Only then did he understand why passers-by had been staring at them on the way here, and why crowds seemed apart for them. Brank bounty hunter? Shun Ran was equally stunned. He had suspected Dong Sanlang's identity was extraordinary, but to think he was one of the top figures in the underground city. "I've been brewing that sake for years, and now you want me to serve it to someone who can't even appreciate it? What a waste." The owner grumbled, but eventually returned with 2 bottles. Without hesitation, Dong Sanlang pushed one of the bottles toward Li Xian. The gesture left Li Xian both flattered and at a loss for what to do. Shun Ran quickly poured a cup of sake for Dong Sanlang. "Not bad," Dong Sanlang said after taking a sip, nodding slightly. "A bit young, but it has potential. So, you're planning to train this kid?" The owner eyed Shan Ran with renewed interest before his expression turned to shock. Wait a minute. This kid doesn't have any cybernetic limbs? No socket on his neck either? What kind of ancient relic is this? Starting to see the potential, aren't you? Dong Sanlang set down his cup. He just passed the bounty hunter test at the Wildgrass Bar. Nowadays, anyone with a bit of mechanical augmentation gets special attention, especially during meetings with big shots where bodyguards aren't allowed inside. But this young man, with no cybernetic enhancements at all, could easily kill someone barehanded after a bit of training. He turned to Shan Ran with a smile. Do you know what I value most about you? Shan Ran shook his head, still unsure why all this was happening to him. I can tell you're actually very ordinary, Dong Sanlang said, leaning back lazily. But the more ordinary and overlooked someone is, the more likely they are to pull off something revolutionary. I'm the ordinary one, okay? Li Xian interjected, unable to resist. What kind of normal middle schooler could be like Shinran? But Dong Sanlang ignored him entirely. I have a team. Shunkuin, how about joining me? Dong Sanlang finally revealed his purpose. I'll teach you how to become the most extraordinary nobody in Fire City, someone who can take down the shining suns, one by one, from the shadows. Shinran hadn't expected such an offer. Was it luck? Or perhaps, once you had power, the world simply treated you better. The thought felt a little ironic. After a moment of silence, Shinran sipped his soup and asked just one question. Will there be food? What kind of question is that? Wait. Dong Sanlang paused, glancing at the mountain of empty plates before him. He realized he needed to take the question seriously. Are you always this hungry? Or is it just now? Always, Shinran replied. Dong Sanlang was quiet for a moment before asking, if I cook, would that be okay? Shinran blinked in surprise, then answered, as long as there's food, I'm fine. I can't really taste much anyway. Dong Sanlang chuckled. Deal. As long as you can eat, Shunkuin, I can cook. Emerging from the commercial building, the city in the early hours shed its glamorous facade, revealing a filthy and disheveled reality. At the street corner, a homeless man huddled, shivering in the cold, while an elderly man in tattered clothes gazed at Shan Ran with hopeful eyes, silently pleading for some charity. Shin Ran limped over to the old man and handed him some loose change. Nearby, Dong Saburo, wearing just a thin black coat that exposed his broad chest, watched the scene with a hint of surprise. Selfless altruists are more prone to making grave mistakes than selfish egoists, Dong Saburo remarked. I've seen bounty hunters with a saintly heart, and the disasters they caused were far worse. Shinran ignored the philosophies and ideologies. He was fully aware of his own selfishness. I'm actually quite selfish, he said, averting his gaze, unmoved by the old man's gratitude. I don't believe in true selfless acts. I just hope that if I ever end up on the streets, someone will give me a bowl of hot porridge. Dong Saburo chuckled. Shunkuin, you're still young. The wealthy folk in Uptown would rather burn their money than help the poor. I don't know, and I don't care to know, Shinran replied, unwilling to continue the conversation. His selfishness was rooted in a deeper rationale. Fresh out of school? Dong Saburo asked as they stood at the street corner. Yeah, government welfare system? Or do you have family? Dong Saburo added, don't worry, I'm not prying. I just don't want you to let morality or emotions tie you down in the future. Shinran remained silent. Dong Saburo seemed to understand. What a kid, he thought. Though Shinran appeared frail, Dong Saburo knew that his body was equipped with a heat pump mechanism, enabling him to survive even in temperatures as low as -30 degrees for extended periods. Nearby, Li Xian stood in a daze. He knew that Shinran was about to start working for this class bounty hunter, but had no idea what path lay ahead for himself. His heart in turmoil, Li Xian mistook Shinran's silence as being directed at him. Forcing a smile, he said, well, I'm exhausted. Shinran, I'm heading back to get some sleep. He turned to leave. Wait, Shinran called out suddenly. Li Xian froze, his body trembling slightly, his eyes welling up. Can you lend me some money? Shinran asked. Li Xian blinked in confusion, completely taken aback. 2,000. Shinran approached him and spoke in a low voice. I need to send it to my aunt's family. I'll pay you back as soon as I have the money. Li Xian suppressed his emotions. The money was earned because of you in the first place. You're my only real friend. But tell me, Shinran, are you planning to become part of a different world? What else? Shinran countered. My second uncle was murdered. I watched him die with my own eyes, powerless to stop it. From that moment, I could no longer accept the world I once lived in. Li Xian finally understood the darkness within his friend's heart. Come here, he said, opening his arms. Shinran looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? Hugging me? Don't be gross, Li Xian. Just transfer the money. Don't keep Dong Saburo waiting. And you said you're heading back? Back where? You're coming with me. I was already thinking about getting you a chip. Don't waste any more time. Li Xian glanced at Dong Saburo, stunned. Not long after, Shun Ran's phone chimed, displaying a notification of 20,000 yuan being deposited into his account. Without hesitation, he transferred the money to his second uncle's family, hoping to ease his aunt's burden. After the transaction was completed, he felt a slight sense of relief, but soon began to worry about how his aunt would react in the morning. He knew she would undoubtedly call to question him, scold him harshly, and even bring up his late second uncle and father. The thought of it weighed heavily on him. Shun Ran was painfully aware that he had let down his family's expectations. Once a family of intellectuals, now he was the only one left, reduced to being a bounty hunter. Yet, compared to enduring the anguish of his second uncle's death while staying in academia, this path at least allowed him a measure of defiant dignity. Taking a deep breath, he turned off his phone. A sleek, black hover car, resembling a futuristic supercar, descended, immediately catching the attention of Shun Ran and Li Xian. The car door opened, and a tall woman stepped out. She was dressed in a white cropped t-shirt and blue jeans that highlighted her long, slender legs. On her feet were trendy sneakers adorned with Korean lettering. She wore sunglasses, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders, framing an oval-shaped face accented by a beauty mark. Her red lips were alluring and striking. Qin Wei, Class C bounty hunter, specializes in electronic information engineering, and the team's hacker, Dong Sanling introduced as he approached. Turning to Shun Ran, he added, "I just finished registering you. You're now an E-class bounty hunter." Qin Wei removed her sunglasses, revealing her stunning features. She looked at Shun Ran with surprise and teased, "Wow, you're really just a little brother. And quite handsome too. Come on, call me Sister Qin." She extended a finger, playfully attempting to lift Shun Ran's chin. Faced with such a bold and striking woman, Shun Ran felt a bit flustered. "Hello, Sister Qin. My name is Shun Ran, and my specialty is, well, eating a lot." "Eating a lot?" Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Dong Sanling chuckled as well. "He's got quite the appetite, and he's pretty good in a fight two-handed, no less." Qin Wei's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shun Ran. "So, you're saying you're in pretty good shape, huh?" Shun Ran couldn't help but think she resembled the legendary fox spirit, her enchanting eyes seemingly capable of stealing one's soul. "Little brother's a bit shy, isn't he?" Qin Wei remarked with an amused smile. In truth, she had already reviewed the footage from Dong Sanlang's cybernetic eye on her way over and was well aware of Shun Ran's impressive combat skills. Standing nearby, Li Xian nervously swallowed, a mix of excitement and unease filling him. To his delight, Dong Sanling hadn't dismissed him but allowed him to join the group as they got into the car. Li Xian slid into the back seat, and just as Shun Ran was about to speak, Qin Wei interjected, "We happen to have a second-generation Waziri's chip on hand. If you and your friend are willing, we can install it for him when we get back. Nowadays, aside from someone like you who's a bit special, most of yous including me and Dong Sanlang didn't have anything extraordinary. With the right modifications, anyone can level the playing field." "I'll do anything," Li Xian exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Shun Ran wanted to say that his friend was truly something else, willing to do anything. From the front passenger seat, Dong Sanlang, hearing Qin Wei's comment, said, "Qin Wei, you're too pessimistic. I don't believe anyone could replace you. Now that's what I like to hear. This lady is indeed one of a kind," Qin Wei said with a radiant smile. "All right, you two little brothers in the back, buckle up. We're taking off." The hovercar lifted off the ground, gliding through the air. As Shun Ran felt the weightlessness, he gazed out at the towering skyscrapers with the wonder of someone flying for the first time. "Is this what it's like to be on another level?" he thought. Could this also be the moment his life begins to ascend to new heights? A hovering car with a sleek sports car design, its four tires retracted along the sides of the chassis, and a central anti-gravity device allowing it to move in any direction. This remains a symbol of high-end transportation. In the back seat, Li Xian nudged Shun Ran and handed over his phone. The screen displayed the price of this hover car, a base model starting at 10 million Martian credits, with a top-tier version priced as high as 19 million. Shun Ran looked at the numbers with a calm expression, but Li Xian was visibly excited. "This is my first time riding in such an expensive car. Feels like a dream," he exclaimed. "Not really," Shun Ran frowned. "My second uncle told me the cost of building an underground city light rail train can reach 12 billion US dollars, which translates to at least tens of billions in Martian credits today." "You've never ridden a light rail?" Li Xian asked, surprised. "How is that the same? One's public transportation, the other's private luxury. As a man, which would you choose?" Li Xian raised his eyebrows suggestively, letting out a cheeky laugh. Shun Ran shook his head helplessly and turned his gaze toward the towering buildings outside. He couldn't help but wonder what task Bamboo Tosuburo had in mind for him when he invited him to join the team. The hovercar, crafted from titanium alloy and capable of reaching speeds up to 500 kilometers per hour, took 20 minutes to arrive at the upscale residential area in the Neil district. It was Shun Ran's first time here, and he was struck by the sight of villa-style homes lining the streets. Trees shaded the roads, lush and vibrant under the artificial sunlight. A blue and white morning glory flower caught his attention in particular. Meanwhile, Li Xin's eyes were fixed on a uniquely designed white villa ahead. Half of the structure was hollow, supported by metal columns, with transparent glass walls revealing the furniture inside. I can't believe you're more captivated by a wildflower on the roadside than by my billion-credit villa, Tosaburo remarked as he approached Shenran. Well, who told you to design your house to look like a matchbox? Said Qin Wei, who wore sunglasses and exuded confidence in her slim blue jeans. Her long legs and poised demeanor added to her charm. Tosaburo, dressed in a black long coat with sunflowers printed on it, stood tall at 1.9 meters, his mechanical arm giving him an imposing presence. You just don't understand the concept behind the design, he replied coolly, leading the group into the villa. The villa's interior featured polished floors, minimalist black, white, and gray furniture, and bright lighting that created a comfortable atmosphere. A robotic dog trotted over. Master Tosaburo, you're back, it said in the voice of a young boy. Tosaburo crouched down and patted the dog's head. The robot then made its way to Qin Wei, rubbing affectionately against her legs. Qin Wei crossed her arms with a proud expression. Master Tosaburo, who are these guests? The robotic dog asked. Register them. Friends, Tier 2 standard. Shen Wudi and Li Xian, Tosaburo replied. The robot immediately scanned the two of them and recorded their information. Li Xian marveled at the technology, while Shenran felt exasperated at being called Shen Wudi. This is Xiao Qiu, our household pet and manager, Tosaburo explained. If you need anything in the base, you can ask it. But keep in mind, it has the personality of a 7-year-old child and ranks just below me in this household. And don't forget the hot coffee, Qin Wei added. Understood, Master Tosaburo, Xiao Qiu said before scurrying off. Tosaburo yawned and led the group to the elevator. This house has 5 floors, 3 above ground and 2 below. The second basement serves as the team's operational base. The first basement is a recreational area, the second floor above ground houses the team members' dormitories, and the third floor is Sakaki Higashisaburo's private domain. As the elevator doors opened, the base on the second basement level was revealed to everyone. The basketball court-sized space was cluttered with various equipment and devices, tangled wires, humming servers, and even expensive cybernetic prosthetics casually piled in corners like scrap. Li Xian was dazzled by the sight, while Shun Ran was secretly alarmed, feeling an immense sense of pressure. At that moment, Higashisaburo and Qin Wei's expressions suddenly changed. A stream of data forcibly invaded Higashisaburo's brain chip and cybernetic eye, causing his vision to spin as if transported to the daylight-filled upper city. Meanwhile, a red glow flickered on Qin Wei's right temple. A young girl, around 8 or 9 years old, with golden hair and wearing a small white dress, suddenly appeared, sticking out her tongue and saying, "How clumsy! Your OC-net security system needs an upgrade." The girl's name was Wendy, the daughter of a deceased team member and a computer genius. She explained that she had just hacked into their system and was surprised to find that Shenran and Li Xian did not have chips. After Qin Wei recovered, she scolded Wendy and told her to disconnect. Higashisaburo, his face darkened, warned Wendy not to target their own people again. Wendy pouted and ran over to Qin Wei. At that moment, a large black man sitting in a computer chair swiveled around and gestured for Higashisaburo to come over. He pointed at the computer screen and some printed images of faces and street scenes pinned to a blackboard. There's been a recent appearance in Fire City of someone or a team operating under the codename Nightmare. They're incredibly skilled at hacking into personal chips and have already infiltrated the minds of numerous tech executives and government officials, extracting a vast amount of classified information, he explained. Shenran and Li Xian were thoroughly confused until the man mentioned that Nightmare had even uncovered some of the culprits behind the Qiming crash incident, leading to the suicide of the Deputy Minister of Defense of the Martian government. This news would soon break. The man's expression grew grave as he said, "If they're bold enough to dig into the Qiming case, this is no small matter. Fire City is about to descend into chaos." He then displayed information released by Yuri Group, Titanium Manufacturing, and Zhuhong Technologies regarding the Nightmare incident, along with a 2 billion Martian credit bounty posted on the dark web. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence of the room. Shin Yingying jolted awake, her heart pounding violently in the darkness. She fumbled for the electronic clock on her bedside table, 5:47 a.m. In just 13 minutes, the solar tower would rise. She climbed out of bed carelessly, pulling on her school uniform from Jiangnan High School. The girl in the mirror was beautiful, yet her face was devoid of emotion. She stepped out of her room. Across the hall, her cousin Sean Rant's door was tightly shut. Without hesitation, she headed to the bathroom to wash up, tie her hair, and then fetched leftovers from the fridge, reheating them in the microwave. At precisely 6 a.m., she sat alone at the dining table. Pale golden light from the rising solar tower streamed through the window. She ate in small bites, the faint blue glow on her right temple flickering as it processed last night's messages and today's study materials. Suddenly, she froze. At 1:13 a.m. last night, a netizen with the username Nightmare had posted information about the Chiming spacecraft crash, claiming it was a disaster orchestrated by the government and corporations. The post demanded an apology and the disclosure of the truth. In response, the Mars government held an emergency press conference, dismissing the claims as rumors and promising legal action against the source. Hope Day, Chiming, fireworks, gunshot, truth, fearful memories surged back like a tidal wave, interwoven with something new. Shun Yingying sat stunned, putting down her chopsticks. She walked to Shun Ran's door and knocked several times. No response. Shun Ran. She knocked harder. Shun Ran, wake up. Still no answer. Growing anxious, she began pounding on the door. Shun Ran, are you dead asleep? Get out here. Yingying, what are you doing? Are you fighting with Shun Ran? Her aunt emerged from the master bedroom, her hair disheveled and her face weary. No, it's not that. Shen Yingying hesitated, unsure how to explain. Her aunt walked to the bathroom to freshen up, then joined her at the dining table for breakfast. Noticing that Shen Yingying was still lingering by Shun Ran's door and that Shun Ran hadn't come out yet, her aunt began to feel uneasy. Why does the family account have an extra 20,000? She suddenly exclaimed, the faint blue glow on her temple also flickering. After double-checking, she confirmed it was true. 20,000 Mars credits had been deposited. For an ordinary family living in the underground city, this was a huge sum. The sender? Shinran. Her aunt, now visibly alarmed, approached Shinran's door and began knocking. Still, there was no response. The eerie silence only deepened Shan Yingying's unease. Bang! Her aunt forced the door open. Inside, the bed was neatly made, the floor spotless, and the items on the desk perfectly arranged. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. Shen Yingying's face paled. Where's Shinran? The room was empty, the silence suffocating. Her aunt's breathing grew rapid, her eyes cold and sharp. She dialed Shinran's number. Beep. Beep. The call connected. On the other end, there was nothing but silence. Who is this? A stern voice came through the phone. It was his aunt. Let me warn you, my husband's former teacher is a legal advisor for the Ground City Police Department. Auntie, it's me. After a brief silence, Shinran's voice broke through. Hearing the familiar tone, his aunt's tension eased slightly, though her wariness remained. In this age of advanced technology, imitating someone's voice was all too easy. Where are you? Turn on the video, she demanded, her tone still sharp. I'm in a sensitive place right now. I can't do video, Shinran replied. His aunt glanced at her daughter in the living room, then stepped out onto the balcony, sliding the glass door shut behind her. First, prove you're really Shinran. Tell me your birthday and the date of your parents' divorce, she insisted. Shinran answered each question calmly. He knew his aunt and second uncle were both shrewd individuals. Second, where are you now? And where did that 20,000 Mars credits come from? Her tone softened ever so slightly. Leaning against a wall in some dimly lit corner, Shinran lit a cigarette, trying to steady his nerves. I earned it last night, he said. Earned it last night? Her voice trembled with anger. Shinran, you're just a kid. What did you do? Sell a kidney? Or worse? Auntie, it'll come back. Just not yet. I've chosen a different path. Before he could finish, her voice grew shrill and frantic. Shinran, are you trying to kill me with worry? Do you have any idea how hard life has been for me and Yingying since your second uncle passed? I've done everything I can for the two of you. In the living room, Shin Yingying stood frozen, staring through the glass at her mother's outburst on the balcony. She had never seen her mother so distraught. Her hands trembled as a chilling thought crossed her mind. This family, once whole, had already lost her father. Was it about to lose someone else? On the other end of the line, Shinran felt as though his heart was being torn apart. He struggled to find the words to bridge the gaping emotional chasm. Auntie, I just want to avenge second uncle. I can't stand watching you work yourself to death every day. All I want is for you and Yingying to come back right now, she screamed, her voice cracking with despair. She sounded more broken than the day his second uncle died, as though hatred had completely consumed her. I don't want that money. Shin Chung died because of money like that. I don't want your money, I don't want it. Her anguished cries nearly shattered Shinran's resolve. But every time he closed his eyes, the gruesome image of his second uncle's death came rushing back. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. Auntie, he said, forcing himself to stay composed. I haven't told you this, but a month ago, third uncle gave me a birthday gift. It changed everything for me. I can't live with the helplessness of knowing second uncle was murdered and not doing anything about it. After a pause, his aunt's voice returned, shaky and choked with tears. Don't you understand? Your second uncle kept everything from us because he wanted us to survive. The people who killed him, the ones who blew up the Kimingthai are untouchable. Just crossing their path means death. Last night, because of an investigation, the Deputy Minister of Defense killed himself at home. Shin Ran fell silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. His voice, when he finally spoke, was hoarse but steady. The Earth Federation's investigation committee will step in soon. I believe that if someone keeps holding on relentlessly, even to steal, they can eventually break it. One way or another, they'll pay. Just wait and see. He hung up the call, taking one last drag from his cigarette before exhaling a cloud of smoke. In the distance, a group of figures stood waiting, their silhouettes distinct yet mismatched. All done? One of them asked. Yeah, Shinran replied, flicking the cigarette butt away. He strode toward the group of bounty hunters, his resolve hardened. In the restaurant on the first floor, the television screen flickered with news footage. Qin Wei lounged casually on the sofa, legs crossed, spinning a uniquely designed Rubik's Cube in her hand. At the dining table, Sakaki Tozaburo sipped on a bowl of hot porridge. Nearby, a blonde-haired little girl, Wendy, swung her bare feet back and forth, while the burly black man, Marl, shook hands with Shun Ran. Li Xian sat at the table as well, looking slightly uneasy. Marl, a class hunter, had typical black features, full lips, curly hair, and a pair of piercing eyes. His heavily cyber-enhanced body was as massive as a jungle gorilla, and it was rumored that his arms were equipped with high-energy beam cannons, giving him the combat capability of an entire heavy artillery squad. Shun Ran felt the hidden strength in Marl's handshake but held his own, which made Marl flash a broad grin, nodding in approval. Not bad, kid. I like you, he said. I just got off the phone with Lao Jia, Tozaburo said as he set his bowl down, his tone calm but tinged with gravity. We're not taking the nightmare mission. The atmosphere at the table shifted instantly. Qinwei stopped spinning the Rubik's Cube and sat up straight on the sofa, looking at Tozaburo. Marl's smile disappeared as his expression grew serious. A $200 million job, and we even have an expert like Wendy. We're just walking away? Qinwei frowned, her voice questioning. Anyone who touches this job dies. Even legendary hunters couldn't survive it. Tozaburo replied with an air of finality. Understand? Qinwei and Marl exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening. Li Xian couldn't help but ask, why? How dense can you be? A mechanical voice suddenly chimed in from under the tablight with Xiao Qiu, the robotic dog. This mission involves the dirty secrets of the Martian government and several major corporations. Investigating the nightmare could very well drag up details about the Qiming incident. Whether we uncover anything or not, just getting close to it makes us a threat to those in power. Shinran marveled at the intelligence of the robotic dog, while Li Xin's face fell, feeling as though even the dog outclassed him. The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the clicking sound of Qin Wei turning the Rubik's Cube in her hands. Everyone understood that some things were simply untouchable. Wendy's small face was full of disappointment, as if she had just bitten into a bitter melon. Finally, Shun Ran broke the silence. I have a question. What exactly is the nightmare using? How is it able to extract information about the Qiming incident from those officials? OC Network infiltration technology, Wendy muttered gloomily. Their tech is impressive, but am not necessarily worse. OC Network infiltration technology? Shinran repeated, confused. It's the OC, Qinwei explained. An immensely complex system, a combination of the internet and urban management systems. All the sensors and cameras in Fire City are connected to it. More importantly, everyone's brain chip, which links to the cloud, is part of the OC system. From corporate data sharing to personal communications, every piece of information is stored on the OC servers. The chip is like a second soul for people. By hacking into the OC system, you can infiltrate someone's personal chip and rewrite their visual and sensory systems. Qinwei continued from her seat on the sofa. You don't have your brain doesn't have a chip installed. But haven't you ever played virtual games? Qinwei asked, looking curiously at Shunran. No, Shunran replied, shaking his head. Simply put, those officials got caught. Their chips were hacked, and they were pulled into a virtual world created by the nightmare, Qinwei explained. Shinran pondered for a moment, as if connecting the dots. Sounds like Inception, fitting for the name Nightmare. Even if their visual and auditory systems were altered, how could they not notice something was off in the virtual world? Shinran asked, still puzzled. A philosophical concept. Ever heard of the brain in a vat? Tozaburo said, putting down his napkin. The nightmare is not our concern. Why not focus on that missing stellar energy stone, the brain in the vat? Shinran suddenly recalled these words, and in an instant, it all clicked. A chill ran down his spine. Thankfully, he hadn't installed a chip in his brain, nor did his body harbor any so-called second soul. Who would have thought that the highly liberalized Fire City had implemented cybernetics so thoroughly? Dong Sanlang's decision to avoid investigating the nightmare lead made Shinran frown slightly. Nightmare, a figure seeking the ultimate truth in a virtual world. Shinran was quite intrigued and wanted to meet him. After breakfast, Dong Sanlang went upstairs to rest, saying head chat with Shan Ran in the evening. Meanwhile, Marley, the burly black man, grinned broadly and grabbed Li Zin's thin arm with his fan-like hand. Kid, still holding up? He asked. Li Zin's entire body trembled as he caught sight of a scattered pile of mechanical limbs on the ground. Some glistened with a dried black-red hue, resembling scabbed blood, along with a thumb-sized ultra-thin chip. Qingjie, is this dangerous? Shenran asked with concern. Very dangerous. Qin Wei, now dressed in a tight black outfit that accentuated her curves, replied. But what can we do? We just happen to have a second-generation Wuzuri's chip. Military-grade. Earth-made. Manufactured by Sanchi Technology. She placed her hands on her hips and stretched her neck. C14 particles, with an overclocking capacity of up to 30,000. It's as fierce as a god of war who could go 13 rounds in a single night, far beyond ordinary stuff. Most people can't handle it. Plus, this chip was previously used by a lunatic. Its data model is chaotic, and the survival rate after implantation is only 17%. Though Shunran and Li Xian didn't fully understand the technicalities of the chip, they grasped the gist. It was immensely powerful, but equally dangerous. So, what's the verdict? Does this kid have the guts? Qin Wei fixed her gaze on Li Xian. I didn't sleep a wink last night, so let's not waste time. Are we taking the chance or heading out now? The orbital train should be running by this hour. Li Xian barely hesitated. Under Shan Ran's worried gaze, he clenched his teeth and said, let's do it. I'm going all in. Either I die and go meet my mom, or I, Li Xian, will make something of myself. Brother, wait for me, I'll come out a new man. He shot Shan Ran a determined look. Shan Ran, deeply worried, blurted out, go in. Get fixed up and come out a hero. The iron door swung open, and Marley led Li Xian inside. Qin Wei followed, as she was responsible for calibrating the chip and syncing it with Li Zin's brain signals. Shen Ran remained standing where he was, staring at the tightly shut door, as if watching a loved one being wheeled into surgery. He had no idea what would emerge when that door opened again. Big brother. A clear, childlike voice broke his thoughts. Shen Ran turned, his face instantly paling as a chill shot through him. The golden-haired, barefoot little girl, Wendy, was fiddling with the backpack on his seat. Xiaoqiu just told me there's something special in your bag. Its electromagnetic signal is blocked. I'm so curious, what is it? Can I take a look? Whoosh. A shadow flashed by, and before Wendy could react, Shun Ran had already slung his backpack over his shoulder again. The mechanical dog, Xiaoqiu, lying on the ground, instantly became alert, lifting its head as if it sensed the unusual speed just now. Shun Ran himself was taken aback. His body's instinctive reflexes were faster than he'd imagined. Wendy stared at him in surprise. Personal belongings, not for outsiders to see, Shinran said, finally snapping out of his shock. He felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she was just a curious 7 or 80-year-old girl. Wendy pouted. Fine, I won't look stingy. She squatted down, gently stroking Xiaoqiu's metallic head. Li Xian's modifications would take time, so Shan Ran headed upstairs to rest. Suddenly, he felt something odd. Turning around, all he saw was the empty staircase. He frowned slightly before looking away. The next moment, Wendy's golden head peeked out from behind the wall, her big, dark eyes brimming with curiosity, like a sneaky little cat. She tiptoed after him barefoot, moving silently. Just as she stepped onto the second floor, a large hand grabbed the back of her neck. What are you doing? Shinran asked, standing at the staircase landing. I'm bored. Play with me, Wendy replied, putting on a pitiful expression. Shinran was about to send her off when he suddenly remembered the matter of the nightmare and asked, Wendy, you said whatever the nightmare can do, you can too? Wendy nodded enthusiastically. I'm really good at this. If Dong Saburo weren't so timid, I was planning to counterhack the nightmare myself. Counterhack? Shinran was clueless about hacking. You don't need a chip to enter the virtual world. Haven't you ever played virtual games? You just need the right equipment, Wendy explained. Shinran was silent for a moment before letting go of her. He reached out to pat Wendy's head, but she dodged nimbly, like a cat. Don't touch my head. I'm not a kid. Dong Saburo and I were too tired last night. Let's play later, she said. With that, Shun Ran walked to the end of the hallway, unlocking the door with a retinal scan. Wendy watched his figure disappear and felt utterly bored. She was confined to the villa by Sakaki Dong Saburo and forbidden from going out. The rest of the team Qin Wei and Marlware veteran hunters, leaving her with only Xiaoqiu as her companion. Shin Ran's room had a minimalist, tech-forward design. The smart home system allowed control of the temperature, lighting, air circulation, and entertainment devices through voice commands. While the convenience of technology was undeniable, Shun Ran frowned as he entered, his first thought being how to check if the room was bugged. No one shows kindness without a reason, not even Sakaki Dong Saburo. Placing his backpack on the bed, he opened his phone to search for relevant information. After some effort, He tentatively concluded there were no surveillance devices in the room. Still, to be cautious, he planned to buy a signal jammer online. With a thud, Shun Ran collapsed onto the bed. Everything he'd been through since leaving at 9 p.m. last night felt like a dream. Worth mentioning was that his previously fractured right leg had been healed in the hovercar by Qin Wei using a repair injection. The injection contained millions of nanobots, and combined with his unique physique, he was now fully recovered. His thoughts soon returned to his earlier conversation with Wendy.
Nightmare.
Shun Ran turned over to face the cold wall, his gaze icy in the shadows. No one dared to get involved in this vortex. Images of his second uncle, aunt, Dong Saburo, and Hope Day flashed through his mind. He clenched his fist tightly. A bold idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps he could impersonate the nightmare, using Wendy's abilities to capture a high-ranking government official connected to the Qiming incident and extract valuable information. For a 15-year-old, this idea was incredibly audacious. Even Dong Saburo would be shocked if he found out and would likely distance himself from Shinran immediately. Shinran wasn't sure if he had what it took. He desperately needed real allies, partners who shared his goals and would fight alongside him. At that moment, the first person who came to mind was his third uncle. However, as he opened his phone, he realized he didn't even know where to begin. Covering his forehead with his arm, Shinran decided he would make time to return to his hometown. Perhaps in the old house, he could find some important clues left behind by his third uncle. At 7 p.m., Shinran arrived at the underground training room on the second basement level. The facility was well equipped, even featuring a shooting range in the distance. Shinran stood on an open training ground, facing Dong Saburo. Standing at an imposing height of 1.9 meters, Dong Saburo wore his usual loose black coat. His right arm, a metallic prosthetic, gripped a crimson wooden sword. The wooden blade was 1.3 meters long, its front half straight, while the rear curved slightly, and the edge was blunt. Dong Saburo raised his hand and tossed a circular handle to Shunran. Catching it, Shunran was surprised to find it could unfold. With the sharp clinking of mechanical parts, the handle extended section by section, snapping into place like a retractable baton until it formed a sleek, silver-white metal blade. Shunkuin, your friends are undergoing mechanical modifications. Soon, they'll become powerful. But you're different, Dong Saburo began, his voice calm yet firm. In my eyes, you have a path that's far more unique. That's where your greatest potential lies. Shunran took a deep breath, gripping the silver blade tightly with both hands, and assumed a defensive stance. Until now, he had been just an ordinary student whose exercise routine consisted of a few sit-ups at home. But he understood that even in this advanced age of technology, no one is born with innate knowledge. Whether it's martial arts or cutting-edge tech, the greatest disciplines are always those that transform the weak into the strong. You may be an ordinary person, but your physical abilities are extraordinary. That's impressive, perhaps even terrifying, Dong Saburo remarked as he slowly shifted into an offensive stance. He planted his feet firmly, holding the wooden sword with both hands, the blade poised near the left side of his head. His sharp gaze and overwhelming presence radiated a clear message: the weak should step aside. I've browsed some assassination contracts on the dark web. The payouts are substantial. The challenge with these missions is that the assassins can't get close to their targets. But you can, Dong Saburo continued. 6 months from now, I'll arrange for you to serve as a bodyguard for a prominent figure. You'll attend a dinner with the leader of the Kalgo family. Do you understand what I mean? At that dinner, you'll need to kill the leader with your bare hands and find a way to survive. Shinran's expression remained cold and unwavering. He didn't question Dong Saburo's plan. He knew he needed strength. He needed to master the art of killing. Let's begin. Shinran gripped the metal blade tightly, his focus razor-sharp, his stance ready. Dong Saburo released his left hand from the sword's hilt. The seemingly ordinary hand sliced through the air with the grace of rippling water. As his left hand returned to his waist, a thunderous boom erupted in the room. Boom! The ground beneath them cracked open with a dozen scorched marks, as if burned by explosive firepower. Shinran's pupils contracted sharply. Here it comes. In less than a second, Dong Saburo closed the distance between them. His black coat billowed behind him, and the blunt wooden sword cut through the air at a speed that was suffocating. Clang! At the last possible moment, Shunran's body reacted instinctively. He raised his blade with both hands, barely managing to block the ferocious strike. The sheer force of the blow sent a shockwave through his body. His hands trembled, his grip faltered, and the webbing between his thumb and index finger tore, sending searing pain through him. Before he could recover, Dong Saburo followed up with a cannon-like kick to Shunran's chest, launching him 5 meters across the ground. Your reflexes are quick, but you lack experience. It's not enough, Dong Saburo said, standing his ground. At 1.9 meters tall, with his metal right arm gripping the wooden sword, his presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Shunran's body screamed with pain, but he gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Stubbornly, he pushed himself back to his feet. Again, he growled. Clang. In a flash, Shunran once again blocked Higashisaburo's attack with his wooden sword. A flicker of surprise crossed Higashisaburo's eyes. Though he hadn't used his full strength, the young man's physical capabilities were extraordinary. He stepped back, the air surging like a torrent. With a swift swing of the wooden sword, a blur lashed out at Shunran like a crocodile's tail, the whistling sound of the strike underlying its immense force. Shunran was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Pain coursed through him hadn't managed to block the second strike. Part of his body felt as if it had been torn apart. The agony nearly forced a scream from his throat, but a strange sensation suppressed the urge, keeping him calm. He realized this was not entirely a bad thing. Combat demanded unwavering focus, a machine-like dedication to victory. Yet this feeling didn't seem to come from him. What teenager would possess such cold, instinctual battle tendencies? Gritting his teeth, Shunran forced himself back up, striving to adapt to and merge with this foreign sensation. He knew Higashisaburo was merely testing him, but his appearance fee wasn't cheap after this. It would be up to him. Focus on absorbing the experience, Higashisaburo said, advancing once more. His towering figure and exaggerated strides were like Kwafu chasing the sun. The wooden sword in his hand seemed to transform into a Fongtian halberd, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Shinran's expression turned icy. For the third time, the fourth, the fifth he parried each strike. The high-frequency clashes were deafening, the surrounding space trembling as if on the verge of shattering. It was the year 2327. Higashisaburo, though seemingly unremarkable, was a top-tier hunter, equipped with advanced tech capable of dismantling mechs barehanded. Shinran, on the other hand, was just an ordinary human, yet he managed to withstand Higashisaburo's relentless assault time and again. Higashisaburo was astonished this young man resembled one of the Earth Federation's latest bioengineered soldiers. He decided he'd have to run a physical examination on Shunran later. Blood dripped from Shunran's lips and hands, his eyes bloodshot, but he persisted. He felt the vast gap between himself and a top-tier fighter, yet he was gradually mastering the strange reactions of his body. Clang! The wooden sword shattered. Instinctively, Shunran retreated. But Higashisaburo's towering form loomed over him like a menacing specter. Just as Shunran thought the next blow would land, everything came to an abrupt halt. Higashisaburo stopped, a faint glint in his eyes, and finally placed a heavy hand on Shunran's shoulder. It's over, he said. Shunran collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, like an overheated machine. A robotic dog trotted over, carrying 2 bottles of high-energy drinks. Higashisaburo grabbed one and tossed it to Shunran before drinking the other himself. He moved to a nearby device that had recorded the entire battle. The AI would analyze their movements and generate a data model. Sitting on the ground, Shunran processed the combat experience. He realized Higashisaburo's strength, speed, and precise control were far beyond his own. Meanwhile, Higashisaburo studied the AI's analysis, muttering to himself, how could a normal human achieve this level? Both men had glimpsed a new frontier through their battle. Come here, Higashisaburo said. After a short break, Dong Sanlang led Shinran and the mechanical dog, Xiao Qiu, to the armory. Here we have guns, incendiary smoke grenades, EMP bombs, knives, bulletproof vests, optical camouflage suits, and even mechanical limbs, everything you could possibly need. But the stock is limited, so when you have the money, head to the black market to buy more, Dong Sanlang said, gesturing at the arsenal of weapons and equipment lining the walls. Shinran listened intently, nodding as he mentally prioritized essentials like firearms, bulletproof vests, and helmets. Do you know how to use a gun? Dong Sanlang suddenly asked. Shinran shook his head. Ah, a total rookie, Dong Sanlang sighed, though inwardly he was already calculating how much profit this potential talent could bring him in the future. I'm not going to teach you. Go to the reading room and learn on your own. The e-reader is connected to the dark web, so you can find any information you need. But stay away from the paper documents unless you have a death wish, got it? He spoke as he configured Shunran's access permissions on the control panel. Got it, Shunran replied. After Dong Sanlang left, Shunran eagerly examined the array of equipment. He picked up a futuristic-looking handgun with a barrel resembling a miniature railgun. The muzzle was thick, and a blue energy display gleamed on the grip. ZP-21 pulse railgun. Extremely powerful. For a beginner, I'd recommend this retro-silenced handgun instead, Xiao Qiu's voice chimed in. Shunran put down the ZP-21 and picked up the retro handgun with a suppressor. Following Xiao Qiu's guidance, he loaded the magazine, disengaged the safety, and chambered around before heading to the shooting range to practice. Gunshots echoed through the range as Shunran fired dozens of rounds at a fixed target 100 meters away. Setting the handgun aside, Shunran's attention was drawn to a handle in the corner of the armory that lacked any description of plasma lightsaber. Interested in lightsabers? They're not very practical. Even the most advanced Black Warrior Gen 7 only lasts 10 minutes, Xiao Qiu remarked with a touch of sarcasm. 10 minutes is enough, isn't it? Why not design it as a dagger? That would last longer, Shunran mused. What's wrong with your brain? Longer weapons are stronger. Focus on graduating from rookie status before dreaming about sniper rifles. That's where the real power lies, Xiao Qiu retorted bluntly. Shinran didn't argue, but silently resolved to save up for a plasma dagger from the black market someday. Under Xiao Qiu's guidance, Shinran familiarized himself with the other advanced tech gear before returning to the shooting range to continue practicing. Xiao Qiu, like a diligent coach, recorded Shunran's data and began building a personal performance model for him. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Dong Sanlang was leisurely preparing ingredients in the kitchen. He enjoyed the sense of control over everything. Suddenly, a blue light flickered on his right temple, signaling an incoming call. Dong Sanlang, is there something wrong with the data model you just sent over? An elderly voice asked on the other end. I wanted you to take a look and see which areas need improvement. This kid's physical stats are very balanced, Dong Sanlang explained. Balanced, indeed. No major weaknesses, but also no standout strengths. To get stronger, he'll need to upgrade all his mechanical limbs. Also, the chip in his brain is a bit unusual. He'll need more data to figure it out, the voice replied. Thanks. By the way, how does this data compare to an average human's? Dong Sanlang asked. Compared to an average human? Why would a cyborg be compared to regular people? By the way, who is this kid to you? He seems pretty mediocre, the voice said, puzzled. Nothing. It's the weekend. Goodbye, Dong Sanlang replied, ending the call with a smirk. If the caller knew this data came from someone with no implants at all, they'd never call it mediocre. The question is, can he improve further? Or is this his limiter just the beginning? Dong Sanlang wondered to himself. Shooting is an exhausting sport. Shinran set down his handgun and rubbed his sore eyes and aching arm muscles. The screen displayed his shooting scores, the graph fluctuating like a sine wave. Beside him, Xiao Qiu's youthful electronic voice chimed in. Your performance is declining. You should take a break. Yeah, I'm getting hungry too, Shinran replied, placing the handgun back in its spot and turning to leave the shooting range. Xiao Qiu's gaze lingered on the target, where every bullet had left a precise mark even at a distance of 100 meters. It was hard to believe this was the work of a beginner. Meanwhile, Shinran's stomach growled loudly, the hunger pangs becoming unbearable. He glanced at the clock. It was 9 p.m., and he had been training for 3 hours straight. 3 hours I've burned way too much energy, he thought, taking the elevator to the first floor showers to wash off the sticky sweat clinging to him. While he understood sweating was good for metabolism, all he wanted now was to get rid of the discomfort. As he stepped out of the shower, a peculiar mix of fragrant and foul smells assaulted his nose. He looked toward the kitchen and saw Dong Saburo busy cooking. What is he up to now? He wondered. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Qinwei appeared. My, such a fresh-faced little brother. Big sis can't help but like you, she teased, winking at Shinran. He immediately recalled Qinwei's earlier suggestion about visiting a host club and felt a wave of awkwardness. Qinjia, is it over? Lixian, Shunran asked nervously. Your friend got lucky pulled through, Qinwei replied, pulling a drink from the fridge and tossing one to Shunran. He let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Qinwei turned toward the kitchen, pinching her nose in disgust. Dong Saburo, what are you doing in there? Are you cooking again? Shunkuan said he loves my cooking, Dong Saburo called back. Qinwei stared at Shunran in disbelief. You like his cooking? Shunran froze. He had said he'd eat it, but he never claimed to like it. Is that a problem? He asked. Qinwei sighed, exasperated. Dong Saburo's logic doesn't work like ours. You'll understand soon enough. Not long after, everyone gathered around the dining table. Lixian's surgery had been a success, though he was still recovering. A strange smell lingered in the air. Why do I feel like something's off? Mal, the burly man with dark skin, muttered uneasily, glancing around before turning to Qinwei. Where's the boss? Qinwei rolled her eyes. Take a guess. Oh no, don't tell me the boss went back into that place again? Mal groaned, his expression pained. At that moment, the tall and lanky Dong Saburo emerged, carrying a steaming dish. Sorry to keep you waiting, he announced, placing it on the table. Shunran froze as an overwhelming stench hit him. Ugh, it stinks, Wendy exclaimed, pinching her nose as she bolted from her seat. I'm not hungry anymore. I'm going downstairs to play. Even Xiaoqiu zipped off in a hurry. Dong Saburo, what am I supposed to say to you? Qinwei sighed in exasperation. This dish does have a strong aroma, Shinran admitted, frowning at the plate of food in front of him. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. Wendy, you're not eating? Dong Saburo called after her. This is authentic pork intestines, not synthetic food. Exactly. Qinwei chimed in. Your knife skills and cooking techniques are amazing. So why do you insist on turning rare ingredients into this? What's wrong with it? Dong Saburo retorted. Unable to bear his hunger any longer, Shenran picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. Qin Wei and Mao stared at him like he was a soldier marching to his doom, while Dong Saburo watched expectantly. The moment the food hit his tongue, Shenran froze. How is it? Dong Saburo asked eagerly. It's strange. I can't quite describe it, Shenran replied, quickly chugging his drink to wash it down. It feels unsettling. How could that be? Dong Sanlang's thick eyebrows furrowed upon hearing the question. Did you try it yourself? Qin Wei turned to look at him. Of course, Dong Sanlang replied. I removed most of the gamey taste but deliberately left a hint of the original flavor. That way, everyone knows they're eating pork intestines. As soon as he said this, Mao, the black team member, looked even darker in expression, and Qin Wei was stunned. Shenran, on the other hand, seemed completely petrified. You kept the original flavor? Dong Sanlang appeared oblivious to his teammates' reactions as he continued explaining. Because of the Life Protection Act, what we usually eat are synthetic foods. Fresh pork intestines like this fetch a high price on the black market. My preparation method is the best there is. The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Shenran, now understanding Qin Wei's earlier reaction, felt helpless was just too hungry. Amid the awkward silence, Shenran picked up his chopsticks again and began eating, bite after bite, from the plate in front of him. Mao and Qin Wei stared at him in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. This young man was truly something else. Dong Sanlang, clearly pleased, turned to Shenran. Shunkuan, how is it? Do you like it? Shenran paused for a moment before replying with difficulty. I can eat it. Dong Sanlang then turned to Mao and Qin Wei, speaking earnestly. Look at Shunkuan here. This is the mark of a true hunter. Even with something as plain as tofu, I could use flavoring to make it taste like anything. Sure, I could make this plate of pork intestines sweet and delicious, but then, what meaning would this special ingredient hold? We aren't suit-wearing civilized people. We're hunters living on the fringes of society, believers in the law of the jungle. We must learn to respect the food we hunt because that, in turn, is a form of self-respect. Qin Wei and Mao were left speechless, silently marveling at how unique Dong Sanlang's mindset was. Shenran quickly finished the plate of food, but his stomach still felt empty. Dong Sanlang noticed and was thrilled. I can see you really enjoyed it, Shenkuan. I should have made more, but unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to tonight. You'll have to make do with some synthetic food for now. He patted Shenran's shoulder, looking increasingly satisfied with their newest member. Really? Shenran's face lit up for a moment, but upon seeing Dong Sanlang's expression shift, he quickly changed his tone. It's fine, boss. You go ahead. After Dong Sanlang left, Qin Wei looked at Shenran with a gaze that was almost pitying. Do you need some water? Shenran silently nodded. I'll get it for you, Mao said, getting up in a hurry. Dong Sanlang was certainly an odd character, as evidenced by his uniquely styled villa. However, in the world of bounty hunters, this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. There were far more eccentric and downright inhumane individuals in the circle. Shenran figured this kind of life might just be tolerable after all. After finishing his meal, Shenran headed to the second basement level. There, Wendy, dressed in a white dress, was engrossed in a video game. Seeing her, Shenran was reminded of his innocent and lively younger cousin. Realizing Wendy hadn't eaten yet, he asked, Wendy, are you hungry? Dong Sanlang's food is all gone, I ate it. He already went back to his room. Wendy waved her hand dismissively without even looking up. You stink. Don't talk to me. Stay away. Even a starving ghost wouldn't eat the stuff Dong Sanlang makes. It's completely unappetizing. Shenran chuckled helplessly and refrained from approaching her, instead finding a nearby step to sit on as he quietly waited. Not long after, the doors to the modification room opened, releasing a wave of heat. A figure emerged from the darkness. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed through the room. Wendy, who was engrossed in her game, looked up at the sound, her gaze falling on Shenran. For a split second, Shenran thought he saw Li Xian bursting in like a ferocious tiger, only to immediately transform into a goofy, wobbling husky. Shenran, look man, I've been reborn. A brand new person. Li Xian spread his arms wide, laughing loudly, so loudly, in fact, that Wendy frowned in irritation. Shenran's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xian, you look exactly the same. Still the same scruffy look as always. Li Xian's laughter abruptly stopped. Shenran scrutinized him carefully. Apart from being slightly taller and wearing a black jacket, Li Xian looked no different. Same wide face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, yellowish skin just like before. Suddenly, the world seemed to slow down. Shenran's pupils dilated, his senses heightened, and everything around him felt like it was moving in slow motion. Li Xian made a move, his figure blurring into a series of afterimages, indistinguishable between real and illusion. Shinran found himself unable to track him. Smack! Shinran's hand caught Li Xian's palm midair, and the world snapped back to normal speed. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Li Xian, now standing right in front of him, looked utterly shocked. What the? How did you react so fast? Shinran was just as startled. What are you doing? And how did you get so fast all of a sudden? Thump, thump, thump. Li Xian's heartbeat pounded like a drum, loud and unrelenting. A trickle of blood ran from his nose. Wait, Li Xian swayed on his feet, his vision spinning, and Shan Ran quickly grabbed hold of him. It was then that Shan Ran noticed something oddly. Xian's body felt unnaturally heavy, and his arm, cold and rigid, was as hard as metal. Your arm, what's going on? My arm's theory cybernetic now, covered with synthetic skin so they look normal, but wait, my head feels so dizzy. I think I might die, Li Xian weakly explained. From the side, when he finally spoke up, you just got upgraded and you're already showing off? Careful, or your brain might explode. Li Xian turned to her, clutching Shan Ran's hand in fear, almost on the verge of tears. Shin Ran sighed helplessly. You've become this powerful, and yet you're still a coward? Even a little girl can scare you. After some time, Li Xian gradually recovered. Feeling drained from his earlier outburst, he obediently sat on the steps, chatting with Shun Ran. It was during their conversation that Shun Ran learned the extent of Li Xin's transformation. In addition to having a second-generation Waziri's chip implanted in his brain, Li Xian's arms, spine, and right leg had all been replaced with mechanical prosthetics. Come on, Shun Ran, let's arm wrestle. Li Xian excitedly rolled up his right sleeve. Shin Ran smacked him on the head. Have you already forgotten how bad you felt earlier? But I feel so hyped up right now. Li Xian stammered, practically bursting with excitement. Shinran, come on. I really want to see just how strong I've become. Go to the training room on the basement level, Shinran said as he stood up. Right now, you're like a raging bull in heat. You'd understand if you went through this. I swear, I feel like if I ran into Lu Pengzi again, I could pin him down with one hand, Li Xian declared with absolute confidence. Watching Li Xian's excitement, Shinran couldn't help but think about his own transformative experience that night, which was even more bizarre. Yet, he hadn't reacted like this. Perhaps it was because of his family and his uncle's influence. He had always been more rational, more grounded, unlike others his age. Calm down, Shinran said, patting Li Xian on the back. Sure, we've changed, but it's not nearly enough. There are far greater powers in this world, ones we can't even hope to face right now. You're like an old man trapped in a young body, Li Xian teased. Shinran pressed his lips together, choosing not to share the memory of watching his uncle's murder and being taken away by special forces. I'm just excited because I finally feel like I have what it takes to chase my dreams. I'm no longer just a nobody from the underground. Li Xin's eyes shone with newfound determination. Suddenly, Li Xian turned his head to look at Shinran. Shinran, what's your dream? Shinran's gaze shifted slightly. After a brief hesitation, he replied, I want to investigate the Qiming incident. Li Xin's expression changed dramatically. Are you serious? You've got to be kidding. Even Dong Saburo wouldn't dare get involved in something like that. He lowered his voice. It's too far-fetched. You know, like those energy teleportation gates or whatever. I only focus on the present. Shinran patted Li Xian on the shoulder and changed the subject. Let's talk about that some other time. But a seed had already been planted in Li Xin's mind. Li Xin's eyes shone as he looked at Shinran. I, Li Xian, have no father, no mother. In this world, you're the only good brother I've known for years. I'm already a nobody, just a worthless life. If I've changed at all, it's because of you, Shinran. What's with you? Shinran felt a bit uncomfortable with Li Xin's sudden sentimentality. No matter what it is, you can always tell me. Seriously. Li Xian pounded his chest, making a loud thumping sound. Even if one day you decide to storm into hell, we'll be right there with you. Shinran was silent for a long moment before suddenly smiling. He gave Li Xian a light smack on the head and stood up. All right, stop with the big talk. We're just two nobodies in Fire City. What kind of hell could we possibly storm? In the days that followed, Shun Ran trained tirelessly at the base from dawn until dusk. Once Li Xin's condition stabilized, he also began basic physical training and upgrades to his mechanical limbs. Shun Ran pushed himself through sweat and pain, sharpening his skills, while Li Xian relied on technology to make rapid progress. The disparity between them left Shun Ran with complicated feelings. He threw punch after punch at a sandbag, thousands upon thousands of times. Li Xian, with his M3 model mechanical right arm, could destroy a sandbag with a single blow, sending sand scattering everywhere. Shun Ran stood frozen, as if something inside him had shattered along with the bag. He knew he needed time to process it, to piece back together what had been broken. After all, he too possessed things that were beyond the reach of ordinary people. At night, Shun Ran would occasionally have the same dream. A dark alleyway, broken water pipes, his second uncle in a navy coat, shouting his name. Shin ran with his dying breath. When he woke, he would sit quietly on the edge of his bed, lost in thought for a long time before getting up to resume training. 2 months later, Dong Saburo was taking Li Xian out on a mission, leaving Shanran and Wendy to stay behind at the base. By now, Li Xian had completed several missions with Dong Saburo and had become a bona fide bounty hunter. I need to head out too, Shinran suddenly announced. He still hadn't opened the black box or attempted a second exposure to the star energy stone. Now, he felt it was time to infiltrate the sealed Shin family estate. By the end of August, 2 months had passed since the Qiming incident. This unresolved event continued to ferment like yeast in the neonlit city of Huaqing. Underground gang leader Chen Ku, influenced by dangerous ideologies, had foolishly believed that a single explosion could transform the city, but he was wrong. While online forums were rife with discussions about Huaqing's independence, and rumors circulated that even Martian elites secretly supported the cause, the Huaqing government took a surprising stance in early July, just before Earth Federation investigators arrived. They published a pointed article accusing right-wing factions in the city of being neoconservative warhawks, hinting at their involvement in the Qiming crash and attempting to deflect blame. The Earth Federation's intervention swept through Huaqing like a hurricane. Authorities launched widespread investigations across all social strata: government officials, celebrities, writers, university professors, and even ordinary students. Anyone who had openly expressed dissatisfaction with the government or posted critical views online found themselves under scrutiny, surveillance, or even public financial audits. Fear gripped the city, as no one knew when they might become the next target. Prime Minister Zhu Long declared that Huaqing had never fallen into chaos and never would, warning that any acts of subversion or division would be harshly punished. However, the real purpose of this campaign seemed to be to obscure a looming nightmare over Huaqing. Claimed that a list of 37 demons had been uncovered. History often has a knack for repeating itself. The harsher the suppression, the stronger the backlash. It was said that a new wave of ideological movements was gaining traction in the universities of Luoqing. Yet, as Shun Ran walked the streets, he saw peers his age brimming with vitality, their faces glowing with anticipation for the new school year. He had once harbored such hopes, but that bright, youthful chapter had been buried by his own hands. Pulling his cap lower to shield his face, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and made his way through the bustling streets. This was his first time in 2 months leaving Dong Sanlang's villa to breathe the outside air. At 9 a.m., he arrived in the high-tech district. The streets, the apartment buildings, and even some of the faces felt familiar. A group of girls walked past him, chatting and laughing. A few idle young men sat by a street stall, watching passers-by, their eyes lingering on Shanran. Dressed in a black tracksuit with a low-brimmed baseball cap and a bag slung across his waist, he looked unusually inconspicuous. One blonde-haired youth stared curiously at Shanran's back. Dressed like that? Did he win the lottery? He muttered. Shanran walked by without a second glance. The blonde youth moved as if to follow, but his companion held him back. Something's off about him. He's not someone to mess with. How can you tell? I don't know. He just doesn't seem like a local. With all the chaos in Huaqing, it's best not to provoke someone you can't figure out. When Shanran arrived at the gates of Guanlan Bay, his phone buzzed with a video call request. It was Wendy. The kid must be bored at home, but he didn't answer. Instead, he flipped to another screen showing over 50 missed calls, all from his aunt over the past 2 months. The most recent message was from last night. Yingying starts high school at Jiangnan tomorrow. She was just talking about you. Shinran sat down on a stone bench near the gate. 10 minutes later, a teenage girl in a black and white school uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail, stepped out from the complex. She was youthful and radiant. All right, Mom, I got it. Focus on your work. No need, I'll call you when I get to school, she said into her phone, not noticing Shinran sitting nearby. He glanced up slightly, watching through the gap under his cap as Shin Yingying walked away. She looked thinner. However, his cousin seemed to be in good spirits today. Judging by the conversation, his aunt must have been at work as well. Shinran stood up and walked in the opposite direction, heading into the residential area. Beep. The access control system beeped as the gate opened. The high-end system, supposedly worth 300,000 yuan, had been effortlessly bypassed. Shinran held a small card between his fingers, embedded with a smart chip. Qinwei had mentioned that aside from tech companies, even government-run services like the light rail could be hacked with it. It turned out to be true. At the same time, his hand, still in his pocket, pressed a button on a device resembling a pin. Almost instantly, the screen at the property management office began to flicker with static, the dense noise drowning out the previously clear image. The staff member frowned in confusion. Is the camera broken? Meanwhile, Shinran moved silently through the apartment corridor, gliding like a ghost toward what was once his home. He opened the door without a sound, stepping inside as if he were part of the shadows. His gaze lifted to the wall where a portrait of his second uncle hung. His expression was complex, unreadable. Second uncle, trust me, they'll take care of this family, he murmured softly. He unzipped his backpack and carefully laid out its contents on the sofa. A life-saving syringe, a potentially lethal stun baton, an emergency pager, a small smoke bomb. Alongside these items was a letter, explaining their uses in detail, while reassuring his aunt not to worry about him. Afterward, Shun Ran entered his second uncle's study, searching for clues about his third uncle, Shun Xiuzhu. It didn't take long before he stumbled upon a photo of his father in a drawer. A simple laborer. Father, Shun Ran exhaled deeply, memories of his mother's departure and his father's relentless perseverance flooding his mind. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a thin journal buried in the back of the drawer. It was written in his second uncle's handwriting. The entries were sparse, not about daily life, but scattered mentions of his third uncle. He sent another message today, an email set to self-destruct in 3 minutes. Shun Ran's heart skipped a beat. This was a lead on his third uncle. He read on quickly. After all these years, only 5 messages in total, he's still alive. Liwa University. The Dawn Dusk Poetry Society, 2315. Professor Hai from the Federation Institute of Astronomy. The Huaj Party. Shun Ran's brow furrowed. His second uncle had been secretly investigating his third uncle's whereabouts all along. The journal was filled with fragmented clues. Lihua University, the top institution on Mars. The Dawn Dusk Poetry Society, an unfamiliar name. 2315. The year his third uncle disappeared. Professor Hai from the Federation Institute of Astronomy, and the Huaj Party, part of the Martian government. All of it left Shun Ran puzzled and deep in thought. The final entries were even more cryptic. Unbelievable. Interstellar traversal technology, star energy tech, star energy stones. Why was he so ahead of his time? The handwriting was rushed, almost illegible, as if written in haste or secrecy. Shin Ran tucked the journal into his backpack. After ensuring there were no other leads, he left the apartment. Take me to Anyang District, Shin Ran said, flagging down an ordinary car on the roadside. The driver looked at him with mild surprise. Young man, what are you doing out there? Why not take the light rail? Anyang District was 3 administrative zones away from the high-tech district. A long journey. Shin Ran calculated that arriving at the Shin family's old residence around 8 p.m. would be ideal. His break-in at his second uncle's home had been a rehearsal, after all. The old mansion was now a foreclosed property under government ownership. He knew he'd have to resort to some underhanded tactics to get in, and once inside, he absolutely couldn't afford to be discovered. The long, grueling 9 to 10 hour drive had left Shun Ran feeling drained. As the car approached Anyang District, it pulled into a service station. Even with the help of autonomous driving assistance, the driver needed a break. Shun Ran stepped out of the vehicle and grabbed a bag full of high-protein snacks from a convenience store. He glanced at the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. While replenishing his energy, his mind wandered to thoughts of the Shun family's ancestral home and his third uncle. Suddenly, the piercing sound of sirens shattered the evening's tranquility, echoing from a distant street. Shun Ran cast a cold glance in the direction of the commotion. His 2 months of training had conditioned him to instinctively remain wary of law enforcement personnel. However, this time, his expression instantly shifted. That wasn't an ordinary police car. It was a jet black, fully armored vehicle emblazoned with a silver-white insignia. CIO, the emblem of the City Special Incident Task Force. At the same time, several disc-shaped aircraft roared overhead, speeding toward Anyang District. What's going on? Shun Ran frowned deeply. The overwhelming display of force filled him with unease. Back in the car, the middle-aged driver let out a scoff, his tone tinged with sarcasm. It's always like this, such a big production. Those inspectors from Earth love strutting around the streets of Fire City, showing off. And this pathetic government of ours? Just a puppet for them, bending over backwards to cooperate. Shun Ran replied coolly, given the current situation, comments like that might not be the wisest. The driver's face turned pale instantly. He glanced nervously at Shun Ran through the rearview mirror. Young man, please don't report me. I'm just a regular driver trying to make a living. Shin Ran remained silent, his expression icy. His opinion of the Fire City government wasn't any better. The driver cautiously asked, So, are we still heading to Anyang District? Seems like something big's going down there. Shun Ran uttered a single word, go. The engine roared back to life, and the car resumed its journey. Suddenly, Shun Ran's phone buzzed. It was a call from Dong Sanlang. Are you still out? Haven't made it back yet? Dong Sanlang asked. No, Shun Ran replied, watching the cityscape blur past the window. It'll take me a bit longer to get back. I just got word something major happened. Dong Sanlang's tone was grave. Earth's investigators used reverse tracking technology to locate the coordinates of that nightmare. Fire City's in chaos right now. Shinjun, you'd better get back soon. Don't let a little training go to your head and start thinking you can run wild in Fire City. Shin Ran's gaze sharpened, immediately connecting the dots to the task force mobilization he had just witnessed. At that moment, the driver spoke up. We've arrived at Anyang District. As soon as Shun Ran arrived in Anyang District, the driver insisted he get out of the car, claiming it would take over 10 more hours to return and refusing to drive any further. Shunran handed over 400 credits for the fare and stepped out. The old-fashioned Anyang district unfolded before his eyes, an eclectic mix of architectural styles, where remnants of a 300-year-old Tang Street and a Japanese quarter still retained their unique charm. Between the towering buildings, a network of aerial bridges wove everything together. A few sleek hovercars, their blue turbine flames blazing, zipped through the steel jungle like fish darting through water. Watching the taxi disappear into the distance, Shunran thought to himself, I really need to get my own car someday. He turned and walked away, oblivious to the fact that the taxi had stopped at the intersection behind him. The driver lit a cigarette, speaking into an unseen communication device. The Crown Prince has arrived. At 7:15 in the evening, a convoy of armored vehicles from the CIO task force rolled down Jingwei Avenue in Anyang District. Other vehicles quickly gave way, as if beasts retreating in the presence of a predator. Inside the central armored vehicle, a group of operatives dressed in black worked intently to decrypt a network key. Leading them was a stern-faced man in his 40s named Chris, a Caucasian with sharp, chiseled features. A graduate of the Federal First Military Academy and a former special prosecutor for the Human Federation Security Bureau, Chris now served as the director and investigator of the Earth Interim Investigation Committee, tasked with uncovering the truth behind the Qiming incident. Despite spending over a month in Huaqing, investigations had been repeatedly stalled due to interference from various factions. Chris remained expressionless, silently observing and documenting everything about Mars. A breakthrough occurred earlier that afternoon at 4:03 p.m. A firewall error was detected in the network of a Martian government official. Though it lasted only milliseconds, the heightened tension prompted an immediate response, with the Martian government contacting the official. However, the individual evaded returning to headquarters with a series of excuses strongly suggesting that someone might have hacked into his neural chip via the OC system. The Earth Interim Investigation Committee launched an immediate operation, and after more than an hour of effort, they pinpointed the target's location in the underground city of Anyang District. The OC system is unbelievably complex, muttered Chris's junior colleague, a fellow graduate of the Federation Security Bureau, his brows furrowed. It feels like it's several levels ahead of anything we've got in the Bureau. The OC system is built on cutting-edge AI technology, Chris replied impassively. Earth scientists have long been urging the Martian government to share its data, fearing the potential risk of an AI awakening crisis. Beyond investigating the Qiming incident, Chris had other missions on this trip, one of which was to probe the OC system. How much longer? Chris asked. Within an hour, his colleague responded. The encryption is layered. Each layer changes the moment we break through one. Suddenly, another team member exclaimed excitedly, I found something important. The target's codename is Spade K. Spade K. Chris's eyes narrowed. Over the past month, they had gathered significant intel. Nightmare was not a lone actor but part of an organization, with possible involvement from insiders within the Martian government. This was why the Nightmare incident had persisted for so long. It was deeply entangled with political factions and internal conflicts. Members of the Nightmare organization used playing card suits as their codenames, and by rank, Spade K was a high-level operative. Should we notify the Martian government for reinforcements? Chris's junior colleague asked. No, Chris rejected the idea without hesitation. The Qiming incident is far from straightforward. There's severe internal division within the Martian government. That's the real issue. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Chris's cold gaze swept over the rapidly passing cityscape outside the car window. His voice was icy, laced with a chilling undertone. Let's peel back this city ourselves and see every demon and monster hiding within. At that moment, Shunran was still unaware of the colossal vortex he was about to be drawn into. Anyang District, Sunshine Complex. Once a pinnacle of luxury living, this residential area had long since lost its luster, its former glory eroded by the passage of time. Yet, it still housed some prominent figures, and its security measures greatly surpassed those of ordinary neighborhoods. At 7:45 p.m., the solar tower dimmed, and the neon lights of the high-rises failed to illuminate every shadowy corner. Shinran, dressed in black sportswear with a baseball cap pulled low, lingered outside the complex, carefully observing. Finally, he decided to scale the wall. The electronic card in his hand was useless against the complex's advanced security system. The 5-meter-high metal fence emitted a non-lethal electric current, and internal electronic detectors could instantly trigger an alarm. Fortunately, Shunran had neither mechanical limbs nor implanted chips to set off the system only needed to deal with the cameras. A rising balloon deftly obscured the camera's view. Taking a deep breath, Shunran launched himself like a panther toward the metal wall. At the moment of contact, he pushed off with explosive power, his hands scraping against the smooth surface for grip. With another burst of strength, his left hand grasped the edge of the wall firmly. The entire sequence was fluid, precise, and efficient. Landing quietly on the other side, Shunran crouched low, his sharp black eyes scanning the surroundings. He knew that despite the complex's age, the hidden 360-degree surveillance cameras in the bushes would leave no blind spots. Reaching into his pocket, he activated a signal jammer, disrupting the surveillance system. During 2 months of training at the base, he had simulated countless high-level hunter missions in virtual scenarios, including stealth operations. While the Sunshine Complex's security measures were formidable, it was ultimately a retirement community, guarding no significant secrets. Before long, Shunran arrived at a 6-story villa. The Shun family's old residence was on the 3rd floor. Circling to the back of the building, he retrieved a launcher strapped to his arm from his backpack. Aiming at the 2nd floor, he shot a high-strength fiber line. Though as thin as yarn, the fiber line could support up to 300 kilograms. Using it, Shunran reached the 3rd floor balcony in under 5 seconds. Crouching low behind the balcony wall, he peered through the glass into the room. The dimly lit space was cluttered with miscellaneous items. Gently pushing open the balcony door, Shunran slipped inside, curiosity driving him forward. He cautiously searched the living room's piles of junk, mostly old clothes, blueprints, and outdated equipment. On the wall hung a photograph of a picturesque lake, likely a scene from Earth. Suddenly, Shunran's eyes caught sight of a USB drive on the coffee table. He pocketed it without hesitation. Exploring further, he realized the house had 3 floors. A hallway near the kitchen led to the 2nd floor. Just as he prepared to head upstairs, a sudden noise echoed through the stillness. Thud. 8:07 p.m., Yangwang Community, Anyang District. A sudden, jarring thud shattered the stillness of the night, cutting through the silence like a blade. Every hair on Shunran's body stood on end. He instinctively pressed his back against the hallway wall, his movements as fluid and alert as a feral tabby cat. He slowed his breathing until his chest barely rose and fell, his senses on high alert. 2 seconds passed. The silence was so profound that it felt suffocating. Shunran cautiously craned his neck to peer up at the 2nd floor corridor. The noise had definitely come from above. The training had undergone over the past 2 months now proved invaluable. This duplex villa, a relic of Fire City's early land use policies, was divided into 2 levels. He was currently on the upper floor. The windows were all tightly shut, ruling out the wind as the source. Nor could it have been a small animal. This was the 2nd floor. After all, had the government surveillance system spotted him? Or had someone else broken in? Shinran's mind raced toward the worst-case scenarios. The sprawling 200-square-meter house was a labyrinth of rooms and clutter, each corner a potential hiding spot. In the pitch-black darkness, the mere thought of a second presence lurking somewhere sent a chill down his spine. Then, an idea struck him. Shinran turned toward the balcony behind him. What he did next was entirely unexpected. Out in the biting autumn night, a small, shadowy figure clung to the villa's exterior wall like a gecko. With the solar energy towers shut down, the underground city had ceased its heating systems, and the temperature had plummeted below freezing. Logic dictated an immediate retreat, but Shunran had other plans. If someone else had chosen this very night to infiltrate the Shin family's old residence, what could their motive be? The Shin family held no particular significance. The eldest son was an unemployed man who couldn't even keep his wife. The second son, Shen Cheng, was talented but had spent his life crushed under the heel of big corporations, and he lived in the high-tech district. The only figure of interest might be the youngest son, Shin Xiuzhu. Shunran climbed to the window of a second-floor bedroom. Once inside, he carefully closed the window and retrieved a knife from his backpack, securing it to his right forearm. Scattered across the bed were a few sheets of paper, a court warning notice, debt records belonging to his grandfather, and finally, a school's provisional admission letter bearing Shan Zia's name. From when third uncle was a kid? Shinran murmured to himself. The room clearly belonged to his grandfather. A few pieces of clothing lingered in the wardrobe, and the drawers were crammed with random odds and ends. After a brief but fruitless search, Shunran stepped into the hallway. The second floor was laid out in a rectangular loop, its dim, narrow corridor barely 5 feet wide and thick with a stifling darkness. As he moved silently, holding his breath, Shunran spotted a critical clue: faint footprints on the floor. His mind conjured a chilling image when he had been downstairs earlier. Had someone been standing silently above him? A cold sweat trickled down the back of his neck. Suddenly, a sound came from one of the rooms ahead. Shunran hugged the wall, inching toward the door. His eyes were as cold and sharp as forged steel, but his blood surged through his veins, fiery and volatile, like magma ready to erupt. Yet he restrained himself from barging in. There was too little information, and he hadn't come prepared with body armor tonight. Instead, he retreated to the room he had entered earlier, slipped out through the window once more, and gripped the building's outer ledges tightly as he moved laterally along the wall. Who else, besides second uncle, would visit this place at such an hour? It seemed that third uncle's identity was far more intricate than it appeared. But when Shunran reached his target room and saw the window wide open, he leaned in to take a look, and the sight that greeted him left him utterly stunned. The room was dimly lit by the faint blue glow of a full-body high-fidelity virtual machine screen. Shinran recognized the Devaseat was something he had been using frequently over the past 2 months. On the floor lay a short-haired, middle-aged woman in a dusty black suit. Her chest was still rising and falling. She was alive. Shinran quickly shut the window, locked the door, and approached her. He noticed a government ID badge lying nearby. She was an official. His gaze snapped back to the window. Could someone have been here just moments ago and leaped out to escape? How was that even possible? All Shinran wanted tonight was to search his family's old home for something his third uncle had left behind, hoping to find clues like those in his second uncle's notebook. But why was a government official here? Wait a minute. Shinran suddenly recalled Dong Sanlang's warnings and the CIO's mobile task force chasing Nightmare in the Anyang district. Could it be that the person who had just shared the room with him was Nightmare? His first thought was that he was being framed, and he instinctively wanted to run. But then he realized this was his third uncle's old room, and the drawers still contained his uncle's childhood report cards. When did Nightmare appear? It was only after the crash of the Chiming vessel and the Day of Hope that Nightmare emerged in Fire City. Could it be? A chilling thought surfaced. Had his third uncle returned? Was his third uncle actually Nightmare? The faint blue light from the machine filled the room as Shinran stood frozen in place, staring at the government official lying on the floor. Memories and thoughts swirled in his mind: his 15th birthday gift, Star Energy, the Earth Federation, Mars, the Chiming explosion, his second uncle's death, his third uncle, and Nightmare. If that person earlier was his third uncle, why had he vanished? Was it to keep Shinran from getting involved, or to see what choice he would make? He looked down at the official on the floor. His aunt's heart-wrenching cries, Dong Sanlang's warnings to stay away from anything related to Nightmare, all of it echoed in his mind. In Fire City, everyone knew that even if you uncovered the mastermind, the law couldn't touch them. Outside, in the cover of night, a hummingbird-like drone silently ascended, its lens locking onto Shinran. At the same time, a federal prosecutor stared intently at data on a computer screen, while another group of people watched Shinran's every move. It worked. Someone from one of the groups exclaimed after what felt like an eternity. In the footage, Shinran's expression remained calm. He didn't flee but instead made a call. Hello, Wendy? Are you free right now? The roar of engines shattered the night as armored vehicles from the CIO mobile task force made a sharp U-turn, their tires screeching and shaking the steel jungle around them. It worked. We've cracked it. We have the address. A senior cybersecurity expert shouted excitedly. Chris slid on his sunglasses, his stoic face growing even colder. Grabbing a black briefcase, he ordered, "Bring them in alive." After his father's passing, Shun Jiangwo, Shunran's second uncle, took on the role of a father figure in his life. Quiet yet shrewd and capable, his uncle perfectly embodied the head of the family. However, that flawless image shattered like a mirror before Shunran's eyes with the sound of a gunshot that day. Despite the investigations carried out by Huaching and the Earth Federation, the truth remained elusive, hidden beneath the murky waters of political intrigue, like a mirage visible but untouchable. For 15-year-old Shinran, it was a harsh and cruel reality. He tried to seek answers, but the path was not only filled with thorns, but also seemed to vanish altogether. At this moment, his only hope lay in his mysterious third uncle. So, when he saw the highly realistic virtual machine in the room and the government official lying unconscious on the floor, an inevitable thought sprang to mind. Third uncle has returned? The nightmare that struck fear into countless government officials had come back to avenge his brother's death. The reason third uncle had yet to reveal himself was that the enemy was too powerful. He needed to test whether Shinran had the courage to step into this perilous game willingly. A mysterious relative, formidable foes, a mission full of unknowns and challenges, and the boundless imagination of a teenager, it all felt like one of those timeless tales of heroes in otherworldly adventures. Shinran clenched his fists, unaware of the trials that awaited him. He lay down inside a machine resembling a CT scanner, surrounded by a 360-degree circular screen. Robotic arms, resembling tubes, connected to his body. As the screen lit up, Wendy's surprised voice rang out. The security level is so high. This is definitely not an ordinary person. Shinwudi, what kind of guy have you found? On the ground, a female government official's neck port was connected to the machine via a data cable. Can you handle it? Make it quick, Shinran said. I can. The firewall is high-level, but it's already been breached, plus, it's not even wireless, Wendy replied. In the Dong Sanlang base, the blonde-haired girl sat in her computer chair, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Moments later, her proud voice echoed again. Done. When you're done and come back, don't forget to bring me something tasty. A faint current coursed through Shinran's body, and an image appeared on the screen. Huh. An internal scenario program? Wendy exclaimed in surprise again, but her voice was soon cut off from the outside world. Shinran was immersed in the virtual space. Though the experience resembled VR, It lacked the deeply immersive quality of the Deep Blue network from last time. Still, it blurred the line between reality and illusion. In a dimly lit room, directly in front of him was the female government official, bound to a chair. Unlike her physical body in the real world, her consciousness was now awake. Her bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and the bloodstains on her sutal, vividly detailed revealed the suffering she had endured. Shinran was taken aback, but having missed Wendy's last comment, he assumed this was an environment intentionally set by the other side. The woman in the chair did not glare at him like a vengeful ghost. Her gaze was cold but rational. Another one? Why send someone else? She asked. Who interrogated you before? Shinran asked directly. The woman frowned, surprised that he didn't ask about the Qiming incident. Could they not be on the same side? Or had she already been rescued, and this was a test by someone higher up? After a brief pause, she answered. About 170 centimeters tall, well-built, wearing a white mask, with a red heart Q under the right eye. Red heart Q? Shinran was puzzled. She added, that's just a virtual avatar. The appearance could be fake. It doesn't matter. Who are you? Shinran asked cautiously, though inwardly alarmed. You know this is a virtual space? Yes, I realized that 15 minutes ago. How? When that guy was torturing me, he didn't access my neural interface. I figured this might already be the neural interface world, she explained. Though trapped in the chair and aware she was in a virtual space, she couldn't break free. She looked at Shinran and asked, and who are you? Shinran didn't answer, instead continuing his questioning. How much do you know about the Qiming incident? The raw materials for the doomsday missile created by Chun Ku of the Sanlong, where did he get them from? A long silence followed. Her scarred hands gripped the cold iron chair tightly. Because she couldn't be sure of Shinran's identity, friend or foe? In the end, she chose to confess. I've already told you everything I know. Say it again, Shinran demanded, stepping closer. His sharp gaze locked on her. The woman looked at him in surprise. You're not the one who saved me? And you're not with those other people either? Who exactly are you? Answer my question, Shinran pressed. He felt he was just a step away from the truth. Over the past 2 months, under the influence of Dong Saburo, he had shed his youthful naivety and taken on the aura of a hunter. He recalled Dong Saburo's comment about intestines, crude preparation, repulsive taste, but at least it proved to be a part of a living being, not a synthetic product from an assembly line. That realization struck him. It was a living being he had consumed. Dong Saburo, a true carnivore through and through. The woman remained silent. Think this virtual space is any different from reality? Shinran stared at her face. This place allows for even more tricks than the real world. If you're a citizen of Fire City, you should understand that the Qiming incident was far from a bad thing. The woman, a government official, struggled to maintain her composure and spoke in a rational tone. The Earth Federation won't go to war with Mars over this, and we can temporarily sever ties with Earth while securing a rare star energy stone to secretly advance interstellar development and pursue Mars' independent path. Do you know how many people have selflessly dedicated and sacrificed themselves for this great cause? Don't include me in your we, Shinran suddenly snapped, remembering his uncle and the over 100 innocent Fire City residents who had perished on Hope Day. If this plan was so noble, why the secrecy? In ancient Huaxia, there was a punishment called lingqi, Shinran said, cutting to the point. Lingqi originated during the 5 Dynasties period. It was the most brutal form of execution, involving 3,357 cuts in total. To prevent the condemned from dying too soon, ginseng was sometimes used to prolong life. But no one ever truly endured all 3,357 cuts. The woman's face turned pale. But in modern times, that problem has been solved, Shinran continued coldly. I've personally seen people endure lingqi in the virtual world. That's illegal. It's utterly insane and a complete violation of human rights. You'll be exiled from Fire City, the woman screamed. Shinran narrowed his eyes. It's funny how you only talk about human rights when it suits you. Stepping out of the full-body simulator, Shinran felt a moment of disorientation. He had gained a crucial piece of information. The woman worked in the finance department. According to her, in May, the CIO's mobile unit submitted a funding request for materials like fuel, guidance systems, and carbon fiber, initially intended for Yari Corporation and Taiha Manufacturing to produce missiles. But by June, those materials had ended up with a man named Chun Ku, a leader of an underground gang. The name on the funding request was Lei Zhao, the secretary to the CIO mobile unit's director. It was already past 9 p.m., and the night outside was deep. The city was bathed in the hazy glow of neon lights, their colorful hues adding a surreal quality to the scene. Shinran's earlier excitement gradually gave way to numbness and exhaustion. Why was this happening? He muttered to himself in a daze. Though everyone knew the Qiming incident was at the core of Fire City's unrest, for him, it was simply about avenging his family. Now, his heart felt lost, like a swordsman gazing in all directions, unsure of his path. Third uncle, can you come out now? Shinran called out hopefully, glancing around. He had stepped into this world, hoping for someone to guide him, but no one appeared. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the window. What the? Shinran raised his hand to shield his eyes, momentarily unable to adjust. A shrill siren pierced the air. The building trembled slightly, loose stones on the ground rattled, and a convoy of black armored vehicles and saucer-shaped flying crafts came into view. Shinran froze in place. The once dark and silent room had suddenly become the center of the world's attention. The unexpected turn of events left Shinran utterly terrified. Outside the window CIO, Shinran's eyes widened in disbelief as a chill raced from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The Sunshine community had been sealed off, with fully armed soldiers pouring out of armored vehicles in tight formation, advancing rapidly. Hundreds of hive-like military drones, armed with deadly weapons, swarmed the skies like a black tide of despair. Have I been discovered? Shinran's mind went blank. He had thought that after interrogating the female government official, his third uncle would show up. Instead, what greeted him was the CIO's mobilized forces. The overwhelming power of their arsenal was identical to what Li Xian had shown him in those videos. Crouching by the windowsill, Shinran stared at the device and the unconscious official lying on the floor, disbelief written all over his face. How did it come to this? Forcing himself to calm down, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. Although he fancied the idea of leaping out the window like a class hunter Spike in a daring escape, smoking a cigarette seemed to be all he could manage at the moment. Ugh, he coughed violently, frowning in confusion. He was no longer the naive rookie he had been 2 months ago, but he could only attribute the harsh coughing to the sharpness of the smoke. Reaching for his phone, he thought of calling his aunt, but immediately abandoned the idea. Any call could be traced, and he couldn't risk endangering his family. So it's true, messing with this thing really is a dead end, Shinran muttered bitterly, letting the phone slip from his hand as he finally understood his second uncle's helplessness back then. The ominous hum of the hive drones filled the air, casting a shadow of death over him. On the brink of despair, Shinran opened his phone again, his fingers flying across the screen. He had one last thing to do: expose the name Lei Zhao, the CIO minister's secretary, to the world as a nightmare that couldn't be erased. Just then, a loud bang echoed through the room as the bedroom door was kicked open. But instead of the CIO's robotic enforcers, a tall figure in a black trench coat and a white mask stepped in. A distinct red heart symbol marked the corner of the mask's right eye. Shinran froze. Third uncle, is that you? No, came a cold, emotionless female voice from behind the mask. She extended a hand toward him. Years ago, Shin Xiaozhu joined us in secret, in pursuit of freedom. Now, Shinran, will you come with me? In the room, Shinran extended his hand. The masked figure grabbed it firmly, and the warmth in the palm felt real, not cold and mechanical, but perhaps some kind of synthetic skin. It was a handshake with warmth. How do we get out? And why are you doing this? Shinran asked urgently, firing off questions as he got to his feet. The masked figure didn't respond, instead pulling him toward the window. Outside, blinding white light streamed in. Several black armored vehicles, like metal beasts, were parked outside Sunshine Community. Overhead, countless drones buzzed through the air, their dark gun barrels radiating menace. The masked figure struck the window with a single palm, shattering it into sparkling shards that gleamed like diamonds as they scattered in the air. Shinran was stunned. Wait, he couldn't help but shout. Are you planning to just jump out like that? This is the 4th floor, nearly 20 meters high. The Red Heart Queen mask ignored his fear, grabbing him and climbing onto the windowsill. The cold wind howled as the drones swiftly adjusted their angles, their ominous gun barrels now aimed squarely at the two of them. Shinran trembled as he took in the scene, his entire body paralyzed with fear. Below, a beam of high-frequency white light shot upward like a pillar to heaven, though it also seemed like an abyss ready to swallow everything. From beneath the mask came a melodious voice. This is freedom. The next moment, she leapt. The terror of impending death consumed Shinran, and he let out a blood-curdling scream, clinging tightly to the figure as if holding on to the last shred of hope for survival. Whoosh! Shinran's eyes flew open. The sensation of fear from the fall hadn't yet dissipated. He found himself still connected to the full-body virtual machine, its mechanical tendrils wrapped around him like an octopus. What the hell? Furious, he ripped off the tendrils and stormed away from the machine. Just then, his phone vibrated. Wendy's anxious voice came through. Shinwudi, are you okay? That virtual machine's built-in program was really advanced. I couldn't crack it. Please tell me you didn't get stuck in there. Shinran took a deep breath, trying to suppress his lingering fear. I'm fine. I'm out, he replied, rubbing his arms and legs. The world outside the window was calm and quiet. No CIO strike teams. No drones. Was this just another layer of the dream? Shinran couldn't shake the unease. Moments ago, he had wondered how those government officials had been trapped. Now, after experiencing it firsthand, he understood the horrifying power of virtual reality. I thought, based on your earlier moves, you had some guts, came a voice from the doorway. The white-masked figure leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed. But overall, I'd say you passed. Shinran's phone buzzed and it was windy. Is it that bounty hunter team led by Sakamoto Tozaburo? Forget it. No need to contact them again, the masked figure said. A flicker of hostility flashed in Shinran's eyes. The other person's knowledge of him made him uneasy. No need to contact them? What do you mean? He asked cautiously, subtly increasing the distance between them while glancing toward the window. Relax. The CIO won't find this place, the masked figure replied in a casual tone. You sound pretty confident. But I'd rather not have to jump out of a window for real, Shinran said, still on edge. The CIO might not find the nightmare, but the Earth's temporary investigation committee was another matter. In reality, if you hold on to me tightly, you still wouldn't die, the masked figure said with a light laugh. By the way, those guys aren't investigating us tonight. They're after Spade King. Red Heart Queen. Spade King playing card suits. The nightmare was an organization. In the room, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Shinran sat on the edge of the bed, trying to process the explosive information he had just heard. After a moment of silence, he asked, what should I call you? Code name, Queen of Hearts. My real name is a bit too dangerous to share. You can call me Anchi, the other person replied. My third uncle? Is he part of your organization? Shinran asked cautiously. What kind of organization are you? Shun Xiuzhu isn't just an ordinary member. Anchi paused, her tone carrying a hint of intrigue. He's exceptionally talented. Many of the senior members believe he should be our leader. Shinran's heart skipped a beat. And then? Maybe he was too exceptional, Anchi said, her calm voice tinged with regret. Eventually, his ideas diverged from ours, and he chose a different path. When he went to Earth, even those self-righteous Federation officials had high hopes for him. My third uncle went to Earth? Shinran latched onto the crucial detail. His third uncle had abruptly dropped out of Lihua University, and at the time, everyone assumed he had offended the wrong rich heir. Now it seemed more like espionage. Yes. Anchi didn't seem surprised by Shinran's deduction. For a long time, the organization was very concerned. Shin Xiuzhu's status in the Federation grew higher and more mysterious. Eventually, we couldn't even contact him directly anymore. Shinran fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts. 6 years ago, Shin Xiuzhu disappeared again, and the organization exhausted all means to reach him, Anchi continued. He wouldn't betray you, would he? Shinran couldn't help but say. Perhaps the Federation assigned him another secret mission, Anchi replied without giving a direct answer. It wasn't until after the Qiming incident that the organization received word from Shan Xiuzhu again. Shinran pieced it together in his mind. His third uncle had asked the organization to investigate the Qiming incident, which had somehow dragged him into it as well. The nightmare that descended on Huaqing was indeed connected to his third uncle. Suddenly, a critical question occurred to him, and his heart sank. Your organization seems very powerful. My third uncle is one of your key members. So why, on the day my second uncle was in trouble, did you? Anchi studied Shinran's every move, as if she could read his thoughts. That was Shun Xiuzhu's own instruction. He repeatedly emphasized that his matters should not involve his family. Xincheng once came close to joining us, but ultimately chose to live as an ordinary person. Who could have predicted what would happen later? Shinran lowered his head and said nothing. He couldn't tell if the organization had the ability to save his second uncle at the time. Perhaps his third uncle's long estrangement from the organization stemmed from his resistance to them. What exactly is your organization? Are you the Nightmare? Shinran finally asked the most pressing question. Of course not. Nightmare is merely a faction within the organization, established at Shan Xiuzhu's request, Anchi replied, crossing her arms and leaning against the door. As for the essence of the organization, you could think of it as a government within a government. You're a political party? Shinran was taken aback, his mind racing to connect the dots. Behind her featureless white mask, Anchi seemed to pierce through him with her gaze. The Judy Party. Shinran was stunned. On Mars, a competitive multi-party system was in place, an arrangement enforced by the Earth Federation to prevent authoritarianism. Aside from the ruling Huij Party, the Judy Party was the second largest political faction. No wonder his third uncle had been sent to Earth as a spy. The party is in a bad state right now. Shin Xiuzhu is crucial to us, and so are you, Anchi said, her voice steady as she looked directly at Shinran. We deeply regret your second uncle's death, but this only proves one thing. If you don't change Huaqing will change you. Shinran, the organization values you greatly. If you're willing to join, you could become the next Shin Xiuzhu. Some even privately call you Crown Prince. Crown Prince? Shinran was dumbfounded. Just months ago, he had been a kid struggling to get into a public high school in the underground city. Now, he was suddenly being called the Crown Prince? But he quickly realized the title was far from glamorous. In 2327, there were no imperial successions. A crown prince implied an emperor above him, the one truly in charge. Did they want to use him to reconnect with his third uncle? Suppressing his emotions, Shun Ran said, I can't act recklessly. My third uncle is in the Federation now, and he must have his own plans and concerns. And she frowned. Shun Ran's reaction wasn't as enthusiastic as she had anticipated. Typically, someone his age, upon discovering such a powerful and mysterious organization, especially one tied to their family, would be thrilled to join. But what Anchi didn't know was that Shun Ran preferred the freedom and justice of the underworld over the politics of the elite. Moreover, now that he knew about his third uncle's enigmatic background, the best course of action was to wait. His third uncle would likely contact him soon enough. As Anchi stood in confusion, a group of people in a black sedan parked outside Sunshine Community were equally perplexed. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a square face, and sharp brows spoke in a low, commanding voice. We've waited over 2 months. Even Elder Zhang has come tonight. That's enough, bring him in directly. His tone was firm and left no room for argument. Cough. An elderly man dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, spoke slowly. Some things can't be rushed. They need to ripen on their own. Rushing things has cost the organization dearly in the past. Haven't we learned our lesson yet? The middle-aged man lowered his head at these words. Understood. However, his brows remained furrowed. The Star Energy era is undergoing drastic changes. After the Qiming incident, the Earth Federation is planning to rebuild the teleportation gate to Fire City. With the Huaj Party controlling the government, the organization is facing a grave challenge. Only Xin Xiuzhu can turn the tide. The elderly man's sharp gaze fell on the middle-aged man. That young man isn't part of the organization yet, let alone your subordinate. Don't impose the organization's ways on him. The middle-aged man replied in a low voice, it's just, well, young people, you know. Individualism is normal. The elderly man sighed. I suspect he believes in brute force above all else, and doesn't yet understand the organization's deeper purpose. He's only seeing the surface. After a pause, he continued, we won't wait any longer. Have Anchi take him to Hongweiling Park and notify the tech department. The black sedan disappeared silently into the night. At this moment, Shun Ran was filled with questions. If the news reported that the Nightmare Organization had obtained a list of over 30 people involved in the Qiming incident, and even his third uncle had mentioned this organization, why hadn't it been exposed? After a moment of contemplation, he let it go. Perhaps this was just politics. But answers were what he sought. Anchi sighed in disappointment. Even the elderly man had come, yet he had left again. You don't want to come with me, but you'll go to Hongweiling Park, won't you? Hongweiling Park? For what? Shun Ran asked, puzzled. Anchi walked to the window, leapt out gracefully, and landed steadily on the ground below. She turned to look back at him. Shun Ran stared at the scene in astonishment, muttering under his breath, Dong Sanlang could probably do that too. He closed the window and headed downstairs. The room still held a government official and that peculiar device. The moment he reached the ground floor, Shun Ran couldn't wait to ask questions. Anchi removed her mask, revealing a cascade of golden hair that shimmered like sunlight. Her oval face was stunning, and her mixed heritage features were striking yet gentle. However, the way she looked at Shun Ran was far from gentle. Do you think there's anything you've thought of that we haven't? The organization will handle it. Shun Ran chuckled. He recalled something his second uncle had once said. When a woman likes someone, even their flaws seem charming. When she dislikes someone, even their virtues become irritating. It seemed Anchi disliked him, and that was perfectly understandable. He could feel the aura of authority emanating from her. For someone like him, just a boy from the underground citadel, repeatedly refuse her, it was natural for her to harbor no fondness. The term Crown Prince crossed his mind, and a bitter taste filled his heart. Just then, a sleek, understated hovercar descended, its 4 blue turbines kicking up debris from the ground. Anchi opened the door and climbed into the driver's seat. Get in. Curious, Shun Ran got into the car. I won't join your organization until my third uncle contacts me. Got it, Anchi said impatiently. You don't need to keep flaunting your stubbornness like some stinky, unyielding stone in a latrine. Just stay quiet. The hovercar lifted off and sped rapidly in a single direction. After a while, Anchi suddenly asked, You're such a coward. So why did you dare to connect with that female government official in that room through the virtual machine earlier? Shun Ran didn't answer. Anchi frowned, seeing his silence through the rearview mirror, and pressed on. Why aren't you answering? You told me to keep quiet earlier. Do I have to do everything you tell me to? Anchi's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. No, Shun Ran replied calmly, staring out the car window. But if I join your group and really become this so-called crown prince, then I suppose I would have to. Anchi's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. This 15-year-old boy was sharper than she'd expected. No wonder he was the nephew of Xin Xiuzhu and Shen Cheng. Because that was my third uncle's room, Shinran said softly, still looking out at the complex nightscape of watching. In there, I felt at ease. Family wouldn't harm me. Anchi was momentarily stunned before falling silent. She thought about how this boy, who should have been enjoying a normal school life like his peers, was now caught in the middle of a massive storm. His earlier reactions started to make more sense. 10 minutes later, the hovering car stopped at the top of a towering skyscraper. Get out, Anchi said. The powerful wind from the underground city's air circulation system whipped against them. They were over 100 meters above the ground, with a sweeping view of the Anyang district below. Aren't you cold? Or did you get your body modified by Higashisaburo? Anchi noticed Shunran was only wearing a thin tracksuit. No, but I am freezing now, Shunran said, starting to shiver. The wind here is so strong. If there's nothing urgent, I'd like to head back. Anchi resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Was this guy actually clueless, or just pretending? He acted like nothing was wrong when no one questioned him, but as soon as she spoke, he started shivering way too fake. Hang tight, Anchi said as she walked to the edge. Shinran followed her out of curiosity. It was then that Anchi noticed his backpack. What's in that bag? Just some tools for being out and about, Shunran replied, silently thinking. Star energy stones are so valuable, yet third uncle gave them to me instead of this organization. Does that mean he's disappointed in this group, the Earth Federation, and maybe even a lot of things in this world? Stuff bounty hunters use? Anchi didn't press further and changed the topic. You followed Higashisaburo so easily before. Did you think bounty hunters like him were cool? That he was strong? Is there a problem with that? Shinran asked, not quite understanding her point. You little kid, you have no idea. If Higashisaburo were given a chance to join the organization, he'd probably drop to his knees on the spot, Anchi said with an air of certainty. Although I don't want to argue with you, I still have to say this. The example you're giving and the scenario you're imagining it won't happen, Shinran said calmly, though his tone carried a hint of conviction. Anchi frowned slightly and looked at Shunran, noticing his face was genuinely composed. Could it be a teenager's naive pursuit of individual heroism? Who doesn't dream of being a hero when they're young? But she believed that one day, Shunran would understand even a hero must follow the rules once they step into the halls of power. To Shunran, Anchi's words had crossed a line, dripping with the arrogance of the elite. He didn't know Higashisaburo well enough yet to fully judge his character, but he remembered Qinwei mentioning at the base how the son of the chairman of the Yuri group once offered a huge sum of money to hire Higashisaburo as his personal bodyguard only to be flatly rejected. Higashisaburo himself had said many times that he disliked the constraints of society, mocking those so-called civilized people who had to drink, eat, and indulge in secret, far less free than his current lifestyle. Why did you bring me here, anyway? Shinran asked again. Tonight's gains are already more than enough. Look, Anchi said instead of answering, her gaze fixed on a specific spot. Shinran followed her line of sight, and his expression instantly changed. It was a small park area, eerily similar to the one he'd experienced in the virtual space. The elite forces of the CIO's mobile unit had locked down several kilometers around it. Black armored vehicles blocked the streets, squads of heavily armed SWAT officers stood ready, and the air buzzed with black, flying saucer-like crafts and swarms of hive drones. Among them were a few particularly distinct individuals, not mechanical officers, but people in matching black suits carrying black briefcases. What is this? Shinran immediately turned to Anchi. Anchi spoke calmly, her tone unwavering. Can't you tell? They're searching for the King of Spades. Her face remained utterly composed, devoid of any emotion. This unsettling serenity left Shunran both astonished and uneasy. It was as if she was completely indifferent to the fate of her comrades. Just keep watching, and you'll understand, Anchi added, her voice steady. Meanwhile, back at the base, Higashisaburo, Qinwei, Marl, and Li Xian had just returned. Shunkuin isn't back yet? Higashisaburo asked immediately upon entering, his sharp eyes scanning the room as his brows furrowed in concern. Li Xian's right arm bore a scorched wound, faint arcs of electricity crackling ominously over it. Yet, he ignored the pain, focusing instead on Wendy, who lounged casually in a swivel chair, sucking on a lollipop. His phone's off, Wendy said bluntly, her legs crossed as she skipped any pretense. Before he left, Shunran asked me to connect someone to a neural interface. Her words hit the room like a grenade. Higashisaburo and Qinwei's expressions darkened instantly, while Li Xian's heartbeat quickened. Oh my god! Shun the Invincible is Nightmare? Marl exclaimed in disbelief, his face paling. Your IQ's not your strong suit, huh, Marl? Li Xian quipped, though his tone soon turned serious. Shinran can't be Nightmare. But why would he mess with something so dangerous at such a critical time? Wendy's next revelation only deepened their shock. Shinran's last known signal had come from the Anyang district. Anyang district? Higashisaburo's face tightened further. He immediately motioned to Qinwei and Marl to gear up. The government lunatics don't care who the real Nightmare is. If Shunkuin gets caught, we're all in danger. Just as the tension reached its peak, Qin Wei froze suddenly. Wait, I just got a notification, everyone. Check the news from Anyang District. The usually quiet commercial streets surrounding Honghuiling Park, which would fall silent after 10 p.m., were unusually bustling tonight. The reason? A CIO tactical unit operation. At the park entrance, Chris stood at the forefront, leading a group of black-clad operatives whose presence exuded a cold, cutting authority. As the special forces began closing in to completely surround the park, an abrupt and extraordinary turn of events unfolded. The electronic screens on the surrounding high-rises all lit up simultaneously, displaying the same man's photograph. Alongside it were details of his government position and his role in the Chiming crash incident. The sight was stunning. Across a radius of 1,000 meters, screens on every building displayed the same image. Onlookers, stunned by the spectacle, began pulling out their phones or activating their cybernetic eyes to record the astonishing scene. Abort the operation. All units, return to base immediately. The on-site commander suddenly received urgent orders from the government. This unexpected development even caused Chris, usually stoic and composed, to show a flicker of surprise. 3 kilometers away, on the rooftop of a high-rise, Shun Ran stood in shock, watching as the CIO tactical unit retreated like a receding tide. Well? Angie leaned casually against the railing, lighting a slim cigarette with an air of effortless poise. Her tone was light, almost teasing. Now do you understand what it means to be on a different level? From a young age, Shunran understood the weight behind terms like surface city, big figures, and government organizations. This understanding came from a bloody lesson his second uncle, Shun Chung, spent his entire life being crushed by these colossal forces, ultimately meeting his end with a gunshot to the head in a shadowy alley. Now, standing outside Honghua Ridge Park, watching the weary soldiers board their vehicles and leave, Shinran felt a familiar wave of emotion, eerily similar to what he experienced witnessing his uncle's death. Beside him, and Chi continued her casual remarks about disparities, completely oblivious to how her words pierced the soul of someone from the underground city. In the cold wind, Shunran responded with a detached, "Yeah, impressive." At that moment, amidst the crowd returning to their posts, one figure stood out: Chris, the investigator, dressed in a black suit and carrying a black briefcase. Following closely behind were 3 other investigators: Lao San, Jack, and Su Linyu, similarly attired. Chris's signature poker face remained as stoic as ever. "What are you doing?" "Orders have been given to evacuate." A sergeant reached out, attempting to stop Chris. Bang! Without warning, the sergeant was struck as if by a sledgehammer, sent flying 5 or 6 meters backward. Chris retracted his fist, not even sparing a glance at the groaning sergeant on the ground, and coldly stated, "I'm not interested in Fire City's political games. I haven't received any orders from my superiors. Don't block my way." The surrounding soldiers of the mobile unit exchanged uneasy glances, but none dared to challenge the Federal Security Bureau prosecutor. They had spent 7 to 8 grueling hours trapping Nightmare Organization's Ace of Spades in Honghua Ridge Park, only to be abruptly ordered to retreat. This was the 24th century, not the corrupt feudal era of Emperor Gaozong of the Song dynasty. Chris walked alone into the pitch-black park, while the other 3 investigators sealed off the remaining exits. "Though 1,000 stand in my way, I will press forward." This ancient phrase echoed in Shunran's mind. He didn't understand the grudges between the Nightmare Organization, the Huij Party, and the federal investigators, but Chris's solitary pursuit of the truth struck a profound chord within him. What a troublesome guy. And Chi turned around, her usual nonchalance momentarily fading before she smirked again. But not surprising. Those investigators probably realize by now that the answer isn't out there. They just need to ask the Huij Party directly. "What do you mean?" Shinran struggled to grasp her implication, and Chi didn't elaborate. Instead, she flashed a radiant smile. "So, have you made up your mind?" Shinran fell into silence, leaning on the railing. The rooftop wind was biting, nearly freezing his face. Even a bounty hunter stronger than Bamboo Tozaburo would face near certain death in tonight's situation. And Chi's voice remained as melodious as ever. "All it takes is one phone call to resolve this. Only kids resort to violence. Shunran, you deserve a youth like everyone else. We can arrange for you to attend Jiangnan High School and later Lihua University, where Shan Xiuzhu studied. Your aunt's family could also receive the benefits of being classified as a first-tier martyr's household." Much later, a sleek black hovercar carried in Chi away from the rooftop. Shinran stood by the edge of the railing, lighting a cigarette. He took a deep drag, the acrid smoke filling his throat and lungs. Amid the violent coughing, there was a strange, almost masochistic sense of relief. Shinran coughed uncontrollably, his eyes watering as he watched the hovering car disappear into the distance. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it. You dropped me here but don't bother taking me back. What kind of nonsense is this?" Although Chi hadn't openly mocked him during the entire ordeal, Her demeanor had turned cold and dismissive after his final refusal, abandoning even the most basic courtesy. He walked to a nearby iron gate and gave it a hard push, but it didn't budge. The building towered over 100 meters high, and he had no intention of playing Spider-Man at such heights. Resigned, he pulled out his phone, powered it on, and dialed a number. "Hey boss. I'm fine, but, I'm kind of stuck somewhere." At 11 p.m., in the base of Bamboo Tasharu in the Neil district, Chinwei stormed in, gripping Shun Ran by the back of his neck like a misbehaving kitten. She dragged him inside as the room's tense atmosphere greeted them. Tasharu, Marl, and Li Xian were all present, their expressions serious. Chinwei, dressed in a cropped t-shirt and jeans that accentuated her striking figure, had none of her usual warm, big sisterly demeanor. If anything, she looked ready to slap Shinran. "Your good buddy Li Zin's arm injury hasn't even been treated yet, and here you are, causing a mess this big tonight." Chinwei snapped, her voice sharp with anger. Tasharu regarded Shinran with a calm but cutting gaze. "Shinkuin, do you even realize the trouble you almost brought down on us? You're far too reckless. They'll have to punish home-cooked meals for a month." Marl blinked in confusion. "Wait, Tasharu, are you sure you're punishing him? Since when was your cooking considered a reward?" Li Xian, however, remained silent. Despite his usual affable and simple demeanor, there was more to him than met the eye. He still remembered Shinran mentioning his dream of investigating the Qiming incident, and how he had promised to stand by his side for it. Meanwhile, Wendy sat curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, looking guilty and pitiful. "Shun invincible, don't blame me, okay? It was Marl who forced me to spill." Shinran let out a sigh and apologized to everyone. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly, betraying his hunger. Fortunately, Tasharu and Chinwei's tempers were as fleeting as they were fiery, and they waved him off to grab something to eat. "Li Xian, how's your arm? Don't delay it, get it looked at," Shinran asked with concern. "It's nothing," Li Xian replied with a grin. "Not like the old days anymore. Out with the old, in with the new. Just swapping out an arm, no big deal." He didn't press Shinran about his ordeal, instead launching into an animated recount of today's mission with Tasharu and the others. When he got to the part about their earnings, his face lit up with pure joy. It was clear genuinely loved his work as a bounty hunter. Watching Li Zin's radiant smile, Shinran couldn't help but feel his own mood lift. A small, warm smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Late that night, Shinran returned to his room and turned on the TV. Breaking news dominated the screen, and the content was shocking. He immediately picked up his phone and browsed the forums, discovering that online discussions were already in an uproar, presenting a narrative starkly different from the televised report. This was undoubtedly a major blow to the Huij party. There was still a year until the next election cycle. Shinran calculated in his mind and Qi's organization was likely waiting for the perfect moment, planning to expose the Qiming incident during the elections to maximize their leverage. However, their chances of success seemed slim. After all, the Huij party had close ties with the Earth Federation. Furthermore, the construction of the stellar energy portal was bound to be completed within a year, ensuring Mars' eventual reintegration into the Human Federation. "What's wrong with me?" Shinran muttered to himself, setting his phone down as he lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He tried to clear his mind, but he couldn't escape the endless string of puzzles swirling in his head. Although he had uncovered some information about his third uncle, the investigation seemed to have deviated from its original purpose. Suddenly, a story his second uncle once told him came to mind. Back in college, his second uncle had founded a club, but as it grew, it lost sight of its original mission. In the end, he chose to leave. "Maybe I should wait for news from third uncle," Shinran sighed, deciding to temporarily shelve his thoughts. A moment later, something occurred to him. He retrieved a USB drive from his backpack, a discovery he had made at the Shin family's old residence. Plugging it into his computer, he opened a folder. Shinran frowned as he browsed its contents. Records of Shan Xiuju's youth when he joined the Zhudi party, including photos from his younger days and handwritten, heartfelt notes. It was clear that Qi and her group had deliberately placed this there. Perhaps because of his long life in the dim underground city, Shinran felt no passion or admiration for the slogans and ideologies. Qi's sharp and cutting demeanor during their last encounter had further disillusioned him about the organization, and he had no interest in playing the role of their prince. Are they trying to use this to blackmail third uncle? Shinran wondered silently. He gazed at a photo of his third uncle at 19. In the picture, a vibrant young man stood quietly beside a large stone engraved with the words, Lihua University. His striking features and tall, slender figure caught the admiring gaze of a female classmate nearby. Yet the young Shun Xiuju looked straight into the camera, his eyes bright and clear. The sunlight perfectly captured the beauty of youth, freezing that moment in time. The next day, Higasha Saburo led Shun ran to a small, dimly lit room. I know about your family background and that your second uncle's death on Hope Day was suspicious. But now, you're one of us. Higasha Saburo said sternly, locking eyes with Shunran. Your every move affects the people around you. If you'd been caught last night, do you know what would have happened? Shunran lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I understand. I won't investigate any further for now. If it happens again, they'll personally hand you over to the police. Higasha Saburo said coldly before softening his tone. I get it. Losing a loved one unjustly is hard. But you're still too young and too weak. Right now, you need to learn patience and how to grow stronger. Thank you, boss, Shunran said sincerely. Despite their relationship being one of convenience, having a leader like Higasha Saburo felt like a stroke of luck compared to others he could have ended up with. Oh, by the way, Higasha Saburo suddenly asked, Wendy mentioned that last night in Anyang District, you linked into someone's neural device. Did you find anything? Shunran met Higasha Saburo's gaze directly, causing the latter to frown. If you want to say something, say it. If not, forget it, Higasha Saburo said seriously. Boss, do you know the Judy party? Shunran asked instead. The second largest party on Mars? Of course, Higasha Saburo replied. The governor of Neil District is one of their members. I even worked for him a year ago. Why? Seeing Shunran remain silent, Higasha Saburo seemed to realize something. You don't think the Chiming incident was orchestrated by the Judy party, do you? No, Shunran denied. Higasha Saburo didn't press further. Instead, he said, You've been growing quickly lately, but remember two things. First, haste makes waste. Second, you're not alone, your actions affect those around you. Standing up, he added, oh, one more thing. I just learned a new recipe online, something called urine-boiled eggs. Sounds pretty unique. Shun, you're still a virgin, right? Shinran's expression darkened. Boss, didn't you say you'd punish me by banning me from eating weird stuff for a month? Your attitude in admitting your mistake was commendable, so I'm reducing your sentence, Higasha Saburo replied. Dong Sanlang spoke with a serious tone. Shunran was left puzzled, unsure whether the other was criticizing the oddity of his cooking or complimenting it as gourmet. Was this a punishment or a reward? After stepping out of the small dark room, a vast underground space unfolded before him. In his line of sight stood Li Xian, wearing nothing but a black tank top. His right arm had been entirely replaced, the exposed steel limb gleaming coldly under the light. He was locked in an intense arm wrestling match with a muscular black man named Mal. The two were evenly matched, neither willing to back down. Mal's dark face was flushed red, and the air seemed to reverberate with the roaring hum of an engine operating at full power. Just then, Dong Sanlang remarked from the sidelines, I thought the treasure I found was just you, but your friend turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Li Xian's performance is indeed beyond our expectations. Bang! The match was decided. Li Xian successfully pinned Mal's arm down, then stood up and beat his chest like an excited gorilla. Watching this unfold, Shunran muttered to himself. Though Li Xian had always been outgoing, his personality seemed even more exaggerated now. Frustrated, Mal kicked Li Xian. My arm is modified with a heat engine, so what are you so proud of? Li Xian grinned widely and, upon spotting Shunran, eagerly ran over. Shunran frowned. Don't overdo the modifications. And you're not even bothering to cover it with synthetic skin. Are you planning to give up looking human altogether? Shunran, you're too conservative. Li Xian puffed out his chest. This is a symbol of my strength. Why should I hide it? It's like how rich people wear big gold chains, or some even embed crystals on their foreheads. Having just defeated an experienced member like Mal, his sense of pride was palpable. Shunran shook his head helplessly. Their values were clearly different, and he wasn't about to argue. Although Li Xian's mother had once embraced a similar style, Shunran believed that body modifications, like cosmetic surgery, were best done in moderation. Too much, and it became grotesque. Let's spar. Pushing aside his thoughts, Shunran decided to heed Dong Sanlang's advice and focus on improving his skills. The two headed to the shooting range to begin their daily training. Meanwhile, in the Fire God district of the Surface City, on Justice Road, just 500 meters from the Prime Minister's residence, Angel was reporting to her superior in a high-rise office building. Have we fallen to such a state? The middle-aged man behind the desk slammed it in anger, his square-shaped face barely able to contain his fury. The crown prince of the ruling party abandons his position to become some bounty hunter in the underground city? He's no better than a rat. Angel remained silent, lowering her head as a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Shinran's choices had undoubtedly deepened the organization's suspicions toward Shinxiuzhu. If not for Elder Zhang's prior instructions, the situation could have been far worse. Yet in the year Xinli 2327, the concept of political hostages no longer existed, and they couldn't just seize him outright. The middle-aged man eventually suppressed his anger and waved his hand. Angel, you're to monitor him around the clock. Give him some time. People naturally strive upward. Hell, come to understand eventually. Understood. Angel replied with a sigh of relief. She had worried that her superiors might resort to forceful measures, which could lead to a complete fallout with Shin Xiuzhu, who had now risen to a high-ranking position within the Federation. And Shin Xiuzhu was the organization's last hope. One more thing, the man added, flipping through some documents with a casual tone. Arrange for Jiangnan High School to grant Shun Yining a 3-year scholarship. Angel hesitated. Didn't the higher-ups say Shin Xiuzhu specifically requested that we not interfere in their lives? Do you think I'm harming the girl, or trying to threaten Shin Xiuzhu? How is this a bad thing? The man's initial confusion quickly turned to a sharp tone. Just follow orders. Less talk, more action. Angel could only nod and quietly exit the office. On a modified open field cluttered with cargo containers, the atmosphere was tense and complex. Shun Ran, clad in jet-black tactical combat gear, pressed his body tightly against the side of a crate, his breathing steady and controlled. He glanced down at the display on his forearm 10 meters ahead. A red remained motionless. Both he and his opponent knew the other's position, yet neither made a move, each waiting for the perfect moment. A cold smirk tugged at Shun Ran's lips. Patience was never his virtue, especially not in combat. It was time to take the initiative. He drew in several slow, deep breaths, the fresh air flooding his lungs as his heart pumped energy through his body like a high-powered engine, his blood surging with adrenaline. Then, without warning, chaos erupted. A massive cargo container, 5 meters long and 3 meters high, suddenly lifted off the ground as if hurled by an invisible force. It soared through the air before crashing down with a deafening roar. From behind it emerged a towering shadow, accompanied by a manic laugh. Didn't see that coming, did you? Ha ha ha. The figure's left hand raised a heavy-duty assault rifle, its barrel aimed and ready to unleash a torrent of death. In a flash, Shun Ran moved like a bolt of lightning, his explosive speed defying the limits of human capability. Within moments, his pistol was trained directly on Li Xin's forehead, while Li Xin's assault rifle pressed against Shun Ran's abdomen. Time seemed to freeze as the two locked in a lethal standoff. Li Xin's face stiffened with tension, while Shun Ran's dark eyes remained unervingly calm, like a predator sizing up its prey. The cargo container slammed back to the ground, the impact reverberating through the air with a thunderous crash. From outside the training grounds, a burly black man named Marl bellowed his approval. Perfect stalemate. When the session ended, Shun Ran sat on a set of steps in the distance, chewing on a piece of synthetic beef jerky. Li Xian approached, tossing him a bottle of energy drink. Hey, Shinj, what's been going on with you lately? What do you mean? Shin ran down the 500-milliliter drink in one go. Li Xian plopped down beside him, scratching the back of his head. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Then don't overthink it. Shun Ran gave Li Xian a firm punch to the chest. You did well back there. Your strength is probably close to a ton now, right? Hell yeah. Li Xian smirked proudly, lifting his shirt to reveal his waist and tapping it with a metallic clang. Just had the Wei Long series prosthetics installed yesterday. Cost me a fortune. Shun Ran kept chewing his jerky, his expression unreadable. How much of your body is augmented now? 70%, Li Xian replied, lying back on the ground with his hands behind his head, staring at the crisscrossing pipes above the base. In the 4 months since joining the Higashi Saburo team, Li Xin's life had been more eventful than the previous decade. He suddenly broke the silence. Shinj, is it because your next mission's coming up that you seem off? The image of their earlier standoff still lingered in his mind, the suffocating pressure of Shun Ran's presence impossible to forget. Maybe. Shin Ran's gaze darkened slightly. I'm not sure. You said you joined to investigate the Qiming incident, but after that one night, Higashi Saburo seemed to warn you off, Li Xian ventured cautiously. Do you even like living this way? The title of Shinj was one Shinran had earned through sheer skill over the past few months. Only a handful at the base Higashi Saburo, Qinwei, Marl, and Wendy knew the truth about him. Despite Li Xin's relentless upgrades and augmentations, Shun Ran's unmodified, flesh and blood body could still match him blow for blow. In the hunter circles, Shun Ran's reputation had skyrocketed, rising from rank to rank. While Li Xin's nickname as the Madman Monster stemmed from his obsession with body modifications, to him, the real monster was the deceptively ordinary young man sitting beside him. Do I like this life? Shun Ran mused, a faint smile curling his lips. Wendy's adorable, and Qin Weijia looks out for all of us. Other than occasionally dealing with the boss eccentricities, it's not bad. Hearing this, Li Xian let out a quiet sigh of relief. He cherished their current way of life, but if Shun Ran ever decided otherwise, Li Xian wouldn't hesitate to stand by his brother's side. Li Xian fixed his gaze on Shun Ran, his tone laced with concern. Shun Ran, you should consider taking it easy. There's no need to push yourself so hard in training. If it comes to it, I can talk to the boss and have your mission for next month cancelled. It's not about that. Shun Ran shook his head, his eyes suddenly taking on a profound depth. While he was indeed affected by certain things after all, He'd never truly taken a life before. What troubled him more was something else entirely. There's something wrong with my body lately. There's always been something wrong with your body, Li Xian quipped, casting a glance at the synthetic beef jerky in Shan Ran's hand, his tone tinged with humor. I'm serious. My scalp's been really itchy lately, Shan Ran replied, frowning as he scratched his head. Are you finally growing a brain? Li Xian teased. Shan Ran rolled his eyes at him, clearly uninterested in continuing the banter. He stood up and gave a casual wave. I'm going to take a shower. The bathroom filled with steam as Shan Ran stepped under the water. His bare physique, with its flawless muscle definition, looked like a masterpiece carved in stone, reminiscent of an ancient Roman sculpture. Turning off the shower, he braced one hand against the mirror, his chiseled brows furrowing deeply. He scrutinized his jet black, straight hair closely. Despite showering daily after training, leaving no chance for lice to thrive, the persistent itchiness refused to subside. Could it be some kind of parasite? Shan Ran muttered, troubled. It had been over 5 months since that fateful night of transformation, yet the terror of the darkness from then still lingered vividly in his mind. In his backpack, he still kept the fragmented remains of a black eggshell from that night. He had once sought out Qin Wei for a CT scan, only to discover a thumb-sized black object lodged in his brain. The revelation had left Qin Wei stunned, but Shan Ran knew better. It wasn't a chip. It was something alive. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Shan Ran stared at his reflection, feeling a faint sense of unfamiliarity. Third uncle still hasn't contacted me, he murmured to himself. The hunger pangs have eased a lot lately. Maybe it's time to try out that star energy stone again. Returning to the underground base, Shan Ran found Mal, the burly black man, chatting and drinking with Li Xian as they discussed training data. Wendy, as usual, was dressed in her signature white dress, sitting cross-legged on a chair, her fingers flying across her keyboard. Qin Wei stood nearby, her elegant brows furrowed as she focused intently on the screen. Qin Wei, is something wrong? Shan Ran asked as he approached. Yes, Qin Wei replied, her voice calm yet tinged with unease. For some time now, someone's been targeting our network system. Shan Ran leaned closer to take a look. Though the intricate data on the screen was incomprehensible to him, Wendy's serious expression was enough to indicate the gravity of the situation. Who dares to mess with us? No idea. Wendy snapped in frustration. I've fended them off multiple times, but they just won't give up. Can you trace their location? Shan Ran asked. Wendy pouted. The other side seems to have government-level clearance. Wendy can't do it. Shan Ran's brows knit tightly. His thoughts immediately turned to the subject party backing in Qi, a wave of disgust rising in his chest. Qin Wei caught the subtle change in his expression. Shan Ran, do you know who's behind this? No, Shan Ran replied, shaking his head. He dared not reveal the truth. If people like Dong Saburo found out that the subject party wanted him to play the role of some kind of crown prince, he'd likely be kicked out of the organization. Yet Qin Wei was already suspicious these cyber attacks had coincidentally started after Shan Ran's trip to Anyang District. Wendy is tired. Wendy wants milk, Wendy suddenly announced, kicking her chair back a few meters and looking at Shan Ran with a pouty, childlike demand. This time, Shan Ran didn't move to fetch it himself. Instead, he called over the smart robotic dog, Xiao Qiu. As he prepared to lie down in the full-body simulation machine for another training session, Xiao Qiu unexpectedly stopped in its tracks and dashed excitedly upstairs. Simultaneously, a message came through to everyone in the base. Sakaki Dong Saburo was summoning them to the first floor, saying a guest of significant importance had arrived. Reluctantly abandoning his training plans, Shan Ran joined the others in taking the elevator to the first floor. There, they found Dong Saburo seated on a couch in the living room, accompanied by 2 individuals, a distinguished elderly man in traditional Tang attire and a teenage girl, no older than 17 or 18. The girl sat gracefully beside the elderly man, her delicate hands as fair as jade. Her jet black hair was styled into an elegant princess bun, adorned with a pearl hairpin whose dangling tassels swayed gently with her slightest movements. She wore a knee-length black dress, its hem embellished with intricate lace cutouts and subtle floral patterns. The design not only revealed her slender, alabaster legs, but also added an air of cold elegance and mystery. With her hands neatly folded on her lap, she exuded an aura of nobility. This scene immediately caught Li Xian's attention. He tugged excitedly at Shan Ran's sleeve. Shan Ran observed the girl closely and soon noticed something unusual despite the curious gazes from those around her. The girl seemed entirely unbothered, as if no one else existed. This was a stark contrast to the typical behavior of someone her age. The elderly man, dressed in traditional Tang attire, shifted his gaze toward Shan Ran's group before finally settling on Shan Ran himself. Dong Sanlang, how come your team has a new member? He asked. A distant nephew, Dong Sanlang replied curtly, clearly not wanting to reveal too much about Shan Ran's identity. Gesturing to him, he added, come over and sit, Ban Mawudi. The unexpected nickname left Shinran momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the girl, who had remained silent all this time, finally looked up at him. The elderly man chuckled lightly, choosing not to press further, and instead got straight to the point. Here's the situation. My granddaughter has encountered some trouble at school. Matters involving adults, I can handle. But when it comes to children, it's a bit trickier. I'll be leaving Huaching for a while, and would like to ask for your help, Dong Sanlang. Xiao Qiu brought over a tea tray as Dong Sanlang poured tea for the older man. What kind of trouble? He asked. A rather unruly young man has recently taken a liking to my granddaughter, the elderly man explained, glancing at the girl. He's the son of a shareholder in the Yuri group and has behaved inappropriately in the past. I've spoken with his parents, but they didn't take it seriously. And what exactly are you asking for, Mr. Li? Dong Sanlang inquired further. I'm heading to Luocheng for about 10 days. During that time, I hope you can look after my granddaughter, the elderly man said bluntly. No matter what it takes, I don't want a single hair on her head harmed in those 10 days. Dong Sanlang thought for a moment before turning to the girl. That's simple enough. Miss Li can stay with us for the 10 days. The girl frowned at this suggestion. That's a subpar solution, the elderly man said kindly, though with a hint of firmness. Dong Sanlang, I trust you'll come up with something better. As for compensation, it will exceed your expectations. The tea in the cup on the tray remained perfectly still. The elderly man in a traditional Tang suit left with the girl. Through the window, Shunran saw a sleek silver hover car ascend into the sky. It was the latest model of the Yuan series by Titanium Manufacturing. Fully equipped, it would cost a steep 60 million Martian credits. A troublesome job, said Dong Saburo, lounging on the sofa in his floral shirt as he sipped the leftover tea. Qinwei asked, so, does Li Qingwen want us to take care of the guy pursuing his granddaughter? Isn't it obvious? Dong Saburo grumbled in dissatisfaction. But that old fox is shrewd. He doesn't want to pay us what we're worth. According to the elderly man, the boy pursuing his granddaughter was the child of a major shareholder of the Yuri Group. Dong Saburo had no qualms about taking on such a task, but the aftermath would undoubtedly be messy, which meant the price had to be high. However, the old fox hadn't explicitly said to kill anyone. He had only requested that his granddaughter be protected for 10 days. He's trying to get a lot done for little money, hoping we'll do him a favor. Can you believe he used to be the vice president of Mars City's Import-Export Bank? The richer they are, the stingier they get, Dong Saburo said, shaking his head. Boss, are we taking this job? Li Xian asked. Of course we are. Why wouldn't we? Dong Saburo replied. It's just babysitting a little girl for 10 days. Even if Li Qingyuan no longer has the power, status, and wealth he used to, he can still scrape together a decent sum. Li Xian immediately lit up with anticipation. Speaking of which, I haven't interacted with girls my age in ages. Shinran, what do you think of that girl just now? He nudged Shinran with his elbow. You two would make a lovely couple, Shinran replied. Really? Li Xian beamed with excitement. Not really, Shinran said bluntly. With his current half-mechanical appearance, even Optimus Prime would have to call him bro. Li Xian deflated instantly, muttering under his breath, I could just switch out my gear. I can have a normal body too? Hey, Shinran, where are you going? Training, Shunran replied, addressing Dong Saburo before turning and heading toward the underground base. As they watched Shinran's retreating figure, Dong Saburo remarked to Qinwei, sometimes, I think that kid is more like a robot than Li Xian. He barely has any hobbies. He's changed a lot. Qinwei agreed, nodding. Then she added with a smile, he talks less and acts cooler. Honestly, it feels like I'm playing a character development game. And he's like one of those adorable young guys who should only exist on Earth. Adorable? Dong Saburo frowned. According to the latest data models, Shunran could punch a fully grown bull to death with one blow. How he managed that was still a mystery. That night, Shunran spent hours in a hyper-realistic virtual game, shooting and killing over and over again, before returning to his room. He had a dream he was back in that dimly lit alley. Overhead, a pipe had burst, spraying fine droplets like rain. But this time, it wasn't his second uncle standing there. It was his younger third uncle. Are you ready? His third uncle asked. Shinran wanted to ask what he was supposed to be ready for, but no words came out. Are you ready? His third uncle repeated, over and over. At 4 a.m., Shunran woke with a start. He sat on the edge of his bed, drank a glass of water, then chain-smoked one cigarette after another until the room was thick with smoke. Everyone seemed to think he had changed, and he knew it too. The memory of his relative being shot in the head and his cousin's helpless cries were images he couldn't erase. The Qiming incident had also dragged him into the political struggles of the Martian government. All of it made him want to numb himself with nicotine. Thankfully, he hadn't turned to anything more dangerous. Is this about the Deep Blue Network? Shinran muttered to himself. He had only connected to the Deep Blue Network once, long ago, and never again. But lately, The Earth Federation had been releasing frequent news about the Deep Blue world. Another sleepless night. At least his mental strength remained intact. By 7 a.m. the next morning, Shunran was busy in the kitchen. Influenced by Dong Saburo, he had started to see eating as more than just a survival necessity. Food should have more value, and life should have more joy. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't stomach Dong Saburo's bizarre culinary experiments. If you don't make your own breakfast, who knows if Dong Sanlang might suddenly get inspired to whip up some bizarre dish like durian stuffed with pork intestines? Early in the morning, Qin Wei stumbled out of her room, her hair a messy tangle. She was still wearing yesterday's crop top and blue jeans, with a strong mix of perfume and alcohol lingering around her. Good morning, Qin Weijia. Shunran greeted her as he fried eggs, the delicious aroma filling the air. Drawn by the smell, Qin Wei leaned in close, practically draping herself over Shunran. Did you drink last night, Qin Weijia? Shunran asked, frowning slightly. And you're reeking of cigarette smoke? Qin Wei retorted, then suddenly noticed the number of eggs in the pan. Why are you frying so few eggs today? Recently, her appetite had been gradually returning to normal. Qin Weijia, go freshen up. Breakfast will be ready soon, Shunran replied. Ugh, so you're saying my breath stinks, huh? Qin Wei shot him an annoyed look before turning to leave. Not long after, the team minus Dong Sanling gathered around the dining table for breakfast. Shun Wudi, you're the best, Wendy said cheerfully, sipping her hot milk. The boss actually has great skills, Mayor, the team's long-standing member, chimed in. It's just that he's gotten tired of most regular dishes, so his tastes have become unconventional. Mayor had spent the most time with Dong Sanlang and had a unique understanding of him. It was said that Dong Sanlang had once saved Mayor's life. Back then, Mayor had been on the brink of death, lying in an alley, begging Dong Sanlang to take care of his cat. Dong Sanlang had simply replied that he didn't like cats before saving him. Much like Li Xian, Mayor harbored a deep, almost inexplicable admiration for the man who had changed his life. This team, bound by a mix of shared interests and emotions, had been together for 6 or 7 years. Shunran, in just over 20 days, it'll be your turn for a mission. How are you feeling about it? Mayor asked, glancing at Shunran across the table. Nothing much, Shunran replied calmly. Unlike Li Xian, who was more expressive, Shunran's personality had been shaped by his experiences, leaving him reserved and indifferent despite his extensive training at the base and lack of field missions. Relax a bit, smile more. We'll be nearby to back you up when the time comes, Qin Wei said, trying to lighten the mood. After breakfast, just as everyone was about to go their separate ways, the sound of a hover car landing outside the villa caught their attention. At the same time, Dong Sanlang, dressed in a black coat with a sunflower pattern, appeared on the second-floor balcony. Good morning, Lord Sanlang. Xiao Qiu called out excitedly. Lai Sichuan had arrived. The tall and imposing Dong Sanlang descended the stairs gracefully and personally opened the front door. Under Shan Ran's watchful gaze, the door swung open to reveal 2 bodyguards dressed in black, flanking the young girl from yesterday. So her name was Lai Sichuan. Li Xian thought to himself, her name really suits her. Today, she looked entirely different. Gone was the princess dress from the night before. Instead, she wore a black and white school uniform, with a badge pinned to her chest, the emblem of Jiangnan High School. Shin Ran recognized the uniform. His cousin, Shin Yingying, wore the same one. Good morning, Mr. Dong Sanlang. My grandfather and father have left. May I ask how you plan to arrange my protection going forward? Lai Sichuan stood politely at the door, not stepping inside. Her gaze briefly landed on Shanran, perhaps recalling the name Banmu Wudi from yesterday. Are you planning to go to school right now? Dong Sanlang asked, gesturing for her to come in, but she remained at the doorway. Yes, Lai Sichuan nodded. Class starts in 30 minutes. Please make the arrangements quickly, Mr. Dong Sanlang. Dong Sanlang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Was Lai Qingyuan seriously expecting his team to provide 247 protection for his granddaughter? And for such a modest fee? Mr. Dong Sanlang, your reputation precedes you in this field. I believe you understand that the Lai family is far from weak. I hope you can accommodate this request, Lai Sichuan said, her words tactful yet firm. Please wait a moment, Dong Sanlang replied. Lai Sichuan nodded. Of course. Dong Sanlang made a quick call to Lai Qingyuan, who insisted that his granddaughter would not miss school out of fear and firmly rejected the suggestion of keeping her at the base for 10 days. We'll pay more, the old man added. The school has even arranged a temporary position for you, Dong Sanlang. Just look after her for 10 days. After hanging up, Dong Sanlang felt something was off, but the generous payment swayed him. He glanced at the people in the room. By now, Li Xian and the others had overheard the conversation at the door. Qin Wei crossed her legs, her tone dripping with disdain. Don't look at me. There's no way I'm babysitting some little girl for 10 days. I can't stand anything about Upper City and its people. They'll do it. Li Xian volunteered eagerly, jumping to his feet with excitement. Shunran was suddenly grabbed by Li Xian. With your personality, going into an upper-class circle like that might not be a good idea. Why not? I could absolutely take care of Li Sichuan flawlessly. Li Xian stomped his foot in frustration. Don't judge me by how carefree I usually am. I'm like Zhang Fei threading a needle rough on the outside, but meticulous on the inside. Dong Sanlang, however, shook his head, clearly not in agreement. I can do it. Wendy's childish voice suddenly piped up. Dong Sanlang dismissed her immediately. After all, Wendy was just an elementary school student, and her skills were crucial to the team. Boss, I think I can handle it, came a deep, rumbling voice. Ma Er, a towering figure over 6 feet tall with dark skin and a build like a steel tower, walked over. Li Xian, Shunran, Qin Wei, and Wendy all turned to look at him with stiff, awkward expressions. Dong Sanlang's forehead twitched in exasperation. No, you can't. Why not? Meyer asked, puzzled, thumping his chest in assurance. It's not like I haven't been to school. Isn't school just a confined space where lots of fights happen? Back in my school days, I was the toughest guy around. Teachers even handed me cigarettes. Yeah, that's definitely not going to work. Dong Sanlang shook his head again. The room fell into silence. Qinwei suddenly glanced at Shunran. Shunran froze, his eyes darting around before finally landing on the mechanical dog, Xiao Qiu, resting under the sofa. Xiao Qiu, he called, nudging it with his foot. Huh, what's up? Xiao Qiu looked up, confused. Shunkuan, it seems you might be the best fit, Dong Sanlang said. No way, no way. I can't do it. Shinran waved his hands frantically. I get dizzy reading books. I'm timid, and I'm terrified of school violence. Him, acting as a bodyguard for some girl at Jianan High School? His cousin Shun Yining was a first-year student there. Shun Invincible can't leave us. Wendy clung to Shunran, glaring at Dong Sanlang defiantly. The team won't work without him. Exactly. Wendy's absolutely right. Shunran nodded vigorously. Sure, Shun Invincible has spent the past 4 months at the base doing nothing but eating and playing, even less useful than Xiao Qiu. I don't even know why we're keeping him around, Wendy quipped, earning an exasperated glare from Shunran. But that girl is really pretty, and after 4 months of feeding Shun Invincible, what if he decides to run off? Shunran angrily kicked away the seemingly sweet, but secretly sharp-tongued Wendy. What nonsense are you spouting? Dong Sanlang hesitated. Shinran's greatest strength was his unpredictability. During their obscure early days, he had assassinated many so-called sons of Fire City. If his identity were exposed prematurely over a minor task like this, it wouldn't be worth it. But on the other hand, every other team member had a specific role, while Shunran was idle wasting his potential. Shunkuan, Dong Sanlang called out again. Li Xian, on second thought, I think you're perfect for the job. Shunran quickly deflected, pushing Li Xian forward. Li Xian stood confidently in front of Dong Sanlang, only to be shoved aside. Dong Sanlang gave Shunran a serious look. The Li family arranged a temporary job for you. Outside of class hours, you can move freely while Li Sichuan is in school. And remember, you're just an ordinary person. Unless someone crosses the line, you absolutely cannot make the first move. Boss, I really can't do this. Shinran protested, still struggling. My mission's coming up soon. I'm not just freeloading in the team, I'm genuinely useful. Why saddle me with something this trivial? Can't we call it off? Dong Sanlang leaned in and lowered his voice. They just upped the pay. Shinran nearly spat out blood. Are you ready? A polite voice asked from the doorway. Yes, ready, Dong Sanlang said, grabbing Shinran by the collar. He reminded him again. This mission is simple. Even if the other party has unimaginable resources, it's unlikely they'd cause trouble in an elite school like Jiangnan High. Li Xian watched Shinran's retreating figure with a complicated expression, muttering, I wish I could trade places with him. The girl at the door looked at Shunran, who appeared to be about her age. Her eyes narrowed slightly when she noticed there was no interface on his neck. No chip? Mr. Dong Sanlang, what's the meaning of this? The girl frowned at Dong Sanlang. Miss Li, are you dissatisfied? I, Sakaki Dong Sanlang, personally guarantee that this is the most capable member of our team. The girl scrutinized Shinran with suspicion. Her 2 bodyguards also frowned subtly, noting Shinran's well-proportioned physique and steady breathing didn't seem like an ordinary young man. But you already have bodyguards, Shinran pointed out. Not the same. These bodyguards can't enter the school, the girl replied, extending her hand politely. Hello, Sakaki Invincible. Shinran didn't take her hand. Only when she looked puzzled did he finally speak. That's not my name. And please, stop calling me that. Then what should I call you? The girl asked, even more confused. Whatever, Shinran muttered, staring wistfully at the scenery outside the base, unwilling to go. His cousin Shan Yining was also at Jiangnan High. If the Judy party discovered him, it would invite endless trouble. His backpack was still in his room, and carrying it everywhere would only draw unwanted attention. He couldn't relax. Should I just kill this guy? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. I wouldn't even need 10 days. No matter how complicated society is, there's always a shortcut. Inside the hovercar, silence filled the air. Shunran sat quietly in the back seat, accustomed to such stillness. The young woman, Li Sichuan, occasionally glanced at him curiously through the rearview mirror. The hovercar sped past the iconic solar towers of the underground city and entered the tunnel leading to the upper city. At that moment, Dong Sanlang sent Shan ran a file on Li Sichuan, the granddaughter of Li Qingyuan, who had served as the vice chairman of the Fire City Import-Export Bank 230123115 and was a member of the Sovereign Party, though his influence had waned in recent years. The Sovereign Party? Shen Ran's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly understood the true purpose of this mission. It's just a ploy to draw attention away. A wave of helplessness swept over him. Dong Sanlang's message chimed again, reminding him not to reveal his full capabilities. Boss, can I back out of this? Shun Ran directly called, his tone unreserved, loud enough for Li Sichuan to overhear. Such an easy task, and you'll be back by evening. It's not like you're shadowing her 247. Shunkuan, don't tell me you're just being lazy? Dong Sanlang sounded confused. Shun Ran had no retort. He stared out the window at the suddenly expansive view of the upper city, his mood growing heavier. He felt like a fish in a pond longing for freedom, yet powerless under the manipulation of those with far greater influence. 7 minutes until we arrive. Li Sichuan's crisp voice broke the silence. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Shun Ran replied mechanically, muttering internally, much appreciated. You and your entire family. Li Sichuan immediately sensed his dissatisfaction, her face flushing with anger. Stop the car. She commanded the driver before turning to Shun Ran. If you're so unwilling, you should have said so earlier. Get out now. My grandfather paid for this. Don't you have any professional ethics? Professional ethics? Shin Ran sneered at himself. In this line of work, where do you think ethics come from? As for getting out of the car, will your family actually let me? Get out. Now. Li Sichuan demanded sharply. Unexpectedly, the driver and elderly butler of the Li family intervened gently. Mr. Shun, you're both young. It's normal to have some friction. You'll get along better with time. Li Sichuan's chest heaved in frustration. This man, hired at great expense, was behaving more entitled than she was. Now she was expected to tolerate him? Shun Ran's faint smirk betrayed his lack of surprise. Everything was unfolding as he anticipated. The hovercar continued its journey toward Jiangnan district. Li Sichuan put on her headphones, choosing to block him out entirely. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in the Fire God district of the upper city, and Chi lounged in a computer chair, watching surveillance footage. The Queen of Hearts mask lay beside her. So, the little guy's got some fight in him. Wants to play with me, huh? Her lips curled into a sly smile as she made a call. The prince has left. He'll arrive at Jiangnan High School in 5 minutes. In the upper city, sunlight streamed warmly through the transparent dome. Shin Ran looked down at Jiangnan High School, a campus adorned with white spires, artificial lakes, gardens, and opulent architecture, all reflecting the privilege of its students. The hovercar descended slowly onto the plaza, drawing a crowd's attention. As the car door opened, all eyes turned toward them. Li Sichuan stepped out. She wore the standard black and white school uniform dress, her sleek, long black hair swaying gently in the breeze. Her delicate features, highlighted by a graceful nose and small cherry-red lips, made her stand out on the plaza outside Jiangnan High School's gates. A brand new hovercar of the latest model pulled up to the edge of the plaza, immediately drawing attention. The students coming and going exuded elegance and sophistication, a stark contrast to the children from the underground city. A few female classmates who recognized her greeted her warmly, but Li Sichuan had no time for pleasantries. She turned impatiently towards the car and, pulling off her headphones, snapped, "Why aren't you getting out? What's wrong with you this time?" In the back seat, Shun Ran was hunched over like a thief, nervously peering out the window in all directions. His timid and overly cautious demeanor only fueled Li Sichuan's irritation. She couldn't fathom how someone who was part of the bounty hunter Sakaki Tozaburo's team could be so spineless. "Mr. Shun, is there something you're worried about?" the chauffeur and butler asked with a helpless smile. "Stop rushing me," Shun Ran retorted, his tone laced with obvious resistance. "I've already said I'm timid. I didn't even finish middle school, and you all insisted on dragging me here." After repeatedly confirming that there was no sign of Shun Enying in the area, Shin Ran finally put on his trusty baseball cap and reluctantly climbed out of the car. His appearance immediately caused a stir, with students around him casting surprised or puzzled glances at the boy emerging from Li Sichuan's private vehicle. "Who's that guy in the baseball cap?" a male student asked, staring in disbelief at Shin Ran's retreating figure. "That's clearly a guy. How on earth did he get out of Li Sichuan's car?" Not far away, several mysterious black vehicles were parked, their occupants closely observing Shun Ran's every move. Meanwhile, at the school gate, the chauffeur had already stepped out, preparing to escort Shan Ran alone to the administration office to complete his paperwork, deliberately maintaining a distance from Li Sixuan. Huaqing High School stands tall alongside Jiangnan High School, Huaqian No. 1 High School, and Federation Talent High School, each with its distinctive characteristics. Among them, Federation Talent High School garners significant attention for its graduates' direct access to the Earth Federation College entrance examination. Jiangnan High School, on the other hand, is located in an affluent district and is dedicated to cultivating students' aristocratic demeanor and refinement. When Shan Ran entered Jiangnan High School, the first thing that caught his eye was the spacious garden square with a central fountain. Pathways crisscrossed the garden, leading to the surrounding buildings. Students and staff were impeccably dressed and carried themselves with poise. Rarely were mechanical prosthetics seen, as the school strictly prohibited entry to anyone with over 20 body modifications. Violators would face intervention from the Black Hawk Security Company, whose equipment rivaled that of a tactical unit and could respond within 5 minutes. To Shan Ran's surprise, he was greeted by the vice principal of Jiangnan High School, a refined elderly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The vice principal handed a long-term contract to the Li family butler and said plainly, "From now on, you are a general worker at Jiangnan High School." Shan Ran took the contract without much concern for clauses about dedication to work or adherence to labor discipline. The vice principal gestured for Shan Ran to follow a secretary to collect his uniform, then turned to the Li family butler with a puzzled expression. This was arranged personally by Deputy Bureau Chief Chen. Why wasn't he enrolled as a student, but instead assigned as a general worker? The Li family butler sighed, admitting he didn't know either but emphasized that the boy was important and requested the vice principal's special attention. The vice principal chuckled and agreed, knowing the matter involved a significant figure from the ruling party face had to be given. Shan Ran donned a dark gray uniform with a badge displaying the number 9527 on his chest. He wasn't assigned a dormitory or given a lecture by the head of discipline. Instead, he was left to his own devices. His pager occasionally buzzed, but none of the messages were directed at him. Shan Ran was content with this freedom, wandering aimlessly around the campus and relishing the rare leisure. Under the sunlight, he strolled through courtyards, past corridors entwined with grapevines, and wandered into hallways lined with artistic portraits. The grandeur of Jiangnan High School unfolded before his eyes, though he showed little interest in the art, using it merely to pass the time. A middle-aged teacher called out to Shan Ran, asking him to deliver some documents. Shan Ran flatly refused. The teacher, noticing the 9527 badge on his chest, threatened to report him to the discipline office. Unfazed, Shan Ran retorted, "Go ahead. If you don't, they'll look down on you," and walked off, leaving the teacher fuming. Hearing that Li Sixuan was in the second-year division, Shan Ran wandered to the second-year teaching building. He found a bench outside, lay down, covered his face with a book, and basked in the sunlight. As the class bell rang, students poured out of the building, casting curious glances at the boy napping on a bench in the flower garden. His phone buzzed with a video call from Li Xian. "How's it going?" Li Xin's voice brimmed with envy. Shan Ran answered nonchalantly, "Boring." Li Xian, staring at the picturesque campus behind Shan Ran, exclaimed in awe, "So many pretty girls. Send me a photo of yourself, and he'll post it on the campus dating forum." After hanging up, Shan Ran continued to lounge, savoring the rare tranquility. Unlike the school in the underground city, Jiangnan High School, though not free from bullying, wasn't as severe in that regard. Lu Shuqiang, who had a thing for Li Sixuan, had a father who was a major shareholder in the illustrious Yuri Corporation, boasting a fortune of over 2 billion. Yet, being the sixth and least favored son, Lu Shuqiang spent his days indulging in hedonism. Li Qingyuan's concerns were not unfounded. Lu Shuqiang had once secretly photographed a female teacher and even almost assaulted a first-year student during a school event. However, during regular class hours, such incidents were unlikely, so Shan Ran didn't pay much attention. After a nap, he woke up to find a chubby ginger cat lounging nearby. On Mars, animals were treated like rare, protected species, often held in higher regard than many civilians. This ginger cat certainly carried itself with an air of a divine beast, curling up in the sunlight and merely flicking its tail at Shan Ran. Walking over, Shan Ran stroked its soft fur, causing the cat to tilt its head in comfort. Meanwhile, behind the campus surveillance screens, Chi sipped her coffee, watching the scene unfold. The next moment, she saw Shan Ran suddenly exclaim in surprise at the cat. "What? You want to come home with me?" The ginger cat blinked in confusion as Shan Ran picked it up. Alarmed, Chi quickly put down her coffee. This particular cat was considered the guardian spirit of the campus. If Shan Ran took it away, the organization would have to clean up the mess. On the other side, Shan Ran, aware he was being monitored, decided to stir things up out of boredom, hoping to break free from the scrutiny. Just then, a soft voice called out from behind him, "Huh? Who are you? And what are you doing with Da Huang?" Shan Ran turned to see a short-haired girl in a Jiangnan High School uniform skirt. She had a round face with delicate and lively features. Da Huang said it doesn't want to stay here anymore and wants to come with me to live a carefree life, Shunran replied. The girl froze for a moment, not expecting such shamelessness from this janitor in work clothes. The ginger cat, however, began to squirm in Shunran's arms, even attempting to scratch him. Put Da Huang down right now, or he'll report you to a teacher, the girl warned angrily. Seeing her reaction, Shunran eventually let the cat go. Once on the ground, the ginger cat was immediately comforted by the girl, who crouched down to pet it and pulled out some cat food from her pocket. Under the sunlight, the scene of her feeding the cat was quite heartwarming. Are you a first-year student? Shinran noticed her uniform was different from those worn by Li Sichuan and Shan Yining. It's lunchtime now, isn't it? Have you eaten? He asked, perhaps out of boredom, or maybe due to some instinctive interest in the girl. You talk too much, the girl replied without looking up, continuing to feed the cat. You seem pretty young yourself. Are you underage? How did you end up working as a janitor? Who let you in here? Shinran chuckled, thinking she likely assumed underage labor was illegal. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his smile vanished. Don't tell me you're with the subject party, he said, eyeing her warily as the faint trace of affection had felt quickly dissipated. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Lu Shuqiang is causing trouble for me in the cafeteria? You want me there now? Shunran frowned. Lu Shuqiang? The girl looked up in surprise. How was this notorious second-year student connected to this janitor? On my way, Shunran replied, hanging up the call. Before leaving quickly, he said to the girl, make sure you eat before feeding the cat. I've got to go. The girl watched his retreating figure with suspicion, muttering something under her breath. As Shunran approached the cafeteria, a sense of unease crept in. Fortunately, Li Sichuan had mentioned she was on the third floor. The third floor was a more upscale area, with dishes prepared by renowned chefs. Shin Yingying wasn't the type of girl who indulged in luxury, so she probably wouldn't be here. With this thought, Shunran made his way to the third floor. The moment he stepped in, he was greeted by a scene that immediately gave him a headache. Li Sichuan stood in the crowd holding a tray, her face cold and expressionless. A boy trailed behind her relentlessly, like a clingy shadow that she couldn't shake off. It was obvious wherever Li Sichuan went, he followed, leaving her unable to find a proper place to sit and eat. The warmth of her meal was fading, and the enticing aroma was gradually dissipating. Shinran thought to himself, why does something like this have to involve me? He initially intended to turn around and leave, but the boy's persistent behavior and Li Sichuan's awkward situation stirred a small sense of justice within him. Although Jiangnan High School was known for its elite students, the competition, suppression, bullying, indifference, and disdain on campus were all the more ruthless. Watching Li Sichuan stubbornly standing her ground, Shinran couldn't help but think of his cousin, Shin Yingying, who was even more vulnerable in such an environment. At that moment, Li Sichuan noticed Shinran as well. Many students in the hall had also turned their attention to him, the young handyman dressed in work clothes and wearing a baseball cap. In one corner, a slightly chubby boy muttered in confusion, a janitor? What's he doing here? Ignoring the stares from the crowd, Shinran's mind was still occupied with Dong Sanlang's instructions, the main party, and a tangle of complicated information. He decided to resolve the situation quickly and efficiently. Without hesitation, Shunran strode directly toward a boy seated next to Li Sichuan. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone, including Li Sichuan, froze in their tracks, unsure of what he was about to do. The boy, Lu Shuqiang, remained seated, eating his meal at a leisurely pace with a look of disdain on his face, seemingly unbothered by the handyman's approach. After 3 seconds of silence, Lu Shuqiang finally set down his utensils, dabbed at his mouth with a napkin, and suppressed the irritation in his eyes. Feigning calm, he asked, looking for me? What do you want? Shinran didn't say a word. Without warning, he grabbed Lu Shuqiang's tray and slammed it into his face with a resounding bang. With a loud crash, the plate of spaghetti shattered into countless pieces, sending a mix of red and white sauce and noodles flying onto Lu Shuqiang's face and body. The entire cafeteria froze, every student staring in stunned silence as the scene unfolded. Li Sichuan's mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the sudden noise of chairs toppling, screams, and chaotic murmurs that filled the air. Before Lu Shuqiang could even recover from his shock, a janitor dressed in a dark blue jumpsuit stormed over, slamming him down onto the table with a massive hand. Lu's face was pressed firmly against the surface, turning red as his veins bulged and bloodshot eyes darted around in disbelief. He never imagined a mere janitor would lay hands on him so suddenly. Don't ever let me catch you at Jiangnan High again, or every time I see you, I'll beat you to a pulp. We'll see who finishes who off first, got it? Shunran growled menacingly into Lu Shuqiang's ear. You're asking for it. Lu Shuqiang struggled violently, like a raging bull. He regretted not upgrading his body with modifications. The chip in his brain was just a basic learning module. Quick, someone call a teacher. a terrified girl shouted as she frantically contacted the school office. At that moment, Shun Ran released his grip and darted toward the staff corridor. I'll kill you. Lu Shuqiang grabbed a knife and fork from the table and recklessly chased after him. The surrounding students shouted in panic, trying to dissuade him, fearing the situation might escalate further. Meanwhile, Li Sichuan stood frozen, still holding her lunch tray. It finally clicked Shin Ran's identity. He was indeed affiliated with the Brank hunter Sakaki Dong Saburo. No wonder he was so fearless and ruthless. In the deserted staff corridor, Lu Shuqiang barely rounded a corner before Shun Ran's elbow slammed into his face with brutal precision. The sickening crack of his nasal bone echoed as blood gushed out. Forgot what I said already? And you dare to show your face again? You've got guts. Shin Ran's voice was a chilling whisper, like the hiss of a predator. It dawned on Lu Shuqiang that he'd walked straight into a trap. Shin Ran had baited him here on purpose. I'll kill you. Lu Shuqiang roared, lunging at Shun Ran with the knife and fork. Shun Ran easily disarmed him, grabbing his shoulder and driving a knee hard into his stomach. Lu's insides churned violently, and he doubled over, retching, his body curling like a shrimp. With your pathetic skills, you think you can kill someone? You're nothing but prey, Shin Ran sneered, picking up the fork smeared with tomato sauce and tapping it mockingly against Lu's face. Kid, you have no idea what kind of trouble you've just stepped into. Panic overtook Lu Shuqiang, his anger dissolving into fear. Calm down. My dad is Lu Ji. Just calm down. Who even are you? What did I do to you? He stammered, trying to stall for time. Shin Ran delivered another punch to his stomach. Someone important doesn't want to see you at Jiangnan High anymore. They'd rather I end you right here. He watched Lu Shuqiang's expression closely, catching the flicker of malice beneath his fear. Who? Who sent you after me? I'm warning you, if my vitals stop, my dad will know immediately. Lu Shuqiang snarled through gritted teeth. Shin Ran threw yet another punch. Doesn't matter. You're just a scumbag anyway. Maybe he'll just cripple you instead. Stop. Please. Stop, I'm begging you. Lu Shuqiang's cries grew weaker and more pitiful. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor. Shin Ran's eyes lit up with a new idea. Take off your clothes, he demanded coldly. No, no, please, Lu Shuqiang whimpered, his voice trembling with helpless despair, as though he were a victim of some unspeakable humiliation. Shin Ran started filming Lu Shuqiang, who was completely naked, with his phone. Looking at Lu Shuqiang trembling in the frame, Shun Ran clicked his tongue in disgust. Lu Shuqiang tried to cover himself with his hands, but Shun Ran slapped him hard, making him sob uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he completely broke down. Get out of Jiangnan High School, or these photos will be all over the school website. Shun Ran snarled, gripping Lu Shuqiang's bloodied hair. At that moment, teachers and security personnel finally arrived. A guard raised a stun gun and aimed it at Shun Ran. However, Shun Ran remained unfazed, spreading his hands calmly, as he had already uploaded the photos to the cloud. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Lu Shuqiang, naked, curled up on the ground, his body covered in bruises, trembling uncontrollably with tear-streaked cheeks. Meanwhile, Shun Ran, the janitor in his work uniform, stood there with a calm expression. Click. The sound of handcuffs snapping shut broke the silence as they restrained Shun Ran. A teacher glared at him in disbelief, but Shun Ran merely smiled faintly, like a cold-blooded sociopath. Seal off the news immediately, the teacher ordered over the walkie-talkie. Jiangnan High School could not afford to have such a heinous incident exposed. Despite the school's efforts to suppress the news, some students had already witnessed Shun Ran smashing a plate over Lu Shuqiang's head. Not long after, a figure wrapped like a mummy was carried out of the school gates, followed by an ambulance from Jiangnan First People's Hospital. The campus forum erupted with chatter. First-year students Shin Yining and the girl who fed the stray cats were both shocked and curious who would dare to lay a hand on Lu Shuqiang, the young master. Meanwhile, Li Sichuan, who was on a call with Banmu Dongsaburo, was equally surprised by the turn of events, unsure how to respond. Dongsaburo was even more astonished. Shin Ran shouldn't have acted so recklessly. This would now require significant effort on his part to get him out of trouble. Yet Shin Ran never made it to the police station. He didn't even spend much time in the school's confinement room before someone came to get him out. The door to the confinement room creaked open, letting in a sliver of light. Shin Ran smiled. I thought you were just a stubborn mule from the slums, but it turns out you're a born schemer, and Chi said, her arms crossed as she stood against the light, looking down at him. When I was your age, I knew how to wield power, but I wouldn't dare go this far. Power is a double-edged sword. It can harm your own standing. But you? You want nothing to do with being the crown prince, yet you know exactly how to use the crown prince's power. You've mastered some people's methods quite well. Oh? And Chi, what are you doing here? What are you talking about? Shin Ran feigned surprise. Keep pretending. I should have left you in here for a few more days, and Chi said with a sigh, walking over to unbind him. This is your final warning. Join the organization as soon as possible. We can't keep indulging an outsider like you over and over again. Indulging? Shinran retorted. This whole mess was set up by you people. My third uncle's file said he joined your group to make Huaching fairer, to ensure equality for all. Yet someone like Lu Shuqiang, a spoiled brat, runs rampant right under your noses, even targeting the granddaughter of one of your own members, and you do nothing about it? And she was silent for a moment before lowering her head to undo Shunran's restraints. Yes, equality for all, but some are more equal than others. Just like how you're ignoring the law right now. For a brief moment, Shunran wavered. But he quickly steadied himself, realizing that to deal with someone who operates outside the bounds of the law, perhaps the only way was to fight fire with fire. And Chi seemed to see right through his thoughts and said with a hint of surprise, not bad logic. I'm curious who taught you that? Shin Xiuzhu? Oh, Shinshang is quite the formidable figure too. At the mention of his second uncle, Shinran lost interest and waved dismissively. Let's just wait for news from my third uncle. I'm just a nobody from the underworld, hardly a crown prince. By the time he left the confinement room, it was already 4 p.m. Dressed back in his black tracksuit, Shinran walked through the bustling campus, standing out from the uniformed students around him. The taste of power lingered in his mind, while the nonchalant handling of campus violence made him keenly aware of the ability of powerful figures to manipulate events. However, he didn't let himself get lost in it. Instead, he reminded himself to stay wary and steer clear of such dangerous temptations. Sitting under the willow tree by the artificial lake, Shanran dialed Dong Sanlang's number. Dong Sanlang sounded surprised and mentioned he was almost in Jiangnan district. Shinran informed him that he was already out, thanks to the Li family's assistance. Dong Sanlang expressed skepticism about the Li family's current influence but didn't press further. Shinran then mentioned that Lu Shuqiang had already been taken care of, and that the mission could be concluded ahead of schedule. After hesitating for a moment, Dong Sanlang agreed but noted that he needed to check with Li Qingyuan, as the original agreement was to protect Li Sichuan for 10 days. That old fox might cling to the exact wording of the deal. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Dong Sanlang called back, saying that Li Qingyuan insisted on fulfilling the 10-day agreement. Shinran was both confused and furious. Dong Sanlang explained that Li Qingyuan might be concerned about potential safety issues afterward and wanted them to provide extended protection, suggesting they negotiate for additional payment. Shinran refused outright. Since becoming a hunter, he had grown to despise the feeling of being manipulated. Combined with the resentment stemming from his second uncle's death, he harbored a deep hatred for the upper echelons of Huaching. After hanging up, Shinran was almost tempted to cause a scene at Jiangnan High School. But he knew he couldn't go too far. Getting himself thrown into prison would ultimately work against Enchi's interests. He made his way to the second-year teaching building. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Shinran walked into a classroom. Inside, some students were chatting, others studying, and a few dozing off. Shinran's entrance immediately drew countless curious stares. Sitting by the window, Li Sichuan froze at the sight of him, a trace of fear flickering across her face. Shinran walked straight toward Li Sichuan. The girl sitting beside her immediately stood up to confront him. What are you doing? Who are you? I'm calling the teacher. Li Sichuan pulled her friend back, took a deep breath, and stood up to face Shinran. Come with me. I need to talk to you, Shinran said bluntly. All right, Li Sichuan nodded. She briefly reassured her friend before following Shinran out of the classroom. The classroom erupted into chaos, and several boys trailed after them out of curiosity. At a corner in the hallway, Shinran turned to Li Sichuan and said, Miss Li, I've already dealt with Lu Shuqiang. You're safe now. Can you let me go? Li Sichuan was stunned, not expecting this to be the reason he had sought her out. I'll call my grandfather, Li Sichuan said, dialing his number. After a short conversation, her brows furrowed. Why? She asked, clearly puzzled by her grandfather's decision. Far away in Lihua City, Li Qingyuan was having tea with an elderly professor. Speaking in a calm tone, he told Li Sichuan, Sichuan, let me be direct with you. That Shinran is no ordinary person. The party holds him in high regard. Li Sichuan glanced at Shinran, her expression darkening slightly. She was quick to pick up on the deeper implications in her grandfather's words. Do you know a man named Shin Xiuzhu? Li Qingyuan asked bluntly. I do, Li Sichuan nodded in response. Grandpa, you've mentioned him a few times before, as did father. It seems the senior members of the party held him in high regard. But then he suddenly disappeared. He didn't disappear, Li Qingyuan corrected her. He changed his appearance, assumed a new identity, and went to Earth. Now, the organization is facing a critical moment and urgently needs his help. The young man standing in front of you is Shin Xiuzhu's only nephew. This revelation struck Li Sichuan like a thunderbolt. Her breathing quickened, and her wide eyes reflected her shock. Are you done yet? Shinran, standing to the side, interrupted impatiently. Seize this opportunity, Li Qingyuan urged. This isn't just about our Li family. It concerns the lives of countless comrades within the organization. With that, he ended the call. He believed in his granddaughter's intelligence, but he hadn't anticipated how overwhelming this sudden responsibility would be for a girl her age. Li Sichuan instinctively took a few steps back, putting some distance between herself and Shinran. Her mind was in turmoil. What's wrong? Shinran asked, noticing her unease. I don't know. I don't know, Li Sichuan replied weakly, her face pale. You should leave. I need time to think. Out of courtesy, Shinran asked, are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. Just go, she said, almost pushing him away with her words. Thanks for understanding, Shinran said, picking up on her reluctance. He turned and left. The moment he walked away, a group of female classmates swarmed around Li Sichuan, bombarding her with curious questions. She shook her head repeatedly, refusing to answer. Though she had prepared herself mentally, when the moment actually came, she felt as though something precious had been irreparably shattered. After leaving the school building, Shunran called Dong Saburo to report that the situation with Li Sichuan had been handled, and that it wouldn't affect Dong Saburo's standing in their circles. Afterward, Shunran headed to the garden where the orange tabby cat often lounged. Unfortunately, the cat was there, lazily basking in the sun. But the short-haired girl who always seemed to accompany it was nowhere to be seen. To Shunran, that girl and the cat represented what a true campus life should feel like. As the school day ended, students from Jiangnan High School poured out of the gates, either boarding private cars or being picked up by their family chauffeurs. Shinran stood at a distance, scanning the crowd of uniformed students, hoping to spot his cousin, Shun Yining, but she was nowhere in sight. Before long, Qin Wei pulled up in a sleek hover car, descending gracefully before him. Get in, she said, lowering her sunglasses. Impressive, Shin Wudi. You nailed your first mission and even exceeded expectations. As their black hover car ascended into the sky, Shin Yining emerged from the school gates alongside the short-haired girl who had been feeding the cat. Li Sichuan brushed past them, her usual cold demeanor masking the tension she felt. Once inside her car, however, her hands trembled, white-knuckled from the pressure. Back at the base, Shunran immediately noticed the kitchen door ajar, with sounds of activity coming from within. From the couch, a languid voice called out, Shinran, you're back. Everyone's been waiting for you. I'm not hungry, Shinran replied, trying to make a quick escape. I'll head to my room. But Qin Wei grabbed his arm. Oh no, you're not going anywhere. This is your first completed mission we have to celebrate. Is that Shinku and I here? A chilling voice came from the kitchen. Don't leave just yet. There's something I need to tell everyone. What is it? Shinran asked, unable to break free from Qin Wei's grip. Wait, where's Li Xian? Li Xin's fallen in love, Qin Wei said with a grin. What? Li Xian? In love? Shinran was incredulous. It's been one day. With who? Bumblebee? Or Megatron? At that moment, Dong Saburo appeared from the kitchen, dressed in black with his chest partially exposed, carrying a dish that emitted a strange odor. We haven't located the Starstone aboard the Qiming yet, he began. But this afternoon, the Martian government announced that the Earth Federation has sent over another Starstone. This time, there were no issues, and the Star Energy Gateway has been successfully established. At 8 p.m. tonight, there will be a live broadcast of the first attempt to send someone into the mysterious deep blue world, paving the way to connect Mars and Earth. Dong Sanlang's cooking used to be decent, at least you could recognize what he was serving. But today, he brought out a plate of something black, sticky, and slimy, resembling slime's goo. Wendy clung tightly to Qin Wei, her face full of fear. Qin Wei frowned and asked, Dong Sanlang, what on earth is this supposed to be? Special ingredients. If you don't want it, fine, it's not made for you anyway. Dong Sanlang placed the mysterious dish in front of Shunran. Shinran didn't say a word. Ever since his mutation, he could eat just about anything. Closing his eyes, he swallowed it whole without hesitation. Gulp, the texture was like rice porridge. After swallowing, Shunran's eyes shot open in surprise. It actually tastes pretty good. He even licked the plate clean, savoring every bit. A warm sensation spread throughout his body, and his brain was flooded with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Maybe Mar was right, Dong Sanlang's cooking really was top-notch. Perhaps this was what people called abstract culinary art. Seeing Shinran finish, Dong Sanlang finally picked up his chopsticks with satisfaction and explained, high-energy food. It's expensive, and telling you the name wouldn't make a difference. You wouldn't know it anyway. He then turned on the TV, diverting everyone's attention. It was 7:45 p.m., 15 minutes before the live broadcast. On the screen, the host and a scientist were already warming up the audience for the program. Qin Wei and the others watched curiously. Meanwhile, Shunran was still reminiscing about the dish, regretting how quickly he had eaten it, like Zhu Beiji gulping down a ginseng fruit. He couldn't understand why Dong Sanlang had suddenly switched up his cooking style today. Just then, Li Xian arrived via the elevator. Shinran noticed the serene, almost blissful expression on his face, and his steps were so light it seemed like he was walking on clouds. So, when's the wedding? Let me know so I can prepare a gift, Shinran blurted out. Huh. Li Xian froze. Wendy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not until Fire City officially legalizes human AI marriages, she teased. Human AI marriage laws? Shinran exaggeratedly stared at Li Xian. No way. That's one heck of a preference you've got. What nonsense are you talking about, Wendy? Stop making fun of me, Li Xian retorted, visibly annoyed. Sit down and watch the news. Quiet, all of you, Dong Sanlang said in a tone that brooked no argument. And really, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's normal for a man to seek comfort and companionship when he's lonely. Wait, it's really a machine? Like a robot girlfriend? As soon as Li Xian sat down, Shinran pressed him for answers. Looking a little uncomfortable, Li Xian muttered, No, it's not. Don't listen to them. It's not a robot girlfriend, it's it. Wendy burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. It's his AI assistant. Can you believe it? Li Zin's actually caught feelings for his virtual assistant. I'm dying. It's not like that. Li Xian, flustered and red-faced, stood up, ready to confront Wendy. She quickly hid behind Qinwei for cover. Seriously? You've killed without batting an eye. And now you're bickering with Wendy? Qinwei chided him. It's fine. Tomorrow, if you've got time, I'll take you to the companion doll center to pick out a model. Mar, the tall black man, chimed in. Li Xian, you're clearly in heat. Once you try it, you'll see there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Li Zin's face turned even redder. He stammered. How much does it cost? What? Mar didn't catch it at first, then suddenly understood and said loudly, Oh, you're asking how much a companion doll costs? Depends on the model. The high-end ones can cost millions, but you can get a basic one for a few thousand. Li Xian wished he could disappear into the floor. Don't talk about that here. Qinwei scolded angrily, covering Wendy's ears as she glared at Li Xian and Mao Min. All you ever think about is sex. Women in real life are just too complicated, Li Xian muttered. Sex dolls and AI are so much better. Saves us decades of trouble, Mao chimed in with a grin. Sitting in the center of the couch, Dong Saburo took a sip of his cocktail, his eyes on the news playing on the television. Suddenly, he turned to Shunran. By the way, Shunkuan, you're in your teenage years now. If Li Xian's free tomorrow, why not join Mao and the others to pick out a sex doll? Shunran shook his head quickly. No, that's not necessary. Dong Saburo teased with a laugh. The sooner you experience it, the better. That way, you won't lose your head over love later. Even heroes fall for beauties, you know? Li Xian nudged Shunran's arm in agreement. Ever since meeting Li Xian in video chatting with Shan today, he'd been feeling restless, especially after seeing all those lively young girls on campus. Isn't that just a way to vent? Shinran struggled to comprehend Dong Saburo and the others' views on love. To him, his uncle and aunt's relationship was what real love looked like. Exactly, venting is the point, Dong Saburo replied, shaking his head. Otherwise, what? You want to climb mountains and cross oceans, torment yourself to death, and use self-sacrificing romantic gestures to prove the sanctity of love? That's just foolish. Shinran didn't know how to respond. Shut up already. Qinwei shot a sharp glare at Dong Saburo, who was lounging on the couch with his chest exposed. You're such a bad influence. Who else would try to corrupt the younger generation like this? Have you forgotten who spent 7 days and nights drowning in alcohol at the Wild Grass Bar because that girl left for Earth? Dong Saburo burst into laughter, but soon straightened up. Hey look, the live broadcast is starting. Everyone's attention shifted to the television. At that moment, in Huaqing, Luocheng, and even on Earth, countless people were watching the same live broadcast. Nearly 5 months had passed since the Qiming incident, and the whereabouts of the Starstone remained unknown. However, the Earth Federation's interstellar colonization plans had not been halted. While most people were preoccupied with recent events in Huaqing, a select few continued to work in secret on constructing a star energy portal. In the villa, the 6 of them fell silent. The screen displayed the logo of the Federal Star Academy before transitioning to a massive laboratory. High-ranking officials from the Martian government, including Prime Minister Zhu Long, were present. Seated to the left of the Prime Minister was a stern-faced, middle-aged man in a military uniform, the Minister of Mobile Forces. Scientists bustled around the lab, while a few white-haired elders fine-tuned data near the portal. A glowing blue starstone floated within a sealed device. As an AI-generated voice provided commentary, energy pulsed through the device like flowing blood, and indicator lights flickered on one by one. The world held its breath. Bow. A sudden ringtone broke the tension. Shinran glanced at his phone in surprise, noticing an incoming call from an unknown number. He got up and answered. First came Chi's anxious voice, followed by an elderly voice. Shinran, you're still young. You don't understand what it would mean for us Martians if a channel between Earth and Huaqing truly gets established. You don't realize the role Mars would play in the vast interstellar network envisioned by Earth. Shinran listened quietly. You haven't systematically studied our theories, and you've been avoiding contact with us. But at this critical moment, I must explain briefly, the elder continued. Human civilization has never escaped the vicious cycle of the 20th century. It's a tragedy. From Earth to the solar system, and even the future colonization of the galaxy, their vision is nothing more than a massive factory. The elites of Earth are the factory owners, while we are merely the workers or worse, the raw materials. The future promised by those experts and politicians on the show is nothing but an illusion. In the short term, the economy of Fire City will indeed rise, but we will lose something far more important. Earth will enforce the most thorough policy of industrial singularity on Mars, making it dependent on a single industry and revenue stream, unable to establish a complete industrial chain. Our fate will be entirely in Earth's hands. The old man spoke quickly, leaving Shan Ran completely baffled. The complexity of the situation rendered the pros and cons indistinguishable. Overwhelmed, he decided not to dwell on it further. What are you trying to say? Shinran finally asked after a pause. The old man was blunt. Tonight at midnight, Vulcan District, 43, Justice Avenue. We need to meet. Shinran shook his head and refused. No. He sensed the gravity of the matter and was instinctively wary of the old man's urgency. He trusted none of the forces within Fire City. History had shown that when survival was at stake, any force was capable of anything. The old man seemed to want to say more, but Shun Ran directly hung up the call and turned to leave. Who was it? Li Sichuan? Asked Dong Sanlang, looking at Shun Ran. Yeah. Shun Ran nodded, sitting down on the sofa. He had no desire to go anywhere at the moment. It was then that he began to understand why his third uncle, despite his immense capabilities, had never interfered with his second uncle's family or his own life in the past. Once you got involved in these matters, there was no turning back. The title of Crown Prince was no longer an honor but a burden he could not yet bear. Damn! Dong Sanlang suddenly exclaimed, a flicker of light appearing on his right temple. The broadcast Earth is watching isn't the same as ours. As he spoke, the bionic skin on his right arm opened, and a holographic projector displayed a different live broadcast. The footage was slightly blurry and had a noticeable delay, as it was relayed from Earth. Shin Ran was shocked. Isn't it the same event? How can there be two different broadcasts? He quickly grasped the reason. The stellar energy portal Earth had built in Fire City was currently a one-way channel, capable only of receiving. In other words, Earth was the real protagonist tonight. On the broadcast, scientists from the Federal Star Institute were seen calibrating the towering portal, much like tuning a radio. ZX 32.459.03 Mars. Calibration complete. Frequency resonance confirmed. A voice from off-screen announced. The narrator began explaining for Earth's audience. The deep blue world is not a single world but a collective term for parallel universes. ZX 32.459 is the most suitable parallel world identified by the Federal Star Institute, and the suffix 03 foot refers to a specific passage within that world, with Mars as its destination. Parallel worlds? Shin Ran was stunned, momentarily forgetting the tensions between Earth and Mars. In the face of such seemingly miraculous technology, everything else felt insignificant. Because most mediums in the deep blue world couldn't transmit information, the backs of the Special Forces soldiers were connected to long tubes, enabling the broadcast to proceed through this rudimentary physical method. Incredible! Qinwei exclaimed. Stellar energy technology has only been around for less than a year, and Earth is already able to broadcast from the deep blue world? This shows the technology has reached maturity. Unbelievable. How has Earth achieved such rapid progress? It's like they've been blessed by divine intervention. What shocked Shunran even more was yet to come. Falcon Squad has entered the ZX 32.459 Deep Blue World. As the broadcast switched, 7 fully armed Special Forces soldiers stepped into a dark forested path. Simultaneously, the narrator's voice continued, by traveling just 2.7 kilometers along this forest trail, where the physical rules differ, one can walk from Earth to Mars. A pale, somber moonlight shrouded the mysterious forest, its eerie silence enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Towering, grotesque plants with twisted branches stood as unmistakable signs of the forest's otherworldly nature. Inside the villa, Shin Ran, Dong Sanlang, and the others seemed paralyzed, as if struck by lightning, their faces frozen in expressions of awe. It wasn't just them viewers in Fire City watching the Earth live stream, and even countless people on Earth gasped in astonishment. Devout believers fell to their knees in prayer, chanting the names of various gods and deities. This miraculous scene completely overturned humanity's understanding of the world. Is this real or fake? Li Xian murmured to himself, his mouth agape. Mar, holding a glass of iced coffee, couldn't stop his hands from trembling as he tried in vain to calm himself. The universe has shown us just the tiniest glimpse, and yet it's enough to shatter human pride into pieces. he thought, as a wave of insignificance and helplessness washed over him. On the live stream, 7 heavily armed Falcon Squad Special Forces soldiers advanced cautiously. Tubes extending from their backpacks connected them to the time gate, resembling umbilical cords linking them to a mother. Unlike ordinary people, they showed no signs of shock or confusion. Their military-grade neural chips and cybernetic enhancements kept them composed and powerful. No signs of life within a 3-kilometer radius, the captain ordered in a steady voice. Form an advancing wedge formation and move forward. This bizarre forest path had been extensively explored by the Federal Star Institute. While no one knew what had happened during the first expedition, current data suggested a very low probability of unexpected events. Under the watchful eyes of a global audience, Falcon Squad advanced with caution. Towering trees with bizarrely contorted branches seemed ready to lash out like claws at any moment. The wind rustled the leaves, producing an unsettling sound. Shinran quickly snapped a photo and uploaded it for analysis, only to find that this was an entirely unknown species of plant. What's the purpose of these trees? Questions swirled in his mind. What happens if we stray off this path into the forest? Does this world have a sun? Is there any life here? He knew the Federation must have conducted research and collected samples from this world, but the live stream revealed far too little information. About 5 minutes later, a glowing blue portal appeared ahead, shimmering like a collapse in the fabric of space. The soldiers detached the tubes from their backpacks and stepped through the portal. The live stream feed instantly switched to Mars. Cheers erupted simultaneously on Earth and Mars, rivaling the celebrations of humanity's first moon landing. In just 6 minutes, Falcon Squad had traveled from Earth to Mars. The shackles of space-time had been shattered by stellar energy in this historic moment. The captain removed his helmet and saluted Mars Prime Minister Zhu Long, who greeted him with a beaming smile and a firm handshake. Officials applauded and celebrated the groundbreaking achievement. However, outside the jubilant broadcast, chaos unfolded in the boardroom of a Starship logistics company, where one of the directors fainted on the spot. The 6-minute Earth-Mars passage posed an existential threat to their industry. Meanwhile, members of the Sovereignty Party looked pale and stricken. This new gateway was nothing short of a disaster for their platform. Behind Zhu Long's triumphant smile, what calculations and strategies lay hidden? That was a mystery for the analysts and experts on the web to unravel. Back in the villa, the livestream concluded, leaving only the standard official statements playing. The atmosphere in the hall grew slightly tense. Well, excellent. Absolutely fantastic, Dong Sanlang suddenly exclaimed, raising his glass in excitement. He downed his drink in one gulp and stood up, visibly exhilarated. Although Earth hasn't disclosed much about the deep blue world, I've already pieced together some clues. Dong Saburo paced back and forth excitedly in front of the group, his words flying out like sparks. They use Earth as the origin point, exploring parallel worlds one by one, then pinpointing anchor points corresponding to our real universe to establish navigational routes within the deep blue world. ZX 32.459.03. Mars. This string of data is more valuable than any line of code from the information age. He pointed at the flickering codes on the screen, his eyes burning with passion. I don't know how much data Earth has like this, but there's no way they've already mapped trade routes spanning the entire galaxy. This data is invaluable. Just like the nautical charts from the age of exploration, it's priceless. What comes next is bound to be an era as grand as the age of exploration. Rely solely on official expeditions? No, I don't think so. I believe there will be countless adventurers stepping forward. Yes, that's Ithis is going to be a golden age brimming with vitality and the spirit of exploration. Dong Saburo was practically possessed, his face flushed and his breathing rapid. Suddenly, he turned to Qin Wei, his gaze intense. Qin Wei, would you rather be an interstellar adventurer or a bounty hunter in the Fire City? Qin Wei froze, caught off guard. Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed Shinran's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Shenkuan, can you feel what I'm feeling right now? If I could enter the deep blue world, I'd give up everything. Boss, you seem a little off, Shinran said cautiously, noticing a dangerous red glow flickering on Dong Saburo's right temple. Mayor and Qin Wei spotted it too. Their faces turned grim as they rushed forward to stop Dong Saburo. Wendy, they called out urgently. Wendy's on it, a clear voice responded. The blue light at Dong Saburo's neural interface began to flicker as Wendy attempted to hack into his system, using a form of mental intervention to calm him down. What's happening? Li Xian asked nervously, standing up. It's likely the chip in his brain clashing with his human side. Shinran explained with a heavy expression, glancing at Li Xian with concern. Li Xin's chip is military grade, so it's more stable. But many hunters these days have civilian-grade chips modified for overclocking and violent data modules. Essentially, these chips can be flawed, and so can the people using them. Of course, there could be deeper reasons behind losing control. When humans and machines merge, the rigid logic of programming inevitably conflicts with the complexity of human choices, Before long, Dong Saburo calmed down, slumping onto the couch. He looked coldly at Shinran, Qin Wei, and the others, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if they were lifeless machines. Leave me alone. Get out, he said in a flat, emotionless tone. Without a word, Shinran and the others left the hall, leaving behind only little Chiu, the mechanical dog, curled up at Dong Saburo's feet. Outside the hall, Mare glanced back uneasily. Does this happen to the boss often? He asked Shinran in a low voice. Not often, Qinwei replied, shaking her head with a serious tone. But that's exactly why it's so dangerous when it does. Did you see that? You're just starting out, so don't think you can act recklessly just because you're young. Be careful in the future, she warned Li Xian sternly. Li Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Sigh, the boss is mainly just dissatisfied with his current life. He's yearning too much for that deep blue world, Mare said with a sigh. What's the point? Qinwei snapped angrily. The live broadcasts Earthlings watch, and the ones we Fire City folks see aren't even the same. Those bastards just want to drain us dry. Do you really think they'd give us the same opportunities to colonize the universe as they have? She spat on the ground in frustration. Shinran listened quietly, his thoughts swirling. He recalled the words of the mysterious old man during a previous phone call. The era and the individual might be deeply intertwined, but he still felt lost. He didn't know how to make sense of it all, how to act, or what path to take. He remained silent. Let's disperse. Don't worry too much. They'll stay and check on Dong Saburo later, Qinwei said. The group nodded and went their separate ways. Back in his room, Shinran lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind replaying the live broadcast and the events that had unfolded. Suddenly, he felt a wave of heat, his body temperature rising. What's going on? He muttered, sitting up in confusion. Just as he was about to take a shower to cool down, his phone rang. Is it in Chi and her group again? He grumbled, answering the call with a hint of impatience. But the voice on the other end wasn't one he expected. It was a distorted, synthesized voice. I'm the leader of Nightmare. You can call me Joker. Shinran, how about we play a game? If you win, they'll give you all the information I have about the Chiming incident. You can even choose to expose the culprits whether they directly or indirectly caused your uncle's death and reveal the truth to the public. But if you lose, I expect you to work with us and have Shin Shouju hand over detailed Federation data on star energy technology. Shinran fell silent for a moment before spitting out two words. Disgusting. On the other end of the line, a cold, synthesized voice responded, the times are changing drastically, and Mars is on the brink of disaster. As citizens of Fire City, you and Shun Shouju's refusal to contribute is beyond our comprehension. Shinran's tone was icy. I won't gamble with someone else's fate. I won't play your game. The other person clearly hadn't expected Shinran's resolute stance. After a brief pause, they dropped a bombshell. Shinran, are you interested in the Deep Blue world? What do you mean? Shinran asked, puzzled. Fire City possesses a star energy stone, and we need the technical data for a star energy portal. If successful, Mars could gain access to the universe, explore resource planets, and establish extraterrestrial colonies, the voice explained. If you're willing, you could be part of it. Shinran, stunned, immediately thought of Dong Sanling's reaction, then questioned sharply. Are you saying the star energy stone aboard the Chiming spacecraft ended up in your hands? The voice fell silent, and a surge of anger rose in Shinran's chest. Are you involved in the Chiming incident? He demanded. The voice replied cryptically, win, and you'll know everything. Let's play a game, Shinran. The stakes are the future of Fire City. In the villa, Dong Sanling slumped on the living room sofa, a glass of wine in his hand. Qinwei sat quietly beside him. Shinran came downstairs, offered a brief acknowledgement to Qinwei, and went straight to the underground base. Shinran is training again. He's working so hard, Qinwei remarked. Dong Sanling's voice was hoarse. Didn't his family die on Hope Day? It's understandable. But in Fire City, what does hard work ultimately bring? He took a sip of his wine and leaned back on the sofa. Qinwei gently massaged his head. I was thinking earlier, after sobering Yupif I had never seen the sun. Would I be able to endure this darkness? What do you think, Qinwei? Dong Sanlang asked softly, his eyes closed. Do you see your life as darkness now? Qinwei asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. My love has gone to Earth. My dreams belong to Earth. What's left here is nothing but an empty shell. Dong Sanlang's voice grew weaker and weaker until he drifted off to sleep. Qinwei sighed, tidied up the coffee table, instructed Xiao Qiu to adjust the room temperature, and then turned off the lights. The living room was plunged into darkness. Shinran arrived at the underground base and asked Wendy to help calibrate the full-body VR machine. You're playing a game? I want to play too. Wendy exclaimed excitedly. Wendy, be good. I'll play with you later. Right now, I need to 1v1 someone, Shinran said as he lay down in the VR machine. Wendy pouted but obediently started adjusting the settings. Soon, Shunran found himself in a virtual Eastern European cottage. A warm fire crackled in the fireplace, and heavy snow fell outside the window. In the void before him, a tray materialized, displaying various options. He logged in. The platform he was playing on belonged to the dark web, with most of its features operating on the fringes of legality. Particularly, the highly realistic simulated hunter missions were almost indistinguishable from real-life killings, akin to the simulation games used for military training. Shinran had gained some fame on this platform and had added a few friends during team missions, so his personal message notifications were constantly flashing. It's worth mentioning that his younger sister, Wendy, was the true expert, ranking among the top players on the platform. Of course, no one knew that this legendary figure was, in reality, a girl under the age of 9. A pop-up notification appeared. Chong Kong invites you to join a team room, Crimson House. Shinran dismissed it immediately. Crimson House was inspired by a highly publicized real incident from 6 years ago and was notoriously difficult. Another message followed. Busy, Shunran replied. Chong Kong was a skilled player who had guided him in the past and was likely a formidable hunter in real life. Okay, Chong Kong responded briefly, and Shunran began to wait. Suddenly, the platform erupted into activity as a specific ID logged in. The once quiet public chat was instantly flooded with messages. Shinran's eyes widened in surprise. Moments later, a pop-up appeared. Pennywise requests to add you as a friend. Pennywise, a name taken from a famous novel from Earth's past, was nearly universally recognized. The clown in the story was elusive, unpredictable, and symbolic of pure terror. On this platform, however, the ID Pennywise was one of the top 3 players on the leaderboard. Could it really be you? Shunran was stunned. Many speculated that Pennywise was an rank hunter in real Lithia legend, in the words of Fire City residents. After all, many of the high-difficulty simulation games on the platform were even tougher than real-world missions. Could it be that Joker, the leader of the Nightmare organization, was a legendary hunter in real life? Shinran accepted the friend request. Almost immediately, another pop-up appeared. Pennywise invites you to join a custom room. Shunran clicked accept, and the cozy Eastern European-style house he was in transformed into a grim prison cell. An old ceiling fan above emitted a grating, creaking noise that set his teeth on edge. In the shadows stood a blurry figure, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Shunran opened the figure's profile and felt his heartbeat quicken. Pennywise task completion rate, 91. Gold missions completed, 15. Silver missions completed, 56. Legendary missions completed, 4. Shooting accuracy, 82.3. In comparison, Shunran's own completion rate was only 56, with just 1 gold mission and 0 legendary missions. The gap between them was like that between an average player and a god-tier expert. The only sound in the cell was the fan's incessant creaking. What do you want to play? You can choose freely. Pennywise's synthesized voice broke the silence. Shinran pondered nervously. In the 2-player duel room, there were various modes to choose from: car chases, gunfights, hostage protection, and more. The game, at its core, was a system bound by rules, where players competed in artificially created conflicts and received quantifiable results. What Shinran needed to decide now was which game rules would give him the best chance. Meanwhile, in the game lobby, Pennywise's friends, also top-tier hunters, were shocked to see him engaging in a 2-player duel. Unfortunately, the room was private, so no one knew Shunran's identity. Hostage mode. They'll take the assassin role, Shinran finally said. In unknown scenarios, this mode had the highest stakes. Pennywise didn't object and chose the protector role. If I win, you'll reveal everything about the Chiming incident, right? Shinran asked again. You won't win. Pennywise's synthesized voice remained cold. At that moment, Chong Kong sent another message. Are you in a duel? Yeah, Shunran replied. Pretty rare. Who's your opponent? Are they good? Extremely good. Shinran took a deep breath. Pennywise remained motionless in the shadows, like a statue shrouded in darkness. The next moment, the game began. Their world crumbled into a void of data streams before rapidly reconstructing itself. Blinding sunlight appeared. An open environment? Shunran looked around in shock, then in disbelief and anger. They were in the upper city district of Fire City. The streets were packed with crowds, cheers thundered through the air, and dazzling eco-friendly fireworks lit up the sky. Engines roared as a triangular starship, flanked by 2 escort ships, sped toward the Vulcan district. What? Shinran murmured in disbelief. In front of him, a floating task window appeared. Objective: kill Shan Chong within 2 hours and avoid capture. Choose up to 3 weapons: plasma laser sword, hummingbird model pistol, Hadar anti-material rifle, or Hunter Mark II drone. On the other side, Pennywise observed the game's AI virtual character Shin Chong, the target hostage. At that moment, a message from Angie appeared. Just a kid. Easy to handle, Pennywise replied simply. Thanks to 3D photo modeling technology, the game's environment is incredibly lifelike. A starship glides over the city skyline, colorful flags flutter in the air, and cheers echo through the towering buildings. The structures radiate a fiery red hue, unique to the City of Fire. Amidst the bustling crowd, Shen Ran stands in disbelief, completely out of place among the celebrating NPCs. This scene, it's the very one that haunts him to his core every time he recalls it. Hope Day. Bang! A sudden explosion startles him, and his face turns pale as his heart leaps into his throat. But it's just an eco-friendly firework blooming in the sky. A baby's cry pierces through the noise, and Shan Ran hurriedly looks over to see a little girl frightened by the commotion. Her tears remind him of his cousin, Shin Yingying, who once sat on the ground, wailing in despair. No! Shunran stumbles back, bumping into a man behind him. The man curses angrily and shoves him away. In front of Shanran floats a virtual screen displaying his mission objective. Kill Shanchang within 2 hours and ensure you don't get caught. Just reading these words sends tremors through his body, as if he's plunged into an icy abyss. Why does it have to be like this? For the past 5 months, the horrifying memories of that dark alleyway have clung to him like a nightmare. Cold rain, merciless bullets slicing through the downpour, striking his loved ones. A deafening explosion filled the world with vivid, harrowing colors. Each time he wakes from these dreams, he's drenched in sweat, unable to calm himself for hours. He knows he's suffering from PTSD but has never sought help. Time hasn't healed the wound, it's only festered. Shin Ran grips his head with both hands, clawing at his scalp as if trying to tear it apart. His erratic behavior draws whispers from the surrounding NPCs. The mental torment, coupled with the physical discomfort, is unbearable. His scratching grows more frantic, as though he's desperate to break through his skull. He's just a 15-year-old boy, deep down still yearning to cry and scream like any normal child. Time ticks away, and the virtual screen begins to blur. The countdown starts. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Shun Ran stops scratching, seemingly calm, though it feels more like numbness. His head remains bowed, as if the mere act of recalling his pain is enough to destroy him. 5 seconds. For seconds, no one is more unfortunate than the person who has never faced adversity because they've never had the chance to test their strength. His uncle Shen Cheng's words echo in his mind. Shin Ran's vacant eyes flicker slightly. But unfortunately, after I failed, I chose to walk away instead of persevering. Luckily, with you all by my side, it wasn't all a loss. Around the family dinner table, Shen Cheng's gaze softened as he looked at his wife, daughter, and nephew. His face, weathered by time, bore an unshakable sorrow. Shin Ran knew his uncle and his friend Dong Sanlang had both tried to push open the door to another world, but ultimately couldn't cross that threshold. Shin Ran himself had glimpsed that door, but he understood that to stand on the same level as them, he had to face it head-on. That threshold might be called hardship or suffering, and its very existence defies human nature. Fear and retreat are natural responses to it, but it seemed his uncle had lived his entire life burdened by regret. If Shun Ran didn't want to follow the same path, he would have to surpass his uncle, confront his pain once again, and cross that threshold. 3 seconds. Shin Ran suddenly lifts his head, staring at the inhumane mission displayed on the virtual screen. With lightning speed, he selects 3 weapons, efficient and decisive. In the next moment, he stands, pulls his hood low over his face, and vanishes into the city's shadows. Has he made his move? In the Linbei district, Joker Rebirth sits on a chair, staring at the watch in his hand. The display shows Shin Ran heading straight in his direction. The custom-made watch on Shan Ran's wrist could only provide a rough location within the vast game scenarios, becoming ineffective beyond a 3,000-meter range. This caught him by surprise. No wonder he was Shun Xiuju's nephew. Pennywise looked up at the crowd ahead, focusing on an unassuming NPC, Shan Ran's second uncle, Shan Cheng. Even if it was just a virtual character, the psychological impact felt very real. After all, who could easily pull the trigger on someone who bore such a striking resemblance to a family member? Soon, the red dot on the watch vanished. The target had entered the 3,000-meter range. Danger was closing in. Pennywise retracted the watch and scanned his surroundings. Near the park stood a heavily guarded high-rise building. He had preemptively set up cameras at 3 potential sniper spots, but none of the footage revealed Shin Ran's whereabouts. Instead of staying close to Shun Chang for protection, Shin Ran observed quietly from a distance of 10 meters, seemingly waiting to see if Pennywise would really make a move. The thought of such a scenario amused him. A cruel smile flashed across his face. More importantly, the Shun Chang among the crowd was merely a decoy wearing a human skin mask. The real Shin Chang was hiding in a trash bin to Pennywise's left. Even if Shin Ran did fire, the mission would fail, and his revenge and passion would ultimately turn to nothing. Pennywise's excitement grew as he relished the psychological torment he was inflicting. The objective of this game was to change the boy's personality. In the park, Pennywise sat on a bench as the bustling crowd moved around him. Shin Chang was among them. Time ticked by. 40 minutes remained. The other side was astonishingly patient. Pennywise glanced up at the teeming starship in the sky, which was poised to explode with terrifying realism. It seemed Shunran planned to act at the moment of the explosion. Pennywise stared intently at the surveillance feed, not daring to let his guard down. Finally, a deafening blast shattered the silence as the starship erupted in flames, spewing fire across the sky. Chaos engulfed the city as terrified screams echoed, and people scattered in panic. Shun Chung fled with the crowd in a frenzy. Amid the turmoil, only Pennywise and the hidden Sean Ran remained calm. Pennywise focused fully, his excitement mounting. He anticipated the boy pulling the trigger on his supposed relative, followed by a breakdown in despair. Bang! The gunshot tore through the air, slicing the world apart. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Shun Chung froze momentarily before letting out a scream and bolting. What? Pennywise's disbelief was palpable. A searing pain erupted in his back as the force of the shot sent him flying several meters. He glanced at the fleeing Shen Chung, then at his own grievous injury, his eyes filled with shock and rage. That brat had dared to attack Hyman, a rank hunter. From behind the bushes, Shun Ran lay prone, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The anti-material rifle he'd redeemed packed immense power, capable of delivering fatal blows. Yet it seemed Pennywise's in-game stats were too high. Seeing his target struggle to rise, Shin Ran quickly abandoned the cumbersome rifle, drawing a plasma laser sword instead. He charged forward without hesitation. So, am your target? You've got some nerve. Pennywise wasn't bleeding. After all, the game world differed from reality. He raised his right hand, a concentrated energy beam forming in his palm. But the earlier disruption to his system delayed the process. Damn this game's mechanics. Before he could gather energy, Shun Ran was already upon him, the laser sword cutting a deadly arc. Szzz. Pennywise's right arm was severed, flying high into the air. The smooth cross-section revealed intricate electronic components within. You're the one I'm here to kill, Shinran declared coldly. A massive starship hung tilted in the sky above the city, flames roaring into the air as terrified screams echoed everywhere. Crowds surged through the streets like waves. In the chaos of the park, the right arm of the sinister Jester Reborn had been severed at the shoulder, blood gushing from the wound. Yet, there wasn't even a hint of panic on his face. Instead, he wore a twisted grin. Not bad, kid, he sneered. The next moment, the infrasound device implanted in his body activated with a sudden zzz. Shun Ran felt a violent buzzing in his head, as if countless engines were spinning at full speed, rattling his eardrums and blurring his vision. Bang! The jester seized the moment to deliver a powerful kick to Shun Ran's chest, sending him flying backward. His plasma laser sword slipped from his grasp and clanged, embedding itself in a blue trash can nearby. Shin Ran crashed heavily onto a park bench. Although the pain in the game wasn't overwhelming, the health bar on his UI interface dropped by 20 in an instant. The droning sound persisted, the high-frequency waves hammering his brain like he was trapped inside a giant bell, each reverberation shaking him to his core and making it nearly impossible to think. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand, his legs feeling like they were weighed down by lead. He staggered unsteadily. The Jester Reborn, still bleeding profusely from his severed arm, sneered in amusement. I'll give you credit for your courage, though I must admit, I prefer your naivety. He intended to mock further but recalled the crown prince of the Dominion's orders and restrained himself. Instead, he curled a bloodied finger toward Shinran. Come on, kid. Want to finish me off? Shinran said nothing, enduring the excruciating pain in his head as he stumbled toward the Jester Reborn. His steps were unsteady, his punches weak. Smack! The Jester easily caught Shinran's fist. You're trying to avenge your second uncle, aren't you? Didn't you also get a lead last time on the secretary to the Minister of the Mobile Corps? Do you really think you're capable? He taunted. Shun Ran abruptly lifted his leg, aiming a sharp kick at the Jester's groin. Clang! A dull metallic sound rang out, and Shun Ran felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. His face turned pale. The Jester, however, remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Shinran tried to pull his hand free from the Jester's iron grip, but it was no use. Who gave you the confidence to think you could kill me? And who made you believe that a rookie like you could single-handedly resolve the Chiming incident in Fire City? The Jester continued, his voice dripping with disdain. Shinran stayed silent, his gaze darting to the laser sword embedded in the trash can nearby. He knew it was his only chance. The plasma laser sword was the only weapon capable of penetrating the Jester's defenses. Bzzzzzzzzz. The Jester suddenly increased the frequency of the infrasound waves. Shinran's vision went black as searing pain shot through his brain like needles, leaving him gasping for air. In the real world, you know, the Jester said with a smirk, his tone a mix of contempt and cautious respect, a kid like you, I could take out 8 of you in one bite. He deactivated the infrasound device and released Shinran, letting him collapse to the ground like a pile of broken limbs. Shun Ran lay there, his body limp, but his mind raced. He knew how devastating infrasound weapons could be, but the fact that the jester had access to military-grade tech of this caliber was beyond alarming. The jester crouched down, staring coldly into Shun Ran's eyes. So, you're running with Sakamoto Tozaburo now? Why don't you ask him what he thinks of me? A grotesque smile stretched across his face. You want to take down a legendary hunter? This is just a game. In the real world, he raised 3 fingers. You'd need at least 30 members of a specialized mobile core unit. Shin Ran glared at him with icy determination. I'm not like those other guys. I don't care about Shin Xiuju or Earth's petty troubles, the jester said, his voice turning sharp. Right now, I want the data on the Star Energy Technology teleportation gate. You'd better crawl out of that villa in the Neil district and cooperate. Don't make me come for you. The clown stood up, his left arm twisting and contorting mechanically until it transformed into a pitch-black gun barrel aimed directly at Shun Ran's forehead. Game over. You lose. Before he could finish speaking, a virtual interface popped up simultaneously in front of both of them. Target hostage, Shan Chung is dead. The clown spun around abruptly. The blue garbage bin still stood quietly in its place, untouched and unmoved. However, sticking out above it was the hilt of a laser sword. Shun Ran followed his gaze and froze. You hid my second uncle in there? He suddenly recalled how Li Xian had tried to use virtual technology to recreate his mother's obsession. In this moment, the virtual character in the game seemed to become a projection of the clown's feelings for his second uncle. The clown rushed forward and kicked the garbage bin over. A middle-aged man, bound tightly like a cocoon, tumbled out. His neck bore a charred, blackened cut. It was clear the delayed energy shutdown of the laser sword after being thrown had caused it to spin in the air, eventually lodging into the bin and severing the man's neck. Police failed. Gang wins. The virtual interface popped up again, displaying the final result. The clown's win rate in 2-player duel mode dropped, while Shun Ran's win rate soared to 100. The clown stood there in a daze, staring at the lifeless hostage at his feet, his emotions a chaotic mix. Behind him, Shun Ran struggled to his feet, equally surprised by the outcome but still looking at the clown's back. I won. As agreed. It's time for you to explain the details of the Chiming incident. There was no response. The clown, his arm still severed, remained motionless with his back to Shun Ran. I'm asking you who ordered the hit on my second uncle that day? Shun Ran pressed, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, the clown raised his left hand and fired a shot without turning around. Bang! Shun Ran froze in place as the world around him plunged into darkness. A simulated wave of fear surged over him like a tide. The next moment, he found himself back in that dimly lit room. Clown, get out here! Shun Ran shouted angrily. Shut up, came a cold voice from the shadows. A blurry silhouette of the clown emerged, his face obscured. You promised. I won. Shun Ran accused furiously. You owe me an explanation about the Chiming incident. Who killed my second uncle? Wasn't it you? The clown retorted coldly, his voice strained with suppressed emotion. Shin Chang went to Detroit to find Chan Ku just to buy the chip that would help you get into high school. You're the one who got Shin Chang killed. I'm asking you who killed my second uncle? Shin Ran's anger surged as he stepped forward, trying to confront the clown. Pathetic. The clown spat out the word before his figure slowly faded and disappeared, exiting the game. Shun Ran stood alone in the dark, silent and still. He neither shouted nor moved. After a long while, he ruffled his hair roughly, feeling an itch that wouldn't go away. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a room resembling a laboratory. Disengage protective shield for the full-body virtual machine. A white man with Western features said as he stepped out. Well, how long until Shin Ran arrives? A group of people surrounded him, their expressions anxious. Bad news, a middle-aged woman said gravely. Zhua Shandiao was exposed while investigating Shan Xiuju and was captured by the Federal Security Bureau 10 minutes ago. Also, someone important from Earth seems to have arrived in Huaching through the portal. Witnesses spotted the Huaj party's car at the Hanmin Hotel. No choice then. We'll have to increase our investment. Whatever it takes, we must establish contact with Shin Xiuju as soon as possible. Another team member frowned deeply. How long until Shin Ran makes his move? I lost. Joker interrupted. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at him in shock. The legendary hunter, representing the pinnacle of Huaching's skill in his field, had lost? Impossible. What about the Chiming incident? The middle-aged woman asked, turning to Joker. No explanation was given, Joker replied coldly. Only then did the group reluctantly accept the outcome, though disbelief still lingered on their faces. Give me Li Sixuan's contact information, Joker suddenly said. What do you mean? The others looked at him in confusion. Joker turned to leave, leaving them with one sentence. I'll bring him in myself. After exiting the game, Shin Ran's face betrayed no emotion. You're done already? Wendy bounced up to him, chattering away. Shin Ran ruffled Wendy's hair. She recoiled in annoyance, her small face serious. Shin invincible. If you touch my hair again, I'll beat you up. Shinran exhaled, stepped into the elevator, and left. Behind him, Winnie called out, "Hey, don't be mad. Come back and play a game with me." The lights in the living room downstairs were off, and the space was quiet. Dong Saburo lay on the couch, his figure a shadow in the dark. Beside him, the mechanical dog Xiaoqiu curled up, faintly glowing. "Come here," Dong Saburo said just as Shunran, feeling slightly overheated, was about to head off for a shower. Xiaoqiu immediately stood up. "Grab 2 bottles of Jaeger," Dong Saburo instructed the dog before turning to Shunran. "If you're free, come have a drink with me." Shinran hesitated for a moment, then walked over. "Boss, tell me how strong does someone have to be to stop being a pawn?" Shinran asked, taking a sip of his drink. Dong Saburo raised an eyebrow, surprised. "What's this? Trouble? Or are you unhappy with life here?" "I want to get stronger. Faster. Stronger." Shinran tightened his grip on the glass, thinking about everything that had happened over the past few months. "I want to smash some things to pieces." Bang! The glass suddenly shattered in his hand, the dark red liquid splattering like blood. Dong Saburo paused, momentarily stunned. In Shun Ran's eyes, he thought he saw flames. Late at night, in a villa in the Neil district, Dong Sanlang and Shan Ran sat across from each other, both carrying a trace of melancholy. Dong Sanlang spoke of his yearning for the deep blue world, the emptiness that followed his adventures, and how he forced himself to endure the monotonous life in Mars' underground city. Shin Ran, in turn, confided in him about his own hardships. His father being replaced by machines, his uncle leading him down this path only for him to face failure, and witnessing the death of his loved ones. Dong Sanlang stared into Shan Ran's eyes. "What is it that you wish to destroy?" Shin Ran was at a loss for words, but his silence drew a burst of laughter from Dong Sanlang. "Shunkuan, there's a fire in your eyes. Speak it out, let it burn brightly." Dong Sanlang urged, hoping to hear the answer that resonated with his own buried desires. Shin Ran hesitated for a long time, struggling to articulate his feelings. "Then keep drinking," Dong Sanlang said casually. Half an hour later, Shin Ran finally mustered the courage. "I want to smash this city to pieces." Dong Sanlang laughed again, his laughter tinged with mockery and complex emotions. "Not enough, not even close," he said, shaking his head. He felt that this wasn't the raw, unfiltered cry from Shun Ran's heart. What he wanted was a volcanic eruption of emotions, not a half-hearted declaration. But then he thought to himself, if he couldn't even do it himself, how could he demand it from this young man? With a sigh, he gave up probing further and buried himself in his drink. "Boss, thank you." Shun Ran raised his glass in a toast, his gratitude sincere. "You gave me a path to follow." "Such a boring topic," Dong Sanlang replied lazily, leaning back as he clinked his glass with Shun Ran's. "Forget the thanks, just make me some serious money." "Got it. I won't let you down, boss." Shin Ran nodded firmly. He didn't care much about money and hadn't even asked about the commission from the mission involving Li Sichuan. Over an hour later, Dong Sanlang got bored and sent Shan Ran away. "Boss, what was in tonight's meal?" "It tasted strange," Shin Ran asked curiously before leaving. "I think it was some kind of new insect species cultivated on Earth, a product of genetic engineering. I tried it, it's not poisonous, just has a texture like snot." Dong Sanlang gave Shan Ran a peculiar look, finding it amusing that this guy would eat just about anything. Shin Ran felt his body heating up and his mind buzzing as he quickly made his way back to his room. As he walked down the hallway, Dong Sanlang watched his retreating figure and suddenly recalled their earlier conversation. "Shun invincible? What's up, boss?" Shin Ran turned back, puzzled. "Nothing," Dong Sanlang replied, waving him off. The living room fell silent again, leaving only Dong Sanlang and his mechanical dog. He glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands making endless rotations. It was 2 a.m. Back in his room, Shun Ran took several cold showers, but his body only grew hotter. He felt feverish, like he had a severe flu, but without the accompanying weakness. Could this be the start of a second mutation? He wondered, both doubtful and excited. The enhancements from his first mutation had been far from enough. Ordinary punches and kicks couldn't even dent titanium alloy steel plates. His gaze shifted to the backpack under his bed that held the starstone. After turning off the lights, Shun Ran lay down, closed his eyes, and began replaying the events of the day in his mind, including the strange and wondrous deep blue world. It was as if he were ruminating, analyzing everything with a cold rationality. Eventually, he reached a conclusion. No, with the progression of star energy, the turbulence on Mars will only grow worse. There's no way I can escape from it. Those people definitely won't let me go so easily. They'll cling to me relentlessly and pressure third uncle to hand over the technical data for Xingning technology. I must have the power to protect myself. Shun Ran felt immense pressure, unable to sleep through the night. He got up again, pulled a backpack out from under his bed, and stared at the starstone inside. The fainting spell after his first contact with the Starstone still haunted him, but 3 days if his body didn't show any significant improvement within 3 days, he'd take the risk and try again. He also needed to log into the Deep Blue network to see what it held. At the same time, in Jiangnan District's First People's Hospital, a convoy arrived in the dead of night. Among the vehicles, a business car stood out awkwardly, like a sheep surrounded by wolves. Lu Ji, a director from Yeri Group, stepped out of the car and walked into a hospital room. On the bed, Lu Shuqiang's injuries had healed, but his mental state was dire. He curled up like a frightened cat, avoiding eye contact. When he saw his father, he froze for a moment, then lit up with surprise. "Dad, you came to see me. You don't despise me? How could I despise you?" Lu Ji gently stroked his son's face. His tone was soft, but his gaze was icy. "You're going back to school tomorrow." Lu Shuqiang's face turned pale, and he refused in terror. "Dad, how can I show my face at Jiangnan High School again?" He burst into tears. Lu Ji continued to caress his head tenderly. "If someone hits you, hit them back. You likely Sichuan, don't you? Tomorrow, you can do whatever you want. I've got your back." With that, he turned and left without waiting for a response. Outside the room, he spoke in a low voice to a group of men in black. He agreed. Tomorrow, he'll return to school. The next morning, Shun Ran woke up from a nightmare. The dream had been bizarre, absurd, and terrifying. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall the details, only a lingering sense of dread. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, and began preparing breakfast. Just then, Li Sichuan called. "Lu Shuqiang is back." Shun Ran froze. He actually dared to come back? Li Sichuan's tone was serious. "There's a school event tonight. You need to come protect me." Shun Ran frowned, but before he could reply, Li Sichuan sent him a video. The video first showed her elegant face, then turned to the entrance of Jiangnan High School. Lu Shuqiang was stepping out of a car, his legs nearly giving out beneath him, but Li Sichuan didn't let Shun Ran see that part. "See that? Come to school and protect me," she said flatly, then hung up. Shun Ran found it odd. At that moment, Dong Sanlang came downstairs, just finishing a phone call. "Yes, okay. Don't worry, we'll get the job done," he said before hanging up. Looking at Shun Ran, he added, "Shunkuan, Li Qingyuan just called. He said Lu Shuqiang has been discharged and is still trying to bother his granddaughter." Shun Ran replied absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Dong Saburo noticed Shun Ran's hesitation and teased him with a grin. "That Li Sichuan isn't exactly fat or ugly. What's wrong with you, Shunkuan?" Shun Ran shook his head and replied, "It's not that, boss. You don't understand, I've had this feeling lately, like someone's trying to come after me." Dong Saburo looked puzzled. "Come after you? Who? And why?" Shun Ran stepped into the kitchen and said, "It's a bit strange. I really don't want to go. Boss, maybe you can assign someone else to this?" Without hesitation, Dong Saburo leapt down from the upper floor, landing directly in front of Shun Ran. "Shunkuan, what's going on with you? If there's really something going on, just tell me. If there's nothing, I can't accept one of my men refusing to handle such an easy and straightforward task, leaving the money for someone else to earn." Unable to explain the situation involving a level hunters and the Judy party, Shun Ran could only plead, "Boss, please don't make this harder for me, okay?" Dong Saburo fixed Shun Ran with a stern gaze. "Two things. First, you're under my command, so you follow my orders when it comes to tasks. Second, you're my subordinate. If you have a reason to refuse, you'd better tell me the truth. I really can't stand this attitude of yours right now." After hesitating for a long moment, Shun Ran finally admitted, "Someone's really out to get me." Hearing this, Dong Saburo grabbed Shun Ran's wrist and dragged him out of the kitchen. "Enough. Now get moving. You're going to Jiangnan High School." "Boss, you can't." Shun Ran resisted with all his might. "What are you so scared of? Why are you putting so much pressure on yourself? Acting all timid over such a small task, what kind of behavior is that?" Dong Saburo locked eyes with Shun Ran, his frustration evident. "Whoever's trying to mess with you, I, Banmoka Dong Saburo, will take them down with one swing of my blade. Today, you're going to that school with your head held high. Even if you end up killing that Lu Shuqiang, no matter what happens, I guarantee you'll still be home in time for dinner." After Shun Ran left, a tall woman emerged from the hall, her messy hair giving her a slightly carefree appearance. Qin Wei yawned, her face untouched by makeup but already strikingly beautiful. "What's going on?" she asked. Dong Sanlang's smile faded as he pondered briefly. "Not entirely sure. Shun Jun seems worried about enemies seeking revenge." Qin Wei walked over to the sofa, gracefully crossing her legs as she lit a slim cigarette with practiced ease. "Enemies," she murmured, exhaling a delicate smoke ring. "If he doesn't want to talk about it, it's probably not a big deal." Dong Sanlang nodded. "I've looked into Shun Ran's background. Aside from his second uncle's rather peculiar death record, everything else seems ordinary. An ordinary kid with no mechanical augmentations, Yet with that kind of physical capability? Qin Wei raised an eyebrow, the smoke curling around her face, making her delicate oval features appear even more mysterious. Everyone has their secrets, that's normal. Just like no one would guess you're the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Dong Sanlang teased with a chuckle. A soft laugh escaped Qin Wei's lips as her cigarette burned low. Have you considered that we don't know much about Shinran? She didn't respond to Dong Sanlang's jest, instead asking, he's different from Li Xian. He prefers to act only after careful planning. If he knows enough about us and is worried about causing trouble, could it be a kind of trouble that's particularly hard to deal with? Dong Sanlang thought for a moment before shaking his head. I'll find another chance to talk to him, but I won't keep someone who doesn't prove useful. He talks about doing big things but hesitates at every turn. I don't like that. Big things? Qin Wei's hand holding the cigarette paused slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of complex emotion. She stood up and dropped the subject. Drink less, she said, before turning to head to the bathroom. In the underground city, aboard a circular transit train, Shunran sat quietly in his seat, scrolling through the Hunter forum on his phone. The hot topic was the deep blue world beyond the star energy portal. Unlike ordinary netizens, most hunters were watching the official Earth Federation livestream, witnessing firsthand the miraculous world. ZX32.459 was the designation of the deep blue world that the Federation's elite squad had ventured into the night before. Shunran closed his eyes, the vivid scenes from that time replaying in his mind like a reversed film. That world had skies, mountains, soil, plants and ecosystem seemingly suitable for human habitation. Experts were discussing the benefits of the deep blue world, envisioning humanity's leap beyond the solar system and a bright future. Yet they deliberately avoided mentioning the dangers lurking in that world. With resources depleting, the next industrial revolution delayed, and constant friction among major interest groups, the Human Federation was eager to expand outward, touting itself as a stellar colonizer. A group of greedy colonizers discovering an unclaimed land with an Earth-like environment, what would they do? By all logic, ZX32.459 should already be dotted with skyscrapers, oil fields, and industrial hubs. But in the live stream, the 7-member Falcon squad carefully followed a safe path through a silent forest, not daring to explore further. The only thing that could curb humanity's greed was the fear of death. A world like that, how could it possibly be devoid of life? Had the Earth Federation already made contact with extraterrestrial civilizations? Shinran's thoughts swirled endlessly. Unfortunately, in this era, too much information about the deep blue world was being suppressed. Jiangnan District, next stop. The train's broadcast system announced the arrival. Shinran stood up and exited with the crowd. The sun was bright, the bustling city alive with towering skyscrapers and ceaseless traffic. Arriving at Jiangnan High School, morning classes were already underway. Boss, I'm here. Shinran contacted Dong Sanlang and took a careful look around before entering the school. He had come to a realization Dong Sanlang's concerns were not without merit. I can't just stay cooped up in the base forever just because I don't want to deal with those people, can I? Besides, I need to resolve Anchi and the other's situation quickly. I have to find a way to cut off that connection completely. As Shinran was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed that Jiangnan High School seemed to be hosting an event tonight. A group of people dressed in janitorial uniforms were setting up an outdoor venue. He cautiously peeked around the corner and saw a gathering of teenagers dressed in medieval English aristocratic costumes at the unfinished site. Among them was a girl in an embroidered gown and cloak, wearing a blonde wig. She was the same round-faced, short-haired girl who had fed the ginger cat the other day. Beside her stood another girl in a coarse gray and white linen outfit with Shun Yingying. So, they were classmates. Shinran continued observing from the corner. At the outdoor venue, the group of teenagers were rehearsing amidst laughter and chatter. Shin Yingying seemed relaxed and cheerful. A handsome young man dressed in a fitted tunic, with a cape draped over his shoulders, a large decorative pin on his chest, and a sword at his waist, was chatting with Shun Yingying and the other girl. They appeared to get along well, and Shin Yingying seemed much more outgoing. Watching this scene from afar, Shun Ran's lips curled into a faint smile. Just then, the school bell rang, and his phone vibrated. A message from Li Sichuan popped up. I'm here. Should I come to the classroom now? Shinran replied, no. Li Sichuan quickly responded, where are you? I'll come find you. Qinghe Courtyard. They're setting up for the event here. Got it. Shinran continued watching the scene, silently observing this group of peers his own age. Meow, a soft sound came from below. Shinran looked down and was surprised to see the same large ginger cat. It seemed to remember him, rubbing its side affectionately against his leg. Sorry, I forgot to bring you snacks, Shinran said with a smile, reaching out to pet it. But before he could, the ginger cat suddenly darted away. Before Shinran could react, a voice came from behind him. Siege of Orleans? Startled, Shinran spun around to see a mysterious man standing there. The man wore a purple suit, his long, unkempt hair framing a gaunt face with prominent cheekbones, marked with metallic imprints. Do you know about the Siege of Orleans? The man asked, his gaze fixed on the teenagers at the outdoor venue. What? Shinran replied, confused, while instinctively adopting a defensive stance. It's the play those kids are performing, a mysterious medieval drama, the man explained. It's about a rural girl who led the French army to defeat the English during the 100 Years' War. Joan of Arc story? Shinran asked, keeping his distance. Exactly, the man continued. The story is set during the 100 Years' War when the French army was suffering defeat after defeat. At that time, a young woman of great renown emerged from the countryside. She volunteered to join the army, donned white armor, and carried a banner embroidered with Christ and angels. At Orleans, she performed a miracle. Shinran frowned. He had no idea who this man was or what his intentions were. It truly was a miracle, the man went on. During a fierce battle, Joan was struck in the neck by an Aroa fatal wound. Yet, after praying briefly in a vineyard, just 7 minutes later, the banner of Christ and the angels reappeared on the battlefield. That white figure returned. The English soldiers, believing Joan had risen from the dead, were thrown into chaos, as if witnessing a saint. The French army seized the opportunity for a decisive victory, ultimately turning the tide of the 100 Years' War. Shinran was vaguely familiar with this piece of history. To him, creating a heroic figure during wartime was a common political strategy. As for the miraculous tales surrounding such figures, it all depended on how much embellishment was added. Ultimately, it was just another tool of religion. The Siege of Orleans was indeed a mysterious play, popular among the middle class and the general public of its time, showcasing themes of divine resurrection, spreading faith, and the extraordinary experiences of saintly followers. The man spoke again, breaking Shinran's train of thought. In this play, Shen Ying is playing the role of Joan of Arc. What do you think? Is she suited for it? In an instant, Shinran's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? Shinran snapped his head up, his piercing gaze like a blade directed at the man before him. In an instant, everything became clear. The man wore a wolfish grin that made Shinran clench his teeth. Through gritted teeth, he spat out a name. Joker. Joker shifted his gaze to Shen Ying, who was still dressed in her simple villager attire, his expression tinged with disdain. I must say, she's lacking something. She's got resilience, sure, but she's missing that religious mystique. You, on the other hand, seem to have it in spades. How do you pull that off without mechanical limbs or implants? Shinran's rage flared, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Joker apart. Shen Ying came from a poor family. How could she possibly outshine everyone and become Jiangnan High School's Joan of Arc? It was clear this was all orchestrated by them. You treat us like this and still expect my third uncle to work for you? Threatening family, how despicable. Shinran was seething with fury. Meanwhile, on the open-air stage, Shen Ying was shyly responding to the compliments of those around her when her gaze shifted to where Shinran was standing. She caught sight of the orange cat darting out from that direction. Joker suddenly grabbed Shinran's shoulder, his iron-like fingers tightening, the sound of bone grinding audible. Behave yourself and come with me, he sneered. You should be grateful Shin Xiuzhu is still of use to us. We can't afford to provoke him too much. Otherwise, do you think you'd have any value in my eyes? Behind the surveillance monitors, Angie let out a sigh. But Joker's words gave Shinran a critical reminder this was all just a performance, a ploy to threaten him. They wouldn't dare harm Shen Ying. That would cut off their own leverage. Let me go. Shinran roared, his left fist launching like a cannonball straight at Joker's chest. Bang! The impact echoed loudly as Joker's expression twisted in shock. Even his seemingly indestructible chest was rattled by the blow. He had completely underestimated Shinran's strength. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding crowd turned their heads, startled by the sudden commotion, their gazes filled with astonishment. Li Sichuan, who had just arrived at the scene, witnessed the moment unfold, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. You really dared to hit me? Joker's expression turned peculiar. You've gone too far. Shinran broke free from his grasp, adopting a defensive stance, his body coiled like a bull ready to charge. His fury was palpable as he stared Joker down, all the while pressing the signal transmitter hidden in his pocket. In the Detroit district, underground city, Dong Saburo was discussing business with a regular customer at a bar when the chip on his right temple flickered faintly. Apologies, I have an urgent matter, he said abruptly, cutting the conversation short. Rising from his seat, his expression darkened. Has something happened to Shinran? What's going on? Without wasting a moment, Dong Saburo immediately contacted Wendy. Shinran's current location? Jiangnan High School, Wendy replied swiftly. Got it. Dong Saburo downed the rest of his drink in one gulp and strode out of the bar with purpose. Something felt off. It wasn't just about himself. Li Qingyuan's distrust towards him played a part too. Perhaps it was due to his life experiences that this young man had developed an introverted nature, keeping his thoughts and fears hidden. But what exactly was he afraid of? Leaving the noisy bar behind, Higashisaburo sat in the hover car, his brows furrowed as he carefully reviewed the mission Li Qingyuan had assigned. Suddenly, he let out a carefree laugh. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. If someone joined his team, they were under his protection. Things would eventually get better. The hover car quickly arrived at the villa in the near district. Qinwei and Marl came out to greet him. Marl asked curiously, "Boss, why are you back so soon? Did the meeting not go well?" "No, it's not that. It's Shunran's run into some trouble," Higashisaburo replied in a low voice, striding towards the underground base. But wasn't the mission supposed to be simple? What kind of trouble could it be? Marl followed closely behind, puzzled. Qinwei, standing nearby, fell into deep thought. She recalled their conversation from earlier that day, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. Did he provoke someone powerful? She asked softly. Higashisaburo paused mid-step, his tone turning icy. "I don't care who he's provoked. I told him when he left could even kill someone at Jiangnan High today, and I'd still make sure he's home for dinner tonight." As the elevator descended, Higashisaburo dialed Li Qingyuan's number. But his expression darkened as the call connected. On the other end, Li Qingyuan spoke in a calm tone. "Forget about Shunran. He's not someone who belongs in your world." When the elevator doors opened, Higashisaburo and his team stepped into the base's armory. His steps didn't falter at Li Qingyuan's words. Instead, his expression grew even grimmer. After a retinal scan, the secured vault door opened, revealing rows of heavy weaponry, their metallic surfaces glinting coldly. Marl's face turned pale, and Qinwei realized the gravity of the situation. They both understood the significance of these weapons. Metal pipes for street fights, handguns for subduing criminals, rifles for armed confrontations, but this arsenal was reserved for high-level conflicts, capable of immense destruction, especially in an urban setting. Boss Marl looked at Higashisaburo with concern, fearing another outburst like the one from the previous night. Higashisaburo stayed on the call. "So you're saying this mission was targeted at him from the start?" In Lihua City, Li Qingyuan responded, "This wasn't my decision. It's the will of someone far above me. Think carefully about your next move." His words were light, yet they weighed like a mountain. "I have a meeting to attend, so we'll leave it at that. I hope we can continue to work together in the future." With that, Li Qingyuan ended the call. Qinwei turned to Higashisaburo. "Was that Li Qingyuan? That bastard." Higashisaburo spat through gritted teeth. Finally, he understood the source of Shunran's unease and the formidable power of their adversary. A flood of memories surged through Higashisaburo's mind. His encounter with Shunran 4 months ago at the Quankeo bar in the Texas district. Shunran's modest family background, with only his uncle's wife and daughter at home. And Shinran's trip 2 months ago. One crucial piece of the puzzle emerged: the Qiming incident? A nightmare? Did he uncover some kind of truth? Higashisaburo. Qinwei grabbed his right hand, locking eyes with him. Her gaze was serious and firm. "Do you even know what's really going on right now? And do we have the capability to handle it?" "I'm not that stupid," Higashisaburo replied coldly, shaking off her hand and continuing to search through the weapons. Marl, confused but loyal, stepped forward to select his own equipment. Higashisaburo Qinwei tried to persuade him again. "That old dog lied to me," Higashisaburo interrupted harshly. "He said Shinran wasn't part of our world, and he expected me to just hand over one of my own? If word gets out, how could I, Sakamoto Higashisaburo, show my face in this line of work?" Qinwei's expression turned sorrowful. "It's not that simple," she whispered. Then, louder, she repeated. "It's not that simple. In the underground world, we all know what's untouchable. When those forces weigh down on us, everyone bows their heads and stays silent. It's something we've all accepted, haven't we?" Higashisaburo hesitated for a moment. "Hey, what's going on?" Wendy's youthful voice echoed from a distance, breaking the tension that hung thick in the armory. The innocence of a child seemed to momentarily lift the heaviness in the air. "What happened to Shunran?" Qinwei asked gently, her tone soft but concerned. "Not sure, but it seems he uncovered some truths about the Qiming incident, and now someone's after him," Dong Saburo said. His brows furrowed deeply as the faint glow on his right temple flickered faster, a sign his mind was racing. At the mention of the Qiming incident, both Marl and Qinwei's expressions darkened. "Calm down," Qinwei said cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. "Dong Saburo, I know you're unhappy with how things are now, and you made a promise to Shunran, but something like this?" Dong Saburo's face remained stoic, his silence colder than ice. "Boss? What are you all doing?" Li Xian's voice came from behind them as he and Wendy entered the room. Li Xian's tall frame blocked part of the light, his face filled with confusion, while Wendy, barefoot, looked at them curiously. "Shunran's in trouble," Dong Saburo said coldly, fixing his gaze on Shunran's companions. "What kind of trouble?" Li Xian's face immediately tensed. "Someone's trying to capture him. I don't care if it's the Grim Reaper himself coming for him." Li Xian roared, his eyes bloodshot as he stormed forward. Where is Shunran? Boss, if you're not going to do anything, give me a gun and a knife, and I'll handle it myself. His rugged exterior barely masked the deep bond he felt for Shunran. Bang! Dong Saburo's kick landed squarely on Li Xian, sending him stumbling back a few steps. Li Xian glared at him in fury, while Marl and Qinwei looked on, stunned by the sudden outburst. Dong Saburo fixed his piercing gaze on Li Xian and demanded coldly, "What do you mean by that? Shinran's in trouble, and you're yelling about going alone? Are you saying you don't respect me as your leader anymore?" A fist slammed hard into Shinran's stomach, the searing pain nearly knocking the wind out of him. He gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound, his stubbornness keeping him silent. The man gripping his hair was dressed in a sharp purple suit, his tone dripping with disdain. To put it nicely, you're a prince. To put it bluntly, you're nothing but a piece of trash. Shinran had given up struggling, knew it was futile. The man's strength was beyond human, evidenced by the massive dent in the reinforced concrete wall nearby, left by a single punch, and that was without any weapons. Yet Shunran still refused to bow. Even as his hair was yanked, he stared defiantly into the man's cold, mechanical eyes. Joker chuckled, his laughter chilling and sinister. He reveled in the defiance of his Priet, heightened his twisted sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the air. Joker answered his phone, his expression one of annoyance. The voice on the other end was filled with anger. It was someone from the higher-ups. Oh, Joker mocked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I've got the kid in my hands now. Are you calling to tell me to let him go and write a 10,000-word report instead? There was a pause, and then a deep, aged voice responded, bring him back. And yes, you'll be writing that report, along with a formal apology. Fuck. Joker cursed, slamming the phone down. He unleashed his frustration on Shunran, dragging him out of the room. They emerged into the campus grounds, where the earlier commotion had already drawn the attention of several students. Now, the sight before them left everyone frozen in shock. Is that him? A girl in a princess dress gasped. Shunran. Shin Yingying screamed in disbelief, her hands and feet turning ice cold. Li Sichuan stood in stunned silence. Her grandfather had tried to arrange for her to have a chance with this so-called prince, but now it was clear that, like her, he was just another pawn at the mercy of a colossal force. Who are you? Let go of Shunran. Shun Yingying shouted, her fury driving her to step forward. Oh, the beautiful Joan of Arc, Joker sneered, gripping Shunran's hair tightly as he grinned maniacally. Turning to Shunran, he continued, he's just like Yoha needs a transformation. A real transformation. Don't you agree? Shunran felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Being dragged across the ground in front of his peers shattered his teenage pride, leaving it crushed and broken. But instead of breaking down like most people would, the itching in Shunran's brain only intensified. Ignoring Joker's words, Shunran suddenly shouted, Shin Yingying, stop being some ridiculous saint. If you're going to be something, be God. Shin Yingying froze in place, stunned by his outburst. The surrounding students of Jiangnan High School were equally shocked into silence. Even Joker hadn't expected such audacity. He paused mid-action and asked in confusion, who are you? What are you up to? At that moment, several school security guards armed with batons rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and the guards fell to the ground. Blood pooled around them, sending shockwaves of fear through the students and faculty. Chaos erupted across Jiangnan High School. Behind the screen, and Qi felt a wave of dizziness. Shinran's heart pounded as worry for Shan Yingying consumed him. Shan Yingying's face turned deathly pale, as if she had been transported back to a day of utter despair and helplessness. Heh, I think I'm starting to like you, Shinran, Joker cackled, seemingly satisfied with Shinran's earlier words. Outside the gates of Jiangnan High, personnel from Black Hawk Security arrived promptly. However, several black armored vehicles surrounded them from all directions, with helicopters circling overhead in a show of force. Simultaneously, orders came from higher-ups and the school board, declaring the situation inside the campus under control and instructing Black Hawk Security to withdraw. Under the watchful gaze of onlookers, Joker, dressed in a purple suit, grabbed Shunran by the hair and dragged him out of the school. Black Hawk? Is this all the manpower you've got? Joker sneered, glancing around. What's this, a game of pretend? The organization's top brass urgently contacted Joker. His overwhelming combat prowess was both an asset and a liability to them. Soon, a group of men in black stepped forward, hauling the bloodied Shun ran into an armored vehicle. Target confirmed. A man inside the vehicle spoke into a communicator, then turned to glance at Shunran. Luckily, the Crown Prince is just roughed up on the outside. No severe injuries to report. Elsewhere, Joker was dealing with a torrent of reprimands from the organization's leadership. Say one more useless word, and he'll kill the kid right now. Joker snapped coldly. Don't think I don't know what you old geezers are plotting. They'll take the blame for you, but don't expect a detailed report. What a pack of useless dogs. The engines roared to life, and under the terrified stares of the crowd, the black armored convoy kicked up dust as it sped away. The students and staff of Jiangnan High School were left in turmoil, their minds racing with speculation about what had just unfolded. It was my dad who orchestrated this, Lu Shuqiang thought excitedly. Damn, could my father be more than just a rich guy? In Huaqing, Jiangnan District, Shunran sat bound to a car seat, his hands tied behind his back with high-strength plastic cords. His body was covered in bruises, but he remained calm and silent. This composure earned subtle nods of approval from the people in the vehicle, who scrutinized the young man closely. We sincerely apologize. This entire operation was entirely Joker's personal decision. A female member said softly, her tone gentle. Shinran didn't respond. He stared at the sealed windows, trying to deduce the convoy's location. He knew their apologies were hollow. They clearly intended to let things play out and had no intention of letting him go. An elderly man, upon hearing about what happened, was visibly furious. After reprimanding Joker, he now seemed deeply concerned about your safety and wanted to confirm your condition, the female member explained. Shinran remained silent. Your cousin doesn't need to worry. She passed out at the time but has already been taken to a top-tier private medical facility, another man said. Only then did Shinran glance at him, his eyes cold. Don't touch her. We haven't done anything to her. We just wanted to reassure you, the man explained nervously. I said, don't touch her. Shinran's tone grew sharper, and the icy glare in his eyes sent a shiver down the man's spine. The others couldn't help but feel that this young man resembled a cornered, wild cat, brimming with vigilance. I think you need to get a better grasp of the situation, the man said, his expression changing slightly as if receiving new instructions. All right, the elderly man wants to speak with you via video. Get a better grasp of the situation? Shinran, tightly bound to the car seat, closed his eyes, a wave of disgust rising in his heart. In his mind, no matter what goals these people claimed to have, it could never justify their vile and corrupt actions. He would never side with them, nor would he allow his third uncle to get dragged into this mess. But the next moment, Shinran abruptly opened his eyes, forcing himself to confront the reality in front of him and think calmly. He had to find a way to escape, and the first obstacle to overcome was the seemingly ordinary plastic cord binding his wrists. Shinran exerted force in secret. This seemingly plastic cord was, in fact, stronger than steel handcuffs. Its heightened-style synthetic fiber material made it impossible for an average person to break free. Even with his extraordinary strength, escaping would only be the first step. Numerous, nearly insurmountable challenges awaited him. The armored vehicle was speeding toward Vulcan District, and at the current pace, it would take about 3 hours. Would he come? Shinran didn't know. Perhaps it was the overwhelming tension, but his mind started to overheat, and he even began to hear hallucinations. Sunlight pierced through Mars' thin atmosphere, unfiltered and direct, illuminating the massive city beneath the circular dome. Fire City. Neon lights flickered, casting vibrant hues across the steel jungle. A group of figures stood atop a high vantage point, overlooking the bustling scene below. Not far ahead, an 8-lane highway stretched out, teeming with traffic, the noise deafening. A strong gust of wind swept past, causing Sakaki Tozaburo's black coat to flap dramatically. He was tall, with his hair tied in a samurai-style topknot and a wooden sword hanging at his waist. Under the sunlight, the sunflower emblem on his black attire stood out vividly. The gears in his mechanical eye turned as he locked onto a black armored vehicle speeding down the highway. Beside him, a burly black man named Marl lay prone on the ground, a massive, intricately designed sniper rifle already set up. That's the vehicle, Qinwei confirmed after receiving information from Wendy back at the base. Wendy had hacked into the OC system and saw footage of Ran being violently dragged into the car by a man in a purple suit, his body covered in dirt and blood. Qinwei clenched her hands tightly, her heart burning with anger. Take action, Sakaki Tozaburo commanded, leaping off the edge like a black hawk diving at its prey. Shinran's earlier speculation was spot on. What Angel could achieve with her free leaps, Sakaki could do as well, and his feats were even more astonishing in scale. From a bird's eye view, several black, hulking armored vehicles moved along an 8-lane highway overpass, resembling steel behemoths as they rumbled over the asphalt with a low, guttural roar. Curious glances occasionally darted their way from nearby drivers. In a red sedan, the woman in the passenger seat glanced at her husband behind the wheel and chuckled. When are we ever going to drive something like that? The man gave an embarrassed laugh, knowing full well that these special vehicles, akin to those used by tactical units, weren't something money alone could buy. He couldn't help but wonder who the important figure inside the convoy might be. Inside one of the armored vehicles, a screen displayed an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit speaking kindly, his tone calm and measured. However, Shunran, strapped to the seat, didn't register a single word. His entire body felt like it was on fire, his skin burning with an alarming heat. Meanwhile, a maddening itch clawed at the depths of his brain, causing him to squirm against the restraints binding his hands behind him. This sensation was disturbingly familiar. It had surfaced before, but after drinking that pitch-black concoction from Dong Sanlang last night, it had escalated to an unbearable intensity. Several members of the Nightmare Organization noticed Shunran's strange behavior, dismissing it as some kind of episode, much like what they had seen in criminals who suddenly acted out after being captured. But Shunran's condition was far more severe than they imagined. His ears were filled with hallucinations, his mother's gentle voice one moment, Joker's shrill laughter the next, and then a series of eerie cracking sounds. The source of the strange noises? The voice of the elderly man on the screen. The man paused, his expression shifting as he asked with suspicion, "What's wrong with him?" The others in the vehicle finally moved closer to check on Shunran. As one of them touched him, they recoiled instantly. "He's burning up," a middle-aged woman exclaimed, alarmed by the searing heat. She quickly checked his temperature. "This isn't good, 42 degrees Celsius. The elderly man's face darkened, and he immediately issued an order. "Speed up. If we can't get there in 10 minutes, deploy the helicopter." At the same time, he instructed his secretary to alert the medical team to prepare. This mission was already pushing boundaries. If anything happened to Shunran, the consequences with Shan Xiuzhu would be unthinkable. Just as the screen went dark, an unexpected incident unfolded on the road. The 4 armored vehicles slammed on their brakes, bringing the entire traffic flow to a standstill. A man in one of the vehicles quickly used his earpiece to inquire about the situation. The response came swiftly, a chain reaction collision up ahead. He stepped out to investigate and saw several vehicles piled up. In this era of highly advanced automated driving systems, there was only one explanation for such an event: someone had hacked the system. Without hesitation, he relayed the information to the rest of the team. In another armored vehicle, Joker arched his sharp eyebrows, a sly smirk playing on his lips. "I think I smell something interesting," he murmured. Meanwhile, Shunran's body temperature continued to rise. The woman assigned to guard him frantically retrieved a medical injector filled with nutrient solution and nanobots. She aimed it at his neck. "Don't move," she warned. Suddenly, the deafening crack of a gunshot ripped through the air. The sound was so sharp and jarring that many drivers ducked instinctively, pressing themselves against their steering wheels. The rear tire of Shunran's armored vehicle exploded, sending the car into a chaotic lurch. The woman lost her balance, her face frozen in a mask of shock. In that instant, Shunran, who had been slumped with his head down, suddenly snapped upright. Heat surged through his body, channeling into his muscles and transforming into an incomprehensible burst of power. The plastic restraints snapped with ease. In the tilted vehicle, Shunran leaped toward the woman like a predator pouncing on its prey. "What? No. Stop him." The panicked shouts of the others filled the air, their voices tinged with fear and disbelief. In that split second, Shunran erupted with an explosive burst of action. He pinned the woman in the business suit down with his knees, pressing so hard she was nearly suffocating. Seizing the medical syringe from her grasp, he moved with lightning speed. Whoosh! The needle pierced directly into another person's right eye socket with unerring precision, blood spurting out in a gruesome spray. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the train car as the victim clutched their bloodied eye, trembling in agony. Shunran, without hesitation, injected the remaining liquid into the eye socket. The person collapsed instantly, unconscious. It all happened so fast. The woman pinned beneath him stared in terror, her eyes wide with shock, unable even to scream before another Nightmare Organization member lunged at Shunran. The attacker drove a knee toward Shunran's head, while simultaneously bringing down a crushing right elbow. The ferocity and precision of the strike far exceeded standard combat training. But Shunran swiftly leaned his upper body backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. His fingers formed a blade-like shape as he struck forcefully at the attacker's lower ribs. Clang! The sharp sound of metal reverberated, and Shunran's right hand fractured upon impact. Yet his expression remained unchanged. The assailant froze. Stunned. Was this really just a 15-year-old boy? That brief moment of hesitation was all Shunran needed. Using the car seat for leverage, he arched backward, propelling himself upward and locking his opponent's lower torso in a vice grip. His left fist, with the middle knuckle extended, drove brutally into the enemy's temple. Thud! The dull sound echoed like a gunshot. Though the opponent had subdermal metal plating for protection, the temple's defenses were insufficient. The attacker was knocked unconscious on the spot. For a normal person, such a blow would have been fatal. At that moment, Shunran's awareness began to return. He realized Dong Sanlang and the others had arrived, and he himself was on the verge of a second mutation. Click! The sound of the car doors locking echoed, trapping him inside. Meanwhile, 500 meters away at a vantage point, the black sniper, Marl, pulled the trigger. The anti-material sniper rifle roared with a deafening blast. Hit, Marl said in a low voice. Li Xian, gripped with anxiety, tried to rush forward but was stopped by Qin Wei. The earlier mission was just practice for you. You can't handle the real operation. Dong Sanlang can handle this alone, she said coldly, her expression unflinching. At the same time, she rapidly infiltrated the traffic system, bringing all movement within a 300-meter radius to a standstill. On the highway, smoke grenades detonated, releasing thick plumes that obscured everyone's vision. Vehicles screeched to a halt as choking particles filled the air, throwing the scene into chaos. Frightened civilians panicked. Members of the Nightmare Organization quickly realized the convoy was under attack. Their target was the prince. Armored vehicles unloaded waves of combatants, who scrambled to contact their superiors, only to find the signals jammed. Pop, pop, pop. Hidden snipers opened fire, and one by one, figures fell amidst the smoke. Snipers! Take cover! One Nightmare member shouted from behind a car. Slash! A spray of blood erupted as a head was severed cleanly, exposing electronic components within. In the distance, Marl remained stoic, methodically firing shot after shot. On the fog-shrouded highway, a tall, shadowy figure darted forward, silent and swift like a specter. It was Dong Sanlang, his feet moving in rapid, almost imperceptible steps. In his left hand, he gripped a katana, while his right hand unsheathed it, revealing a dark red laser blade. His target was clear, the black armored vehicle where Shun Ran was hiding. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted, weaving a chaotic symphony through the dense fog. Members of the Nightmare Organization, despite their obstructed vision, locked onto Dong Sanlang using infrared sensors. Bullets tore through his black coat adorned with sunflowers, leaving dents in his body. Deploy the EMP bomb, someone shouted. A small device was hurled into the air. Blue electric light flashed violently, and a shockwave rippled outward. Dong Sanlang had already shut down most of his body systems, minimizing the impact on him. With one hand on the hood of a car, he vaulted 3 meters into the air, darting across the car rooftops like a phantom amidst the hail of bullets. Hurry! Protect the prince! Members of the Nightmare Organization yelled frantically, fearing that Shan Zia's secret identity would be exposed, drawing the covetous attention of countless factions. In a flash, Dong Sanlang was already in front of the black armored car. Through the dense fog, a bullet struck his right arm, ripping through his synthetic skin and exposing a metallic limb beneath. The fusion of advanced technology and the spirit of the samurai was on full display in his form. Swish! A dark red, crescent-shaped blade of energy sliced through the air, carving a terrifying gash into the armored vehicle's hardened exterior. Inside, Shun Ran was stunned. Before he could react, the vehicle's door was violently kicked open. Dong Sanlang, battered and bloodied, stood before him, katana in hand. Found you. Let's go. Dong Sanlang barked, wasting no time on explanations. Go? Go where? Shinran stammered, still in shock. Almost simultaneously, an eerie, chilling laugh echoed from behind them. Through the thick fog, a menacing shadow loomed closer. Boom! A car blocking the path was sent flying with a single kick from the shadow, its driver paralyzed with terror. Both Shinran and Dong Sanlang's faces darkened. Well, I thought it might be Earth Federation prosecutors. A crooked figure in a purple suit emerged from the fog, his posture hunched like an old dog yet radiating an unsettling aura of menace. Turns out it's just a bunch of... Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out as a sniper bullet zipped through the air from a distant vantage point. Joker's head blurred for an instant, moving so fast that even Shun Ran, who was fully focused, couldn't follow. The ground cracked with a deep impact where the bullet landed, yet Joker seemed untouched. His twisted grin only grew more terrifying as he finished his sentence, third-rate amateurs. With a swift strike, the black, prison-like armored vehicle was split in two, and Dong Saburo emerged before Shun Ran. The highway leading to Fire City was engulfed in smoke, choked with stalled vehicles, and filled with the cacophony of gunfire and screams. Amid the chaos, Shun Ran felt a fleeting thrill, though both he and Dong Saburo were well aware they were far from capable of shaking this city. Shunkuin, what exactly have you uncovered? Dong Saburo's voice was low as he questioned Shun Ran, who had just leapt out of the car. I never thought they'd send the Joker after you. In the surveillance footage retrieved earlier by Wendy, the Joker had been nothing more than a blur of purple static. Now, seeing him in person, Dong Saburo grasped the gravity of the situation. Boss, maybe you should leave. Shun Ran hesitated, his voice uncertain. Leave. Dong Saburo let out a mix of anger and laughter. Do you think I can just walk away now? He smothered his frustration and said with a calm that belied his tension, don't waste your energy. Stick with me, and let's head home for dinner. Those words seemed to steel Shun Ran's resolve. He decided to come clean. They're from the Judy party. They didn't capture me because I stumbled onto some grand truth. The Nightmare faction is a splinter group from them, and Joker is the leader of Nightmare. Dong Saburo's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. The Judy party? And you're only telling me now? Should I chalk it up to your youth, or assume you were trying to get me killed? He let out a bitter laugh. Well, it's too late for regrets now. What's done is done. Shinran continued. The real reason they captured me is because they found out about the Starstone aboard the Chiming. And I have a relative who's a high-ranking official in the Earth Federation. They're using me to blackmail him into trading star energy technology secrets. Dong Saburo's gaze snapped to Shunran. Are you serious? You really have a relative who's a high-ranking official in the Earth Federation? You're not lying to me? It's true, Shunran nodded. A flicker of envy passed through Dong Saburo's eyes. He gripped his obsidian katana tightly as he kept his focus on Joker. How's the boss usually treat you? He's been good to me. One of the few lucky breaks I've had in life. Talking me up like that, huh? Dong Saburo scoffed lightly. I saw your potential and figured you'd make me some money down the line. I'm here to save you today because I don't want the others to lose faith. His tone was casual, almost flippant. What a hassle. Not even this line of work feels satisfying anymore. Tell you what, he added, half jokingly, since I've cooked for you plenty of times, if we get in touch with your Earth Federation relative, think you can pull some strings to get me to Earth? Shinran's mind started to blur. He barely registered Dong Saburo's words, catching only fragmented phrases like cooking, relative, and me. Boss, hurry. Get Sister Qinwei and the others to figure out how to contact the Earth Federation Security Bureau. Shinran gritted out, his voice strained. Dong Saburo blinked, momentarily startled, before realization dawned. Using the Earth Federation Security Bureau to counterbalance Nightmare and the Judy party? Smart. He shot Shinran an approving look, but immediately noticed the pallor of his face and the way he swayed unsteadily. What's wrong with you? Dong Saburo grabbed Shinran, his expression shifting to alarm. You're burning up. Did they drug you? Can you hang on? Quick, contact. Shinran clung weakly to Dong Saburo's tattered sleeve, like a helpless child. I don't want to be taken by them. I don't want to live like this anymore. It's so hard. His voice trailed off into murmurs as he slipped into unconsciousness, sinking into darkness. Dong Saburo heard Shinran's faint murmurs, and his heart stirred. He quickly laid Shinran flat on the ground behind him, then turned his back to Joker. Stripping off his bullet-riddled sunflower-patterned shirt, he revealed a powerful upper body intertwined with mechanical parts and muscle. Joker, the legendary hunter who had crossed paths with Dong Saburo before, did not attack immediately. Instead, he let out a chilling, sinister laugh. Only after Shinran fell unconscious did he finally speak. Not planning to run away in front of me? Meanwhile, at a distant vantage point, Qinwei and her team observed the clearing through the haze. The thermal vision in their cybernetic eyes picked up 3 heat signatures. Sniper Marl muttered in disbelief. He dodged the bullet? Dong Saburo, what's happening over there? I've encountered the Joker. The Joker? Qinwei and Marl exclaimed in unison, their shock evident. Marl's hands trembled as he gripped his rifle. How could it possibly be the Joker? Li Xian, clueless, asked, who's the Joker? An Orank hunter, Qinwei replied tersely, her 4 simple words sending shockwaves through Li Xin's mind. In Fire City, with its population of over 1 billion, there were fewer than 10 Orank hunters, each one a living legend at the apex of power. How could someone like Shinran have provoked such a formidable figure? Qinwei's fingers flew across the projection screen on her arm, operating it with urgency. At that moment, Dong Saburo's voice came through again. Qinwei, contact the Earth Federation Security Bureau prosecutor. Tell them the leader of the Nightmare Organization is here. The Joker is the leader of the Nightmare Organization? Qinwei's eyes lit up with realization. Got it. They'll contact them immediately. Hang in there. I'm going to help the boss. Marl discarded his sniper rifle and leapt into action without hesitation. I'm coming too. I want to see just how ugly that guy really is. Li Xian gritted his teeth and followed. As the smoke cleared, an eerie silence descended on the highway. Only 4 black armored vehicles and a scattering of ordinary cars remained. Dong Saburo removed his black trench coat, which bore the sunflower emblem, and neatly folded it beside Shinran. He then drew the obsidian katana embedded in the ground. Its blade, glowing with a dark crimson laser edge, radiated like a mythical sword straight out of a special effects scene. Saburo Sakamoto, 37 years old, a solitary man from the Neil district of the underground city, and a Brank bounty hunter stood ready. Several Nightmare Organization operatives hidden behind vehicle cover cautiously raised their pistols. Finally, through their earpieces, they managed to contact their organization, reporting Shinran's condition and requesting that the surrounding area be locked down to keep the government out. Tap, tap. Joker's slow, deliberate footsteps echoed as he approached, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Dong Saburo bent forward slightly, his left leg extended back, his right leg forward in a lunge. His mechanical right arm gripped the katana, concealed behind him in a classic drawing stance. A battle between an rank hunter and a brank hunter. Both minds were racing, calculating strategies at lightning speed. "I'm coming for you, I'm coming." Joker's steps drew closer, his grin growing even more manic. "I'm going to." Bang! A deafening explosion shattered the silence, sending ripples through the smoke. A streak of purple and black shot forth, accompanied by Joker's deranged, cackling laughter. "Here I come." Dong Saburo lunged forward. Before the dust beneath his feet could rise, his katana slashed upward, carving a brilliant, crescent-shaped arc through the air. A silver-white arm, a dark crimson blade. The katana was drawn. Higashisaburo's cybernetic eye instantly switched to combat mode, its black and white pupils replaced by gear-like scanning rings that locked onto the target. But what he saw was fear. The blade flashed, swift as lightning, but the clown was even faster. With a thunderous roar, as the katana arched upward, the clown's flying kick shot forward like a cannonball, slamming into the blade with crushing force, as if shattering a blood-red moon. Higashisaburo's arm sank under the impact, nearly losing his grip on the katana as he staggered back several steps. Hidden behind the vehicles, the members of the Nightmare Organization were all stunned. The clown let out a sinister, cackling laugh, like a bat from hell taking flight. The thrill of facing a worthy opponent made his blood boil. Higashisaburo steadied himself, gripping the katana with both hands and twisting it sharply. The clown immediately withdrew his leg, his gaze locking onto a potential opening in Higashisaburo's stance, his lips curling into an exaggerated grin. Swish! The blade sliced through the air like a crescent moon. But suddenly, a sharp shock hit Higashisaburo's abdomen, and searing pain followed. In the instant the clown dodged the blade's arc, he had closed the distance like a ghost and delivered a devastating punch to Higashisaburo's stomach. Boom! Higashisaburo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the black armored vehicle behind him. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Boring. So boring. Sakaki Higashisaburo, you're still this weak. The clown's eyes flashed with a cold blue light as the intelligent chip in his brain rapidly processed the sequence of events. From Higashisaburo drawing his blade to being struck down, everything had played out exactly as the clown had calculated. He craved surprises far more than simple victories. "Madman!" Higashisaburo growled through clenched teeth. The synthetic skin on his abdomen had been torn apart, revealing metallic bones and a clear imprint of the clown's fist. The clown's chip was an experimental prototype from Tianshu, a discarded Earth Federation project from over 50 years ago. It had been abandoned due to its tendency to cause severe personality breakdowns in users. Now, the clown was in a state of semi-madness. Though the chip's computational power had its limits, the clown was too consumed by the thrill of battle to notice the looming threat of the Earth Federation Security Bureau's intervention. Higashisaburo, on the other hand, was considering far more. In a split second, Higashisaburo abandoned his katana, clenched his right fist, and struck out with explosive force. The air rippled with the impact, erupting in a thunderous boom. The clown vanished in an instant, reappearing directly in front of Higashisaburo with unnatural speed, meeting his punch head-on with a strike of his own. Crash! Higashisaburo's right arm was shattered, its metal joints twisted and mangled. "Come on! Again!" The clown roared with excitement, his feral glee turning the fight into a savage frenzy. In the heat of the brawl, he felt less like a cold, calculating machine and more like a bloodthirsty beast. But from the stump of Higashisaburo's broken arm, a dark barrel emerged. Energy surged, and a searing beam of light shot forth. The clown jerked his head aside just in time, dodging the blast, then brought his right leg down like a massive axe, slamming Higashisaburo into another car. Higashisaburo groaned in pain, his body battered and his right arm sparking wildly. "Chinwei, how much longer?" he asked through gritted teeth. "I've made contact theory on their way, but I couldn't set up many safety measures. They might be tracked too," Chinwei replied anxiously. Meanwhile, the Nightmare Organization's members received urgent orders from their higher-ups. "Let me kill them all first," the clown sneered, "so no one leaks our plans." 3 figures crept toward Shunran, preparing to take him away. But just then, bang! From the smoke along the highway, a tall figure emerged, wielding a rifle. With a single shot, one of the attackers was taken down instantly. It was Li Xian. At just 16 years old, he already stood nearly 6 feet tall, his face etched with a fierce expression. "This so-called clown?" Li Xian growled. "Pathetic. And you dare lay a hand on Shinran? Li Xian?" Higashisaburo's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh." The clown, dressed in his signature purple suit, turned his gaze to Li Xian, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Boom! The Joker delivered a powerful kick to the nearby car, sending the steel beast, weighing over a ton, hurtling toward Li Xian. With a startled cry, Li Xian quickly steadied himself, planting his feet firmly and using his left hand to brace against the oncoming vehicle. It was then that he got a clear look at the Joker, the one who had gravely injured Dong Saburo. His heart sank in horror. This wasn't just some clown. This was a monster. The Joker let out a sinister laugh, his voice dripping with twisted malice. So, you're Li Xian? How about I rip your head off and turn it into a urinal for a public restroom? Before the words fully landed, a deafening gunshot shattered the air. Unbeknownst to the Joker, the burly black man, Marl, had quietly positioned himself on the highway overpass, 100 meters away. From there, he fired a powerful shot from his shotgun. However, the Joker's reaction was inhumanly fast. His head blurred in the air of visual distortion caused by his extreme speed. A sharp crack followed as the bullet narrowly missed his vital points but grazed the back of his head, exposing a damaged metallic plate. Sparks of electricity crackled and danced across the Joker's skull. Marl's pupils contracted sharply, while Li Xian stood frozen in shock, a single question screaming in their minds. What kind of creature is this? Marl quickly scanned the area, searching for another opportunity to fire amidst the chaos of the traffic. Meanwhile, Dong Saburo's face turned pale as he observed the situation. The Joker suddenly let out a chilling laugh, and the blue light on his right temple, which had signified stability, shifted to a dangerous red. Li Xian, take Shinran and get out of here. Dong Saburo shouted, gripping his katana tightly with his left hand and charging toward the Joker without hesitation. Li Xian hesitated for a moment, looking between Dong Saburo and the unconscious Shinran. Anger surged within him as he prepared to join the fight, but a hail of bullets from the surviving Nightmare Organization operatives forced him to take cover. Several bullets struck Li Xian's body. Though they missed his vital organs, they left bloody wounds on his chest. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian swiftly dispatched the remaining attackers and then scooped up Shinran into his arms. Warm blood from his wounds trickled down onto Shinran's face. Shingo, Shinran, Shinwudi. Li Xian called out desperately, but Shinran remained unconscious. His eyes stayed shut, his brows furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare, and his body radiated an alarming heat. Panic clawed at Li Zin's chest. Who are these bastards? What do they want with you? What did they do to you? After confirming that Shinran was still breathing, Li Xian suppressed his rising fear and quickly contacted Qin Wei, urging her to prepare a getaway vehicle immediately. Just then, Marl's anguished cry pierced the air. Boss! A thunderous crash followed, sending a shockwave through the smoke-filled battlefield. Dong Saburo, bloodied and battered, was flung several meters into the air before landing heavily on the roof of a car. Li Zin's heart clenched, his blood turning cold. The next moment, Marl's cries abruptly ceased. Li Xian froze in place, as if doused in ice water. Emerging from the smoke, the Joker gripped Marl by the throat, dragging the massive man behind him like a rag doll. The Joker now resembled a demon risen straight from hell, his body riddled with injuries, his synthetic skin charred, and electric arcs flashing across his damaged head. But most terrifying of all were his eyes glowing with an ominous, murderous red light. Just locking eyes with that crimson gaze made Li Xian feel paralyzed by an indescribable fear. The Joker sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. What a bunch of worthless fools. Still, you managed to entertain me a little. But sadly, playtime is over. Dong Saburo, sprawled on the car roof, struggled to his feet, his anger flaring. With every heavy breath, his own eyes began to glow red, mirroring the Joker's. Meanwhile, back at the Neil District base, Wendy noticed alarming data flashing across her screen. The young girl sat up straight in her chair, her voice urgent as she called out to Qin Wei. Qin Weijia, what's happening over there? Dong Saburo's vitals are spiking's about to lose control. At the sound of Wendy's warning, Qin Wei, stationed at a distant vantage point, turned pale with fear and frantically tried to contact Dong Saburo. Li Xian, too, sensed that something was terribly wrong, his face etched with shock. Marl, still caught in the Joker's iron grip, struggled desperately, his eyes wide with fury and hopelessness. He tried to speak, but could only manage strangled gasps. They'll kill you. Dong Saburo roared, his voice filled with primal rage as he leaped from the car roof like a prehistoric beast. Watching Dong Saburo hurtle toward them, Marl's eyes widened, an unexplainable emotion surging in his chest. But in the very next moment, his pupils went lifeless. The Joker, with a single hand, effortlessly snapped Marl's neck, as though crushing a mere insect. The hulking man's body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, his head rolling away like a discarded ball. And just like that, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as countless memories surged into Li Xian's mind. His mechanical eye flickered with a crimson glow, and a guttural, heart-wrenching roar erupted from his throat. Mal! What followed was a manic, unhinged laugh as the red light in his eye pulsed more and more rapidly. The clown unsheathed two razor-sharp mantis blades from his hands and lunged toward Sakaki Dong Saburo. Each step he took shattered the hardened ground beneath him like brittle, over-baked cookies. The two men, like wild beasts in an ancient forest, were seconds away from colliding midair. Qinwei was gripped by sheer terror. She instinctively screamed, "No!" In that critical moment, a thunderous gunshot ripped through the air. The clown, though quick to react, was not a chip-controlled machine but a pure, unrestrained predator. His bloodthirsty desire to kill Dong Saburo overrode the system's evasion mechanism. He did not dodge. His eyes burned with savage fervor. However, the bullet's impact was far beyond the clown's expectations. It obliterated half of his body in an instant, sending fragments of metal and electronic components flying like the debris of a crumbling brick wall. Stunned, the clown barely had time to process what had happened before Dong Saburo tackled him to the ground. At this moment, Dong Saburo's mechanical eye turned entirely red, streams of data flashing across it, replacing any semblance of rational thought. Above them, a helicopter suddenly appeared, its rotors slicing through the air. Qinwei's urgent voice crackled over the comms. "It's the Federal Security Bureau. They're here, Dong Saburo. You need to get out of there now." Li Xian snapped back to reality, the red glow in his eyes gradually fading. He shouted at Dong Saburo, who was pinning the clown down. "Boss, we have to go." But Dong Saburo had completely lost his senses. His left hand gripped the clown's neck like a vice, as though determined to end him with his own hands. In desperation, Li Xian drew his handgun and aimed it at Dong Saburo's back. Meanwhile, despite his shredded body, the clown showed no sign of fear. Instead, a deranged grin spread across his face. A sharp buzz of electromagnetic interference filled the air. Bang! The gunshot rang out almost simultaneously. The clown had activated an electromagnetic disruption device within his body, but Li Xian had no choice but to pull the trigger. Dong Saburo's cognitive system faltered, and the force of the bullet sent him flying several meters. Without hesitation, Li Xian sprang into action. Hoisting an unconscious Shun ran over his left shoulder while dragging the incapacitated Dong Saburo with his right hand. He leaped off the elevated highway without a second thought. The clown, trembling, struggled to rise. He roared in fury, "Who dares?" If not for that devastating shot, he would have already slaughtered everyone here. At that moment, blinding searchlights and the deafening thrum of helicopter blades illuminated the battlefield. The clown looked up to see a helicopter circling overhead, its open cabin door revealing a man in black, wearing sunglasses and holding a black briefcase. The clown's crazed grin vanished instantly. The man in black, Chris, gazed down at him with cold indifference. Without uttering a word, Chris jumped straight out of the helicopter. Meanwhile, sharp sirens echoed throughout the streets. Qinwei quickly hacked into a nearby parked vehicle. As the battered and bloodied Li Xian carried Shunran and Dong Saburo into the backseat, she switched the car to manual mode, slammed her foot on the gas, and sped away from the scene. Li Xian cursed through his tears. Mal is dead. His body is still back there. That damned clown's nothing but a deranged beast. Qinwei, holding back her own grief, snapped, "Quit crying like a kid. In our line of work, death is the norm. If you're scared, get out while you can." She forced herself to stay composed and asked, "How are Dong Saburo and Shunran?" Li Xian quickly replied, "The boss's right temple is flashing red, and Shunran's burning up." "Qinwei, I don't know what to do." Hearing this, Qinwei's face turned pale. Li Xian couldn't help but glance out the window at the rapidly receding streetscape. He muttered, "Mal's body?" Qinwei cut him off. "This isn't over. Shunran has clearly crossed paths with some of the most dangerous forces in Fire City." Li Xian stared at the unconscious Shunran, clenching his jaw. Why? Why is this happening? He barely leaves his apartment once a month. How could this suddenly happen? Qinwei gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white from the pressure. "Forget about that for now. Focus on yourself." As she drove, she made a call. "Dr. Chen, are you available right now? I need an appointment immediately." She hung up and quickly contacted Wendy, issuing firm instructions. "Tell Xiaoqiu to set the base to maximum security. No matter what, don't open the door unless it's one of us." As Li Xian feared, although they successfully rescued Shunran, the situation was far from resolved. The streets filled with police cars and helicopters circling overhead silently testified to the gravity of the incident. Fortunately, Qinwei, with her exceptional driving skills, led them through a perilous yet safe journey to the Nuwa district in the underground city. Nuwa district, once the administrative center of the Fire City, akin to today's Vulcan district, used to be the hub of politics, culture, and technological innovation. The name itself carries a historical resonancy, was almost named Nuwa City in its early days. Though the underground city has long been abandoned, Nuwa district still retains its unique character. What puzzled Li Xian was that Qinwei stopped the car in front of a bar. Qin Weijia, the boss can still be saved. We're not at the point of disbanding yet, right? Li Xian hesitated as he sat in the car. Qin Wei nearly choked with anger at his words, unwilling to waste her breath. She got out, lit a cigarette, and before finishing it, a few people emerged from the bar. Get out. Bring Dong Saburo and Shun Ran, Qin Wei said, stubbing out her cigarette with a sharp tone. And you'd better check your brain while you're at it. It was only then that Li Xian noticed the bar's sign Quankeo Bar, a name that carried considerable notoriety. Despite it being midday, the bar's main doors were shut tight, with only a small side entrance left open. Qin Wei led the group through the side door, bypassing the main hall, and headed down a corridor to the fourth floor. Li Xian noticed that each floor's emergency exits were guarded by two uniformed personnel wearing identical earpieces. He couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay hidden behind those doors. On reaching the fourth floor, two guards at the entrance scrutinized Qin Wei and the unconscious Dong Saburo. Moments later, the door to the emergency stairwell opened, revealing an elderly man with white hair clad in a lab coat. Dr. Chun. Qin Wei greeted him politely. Li Xian, feeling uneasy, kept his hands pressed to his thighs, ready to bow. The old man glanced at Dong Saburo and Shun Ran before getting straight to the point. Something just happened in the Linbei district, are you aware of it? That was us, Qin Wei admitted, biting her lip. The old man studied her in silence for a moment before turning and saying, Come in. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief. Before the guards could assist, he hoisted both Dong Saburo and Shun Ran onto his shoulders and followed inside. The room was indeed a clinic. While it didn't look like a standard hospital or a high-end private practice, Li Xian could immediately tell it was well equipped with a full array of advanced medical instruments. Quankeo Bar was known to be the front for the largest gang in the underground city, the Grass Gang. As Li Xian discreetly observed the old man, a thought crossed his mind. Could this elder be the gang's top medical expert? The idea eased his nerves somewhat. In this era, being a doctor was one of the most specialized professions. A skilled doctor not only needed expertise in biomedical science, but also had to master mechanical repair. Top-tier doctors were as rare as phoenix feathers, with most of them working in the surface cities, enjoying lucrative pay from the wealthy. Those in the underground city were usually third-rate at best. I can do my best to save Dong Saburo, the old man suddenly spoke. But as for that young man, I won't touch him. Qin Wei's expression darkened. Why not? He's not some fragile maiden. What's stopping you? Li Xian, having just placed Dong Saburo and Shun Ran on two hospital beds, couldn't help but shout. The old man cast Li Xian a sidelong glance. It had been a while since he'd encountered someone this brash. Seeing the doctor's refusal to treat Shinran, Li Xian, both anxious and furious, stepped forward to demand answers. What will it take for you to save my brother? Money? A favor? Name your price and I'll make it happen. Li Xian, swear on it. The old man raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, his gaze toward Li Xian losing some of its earlier disdain. However, he chose not to engage with him further and instead addressed Qin Wei. Out of respect for your father and for all the work Saburo has done for us in the past, I'm making an exception by sheltering you at such a critical time. You should understand that. I understand. Qin Wei's complexion turned pale as she clenched her fists. Still, she insisted. But we've already sacrificed so much for him. Dr. Chen. Li Xian glanced at Shin Ran, whose face was contorted in pain, and touched his alarmingly hot forehead, growing even more frantic. But before he could speak, Dr. Chen waved him off, ordering him to leave. Once Li Xian was gone, Dr. Chen finally got to the heart of the matter. Which faction in Fire City is backing the Nightmare Organization? Qin Wei froze. What? Still trying to keep it from me? Dr. Chen's tone remained calm as he examined Dong Saburo and adjusted the medical equipment. The Earth Federation Security Bureau and the government clashing can only be tied to the Qiming incident and the Nightmare Organization. Spill it, what's going on? Qin Wei shook her head, her gaze heavy with exhaustion and confusion. All I know is that the Jester is a high-ranking member of the Nightmare Organization. We fought him before. As for everything else, we'll have to wait until Dong Saburo and Shin Ran wake up to figure it out. Dr. Chen paused what he was doing, turning to glance at the young man lying on the other hospital bed. The Jester? Shin Ran? Is that his name? Yes, Qin Wei replied softly. Dr. Chen frowned slightly. A new addition to your group? Came in with that hot-blooded young guy? What's his background? Qin Wei didn't respond directly, simply nodding her head. Dr. Chen sighed and shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. You people, protecting someone with such an unclear background, and from a lunatic like the Jester no less. Bama Dong Saburo, your loyalty is something else. With that, he turned his attention back to the unconscious Dong Saburo, continuing his treatment. As a respected figure within the Caozi gang, Dr. Chen clearly had access to information about the recent events in Linbei district. It wasn't just the Caozi gang, virtually every major faction in Huaqing had their eyes on this newly formed maelstrom. Qin Wei sat by Shun Ran's bedside, gently holding his hand. The boy's body was burning with an unnatural fever, his brow tightly furrowed as if trapped in a painful nightmare. The sight weighed heavily on Qin Wei's heart. Shenran, who exactly are you? She murmured under her breath before looking up and asking, Dr. Chen, do you have any biological medication here that can reduce his fever? Dr. Chen, busy connecting a wire to a port on Dong Saburo's neck, glanced back at her and Shenran. Cabinet on your right, third shelf. Blue bottle. 2 pills will do. Out in the corridor, Li Xian paced back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, a hand reached out to him, offering a cigarette. Relax, kid. Panicking won't help. Want one? Li Xian hesitated for a moment before taking the cigarette. The man offering it was dressed in a pristine white suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses. His slicked-back hair gleamed under the light, his broad forehead and sharp features exuding the effortless confidence of a successful man. Leaning casually against the wall, the man exhaled a puff of smoke. Li Xian lit the cigarette and smoked in silence. Your friends are in there? The man asked suddenly. Li Xian shot him a wary glance. Aren't you with the Caozi gang? How could you not know? The man smiled. I just got here. All I heard was that Dong Saburo and another young man were brought in. I don't know the details yet. Li Xian didn't respond, his mind still preoccupied with worry over Shenran's condition. Oh, I remember now, the man said suddenly. You're Li Xian, right? Joined Bamudong Saburo 4 months ago. Became a bounty hunter and rose from your rank to drank in no time. What about it? Li Xian's tone was flat, devoid of his usual pride. The man chuckled after finishing his cigarette, giving Li Xian a hearty pat on the shoulder. For some reason, I find you kind of likable. If you ever stop working with Bamudong Saburo, come find me at the Caozi gang. Li Xian glared at him instantly, his eyes blazing with anger. What's that supposed to mean? Are you implying something will happen to my boss? The man maintained his smile. Forgot you're the loyal type. My apologies for the poor choice of words. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside the room, the moment the man in the white suit entered, Qin Wei stood up nervously. No need to be so tense, the man said with a smile. I heard you had a run-in with the jester. I'm here to check on things. Qin Wei's lips curled into a bitter smile at his words. The man turned to Dr. Chen. How's Dong Saburo? Dr. Chen, seated in front of a monitor, shook his head gravely. Not looking good. The man's gaze shifted to Shenran on the other bed. So this is the kid? Before Qin Wei could respond, he continued, Miss Qin, don't you think it's time to consult your family patriarch? Maybe he can shed some light on what's going on up there. Why would they send the jester after a young man from an underground city? Qin Wei hesitated, unsure if coming here had been the right decision. But aside from the upper city, this was the best medical facility she could think of. I'll think about it, she replied vaguely. The man pressed on. One of your people, Mayor, stayed at the scene. If you've got anything important back at Dong Saburo's base, I'd suggest retrieving it now. Qin Wei glanced at the unconscious Dong Saburo, a sudden wave of panic washing over her. Wendy was still at the base. Don't worry about here, the man added. Since I'm here, I'll ensure the bar's safety. Even if Boss Liang hasn't shown up yet, the Caozi gang can hold off any threats for at least 3 hours. Thank you, Master Wenqi. I'll head back now. Qin Wei was just about to leave when she heard a faint groan. Shenran? She stopped in her tracks, turning quickly to look at the boy. The man named Wenqi also watched Shenran with interest. This seemingly ordinary boy had somehow become the catalyst for a new storm in Huaqing. The pain, the unbearable pain in his head. Shenran felt as though an invisible hammer was relentlessly pounding against his skull. The excruciating ache made it nearly impossible for him to think. Through the haze, he vaguely realized that this unusual agony might stem from a terrifying reality. There was a chance that a tumor had developed in his brain, pressing against his fragile nerve tissues. But the pain wasn't just physical. Shenran's consciousness plunged into an inexplicable state of chaos. It was as if he had fallen into a surreal and distorted dreamscape where everything around him felt alien and warped. In the distance, he could hear gunfire, shouting, hysterical laughter, and the droning of police sirens and helicopters. These sounds reverberated endlessly in his mind, like being trapped inside a violently spinning washing machine. All his sensory inputs melded into a nauseating cocktail, more overwhelming than the strongest liquor. Amid this torment, Shenran managed to force his eyes open. His vision was still blurry, but he could make out a man with slicked-back hair leaning over him, staring down with an unreadable smile. You're awake, the man said, his tone calm yet unsettling. Shenran instinctively tried to remain alert, but his tension eased slightly when he noticed Qin Wei standing nearby. Sister Qin Wei, where are we? He asked, attempting to sit up. However, his limbs felt as though they had been through a grueling workout, utterly devoid of strength. Qin Wei quickly stepped forward to support him, her expression shifting to concern as she touched his forehead. Your body temperature is still so high, she said worriedly. glancing toward Dr. Chen, who was busy behind a glass partition. Following her gaze, Shun Ran's breath caught in his throat. On the other side of the glass, on an operating table, was Dong Saburo. But the man before him was no longer the team captain he remembered. Dong Saburo's skull had been opened, revealing a brain encased in a metallic shell with several wires connected to it. The sight sent a wave of nausea through Shun Ran, leaving his throat tight and his voice caught. After a brief, stunned silence, Shun Ran learned that they were now at the Kwankeo bar in the Nuwa district of the underground city. The man with the slicked back hair was Lu Wenqi, a high-ranking member of the Grass Word Gang, infamous in the underground as an A-rank hunter known as the King of Qi. Shun Ran remained quiet for a long time before finally speaking. How did Mar die? Was it the Joker who killed him? Qinwei didn't answer immediately. She simply looked at him, her gaze heavy with unspoken grief. Mar had been with the team for 7 years, longer than Qinwei herself. Dong Saburo had saved him, and Mar had always held the utmost respect for him. Whenever Shun Ran had a disagreement with Dong Saburo, Mar, the imposing yet kind-hearted black man, would step in with a warm smile to mediate. Beneath his intimidating exterior, Mar had always been a good-natured soul. Instead of addressing his question, Qinwei asked softly, "How are you feeling now?" "I'm okay," Shun Ran replied, his eyes lowering to the dull gray floor beneath the hospital bed. That shade of gray felt closer to death than darkness itself. Qinwei offered a brief explanation. Mar's body was left at the scene. Both the Martian government and the Earth Federation Security Bureau will investigate. I need to return to the base as soon as possible. Shun Ran looked toward Dong Saburo behind the glass, hesitating to speak. Without saying anything more, Qinwei turned and left the room. Shun Ran tried to follow, but his body convulsed suddenly, and he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Lu Wenqi caught him in time. "Thanks," Shun Ran muttered weakly, though in truth, his condition was far worse than he had admitted to Qinwei. Lu Wenqi maintained his enigmatic smile and asked, "Mind telling me how you ended up provoking the Joker?" The question drained what little color remained from Shun Ran's face. He didn't answer, forcing himself to push past Lu Wenqi and follow Qinwei. Inside the hovercar heading back to the base in the Neil district, the cabin was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of faint breathing. Li Xian initially tried to make small talk with Shun Ran, but after receiving only curt responses, he gave up. Turning to the window, he gazed out at the bustling cityscape, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a deep sadness. Shun Ran pulled out his phone, the screen's glow casting shadows over his weary face. The news reported that the Joker had not been apprehended by the Earth Federation Security Bureau. The maniac had escaped with the help of the Judy Party. Shun Ran also saw footage of Mar's body being loaded into a Martian government police vehicle. Just as he was about to keep scrolling, a sharp, stabbing pain suddenly shot through his temple, like a needle driven deep into his head. His phone slipped from his hand as he let out a groan of agony. Qinwei glanced at him through the rearview mirror, her expression shifting as though she had something to say but chose to remain silent. "Shun Ran, are you all right?" Li Xian quickly leaned over to check on him. "I'm fine," Shun Ran replied, leaning back against the seat with his eyes shut, sweat beading on his forehead. "If something's wrong, don't keep it to yourself," Qinwei said abruptly. "Shun Ran, now's not the time to hide anything from us." Her words caused Li Zin's heart to sink. Shun Ran opened his eyes, and though they were clouded with pain, guilt, and self-reproach were even more evident. Shun Ran's heartbeat suddenly quickened, his chest heaving violently. He couldn't tell if it was a physical reaction or an inner struggle. Finally, in a tone he'd never used before, he said the words, I'm sorry." Shun Ran had expected tears to fall uncontrollably, but to his surprise, his eyes remained unbearably dry. This unusual reaction left him even more at a loss. He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly in frustration. "Shun Ran, what are you doing? Why are you apologizing?" Li Xian asked, baffled. Qinwei, though filled with a mixture of emotions, tried to calm herself. Her voice was both comforting to Shun Ran and convincing to herself. "Li Xian's right. You have nothing to apologize for. Just don't bottle things up inside. You're part of our team. When something happens, Dong Saburo decided to step in and help you. That's perfectly normal. If we turned our backs on you, maybe you wouldn't blame us, but we would see ourselves as a failed team." However, Qinwei's words did little to ease Shun Ran's guilt. A question lingered in his mind. Was he being too selfish? Star energy technology, Mars, Earth, these matters were far beyond his comprehension. Even though he had never been involved and was just an ordinary person, from the moment those people targeted him, it seemed he had no choice but to comply with their plans. The more he resisted, the more painful the consequences became. And now, he dragged Dong Saburo and his group into this mess. Just then, the hovercar landed in a villa district. Qinwei carefully scanned the city's OC management system, ensuring there were no abnormalities before preparing to step out. Shinran suddenly broke the silence. Sister Qinwei, I've been thinking. What I'm about to say might sound awful, but I don't think I should stay with everyone any longer. As the car door opened, Qinwei froze mid-motion. The air seemed to thicken. Li Xian stared at Shinran in disbelief. You do realize how awful that sounds, don't you? Qinwei turned to face Shinran, her usually composed face now tinged with anger. Seeing him still bowing his head, she snapped, "Look at me." Shinran slowly raised his head. Li Xian, alarmed, tried to mediate. Sister Qinwei, don't get mad. He turned to Shinran. What's wrong with you? Stop wasting time. The boss is still waiting for us at the clinic. Shinran ignored Li Xian and looked directly at Qinwei. He forced himself to speak. Sister Qinwei, I'm really sorry, but I don't know what to do anymore. I know I must look like an idiot right now, but the Sovereign Party won't just let this go. Even if we escalate the situation and bring in the Earth Federation Security Bureau, the impact would be massive. It could even affect my third uncle. Li Xian was utterly confused, unable to make sense of the Sovereign Party or Shinran's third uncle. All he cared about was defusing the tension between Shinran and Qinwei. He grabbed Shinran in a bear hug. All right, Shinran, just get out of the car already. But before he could do anything further, Qinwei suddenly lunged into the back seat. She shoved Li Xian aside, grabbed Shinran by the collar, and slammed him against the seat. Shinran froze. Qinwei's delicate face inches away from his, her fury palpable. Her clenched teeth and blazing eyes sent chills down his spine. She practically spat the words at him, her voice trembling with rage. So you're just going to give in to those bastards who killed Marl? Faced with Qinwei's outburst, Shinran was momentarily speechless, his gaze drifting anywhere but at her. Qinwei's breathing was heavy, her chest rising and falling as memories of her own past seemed to surface. She stared at Shinran, her eyes burning with volcanic anger. Let me tell you something, you have no idea how filthy and despicable those people are. How vile that world is. Marl died because of you, and now Dong Saburo's life is hanging by a thread. Do I have complaints? Sure, but that's fine. At least Marl didn't die in vain. At least Dong Saburo has my respect. And you? You dragged us into this, and now you want to kneel and beg those scumbags for mercy? Shinran, do you even count as a man? The tension in the car was suffocating. For the first time, Qinwei's fiery temper erupted, revealing a completely different side of her. Her sharp words and fierce demeanor left Li Xian too scared to even breathe. Yet, Shinran seemed to grow calmer in contrast. He let out a bitter laugh, self-deprecating. I wouldn't call it kneeling, really. They want me to be their crown prince. Sure, it's humiliating, but at least everyone would survive. Shinran stood there, facing Qinwei's questioning, momentarily at a loss for words. Anger burned in Qinwei's eyes as she fixed her gaze on him, her voice filled with frustration and disappointment. Their so-called cause seems so noble, claiming it's all for the future of Fire City. I was born in the underground citadel. You think I don't know what kind of schemes those hypocrites are really plotting behind their righteous facade? Her tone grew sharper, nearly a roar. If you think survival is the most important thing, then why did we risk everything to get you out of there? What was the point of all that if you're just going to bow down to them? Her words hit Shinran like a hammer, striking deep into his heart. His hands trembled involuntarily, and a sharp pain throbbed in his chest. He wanted to argue, to explain himself, but the words got stuck in his throat and refused to come out. Seeing his reaction, Qinwei calmed down slightly, though her teeth were still clenched as she said, Shinran, you'd better remember this, you owe your life to us. I want you to hold your head high and live with pride. Don't you dare bow to those people. Do you hear me? Shinran lowered his head, his emotions a chaotic tangle. He understood Qinwei's intentions, but the harshness of reality made it difficult for him to make any promises. Yet, seeing how worked up she was, he took a deep breath and said softly, I understand. Yes, it was you and the boss who saved me. I'll listen to you. I'm sorry for making you angry, Qinweijia. Qinwei unclenched her fists, the fire in her eyes dimming slightly, though her tone remained firm. Good. You'd better remember that. When I was your age, I ran away from home, and all these years, no matter what I've faced, I've never thought about going back. Even if I die out here, I'll never bow to those people. As she spoke, Qinwei lifted her head high, her eyes gleaming with pride. No matter how tough things got, she carried herself with the poise of a queen. They arrived at the villa's entrance, and Qinwei stepped forward to open the door. Li Xian, supporting Shinran as they walked, took the opportunity to whisper, Why are you so scared? Shinran, me, I've made peace with things. I figure my life's always been worth little anyway, but these past few months have been a hell of a ride. If the heavens decide to take me now, I wouldn't complain one bit. Shinran forced a small smile, but his inner turmoil remained. The support from his friend and Qinwei's words echoed in his mind, prompting him to clench his fists. Questions swirled in his head. The Judy party seems to have acquired a starstone and plans to build their own portal. There's no way they'll let me go. Now that things have escalated, it's only going to get worse. My second and third uncles dragged me into this mess, and I've ended up pulling everyone else into it too. How am I supposed to find a place to stand in all this? Lost in thought, Shun Ran nearly stumbled again as he climbed the stairs. His body felt increasingly feverish, as if streams of heat were coursing through his muscles, strange and uncomfortable. Li Xian asked if he was all right, and Shinran shook his head, insisting he was fine, though he knew deep down this might be the sign of a second mutation. But something seemed to be missing, leaving him stuck in this limbo. Could it really be like last time, when he lacked the radiation from a starstone? Shinran asked Li Xian to leave first, saying he needed to pack up a few things and would join him shortly. Once inside his room, he shut the door, pulled a backpack out from under the bed, and retrieved the black box. At that moment, a terrifying urge surged within him, making his heart race and his body start to lose control, a hunger that wasn't his own, an insatiable craving for the stone inside the box. Damn it. No. Not here, not now. Absolutely not. A voice filled with tension echoed from the room. Shunran sat on the floor, gripping a small, square black box tightly in his hands, his expression dazed and conflicted. His fingers alternated between attempting to open the box and jerking back abruptly, as though he was locked in an intense battle with his own will. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his shirt. The sensation was more terrifying than any mental breakdown, akin to a desperate addict going through withdrawal. Shun Ran's body seemed possessed by an invisible demon, starting with an unbearable heat, escalating to goosebumps, and now every single cell in his body screamed to open that black box. His heart pounded violently, sending tremors through his entire body. It felt as though his bones were rebelling within him, while his blood turned into an army of ants crawling through his muscles, gnawing and leaving behind a tormenting mix of itching, pain, and numbness. Open the box, a sinister voice whispered in his mind. Let the blue light bathe you, and all your suffering will vanish. You will ascend to paradise in an instant. Clenching his teeth, Shun Ran slapped himself hard across the face several times. Damn it! He growled through gritted teeth. How can starlight radiation warp my brain like a drug? Time was running out. The Caozi gang would only shelter Dong Sanlang for 3 hours, and investigators from the Martian government and Earth Federation Security Bureau could show up at any moment. Shinran knew under no circumstances could he afford to open the black box here. Suddenly, his eyes hardened with resolve. He grabbed a fruit knife from the table and slashed it across his arm. Blood trickled steadily from the wound, and the sharp pain brought a sliver of clarity back to his mind. Struggling to his feet, Shun Ran shoved the box into his pocket and staggered out of the room. Qinwei, Li Xian, are you ready yet? Hurry up, he shouted hoarsely. Li Xian came running out, only to freeze in shock at the sight of Shun Ran. He was drenched in sweat, and the gash on his right arm was oozing blood. Shun Ran, what happened to you? Li Xian asked in alarm. I can't hold on much longer. Move faster. Shun Ran roared, slamming his fist into the wall, leaving a deep dent. Qinwei and Wendy quickly emerged with their things. Wendy clung tightly to Qinwei, trembling as she caught sight of Shun Ran. Wendy's scared. He looks like he wants to eat Wendy, the little girl whimpered. The group hurriedly left the villa and boarded a hovercar. Inside, Shun Ran convulsed and writhed in agony. I really can't take it anymore, Shun Ran said weakly. Stop the car. Let me get off. You all go ahead without me. He'll catch up later. Qinwei and Li Xian exchanged confused glances, unable to understand what was happening to him. Li Xian grabbed Shun Ran's hand. Are you trying to find a bathroom? Can't hold it in? It's fine. No need to stop. Just go here if you have to. What? Wendy's face turned beet red. No way. That's disgusting. You idiot. Who said anything about needing the bathroom? Shun Ran barked, half angry, half amused, as he shoved Li Zin's hand away. Then what do you want to do? Li Xian asked, utterly baffled. Shun Ran's breathing grew rapid. As each second ticked by, it felt as though some invisible force was pulling his hand, compelling it to reach into his pocket. Li Xian stood nearby, watching intently, afraid to miss even the smallest detail. Suddenly, Shun Ran's right hand shot out and grabbed his left hand. Through gritted teeth, he growled. No, you are not allowed to move. The unexpected action left Li Xian staring wide-eyed, his mouth agape. Anyone witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly feel a chill. It was utterly bizarre. But Li Xian was unfazed. Instead, he let out a yelp. Shun Ran. Since when did your acting skills become so convincing? He actually thought Shun Ran was just putting on a show. You idiot, Shun Ran muttered, his voice trembling as though he might cry. It was precisely because of this loyal yet clueless brother by his side that he couldn't allow himself to give in to the strange compulsion. If he opened the box now and revealed the star energy stone, everyone in the vehicle would likely face disaster. Qinwei, I can't hold on much longer, Shinran shouted toward the driver's seat, his voice filled with pain and desperation. Hearing this, Qinwei's face instantly turned pale. She quickly maneuvered the hovercar to land in an open area. Before she could say a word, Shinran had already forced the car door open with brute strength. The hovercar, modified by Dong Sanlang and made with a titanium steel alloy shell, was violently pried apart by Shinran's sheer force. Wendy and Li Xian were dumbfounded, their mouths forming perfect circles. In the next moment, Shinran unleashed incredible strength and bolted out like a cheetah on the savannah, his speed astonishing. Uho! Li Xian immediately realized something was wrong and tried to chase after him. However, Shinran was too fast, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Left standing there, Li Xian jumped up and down, cursing. How is this guy running so fast? Didn't he just say he was dying? Qin Wei was equally stunned, a wave of panic rising within her. She couldn't understand what was happening to Shinran. Meanwhile, Shinran was sprinting wildly through the busy streets of the underground city. It was around 6 p.m., dusk was falling, and the evening rush hour was in full swing. The streets were packed with people and vehicles, a cacophony of noise. Shinran dashed through the crowded streets like a rampaging bull, weaving through the throngs of pedestrians and cars. Honking horns blared incessantly, and angry curses followed in his wake. Oddly enough, despite being so weak earlier that he needed help to walk, Shinran now seemed to have an endless reserve of energy. The last shred of reason in his mind screamed at him. Find a secluded place, fast. It wasn't long before Shinran spotted a shop with a for rent sign. He quickly swiped a card against the door lock, gaining entry. Inside, the shop was cluttered with discarded renovation materials, and the thick layer of dust on the floor suggested it had been abandoned for quite some time. Shinran's hands trembled as he pulled the black box from his pocket. This time, he opened it without hesitation. In an instant, a wave of blue light surged forth, vast and deep like the ocean, filling the entire space and enveloping the exhausted young man. Inside the box was a square blue crystal, completely translucent and dazzlingly beautiful like a flawless masterpiece crafted by the hands of God. It was no wonder that every major figure in Fire City was willing to go to any lengths to obtain it. Slumping into a corner, Shinran looked as though he were sitting in an endless blue sea, a dazed smile spreading across his face. Strangely, the unsettling sensation in his body vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief and euphoria, as if a parched traveler in a desert had suddenly stumbled upon an oasis. At last, Shinran let his guard down completely. His consciousness began to fade, and the radiant blue world before him gradually turned to black. In his vision, countless black square fragments emerged, piecing themselves together as though constructing a new reality. Then, a strange signal echoed abruptly in the silence. Biological program rebooting. Activation in progress. Connection to the Deep Blue network established. Designation, 09. Would you like to log in? Log in. The world was once again on the brink of monumental change. Shinran, like millions of ordinary people, found himself standing amidst the tides of reform. He gazed at the crossroads before him. On the right lay the thrill of the unknown, and on the left, the comfort of the familiar. After a moment of hesitation, Shinran ultimately chose to stick to the beaten path, continuing along the trajectory of his predetermined life. As the years passed and life unfolded in all its complexities, Shinran came to a profound realization. The greatest tragedy for the ordinary person is often never having made a true choice. The lives of most average individuals are merely the result of choices made by fate. However, it seemed fate had granted Shinran a chance to start over. He opened his eyes and found himself in a strange expanse of starlit space. There was no gravity here, and all directions up, down, left, and right were an endless abyss. The stars scattered across the dark cosmos like shards of diamonds, their tiny points of light flickering unpredictably. Looking down at his own body, Shinran was startled to see everything appear as vivid and lifelike as ever. He pinched his arm hard, and the sharp pain was so real it defied belief. The sensation was nothing like a virtual game. Even the most advanced hyperrealistic gaming consoles couldn't achieve this level of authenticity. Amazing, Shinran murmured to himself. He recalled how he had been lying against the wall of an obscure shop on Mars, and now, it felt as though he had truly crossed into this mysterious realm. Logic reminded him that the real universe should be a pitch-black void, like a sealed iron chamber, with no way to see stars from light years away. As he was lost in thought, a strange signal suddenly sounded. Connection to the Deep Blue network established successfully. User ID, 09. Would you like to log in? Shinran's heart skipped a beat, but then it all clicked. So it's because of that black egg, isn't it? Whatever was inside must have entered my brain, like an intelligent chip. Li Xian and Dong Saburo could connect to Fire City's OC system, And now I'm linked to this deep blue network? He quickly pieced together his thoughts. What kind of system is the deep blue network? Was it created by Earth's upper echelons? How is it related to the deep blue world? Why has the Earth Federation scientists never mentioned it? Is my third uncle involved? And if I'm user 09, that means there are at least 8 others. Not many people. Sancha is truly remarkable. Taking a deep breath, Shunran decided to investigate. Log in, he commanded. At his words, the surrounding starry expanse vanished instantly, leaving only darkness and a mechanical voice. Welcome to the Deep Blue Network. Scanning initiated. Please wait for the scan to complete. Moments later, the voice continued its report. Host identified as you are contagliders, mammalia, primates, hominidity. Biological age, 15 years. All physical functions within normal range. Warning, neural connection anomaly detected. User ID, 09 experiencing irregular conditions. Cause unknown. Unable to classify. Submit report. Shunran's chest tightened, and he quickly responded, do not submit. After a brief silence, the system voice returned. Adjustment successful. Loading deep blue network. In the blink of an eye, Shunran found himself standing in an elevator-like space. The walls were sleek silver metal, and directly in front of him was a full-length mirror. His reflection showed that aside from a white shirt and black trousers, he looked nearly identical, standing close to 1.8 meters tall, with short, messy hair and youthful features that were beginning to show sharper contours. In the upper right corner of the mirror, there was an adjust option, allowing changes to facial features, height, body type, and even genitalia. Erring on the side of caution, Shunran opted to transform himself into a weathered, downtrodden middle-aged man. After confirming his adjustments, a naming window popped up on the mirror, accompanied by a reminder that the name could not be changed once set. This struck Shunran as peculiar, as most games and online platforms in reality allowed for renaming. After some thought, he entered Ji Yin into the naming field. Ji was his mother's surname, while Yin came from the character in his own name, Ran. He recalled how his father had initially wanted to use the character Ran, meaning burn, only for his grandfather to vehemently oppose it, claiming the word was considered inauspicious in Fire City. Ji Yin, this nickname will do. Shunran stared at his reflection in the mirror, a subtle and peculiar feeling stirring within him. The moment he confirmed it, his appearance transformed abruptly. Staring back at him from the mirror was a haggard, weathered middle-aged man. Ji Yin. A clear, feminine system voice followed immediately. Welcome, user number 09, Ji Yin, to the Deep Blue Network. May I ask if your memory carrier is damaged? Memory carrier? Shunran's heart sank as alarm bells rang in his head. He recalled the system's warning about an anomaly during login. Carefully, he answered, it's damaged. The system voice politely inquired, would you like an assistant? Yes, Shunran replied without hesitation. The moment he spoke, the scenery around him shifted instantly. Shunran found himself in a spacious, empty room. At its center stood a raised platform, upon which floated a seamless, silvery white sphere. The sphere emitted a neutral, synthesized voice. I am your assistant in the Deep Blue Network. How would you like to address me? Shunran felt a twinge of disappointment. He had expected something customizable, like a cute anime-style AI assistant or a charming classmate-type persona, as one might see in a game. He replied flatly, just call me Ji Yin. As he spoke, Shunran began to survey his surroundings. The room was roughly 30 square meters, with nothing but the central sphere and a few tightly shut doors along the walls. Since your memory carrier is damaged, allow me to briefly explain the Deep Blue Network, the sphere continued. Shunran abruptly asked, and what should I call you? You may call me Deep Blue, the sphere responded. Shunran turned back in surprise, but the sphere's next words quickly recaptured his attention. The Deep Blue Network is a biotechnology platform designed for exploring the deep blue world. Isn't this just a virtual platform? How do you explore the deep blue world? Shunran asked, puzzled. There are various methods of exploration available to users, the sphere replied. Give me an example, Shunran demanded, staring at the sphere. In the back of his mind, he reminded himself that in reality, he was lying in some underground shop in Fire City, likely connected to this system through a chip implant. The Fire City elites had gone to great lengths to establish a stellar energy technology portal just to send people into the deep blue world. Yet, here was this sphere, claiming he could explore the deep blue world directly. Would you like to begin the beginner's tutorial now? The sphere asked. This tutorial involves a specific task. Completing it will earn you rewards. Note, another user will assist you. Failure will result in a 1-year ban from exploring the deep blue world. Shunran frowned, deep in thought. Wasn't the deep blue world only recently discovered? How could the technology here already be so advanced? He questioned the sphere about various topics, including whether he had the latest biological chip in his brain and who had created the platform. The sphere seemed momentarily stumped, offering no immediate response. So useless, Shunran muttered under his breath, feeling unimpressed by the AI's limitations. Would you like to begin the beginner's tutorial now? The sphere repeated. Let's do it, Shinran said, taking a deep breath to steel himself. He was determined to find out whether this was just an advanced virtual game, or if the deep blue world could truly be explored. Suddenly, a door on the right side of the room swung open, revealing a shimmering sea of blue light that resembled a stellar energy portal. A system prompt echoed. Deep Blue World ZX 33.417 is now open. Please enter within 60 seconds. Connection type, Neural Network Protocol 1. Task 1. Survive for 24 hours. Task 2. Assist Richard in exploring the Aztec Empire ruins. Difficulty, Beginner Tutorial. Note: do not reveal anything about yourself to the natives. Do not let your true identity be discovered. Do not leave the ruins' boundaries, or the mission will fail. Additional note: magic? It's no match for electricity, and the taste is just so-so. Shinran stepped into the blue light, feeling as though he were diving into a pool. The instant he entered, he felt suffocated. It was only then that he remembered seeing Earth Federation special forces fully geared up in broadcasts when entering similar scenarios. The system's voice grew fainter, and his vision turned pitch black as water surged into his nose, throat, and stomach. Suddenly, Shinran jolted awake, gasping for air. To his astonishment, he realized he could breathe again. Looking around, he found himself in a desolate campsite. Under a massive full moon, several people in peculiar attire were conversing amidst the tents. By a campfire, an elderly professor with white hair adjusted a monocle and unfurled a map. In the distance loomed a towering, mysterious mountain, majestic and imposing under the night sky. Not bad. First time, and no screaming. Your mental fortitude is decent, a cold, detached voice remarked. Shinran turned toward the source and saw a woman with long, jet-black hair sitting atop a cargo crate. Her piercing green eyes were fixed on him. In the dead of night, an unusually enormous moon hung suspended in the sky, adorning the world with its ethereal beauty while also stirring an unease, a nagging worry that it might fall. The wilderness stretched vast and silent. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, which inexplicably brought tears to Shinran's eyes. Standing on this unfamiliar land, Shinran was filled with questions. Was this a virtual game, or the real world? The unprecedented experience left him both fascinated and perplexed. Having grown up in the underground cities of Mars, Shinran had only ever breathed air processed through industrial systems. Recalling his childhood, standing with his second uncle at the edge of Fire City, gazing through the glass barrier at the Crimson Plains, Shinran finally understood why his uncle could stare at that landscape for hours. As he grew older, he came to realize the primal yearning for nature that life inherently possesses. At this moment, Shinran felt the stark poverty of his own existence. His instinctive reaction was to greedily inhale deep breaths, as if trying to seize all the air this world had to offer. Nearby, a woman with long, straight black hair sat atop a cargo box, her expression tinged with curiosity. As someone guiding a newcomer for the first time, she found his reaction entirely unexpected. It was only after a while that Shinran calmed down and turned his gaze to the woman. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with striking Western features and icy beauty. She wore a gray, fitted outfit, with brown deerskin straps around her calves and wrists. A gemstone-crusted curved dagger hung at her waist. Teammate? Shinran asked, recalling the mention of another user assisting him during the beginner's tutorial. The black-haired woman seemed pleased with Shinran's reaction, but instead of answering, she asked, "Who do you belong to?" Shinran's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. He quickly analyzed her tone and choice of words, deducing several key points. First, Deep Blue Network was likely an exclusive platform for Earth's elite circles. Second, from the perspective of Earth's Federation, Mars was merely a resource colony, and his identity as a Martian civilian might put him at a disadvantage. Realizing he absolutely could not reveal his Martian origins, Shinran responded calmly, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking about others?" The black-haired woman replied coldly, "I'm more curious about who you are. This is your first time entering Deep Blue Network. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the beginner's tutorial. But no one else brought you here. Isn't that strange?" Shinran's heart skipped a beat, though he was secretly relieved that she voiced her suspicion directly instead of harboring it silently. Flashing a friendly smile, he said, "Isn't that why you're here to guide me?" Lin Wan let out a soft scoff, her curiosity momentarily satisfied. "I'm Lin Wan," she said. "Li San," Shinran replied, not even using the alias Ji Yin he had prepared. Both of them understood that neither knew the other's real identity. This left Shinran unable to ask the many questions he had in mind. Lin Wan crossed one leg over the other, her long black hair shimmering silver under the moonlight. She asked, "Does your mission include gathering identity information?" Shinran didn't answer right away. He was silently processing and organizing the information, deeply shaken. Richard Leto, a native of Airland City in the Kingdom of Northton, a senior at Tulip University majoring in history. 3 months ago, he assisted his professor in deciphering an ancient inscription, which led him to this mysterious place known locally as Soul-Sending Mountain, in search of the fabled Aztec Empire ruins. A history student, ancient inscriptions, and a quest for a mythical civilization. This was straight out of a Lovecraftian horror story protagonist's playbook. Recently, Richard had indeed been exhibiting signs of being under the influence of an eldritch entity. Frequent episodes of mental fog, and at times, wandering aimlessly like intending to go to the cafeteria but inexplicably ending up in the restroom. Convinced that he was cursed by the ancient inscription, Richard decided to accompany his professor to uncover the secrets of the Aztec Empire, despite the fear of his peers. However, the truth was far stranger. Richard's abnormalities were not caused by a malevolent deity, but rather by an incident 6 months ago when he accidentally consumed a black, unidentified organism. A black, unidentified organism? Shinran froze, lost in thought. Shinran lowered his head for a glance and was instantly stunned. He was neither the 15-year-old boy Shinran nor the downtrodden middle-aged man Ji Yin from the Deep Blue Network. Instead, he found himself in the body of a stranger with black hair, brown eyes, and dressed in a linen shirt. Did I just take over this guy's body? A whirlwind of astonishment swept through Shinran's mind. However, his extraordinary experiences and strong mental composure kept his face calm and unflustered. He quickly began to think logically. There's no such thing as body possession in reality. It feels more like some unknown biological implant, perhaps a chip in our brains. A bold hypothesis flashed through his mind, making him involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Could it be that the implants in our brains are connecting two parallel worlds through the Deep Blue Network? If this wasn't some elaborate game designed by a mastermind, but an actual existing world labeled ZX33.417, then what kind of entity was behind the Deep Blue Network? Human civilization? Shinran seriously doubted it. After all, humanity had only just begun to step out of the solar system with the help of the Deep Blue Network, making it illogical in terms of time progression. Haven't you sorted it out yet? Lin Wan interrupted Shinran's thoughts impatiently. Done. Shinran took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his questions and focusing on the bizarre task at hand. Lin Wan suddenly looked at him coldly and warned, even if this body isn't mine, don't you dare try anything romantic. Shinran held back his response, resisting the urge to retort with something sarcastic. Instead, he briefly introduced the background of the original owner of Lin Wan's body, Judy Dorisan, her relationship with Richard. Shinran stood up, dusted off his pants, and was about to leave when Lin Wan stopped him. Her expression turned serious as she said, I've just gone through Judy's memories carefully. This world seems to be a magical civilization. Judy is a witch, and her purpose in seeking the Aztec Empire's ruins might involve something more. Shinran raised an eyebrow, surprised by her straightforwardness. What's her goal? He asked. Lin Wan shook her head. That part of her memory is crucial but incomplete, so I'm not sure for now. She let out a cold laugh. It seems you're the biggest threat to my mission. Although the task says we can't quit, we could take a different approach. Close your eyes and I'll make it quick for you. Shinran stared at the cold, elegant beauty with her long black hair, his guard instantly up. Lin Wan continued, First, these are real, living beings. If the host body dies, our reputation score in the Deep Blue Network will drop significantly, and we might even be banned from exploring it further. Second, although the memories are blurry, it seems Judy deeply loves you. I don't think she wants to harm you. Rather, she might want to gain some sort of power in the ruins with you. Shinran was intrigued by her words. What he desired most at this moment was power, especially in this mysterious magical civilization. Is there a way? He couldn't help but ask. Lin Wan gave him a strange look. Are you asking if there's a way to steal it? It's extremely difficult. This time, our exploration mode is Neural Network Protocol 1, which is essentially just a passive observation like watching a real-life movie from another parallel world. Hearing this, Shinran could only sigh inwardly, but soon found himself with another question. What's the purpose of this mission in the Deep Blue Network? Lin Wan stood up and tapped her temple. Everything your eyes see and ears hear is valuable information. I'm telling you this so you'll be bolder moving forward. Don't hold back. I don't need you to tell me that. Shinran didn't want to appear inexperienced in front of her. His curiosity about everything around him only grew stronger. At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the wilderness. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, plunging the world into darkness. One of the local guides in the camp trembled and said, It feels our disrespect has angered him. The wind carries his wrath, making all living things tremble. Even the moon goddess dares not cast her gaze upon the sacred mountain. Lin Wan walked up to Shinran, her face full of arrogance. Her bright eyes seemed to glow in the dark. What nonsense about gods and cowardly mortals. The most frustrating thing about these civilizations is their blind reverence. Even if there really is a god holed up on some tiny corner of a planet, if they dare to act high and mighty, well, blast their lair to pieces. Shun Ran couldn't help but glance at Lin Wan, thinking, is this the pride of Earthlings set on conquering the universe? At the same time, an elderly professor mustered his courage and shouted, the inscriptions were right. The timing matches perfectly. Richard, hurry up, this is our chance to enter the mountain. A sudden, fierce wind howled through the desolate wilderness, roaring like a colossal beast exhaling through its gaping maw. The gusts lashed at their clothing and sent their hair whipping wildly in the air. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the feeble glow of a kerosene lamp barely illuminating the path ahead. The team members clung tightly to one another's hands, their sweaty palms betraying the tension they felt inside. Yet, Shun Ran appeared remarkably composed. To him, being in this enigmatic land was an unparalleled experience. He surveyed the area, trying to absorb every detail. Suddenly, the sound of an argument came from up ahead. An elderly local was engaged in a heated debate with the professor. This professor, Edward Adams, was Richard's mentor, a venerable scholar held in high regard. Though well into his 70s, Edward brimmed with energy, with his research spanning history, psychology, mysticism, and theology. Professor Edward was a celebrated figure in the kingdom of North Yorton, having mentored countless students who went on to become prominent politicians and business leaders. Yet, instead of enjoying a peaceful retirement, the professor was resolute in his pursuit of theological mysteries, a passion said to have been sparked by an out-of-body experience he had during his youth in a remote tribe. The local elder's voice was filled with caution and dread. It is said that when the heavens and earth lose their light, evil spirits will crawl out from the caves of soul-delivering mountain. If you enter the mountain at such a time, you are doomed. His words, carried by the wind, sounded like both a warning and a curse. The expedition team pressed on, leaving the old man standing alone in the darkness. Beside Shin Ran, a round-faced girl muttered under her breath, I have a bad feeling about this. Her soft, slightly coquettish voice caught Shin Ran's attention. She was Shirley, Richard's junior, and also Professor Edward's granddaughter. Shun Ran cleared his throat, realizing that Shirley was clinging tightly to his right arm. On his left side was Lin Wan, her expression cold and indifferent, as though nothing around her could stir her emotions. At that moment, Professor Edward approached, supported by one of the team members. His white hair was disheveled by the wind. Richard, what's your take on this? The elderly professor asked. Shin Ran took a deep breath and carefully chose his words. I think both possibilities are plausible. According to the inscriptions on the stone tablet, it slumbers at the threshold between the human realm and the underworld, its icy abyss deterring the greedy from prying. This could very well refer to an Aztec treasure hidden in some underground cavern or cave. Ecuador's heavy rainfall and abundant groundwater might explain the icy description. It could be referring to the water source within the cave. As for why we must enter after the moon goddess closes her eyes, I suspect that might be the time when the tides recede in the cave. Edward nodded in approval. That's what I thought as well. We mustn't waste any more time. Richard, you're so smart, Shirley exclaimed, looking up at Shin Ran with admiration in her eyes. Shin Ran, however, remained indifferent. He was well aware of Richard's feelings for Judy, though for some reason, Richard had never been able to fully reject Shirley's affections. Inwardly, Shin Ran couldn't help but ridicule the situation. It felt like the setup for a cliched horror movie. He even wondered if Judy might try to get rid of Shirley in the ruins. Glancing at Lin Wan, he noticed her apparent apathy toward everything happening around her. The expedition team consisted of 7 members, the core group of Edward, Richard, Judy, and Shirley, along with 2 of Edward's students and a middle-aged acquaintance with ambitious aspirations. The group trudged forward against the relentless wind. At one point, Shirley stumbled and fell. Shin Ran reached out to help her up, but his hand accidentally brushed against something soft, leaving him momentarily flustered. Shirley whispered, Richard, why is Judy walking so far ahead of us, acting like she doesn't care? Did you two have a fight? Shin Ran replied awkwardly, maybe she's just not in a good mood. Really? You two didn't have a falling out, did you? Shirley asked, her eyes wide with feigned surprise. Shin Ran found himself at a loss for words. Up ahead, Lin Wan seemed to overhear their conversation, her expression growing even colder. Inwardly, she scoffed at the character of Richard and felt a growing disdain for Shin Ran as well. Suddenly, one of Edward's students cried out in terror, his voice trembling. Oh my God, what is that? The group instantly grew tense, their eyes darting around nervously, but they saw nothing. The student stood frozen in fear, his face pale. Didn't you see it? I just saw a humanoid creature in those bushes over there. What does the monster look like? Edward asked urgently, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The male student swallowed hard, his voice trembling. It's about 20 to 30 feet tall, humanoid but thinner. Its massive skeleton is wrapped in ashen, lifeless skin. The most terrifying part, he hesitated. It has a skull of a ram for a head. The description sent ripples of fear through the darkness. The group exchanged uneasy glances, recalling the warnings from the local villagers. When the moon is obscured, malevolent spirits emerge from the caves. Are you sure it had a ram skull for a head? Edward pressed, his eyes locked on the male student. The student nodded, his face a portrait of genuine terror. Unexpectedly, Edward's expression lit up with excitement. Amazing! Hanton, have you forgotten? This is exactly like the Wendigo from Algonquin folklore. Wendigo? Lin Wan furrowed her brow in confusion, searching her memory but finding nothing. The others looked equally puzzled. Unable to resist, Professor Edward launched into an impromptu lecture. In Algonquin traditions, the Wendigo is a cruel, bloodthirsty creature, said to be humans transformed after being possessed by an evil spirit. However, I believe this legend stems from early tribes resorting to cannibalism during natural disasters. Those with pure hearts couldn't bear the moral weight, so they created this supernatural entity to externalize their guilt. He continued with enthusiasm. I always wanted to write a book on this subject, but my research focus shifted to the Aztec Empire. Hanton, you've truly never heard of this legend? The group shuddered at his explanation, and Hanton finally seemed to snap out of it, stammering, the Wendigo has a ram's skull for a head? That can't be right. But it is. Edward exclaimed, his excitement mounting. That's why I find this so extraordinary. You've never studied this before, yet you've conjured such an accurate image. What could have influenced you? Lin Wan silently nodded, appreciating Edward's scientific approach. In contrast, the others were consumed by fear. The male student even seemed on the verge of turning back. Go back? Edward said dismissively. Then you'll have to walk 12 kilometers to the town by yourself. The student paled at the thought of traveling alone and, with some coaxing from his companions, reluctantly agreed to press on. Fear hung over the group like a ghost. Shirley clung to Richard's arm. I feel like something's wrong. Should we convince Grandpa to head back? Shinran coldly shrugged her off and walked over to Lin Wan. In a low voice, he said, there might really be a monster out here. I can't tell if the Wendigo is a spiritual entity or a physical presence. Lin Wan shot him a sharp glance. Oh, done cozying up to Shirley, are you? Shinran looked baffled. Weren't you the one who told me to keep my distance? Richard didn't want to embarrass her. Lin Wan's gaze grew even colder. Good memory. If you remember I told you to stay away, then why are you over here now? From behind, Shirley called out sweetly, Richard, I can't see you. Where are you? Edward also called out from the front. Shinran ignored the NPCs and continued walking alongside Lin Wan. If we fail this mission, we won't be able to explore the deep blue world for a whole year. Lin Wan looked at him with mild confusion. Fail? This is just a beginner tutorial. There's nothing to fail. What are you even talking about? Wait, how long have you been in the deep blue network? Shinran asked, relieved to steer the conversation elsewhere. 5 years, Lin Wan answered calmly. Shinran was taken aback. But Star Energy Tech only launched it 5 months ago. How many missions have you completed? Glancing back at Shirley, who was still pretending to be frail, Lin Wan felt a sudden sense of satisfaction. With a hint of pride, she replied, about 20 or so. Can you tell me about the hardest task you've ever faced? How difficult was it? Shinran asked, unintentionally stepping closer to Lin Wan. Hearing this, Lin Wan's previously confident expression vanished instantly. Her brows furrowed slightly as she was about to speak when a sudden, terrified scream interrupted her. Hanton, what are you doing? The shocked cry pierced through the night. Shunran quickly turned around to see Hanton, the male student who had earlier claimed to have seen Wengo, clutching a kerosene lamp. Ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him, he charged madly into the pitch-black forest. Within moments, his figure disappeared into the dense thicket. The expedition team was thrown into chaos. Some hesitated to chase after him, while others stood frozen in fear. The unknown terror began to spread through everyone's hearts. Troublesome, Shinran muttered, frowning, yet his mind lingered more on the words Lin Wan had left unsaid. Damn it, this is insane. Forget it. Professor Edward cursed through gritted teeth, glancing up at the moon obscured by clouds. Hurry up. If we miss tonight, who knows how long we'll have to wait again. We have to find the cave mentioned on the stone tablet as soon as possible. Shinran's gaze shifted back to Lin Wan. The woman, who had spent 5 years navigating the mysterious world of Deep Blue, had already regained her composure. Her voice was cold and analytical as she said, it seems that Wengo is some sort of spirit entity, without a physical form. Given the difficulty level of a beginner's tutorial, we're likely to experience some terrifying auditory or visual hallucinations next. As long as we ignore them, we should be fine. Shinran nodded thoughtfully. During the journey that followed, he stayed close to Lin Wan, paying no heed to Shirley's flirtatious remarks or Professor Edward's suggestive comments. Though Lin Wan maintained a distant and occasionally mocking demeanor toward Shenran's cautious behavior, her inner thoughts painted a different picture. Before long, the group arrived at the Eye of the Demon, described on the stone tableta massive, eye-shaped cavern. Are we certain this is the place? One of Professor Edward's companions asked. This must be it, Professor Edward replied, his voice barely able to contain his excitement. Legend has it that the 13th emperor of the Aztec Empire hid a treasure here. But what intrigues me more is the information tied to this mysterious civilization. Are we really going down there? What if it floods inside? A male student asked nervously, staring into the dark abyss. No matter. Professor Edward was already preparing the ropes. Everything so far matches the descriptions on the tablet. If we wait for the moon to come out, we'll lose our chance. The 70-year-old professor displayed a vigor that defied his age. For him, this was a sacred exploration. Research outweighed all else. Surely, Paul, you two stay up here, Edward instructed, assigning them to keep watch while the remaining four prepared to descend into the cavern. Just then, a shadow flickered in the distance, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Hanton, is that you? Shenran immediately turned toward the source of the sound. What? Professor Edward, who had been about to descend, paused, while the others also turned their attention to Shenran. There was a shadow over there, Shenran said, pointing in the direction. Didn't anyone else notice? I think it might be Hanton coming back. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Lin Wan, however, remained calm, saying, I've been keeping an eye on our surroundings. I didn't see any shadow. Shenran frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. Taking a deep breath, he said, in that case, it means that Thing has decided to come after me now. Why do you sound so calm? Lin Wan shot him a glance, growing even more curious about this enigmatic man. Shenran fastened his harness and looked at Lin Wan. Compared to ghosts and spirits, don't you think some people and events in the real world are far more terrifying and cruel? Lin Wan pondered for a moment before nodding. You're not wrong. But that line of yours sounds like something a pretentious poet would say. People who've truly been through it usually phrase it better. Shenran silently replied in his mind. I've been through it, and I've faced it heedin. He smiled at Lin Wan and said, See you in hell. With the clanking sound of gears turning, Shenran's figure vanished into the darkness of the cavern. Boom. Lin Wan descended beside Shenran with the grace of a fierce bird of prey. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her long legs and strikingly cold yet beautiful features exuding a commanding presence. With a casual toss of her hair, she said, I've come to hell to keep you company. Shenran suddenly spoke. 300 meters in vertical height. Lin Wan was momentarily stunned, but then gave Shenran a meaningful glance and said, Pretty precise, huh? She didn't seem to take it seriously. Letting out a yawn, she began to survey her surroundings. They stood at the bottom of a cavern, looking up like frogs gazing out of a well. The ground was covered with a thin layer of soil, with only moss managing to cling to life. Not far away, Professor Edward and another middle-aged man were testing the oxygen level in the air with a torch. Crouching down, Shenran ran his fingers over the ground. The soil felt no different from moist sand, a discovery that made him frown slightly. He raised his head to peer into the pitch-black void above, a worrying thought flashing through his mind. If the moon appeared, would it mean this cavern could flood? His gaze shifted to Professor Edward's back, and he couldn't help but admire the old man's stamina. Then, unfastening his harness, Shenran walked forward with Lin Wan. Ahead of them was a narrow, sloping passageway. Under the glow of their lamps, the cracks in the rocks revealed a mix of gray and yellow hues, with streaks of water stains on the surface. The middle-aged man in the traveler's leather jacket was the first to leap down. Professor Edward turned to Shenran, his voice filled with concern. How are you feeling? He had a particular fondness for this student not just because of his granddaughter Shirley, but also because of Shenran's sharp mind, which had impressed him at school. Most importantly, Shenran had claimed to be influenced by the malevolent power of an ancient stone tablet, a detail that made Professor Edward believe he might play a crucial role in uncovering the mysteries of the Aztec Empire. I'm all right. How about you, Professor? Shenran replied. Professor Edward chuckled heartily. Don't underestimate this old man. The group entered what felt like a cavern built entirely of stone. The journey ahead grew increasingly arduous, with the underground cave system proving to be astonishingly complex. Some areas were spacious enough to move comfortably, while others were so tight they couldn't stand upright, their breaths seeming to linger and circle back into their lungs. Yet Shenran's enthusiasm remained undiminished. His eyes roamed the cave, as though every moment brought a new discovery. To him, this wasn't a dark abyss, it was an enchanting wonderland. About 10 minutes later, the four of them stopped in a larger chamber, awestruck by the sight before them. Illuminated by their lights, countless stalactites hung like melting candles, their creamy yellow hues glistening. From the ceiling, sharp spires dangled, dripping water steadily onto the ground. Professor Edward and the middle-aged man couldn't hide their amazement. Shenran instinctively reached out to touch the limestone, while Lin Wan, on the other hand, appeared unimpressed. This is limestone, Shenran murmured to himself. The books say limestone is made from the remains of ancient plants and animals, formed through biological deposition, chemical sedimentation, and secondary processes. His mind buzzed with related knowledge. People often yearn for what they lack. Shenran, who lived in the Fire City on Mars-sealed habitat created by human technology, had never experienced anything like this. It wasn't until he noticed Lin Wan's gaze that he snapped back to reality. You seem like you've been in caves before, Shenran asked. Lin Wan gave him an odd look. Didn't you visit any tourist caves as a kid? Shenran shook his head. Those have artificial modifications. This is completely untouched. Before Lin Wan could respond, an exclamation came from the other side. It seemed Professor Edward and the others had made a significant discovery. What's going on, Professor? Shenran immediately approached. Skeletons. So many skeletons, Professor Edward said, pointing ahead. Following his gesture, Shenran spotted a large pile of bones in what appeared to be a water basin-like area. All human bones, he identified instantly. It was knowledge he had mastered early on during anatomy lessons at the Eastern Sanlang base, where he was trained in combat techniques. Professor Edward's initial reverence quickly gave way to excitement. Stepping closer, he exclaimed, "This is a groundbreaking discovery. It might indicate that this site was an Aztec sacrificial pit. Human sacrifices?" Shenran gazed at the pit filled with at least 100 skeletons. This area resembled a bulging pocket within the underground cave system, spacious enough to avoid flooding even if water levels rose. Bursting with enthusiasm, Professor Edward explained, to the Aztecs, sacrifices were transactions with the gods. The most valuable offering was human life. The larger the scale of the sacrifice and the greater the number of people involved, the better the blessings they believed they'd receive. The size of this sacrificial pit is significant. This discovery only reinforced his confidence that their expedition would yield monumental results. The other middle-aged man seemed equally energized. Before long, the group found a tunnel leading further down. This tunnel sloped sharply downward, but what unnerved them was its narrow entrance barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through in the presence of accumulated water. It resembled the intestine of a fish. "They'll go first," the middle-aged man said, taking a deep breath before crawling in with a kerosene lamp in hand. Professor Edward followed immediately, as though possessed by an insatiable curiosity, undeterred by his age. "They'll go last," Shenran said, preparing to bring up the rear. Shenran's gaze shifted to Lin Wan, and she immediately caught onto his intent. "What? Planning to follow me and do something?" Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. Despite her words, both of them knew full well that in an exploration like this, the first and last person in the group often faced the greatest risks. This understanding subtly increased Lin Wan's regard for Shenran. "Go in," she commanded curtly. Without saying much, Shenran tightened his grip on the kerosene lamp and began crawling through the muddy, waterlogged passage as though he were navigating a tunnel. The moment he entered the narrow space, an overwhelming sense of pressure struck him. His chest felt compressed, and a wave of claustrophobia surged over him like a tide. His body was nearly immobilized, and the fear only intensified. He fought the urge to force the passage wider, feeling as if the entire mountain was pressing down on him. In such a narrow passage, every minute felt like 10. What was more unnerving was the uncertainty due to the distorted passage. The person at the front had no idea if the path ahead was still passable. This unknown only fueled a growing sense of panic, threatening to spiral into full-blown despair at any moment. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Richard." Startled, Shenran tried to turn his head but found his neck too restricted to move. "Judy, is that you calling me?" he asked aloud. From ahead came Judy's reply. "I just remembered something. When we reach the burial chamber, there'll be a wall with a pentagram painted on it. While Edward and the others are busy with the treasure, we need to figure out a way to break down that wall." Shenran's eyes fell on the pair of small feet and deer-hide boots ahead of him, estimating them to be size 37. "What's behind the wall?" he pressed. Judy responded, "Behind it lies something extraordinary linked to the gods worshipped by the Aztecs." At that moment, Shenran suddenly reached out and grabbed the ankle in front of him. "What are you doing?" Judy exclaimed in alarm, trying to pull her leg back but unable to move. Her voice carried a hint of shyness. "Richard, what are you talking about? Stop messing with my foot." Shenran frowned. "Still not dropping the act, huh? I'm not Hanton. I don't even feel an ounce of fear. Honestly, you're not doing a great job here, buddy." The figure ahead continued to squirm, the voice still coy. "No, seriously, my mind's been a little off lately. I really don't think there's anything here that could stir up any emotional response. Maybe you should try a different approach?" Before the words had fully landed, the figure froze. In the next moment, the voice began to distort. Break down that wall, or you'll all die here. Then, the voice shifted again, becoming the raspy tone of Edward. Richard, why are you grabbing an old man's foot? Shinran blinked and looked more closely. The small, dainty deer-hide boots were gone. What he saw now were Edward's worn professor's shoes. Sorry, I guess I have a thing for feet, Shinran muttered, coming up with a quick excuse. Just then, he felt a light tug on his own foot, and Lin Wan's voice came from behind him. What's wrong with you? Shinran explained. That thing was messing with me earlier. It made me think you were up front, saying something about a burial chamber with a pentagram wall and telling me to break it down. Lin Wan seemed thoughtful, fragments of Judy's memories flashing through her mind. Not bad. Pretty rational of you. By the way, is your name really Lisan? She remarked approvingly. As their journey continued, she found herself noticing more and more of Shinran's hidden qualities. He wasn't the kind of person who dazzled at first glance, but someone whose strengths revealed themselves over time. Shinran was about to respond when a sudden, incredulous shout came from up ahead. I'm out. Oh my god. I can't believe the legendary Aztec treasure is real. Shinran finally emerged from the narrow passage, letting out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He felt like a slippery eel, his entire body covered in mud. Professor Edward had already climbed out ahead of him and was now extending a hand to pull Shinran out of the opening. Thank you, Shinran expressed his gratitude, silently noting that Professor Edward seemed intent on grooming Richard as his final and most trusted disciple. Turning to help Lin Wan, he was surprised to see that she had declined his assistance. Lin Wan was in an utterly miserable mood. Her entire body was smeared with mud, her soaked clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin, and her once sleek and shiny black hair now tangled and sticky. Frowning, she climbed out of the passage on her own. The four of them stood in a dimly lit cave, the air damp and heavy. Suddenly, a faint yellow light illuminated one corner of the cavern. While Lin Wan remained visibly upset, the other three were left speechless, stunned by what they saw. In the corner of the cave lay a massive pile of gold and silver treasures. Heaps of ancient coins gleamed seductively, their sheer abundance dazzling to the eye. Professor Edward was the first to snap out of his shock. He rushed toward the hoard, picking up a coin and examining it closely under the dim light. Overcome with joy, he exclaimed, "This is an Aztec Empire coin." Tears of excitement streamed down his face as he kissed the coin. Shinran cast a curious look at the middle-aged man nearby. The man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a leather jacket, with a strong, muscular build that clearly marked him as someone highly trained. What surprised Shinran was the man's reaction, or rather, lack of it. While anyone else might have been overwhelmed by the sight of such unimaginable wealth, he seemed only briefly astonished. Instead, his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, as though searching for something far more valuable than treasure. Before long, the man found what he was looking for. "Professor Edward, over here," he called, pointing to a corner of the stone chamber. The others followed his gaze and saw a fully intact human skeleton, draped in an ancient and ornate robe. Professor Edward put down the coin he was holding and carefully examined the skeleton. After several moments, he cautiously speculated, "This must be the 13th king of the Aztec Empire." "Are you certain?" the middle-aged man pressed. Edward hesitated for a moment, about to answer, when his eyes caught sight of several beautifully crafted books lying on the ground nearby. Holding his breath, he snatched them up in an instant. The middle-aged man, noticing this, immediately grew wary. Meanwhile, Shinran was exploring other parts of the cave. His attention was soon drawn to a pentagram etched into one of the walls. Remembering the challenges they had faced in the passage earlier, Shinran frowned, his mind racing with questions. What could be hidden here? Could it be related to the Aztec gods? Did gods truly exist in this world? Running his hand gently over the stone wall, Shinran felt a sense of disbelief. As someone born in the 24th century, such an experience felt like something out of a fantastical tale. Nearby, Lin Wan stood with her brows furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Fragments of critical memories from Judy began to surface in her mind. "Richard, come here." Edward's voice interrupted Shinran's thoughts. Curious, Shinran walked over. "What is it?" he asked. Edward handed him a rare book with a cover embedded with silver-white gemstones. "Take a look at this." Shinran opened the book and found its pages filled with peculiar, worm-like symbols that bore some resemblance to hieroglyphics. Edward explained, "This is the script of the Aztec Empire. Unfortunately, due to certain historical circumstances, this writing system was never fully preserved. Today, it remains one of the most challenging fields of study in academia." Shinran remembered that the original owner of his current body, Richard, a senior history student at Tulip University, had an exceptional understanding of this script. This was likely why Edward valued Richard so highly. Shinran speculated that, much like himself, Richard's mind may have undergone some kind of extraordinary transformation. Without hesitation, Shun Ran began translating the text in the book. As he delved deeper into its contents, the mysterious world designated as ZX 33.417 began to reveal itself to him. Shun Ran felt a growing sense of awe as the secrets of this ancient narrative unfolded. Through the book's rudimentary yet vivid illustrations, an extraordinarily strange kingdom took shape in Shun Ran's mind. It was a realm that once spanned much of the known world, governed by a deeply entrenched system of slavery. The people worshipped their gods fervently, often holding grand sacrificial ceremonies. But what shocked Shun Ran most was that their gods were real. The book detailed the lineage of Aztec kings, each one described as being far beyond ordinary. They were said to possess insatiable appetites, devouring mountains of food in a single sitting. They could roar louder than tigers, move faster than cheetahs, see with the precision of eagles, and burn with the courage and ferocity of lions. The records claimed that every Aztec king was a warrior of unparalleled might, capable of defeating thousands in battle. This was no mere hyperbole. The Aztecs revered combat, and every king had proven their strength in the arena. The records meticulously documented their exploits, kings who had slain no fewer than 1,300 enemies, with some achieving as many as 3,000 kills. Suddenly, Shun Ran's eyes widened as he stumbled upon a critical piece of information. He blurted out, "Seeds?" Professor Edward seemed completely immersed in that magical and powerful realm, listening intently to Shun Ran's narration. Shun Ran's eyes were fixed on the pages of the book, his fingers trembling slightly. The book described kings who possessed godlike powers, derived from seeds bestowed upon them by divine beings. Turning to the next page, Shun Ran's breath nearly stopped. There, prominently displayed, was an illustration of the Sita simple circle filled with black. Wasn't this the very same black egg his third uncle had sent him? His heart raced as his mind churned with thoughts. Edward's sharp questioning jolted Shun Ran back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he continued interpreting. Although the throne of the Aztec Empire was hereditary, to truly ascend as a godlike being required the power of the seed. What kind of seed? Edward asked, frowning as he leaned closer in curiosity. Shun Ran held up the book for them to see. Both men stared at the black circle in bewilderment, struggling to believe this was an artifact of divine origin. Suddenly, Lin Wan let out a startled gasp. Shun Ran immediately turned to look at her, thinking to himself, aside from Richard and Judy, it seems Lin Wan and I might have also received seeds. Yet it's a shame I can't ask her directly. He noticed Lin Wan's gaze had shifted to a wall adorned with a pentagram, her expression subtly changing. His heart skipped a beat. Could there be something hidden behind that wall? Just as he was pondering this, Edward urged him to continue translating. It seems the gods lost interest in the Aztecs, Shun Ran explained. The 13th king, Charlemagne, failed to gain the seed's favor. The nation descended into turmoil. Some blamed a lack of sacrifices, while others sought to overthrow Charlemagne. With that, he closed the book. That's all there is. It matches, Edward exclaimed excitedly. This corpse must be King Charlemagne, the 13th ruler. He launched into an animated account of the Aztec Empire's decline, detailing how Charlemagne was ultimately defeated by powerful sorcerers. Shun Ran froze upon hearing the word sorcerers. He suddenly remembered that magic did indeed exist in this world. According to Lin Wan, Judy was even a witch. Just as Shun Ran turned to glance at Lin Wan, Edward grabbed another book and asked him to read the title. Shun Ran frowned and read aloud. This appears to be the Black Omen book. The moment the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man surged forward with an imposing aura. Shun Ran's face paled, and Edward nervously asked, Duke Rhodes, what is the meaning of this? Shun Ran stared in shock at the seemingly ordinary man now revealed as a duke. Rhodes fixed his gaze on Edward and said sternly, if you know this is the Aztec Black Omen book, why haven't you destroyed it? Edward clutched the book tightly, his expression pained. This is a treasure of history. Those mysterious sorcerers already burned everything from the Aztecs back then. Losing this would be a devastating blow to our understanding of civilization. This is no treasure of civilization, Rhodes retorted, his eyes blazing. This is dark magic, pure evil. It will only bring disaster to our world. No, its significance to academia is immense, Edward protested, retreating step by step. We cannot simply dismiss the legacy of the past. Rhodes advanced relentlessly. Edward Adam, have you already fallen under the influence of the Aztecs? That wicked empire slaughtered tens of thousands every year in gruesome rituals. Everything related to them should be burned. But this book is innocent, Edward shouted in defiance. It belongs in the display case of Tulip University. Shun Ran stood there, dumbfounded. As the situation spiraled out of control, he muttered under his breath, well, this is shaping up to be the classic climax of a cliché horror flick. The expedition took a dramatic turn. The unassuming passerby suddenly revealed himself to be a mysterious figure of great importance, his motives sharply clashing with the rest of the group. Yet Shun Ran paid no attention to the heated argument between Duke Rhodes and Professor Edward. At this moment, his entire focus was on his girlfriend Judy, or rather, Lin Wan. Lin Wan was no longer fixated on the enigmatic pentagram wall. Instead, her gaze was locked on the middle-aged man and Professor Edward engaged in their dispute, or more precisely, on the Book of Black Omen cradled in Edward's arms. Shun Ran's mind raced, recalling what Lin Wan had said earlier. What the eyes see and the ears hear, information itself is a precious resource. In this deep blue world, where their existence was connected through neural network protocols, they couldn't take any physical objects with them. But the information contained within the book was an exception. Shun Ran's thoughts moved like lightning, and his eyes quickly shifted to the two arguing men. The middle-aged man named Rhodes was clearly no ordinary character, exuded an aura of immense power. At that moment, Lin Wan appeared silently beside Shun Ran. Her lips were so close to his ear that he could feel her warm breath, but her voice was icy and chilling. "I think there's a way to deal with him," she whispered. Shun Ran turned sharply to look at her. Her delicate face was expressionless, cold and detached, like an outsider observing from afar. It was fitting for a user of the deep blue network they were. After all, mere travelers in various worlds. Self-interest was the first law. Judith's memories suddenly resurfaced. Lin Wan's cold gaze bore into the back of the middle-aged man as she reminded Shun Ran, "I told you before, my character is a witch. Now, help me get that black magic book." "All right," Shun Ran agreed almost reflexively. Though he verbally consented, whether in the story or reality, they were either a couple or teammates, seemingly on the same side. However, in this unpredictable and eerie deep blue world, Shun Ran was not naive enough to trust anyone completely. His mind raced, calculating how to maximize his own benefits. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had cornered the elderly Professor Edward against the wall. His voice echoed with finality. "Edward Adam, listen to me. Hand over that demonic book. I don't want our years of friendship to end like this." Professor Edward, his voice filled with anguish, retorted, erasing every trace of a civilization that is the greatest sin. Before their argument could reach any conclusion, a piercing, blood-curdling scream abruptly cut through the air. At first, Shun Ran thought it was just another auditory illusion, but when he saw everyone's faces pale as they turned in unison toward the same direction, he realized something was terribly wrong. The sound was coming from the narrow passageway they had entered through. As the violent howls grew louder, Shun Ran cautiously moved to investigate. He had barely leaned forward when a grotesque, skinless face, bloody and raw, suddenly loomed into view. It belonged to a person, drenched in blood, frantically clawing their way into the cavern. Mud churned as the figure, their clothing shredded by jagged rock edges, dragged themselves forward. Their skin was torn, revealing raw, crimson flesh. Muscles stretched taut like ropes as the person writhed and twisted like a massive, writhing worm, struggling through the narrow passage. Suddenly, a grotesque face appeared before Shun Ran's eyes, startling him. However, just as the terror reached its peak, it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "What happened? What is it?" Professor Edward asked hurriedly, his voice tinged with evident tension. A middle-aged man named Rhodes also turned sharply, scanning their surroundings with a wary gaze. Shun Ran slowly stood up, his brows furrowed. After a brief moment of thought, he responded calmly, "A monster. It looked like Hanton." "Hanton?" Professor Edward repeated in surprise, then elaborated. "You mean the student who claimed to have seen Devengo when we first entered the mountain, and then mysteriously disappeared?" Before Shun Ran could respond, a deafening roar echoed from the underground tunnel, a sound far beyond anything a human could produce. Rhodes quickly drew a silver blade from his waist and cautiously approached the tunnel's entrance to take a look. Despite being mentally prepared, the sight before him made Rhodes stagger back in shock. He turned his wide eyes toward Shun Ran, his expression filled with disbelief. Shun Ran's composed reaction, however, was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Edward remained huddled in the corner, clutching the Book of Black Calamity tightly. He let out a shaky breath but mumbled in confusion, "Is it really Hanton? Strange. How did he end up here?" "Idiot!" Rhodes snapped, his eyes fixed on the small stone opening, no larger than a basin. "That's no longer Hanton. His face is covered in rotting flesh, like something possessed by an evil spirit." "What?" Edward exclaimed, before a horrifying realization struck him. Panicked, he stammered, "Wait, then what about Bauer and Shirley outside? Are they?" Shun Ran suddenly remembered the other's predicament. He muttered to himself, "Dead?" An image of the girl disemboweled flashed through his mind, a fleeting but gruesome thought. "No, no, that can't be," Edward muttered, shaking his head in denial. The elderly professor anxiously moved toward the stone opening. At that moment, a bloodied arm shot out from the hole. The shocking sight made Edward stumble backward in terror, ultimately collapsing heavily to the ground. Rhodes, on the other hand, reacted swiftly and decisively. With lightning speed, he drew his short blade, the silver glinting briefly in the dim chamber. Shinran couldn't help but marvel at his reflexes. The blade clashed against the monster's arm with a sharp, grating sound. To everyone's shock, the weapon failed to sever the limb, as though striking solid steel. Instead, the creature grew enraged, forcing its head through the narrow opening. The full visage of the creature was now visible. Its face appeared flayed, exposing raw, crimson flesh and hollow, sunken eye sockets. Ah, ah, Professor Edward screamed, retreating further into the corner, his back pressed against the stone wall. Damn it, this must be some Aztec abomination, Rhodes shouted, unwilling to approach recklessly. His eyes darted around the room, landing on the scattered gold and jewels. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful and hurled them at the monster. Don't just stand there. Help me keep it out. Rhodes barked at Shinran, his tone urgent as the tension in the room escalated. Shinran sprang into action, grabbing nearby treasures to obstruct the creature's advance. At the same time, he recalled the strange influence he'd felt earlier, a force seemingly urging him to break the wall inscribed with a pentagram. Connecting this with the history of the Aztec Empire, Shinran's gaze shifted warily to another person in the room, Lin Wan. In that instant, Shinran's pupils constricted. Unnoticed by anyone, Lin Wan had quietly approached the trembling Professor Edward in the corner. The tall, elegant woman leaned down and spoke softly. Professor, don't worry. No matter what happens, we'll protect you. Her voice was gentle and soothing. Why, wise? The old man stammered fearfully. And Judy and Richard? Yes, we must take everything here with us. He reached out to take Lin Wan's offered hand. In that moment, slash, a cold gleam flashed, and the professor's throat was slit in an instant. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Blood poured from the gash, cascading like a fountain and splattering onto the pentagrammarked wall nearby. Professor Edward. Shinran's emotions surged, influenced by the original host, Richard Redo. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What? Rhodes turned in disbelief, his expression frozen as he took in the scene. The professor collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Wan stood motionless, her figure drenched in blood, her face devoid of emotion. Without a word, she bent down and retrieved the Book of Black Calamity from the corpse. My God, Rhodes muttered in shock. How could this happen? How could that college girl so ruthlessly kill her own mentor? Meanwhile, Shinran quickly suppressed his emotional turmoil, though his heart still raced. His thoughts churned. She actually did it. Does killing native inhabitants of this world outside the host come without consequences? His gaze locked onto Lin Wan with intense focus. Lin Wan, now standing in the dim corner, let her long black hair cascade down as she calmly flipped through the pages of the Book of Black Calamity. No, you murderer, put that book down. Rhodes suddenly roared, his voice brimming with fury and warning. He was about to intervene when a blood-soaked hand suddenly grabbed his ankle, almost causing him to fall. Rhodes turned his head in shock. The creature had already emerged halfway out of the pit, like a crimson demon crawling out of hell. Its body was coated in viscous blood, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Shinran quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze darting back and forth between Lin Wan and Professor Edward's lifeless body on the ground. He gritted his teeth and took a risk, running toward Lin Wan. How do we deal with this thing? He asked, glancing again at the professor's corpse. Despite coming from a different technological civilization, an inescapable sense of grief welled up inside him, leaving him deeply unsettled. Lin Wan stood motionless, her face devoid of emotion as she rapidly flipped through the pages of the Black Curse Codex in her hands. Her eyes swept over line after line of text with laser-like focus, paying particular attention to the intricate magic circles. Shinran noticed the icy indifference on her otherwise beautiful face, as though nothing happening around her truly mattered. At that moment, Shinran suddenly realized just how intriguing Judy's character was. It turned out Judy was secretly a descendant of the Aztec Empire. Even Professor Edward, who had thought Richard was exceptionally gifted, had been unknowingly manipulated by Judy. She had deliberately orchestrated a series of coincidences while interpreting the inscriptions on the stone tablet, leading Richard to draw specific conclusions. Rhodes' situation grew increasingly dire as the creature pinned him to the ground. Just as things seemed hopeless, Lin Wan appeared to find something in the book. She grabbed Shinran's right hand without warning. What are you doing? Shinran exclaimed, startled. Remembering her cold ruthlessness when she had killed Professor Edward earlier, he couldn't help but tense up. This book contains an Aztec pact about love. Judy and Richard need to sign this agreement, Lin Wan explained, her tone still icy. A love pact? Shinran was baffled. Frustrated, he added quickly, this isn't some movie with a predetermined script. We need to figure out how to deal with that creature and survive. Lin Wan's voice remained cold as she replied, that creature is formed from the malevolent thoughts of the souls sacrificed by the Aztec Empire. Judy's memories contain information about it, and there seems to be a way to stop it. But her memories are still incomplete. I need to fulfill Judy's wish for them to be restored. Is that even possible? Shinran asked, astonished. So you're saying Judy knows how to deal with that thing? You really don't know much about your own girlfriend, Lin Wan remarked with a hint of mockery. Shinran frowned and corrected her. It's Richard. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Just as it seemed Rhodes was about to succumb, his body suddenly radiated a brilliant holy light, like a miniature sun. The creature shrieked in agony, writhing in pain under the blinding illumination. Lin Wan's expression shifted slightly. It seems Judy isn't the only one hiding secrets, she observed. Shinran grew even more anxious. He realized that if Rhodes defeated the creature, he would undoubtedly come after the mysterious Black Curse Codex. To Shinran, it didn't matter whether magic was black or white as long as it worked. It was good magic. Lin Wan had already read most of the book, while he hadn't even seen a single punctuation mark. Anyone in his position would be desperate. Hurry up, Shinran urged. Don't rush me, Lin Wan replied curtly, her eyes scanning the page with precision. It contained a spell, annotated as a pact meant for lovers. Ancient people had a tendency to exaggerate, and this spell was no exception. Its description claimed that once the connection was established, the two parties would love only each other for eternity. However, if either betrayed the bond, they would suffer the excruciating torment of being devoured by 1,000 insects. This suggested that Judy genuinely loved Richard but, as a witch, lacked a sense of security. Suddenly, Lin Wan froze. Wait a minute, she said, a grave thought crossing her mind. What if this impacts me? Meanwhile, Rhodes, now imbued with the power of the holy light, struck the creature with such force that it slammed into the stone wall with a thunderous crash. Shinran, increasingly desperate, shouted, What are you waiting for? Without thinking, Shinran leaned closer to glimpse the book's contents. Smack! Lin Wan slapped his head away, her voice cold as ice. Look at you, acting like a fool. It's just a low-level magical civilization. Shinran was burning with urgency. After everything he'd been through in Fire City, with Boss Dong Sanlang's fate still unknown and Qin Weijia, Li Xian, and the other's future uncertain, he craved power more than ever. Lin Wan's brows furrowed as she bit her lip lightly. Finally, she grabbed Shinran's hand firmly and snapped. I can't see what Judy saw in a useless guy like you. Close your eyes. Shinran obediently shut his eyes. He felt her other hand clasp his firmly. Her icy, melodic voice rang out again. Now put your other hand over mine as well. At this moment, Shinran had no choice but to follow her instructions. Their hands interlocked tightly. Elsewhere, Rhodes' muscles swelled as he pinned the blood-soaked creature against the stone wall, roaring as he exerted his strength. Rhodes turned his head, intending to get Richard's help subduing the monster, only to see that couple openly flaunting their affection. His veins bulged in fury as he roared, I'm fighting for my life here. And you two are acting like star-crossed lovers? Lin Wan responded calmly, if you can hold on, then hold on a little longer. With that, she closed her eyes. Shinran felt a jolt in his heart as Lin Wan's forehead gently leaned against his. Before he could process it, strange, cryptic syllables echoed in his ears, making his head spin. Lin Wan parted her lips slightly and began chanting an ancient Aztec love vow. In an instant, a tingling current coursed through their bodies, an unprecedented sensation overwhelming them. Though the sounds of Rhodes battling the monster raged on, it all seemed to fade into the distance. Life or death apart, I vow to you. Shinran thought of this poetic line, his hair standing on end. He couldn't help but envy Richard, imagining that if a girl treated him like this, it would surpass any other joy in life. Unconsciously, the two clasped their hands tightly. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out from the void. Shinran? Shinran responded instinctively. Qin Wancher? Lin Wan replied softly as well. The two of them froze, their eyes snapping open as they quickly pushed each other away. Wait, no. Shinran staggered back several steps, staring at Lin Wan in disbelief, his mind reeling. Your surname is Qin, Shan? They blurted out in unison, their hearts in turmoil. Lin Wan was flustered. What's going on? Why did I say my real name? Shinran realized the gravity of the situation. This chant was supposed to summon Richard and Judas names. So why? He swallowed hard. Could it be the ritual is complete? No. Why did you respond? Lin Wan glared at Shinran. Well, why did you respond? Shinran's expression grew complicated. With a thunderous crash, Rhodes landed a powerful punch, knocking the monster to the ground. He turned to the pair and barked. What are you two lovebirds muttering about? Richard, check the black tome for a way to deal with the Dwengo. Shinran, overjoyed. bent down to retrieve the book, but Lin Wan planted her foot on it. Her face was icy. No need. What do you mean, no need? Shin Ran felt a sense of dread creeping in. Leave, Lin Wan suddenly spat, kicking Shan Ran away. She drew a gem-encrusted curved blade and lunged at Rhodes' back. Thud. Caught off guard, Rhodes was impaled through the chest. Blood spilled from his mouth as he stammered. Why he couldn't finish his sentence before coughing up more blood. Lin Wan's eyes were filled with cold resolve, showing no fear of the monster. Shan Ran slumped against the wall, his expression shifting unpredictably. Shan Ran was about to call out to Lin Wan's retreating figure when suddenly, a thin stream of blood began to trickle down the stone wall nearby, catching his attention. Turning to look, he realized it was the wall adorned with the pentagram array. In an instant, crucial information flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Clenching his jaw, Shan Ran reached out to search Edward's body. As expected, he found a pin in the man's pocket. Carefully pressing out the tip, he concealed it in the palm of his right hand, took a deep breath, and stood up. Judy, what's wrong with you? Why are you attacking your own people? Shan Ran feigned confusion as he walked toward Lin Wan and Rhodes. Rhodes gritted his teeth, his gaze darting between Shan Ran and the slowly rising creature. Despair filled his eyes. Just as Shan Ran approached, Lin Wan suddenly yanked a curved blade out of Rhodes' body. Her long hair swirled in the air as she swiftly pressed the blade against Shan Ran's neck. Shan Ran froze instantly, his right hand halfway extended. The pin tip glinted faintly in his palm, exuding a cold, silvery sheen. Blood spurted from Rhodes' chest as he stared in shock at the couple, who had been so affectionate moments ago, now turning their weapons on each other. Judy, what are you doing? Shan Ran asked stiffly, his voice tight, as he discreetly retracted the pin in his hand. This has gone far enough, Lin Wan said coldly, her gaze fixed elsewhere rather than on Shan Ran. I had planned to help you pass this trial easily, but now I don't want to see you anymore. This mission must fail. Is that so? Or is it because of the Aztec Empire's seed? Shan Ran narrowed his eyes, striking directly at the heart of the matter. A flicker of something unreadable crossed Lin Wan's eyes. Indeed, this was why she had killed Edward and Rhodes. She refused to let the seed fall into the hands of any native of this world. Shin Ran seized on that fleeting moment of hesitation and stepped forward without hesitation. The blade grazed his neck, leaving a thin crimson line. Blood droplets scattered in the air. Lin Wan's expression shifted suddenly, and an inexplicable tremor ran through her heart. Her grip on the blade loosened ever so slightly. Now, Shin Ran struck with precision. The pin in his hand turned into a weapon as sharp as a dagger meant to slay kings, stabbing forward like a flash of lightning. You. Lin Wan's voice was filled with unprecedented fury. Rhodes, gravely injured, stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned by the sudden life-and-death struggle between the pair he had thought inseparable. Lin Wan turned her head, her flowing hair whipping in the wind, her face a mix of anger and disbelief. Shan Ran's right hand trembled with sudden weakness, but he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to press on. With a sharp sound, the pin sliced through the air, leaving a crimson gash on Lin Wan's body. Under Rhodes' astonished gaze, the sharp blade grazed the woman's cheek, leaving a bleeding gash. Shin Ran cursed under his breath, damn it, frustrated at his slip. Lin Wan was first stunned, then her anger flared. You dare attack me? She demanded, her voice trembling with fury. I didn't even kill you, and yet you tried to kill me. A mix of humiliation and inexplicable heartache bubbled within Hera, feeling she had never experienced before in her life. Shin Ran had aimed for Lin Wan's swan-like neck, but only managed to graze her cheek. Without dwelling on his regret, he lunged at Lin Wan. The two were instantly locked in a fierce struggle, tumbling to the ground and rolling toward the monstrous figure that was just beginning to rise. The creature, once Edward's student Hanton, now seemed possessed by Devengo. It suddenly reached out with a roar. Shin Ran and Lin Wan, grappling on the ground, were both consumed by inner torment yet refused to yield, each determined to overpower the other. As the monster's hand reached for them, Shin Ran's expression changed drastically. With a desperate twist, he allowed Lin Wan to pin him down. Her hands closed tightly around his neck as she gritted her teeth and spat, I'll kill you. Despite her full strength, she only managed to make Shin Ran feel slightly breathless. At that moment, the creature grabbed Lin Wan by the neck from behind. Her eyes widened in shock as she let out a muffled gasp. Shin Ran watched as Lin Wan's face turned purple, feeling a mix of satisfaction and a twinge of sorrow. Judy, don't blame me, Shin Ran said hoarsely. Blame yourself. You betrayed me first. You tried to harm me first. His words made Lin Wan tremble with rage. Nearby, Rhodes, though injured, still had the strength to mock them. Cough, cough tea. You two lovebirds. I knew something was off with you, he rasped, recalling the earlier tension between Edward's granddaughter and Richard. Suddenly, Lin Wan held her breath and began muttering an eerie incantation. Shen Ran's face twisted in alarm as her long hair billowed unnaturally and her face visibly aged, wrinkles spreading rapidly until she resembled an old witch. This is the power of a witch burning through her own life force. Shen Ran's mind raced. Lin Wan had confided this secret to him. Otherwise, Richard would have never known such a thing about his girlfriend. With her newfound strength, the aged Lin Wan grabbed the monster's arms and, with a sickening crack, snapped them both. Her cloudy eyes brimmed with malice as she let out a piercing scream that nearly ruptured Shen Ran's eardrums. Thud. The scream abruptly stopped. A silver blade had pierced Lin Wan's forehead, embedding 3 fingers deep into her skull. Her body went rigid as Shen Ran froze in shock. The middle-aged man in the explorer's jacket had somehow risen to his feet. Despite the gaping wound in his chest, Rhodes stood tall like a war god, looking down at Shen Ran and the witch-like Lin Wan. "You two are quite the pair," he said weakly before coughing again. Behind him, Hanton collapsed with a thud, felled by Lin Wan's witch scream. Lin Wan, slain by Rhodes with one decisive strike, lay lifeless, her face frozen in an expression of deathly stillness. Her body fell backward, landing beside Shen Ran. Shen Ran stared blankly at Duke Rhodes, his mind a void. He felt no relief, only a profound confusion. "Is it over? Finished?" he murmured to himself. "Relax, kid," Rhodes said weakly, lowering himself to the ground. He pulled a silver flask from his coat, took a sip, then tossed it to Shen Ran. "Holy water from the sacred royal church. Drink it." Shen Ran sat up and drained the flask in one go. A soothing sensation washed over him, alleviating much of the fatigue from the intense fight. Yet, as he glanced at Judy's lifeless body beside him, his emotions remained a turbulent storm. After Shen Ran finished the holy water, Rhodes finally spoke. "Never expected your girlfriend to be a witch. All along, I thought you were the suspicious one." Shen Ran looked stunned. "Suspicious? Me?" The dim stone chamber bore the scars of their battle. Scattered gold, silver, and jewels littered the ground, enough to tempt anyone into greed. But Shen Ran and Rhodes sat silently in the center of the room, drained from their ordeal, with no desire to indulge. Surrounding them were the bodies of Edward, Judy, and Hanton. Judy's corpse, though intact, was that of an aged, grotesque witch. The corpses of Edward and Hanton were in a horrific state, the thick scent of blood in the air nauseating. I, Duke Rhodes of the Kingdom of North Yotan, leaned casually against the wall, legs splayed in a relaxed manner. Beyond this ostentatious title, I held another identity knight of the Red Moon, under the Holy Royal Church. Nearby, Shen Ran lay sprawled on the ground, arms and legs akimbo. Despite the grim surroundings, he felt a wave of relief for surviving. Hearing Rhodes mention the Holy Royal Church and the Red Moon Knights, Shen Ran curiously turned his head to look. Rhodes explained, "It's the organization Edward mentioned earlier, the one founded by the sorcerers who destroyed the Aztec Empire." Shen Ran nodded thoughtfully. "I think I understand. Clearly, you're a sharp one, Richard," Rhodes remarked approvingly. "But let me continue." His gaze shifted to Judy's lifeless body. Half a year ago, a tablet related to the Aztec Empire was unearthed. Strangely, the church received no word of it, and the tablet ended up at Tulip University. The kingdom sent people to demand Edward Adam hand it over, but he claimed it wasn't the celestial scripture and that he had already deciphered part of it. This piqued our curiosity. Shen Ran's mind stirred. "So, you started investigating?" "Exactly." Rhodes turned to him. "The church wanted to know if your knowledge was genuinely profound, or if you had other connections to the Aztec Empire." Shen Ran thought of Judy. Recalling Richard's memories, many seemingly genius discoveries appeared to have her influence behind them. Rhodes chuckled. "To be honest, you were our initial suspect. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," Shen Ran replied, shaking his head. He looked mournfully at Judith's body, his hand trembling as he caressed her aged, wrinkled face. His voice choked with emotion. "I never imagined Judy would." Rhodes, unfazed by the display of grief, continued, "My goal was to investigate thoroughly. Now it seems the outcome isn't too bad. Judy was the only witch, and there doesn't appear to be any larger force behind her." He gave a faint smile. "You can rest easy. When we leave, you'll see people from the church waiting outside." "Oh, and I apologize for killing your little girlfriend. But you saw her true nature in the end. Witches are indeed terrifying." Shen Ran forced a bitter smile, thinking how complete this deep blue world seemed, even as his thoughts wandered to other matters. At that moment, Rhodes stood up, scanning the room before his gaze settled on a stone wall etched with a pentagram. Shen Ran immediately followed suit. Standing as well, Rhodes tapped the wall, confirming a hollow behind it, and then punched through it with his bare hands. As chunks of rock fell away, they revealed a head-sized hole containing a black, egg-shaped object. Shen Ran's attention sharpened instantly. Rhodes carefully retrieved the black egg, glanced at Shinran, and asked, "You know what this is, don't you?" Shinran chose to stay silent, sighing inwardly with regret. He thought, if only I could return and use the star energy portal to enter this deep blue world myself, I might have been able to claim this mysterious seed. But such a notion was far too naive. Unless Lin Wainer more precisely, Qin Wanchikal mobilized the collective resources of the Earth Federation, it would be nearly impossible. Without the unique existence of the Deep Blue Network, I wouldn't even qualify to step into this world alone. After some consideration, Shunran spoke. I think this isn't something good. Exactly, Rhodes nodded, his expression solemn. Historically, the Aztec Empire's kings gained extraordinary powers because of this so-called seed. But it also led them to proclaim themselves as god-men, treating others as mere insects. That kingdom was shrouded in darkness. On a whim, the king would slaughter countless young girls and boys, and the people believed it to be justified. They saw themselves as superior beings, above all others. To sustain this, they would kill even more innocent lives, offering sacrifices to their gods in exchange for the seed. Rhodes' words carried a deep concern for ordinary people, revealing him as a knight with a strong sense of justice. Not meant for ordinary people, Shinran murmured to himself. Suddenly, Rhodes tucked the black egg into his pouch. Shinran's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of wariness flashing across his face. Raz noticed the shift in the atmosphere and softly said, "All right, let's go. This place is suffocating." The two of them re-entered the narrow underground tunnel, winding their way forward. Following closely behind Raz, Shunran occasionally let his gaze fall on Raz's back. A persistent thought lingered in his mind. Could this self-proclaimed righteous knight also be tempted by that mysterious seed? Yet, in the end, he chose to remain silent. When they finally emerged from the underground cave, the sight before them left Shunran slightly surprised. Although the sky was still shrouded in dark clouds, the mountainside was filled with knights of the Holy Church clad in armor, along with a few mysterious elders dressed in robes. Raz quickly stepped forward to report the situation to the group. All eyes immediately turned to Shunran, filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Raz promptly defended him. He's fine. In fact, he even stood against his witch girlfriend in the name of justice. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions softened slightly. One of the elders, dressed in a white robe, approached Shunran at a measured pace and unexpectedly extended an olive branch. "Richard Leto, would you be willing to join the Holy Church?" Shinran did not respond immediately but gave a slight nod. He felt such a significant decision should be left to the real Richard. After the ceremony concluded, Shunran stood alone, surveying his surroundings. The bodies of Sherry and Bauer were nowhere to be seen, likely taken care of by the church. He glanced back at the bottomless underground cave, his thoughts drifting to the peculiar experiences he had just been through, which now felt like a surreal dream. Still, whenever he thought of Judy or rather Lin Wan and Qin Wanxi, a dull ache stirred in his chest. "She's not even dead," he murmured, then startled himself with his own thoughts. "Wait, why do I even care about her?" Shinran shook his head, trying to clear his mind. That spell wasn't completed. There should only be a connection if it finished. How could I possibly fall for a stranger because of something like this? He forced himself to push these thoughts aside. What followed was a rush of excitement. Not only had he successfully completed this beginner's mission, but he also gained several unexpected rewards. Most importantly, he was eager to find out what kind of rewards awaited him when he returned to the Deep Blue Network. With that thought, Shinran joined Raz and the others, full of anticipation as he awaited the conclusion of the 24-hour mission. Meanwhile, members of the church re-entered the underground cave. Suddenly, the sky cleared, and moonlight spilled down, illuminating the cavern. Out of nowhere, the waters in the cave began to rise. In the eerie, shadowy depths, a ghostly figure resembling Judy drifted like a wraith, eventually settling by the sacrificial pit amidst a pile of ritual bones. Anyone who had witnessed this scene would have been struck with bone-chilling terror. "Richard. It hurts, I'm so cold, where are you?" The woman's voice, both sorrowful and venomous, echoed through the water-filled cavern. "Didn't we promise to be together forever, for all eternity?" At the same time, on a highly advanced technological planet, a sprawling metropolis of modern structures surrounded a singular, retro-style central building. Inside one of its pristine, spacious rooms, an exceptionally beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. Though she had returned to the real world, Qin Wancher's consciousness remained trapped in the agony of her failure. Her chest rose and fell sharply, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Instinctively, she touched her cheek. While there was no physical wound, it felt as though her heart had been brutally slashed. The memory of that man, that single, piercing moment refused to fade from her mind. Shunran, Qin Wancher softly uttered his name, a subtle yet enigmatic smile curling at the corners of her pink lips. "Now that I know your real name, do you really think you can escape the palm of my hand?" A tranquil countryside town, with nightfall gently descending. Shan Ran lay on a simple, makeshift bed, faintly hearing the footsteps of the church's patrol outside. He closed his eyes, replaying the news he had heard earlier in the day. The incident had alarmed the upper echelons of the kingdom of North Udon, and a prince himself would come to summon him at dawn. Shan Ran let out a bitter smile and shook his head, murmuring to himself, "An opportunity like this rightfully belongs to the rightful heir, Richard Leto." He sighed softly. "I hope we meet again someday in a different way." Reaching for a small mirror by the bedside, Shan Ran gazed at his reflection. This brief and peculiar experience had left an indelible impression on him. After a moment, he placed the mirror back and turned his eyes toward the dense darkness outside the window. The 24 hours were almost up. Calmly, Shan Ran placed his hands over his chest and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task 1. Survive for 24 hours. Complete. Task 2. Explore the Aztec Empire's ruins. Complete. Tasks completed. Initiating settlement. Hidden condition triggered. Advanced seed awarded to Rhodes Von Mann. ZX 33.417 Deep Blue World Transformation Rate. 57. 17 Beginner Tutorial Reward. 1,000 Deep Blue Points. Hidden Objective Reward. 3,000 Deep Blue Points. Congratulations to user 09, G Yen, on officially becoming a Deep Blue Network user. Level 5 access unlocked. You can now inquire about more topics, redeem greater rewards, and access more Deep Blue worlds. The user will disconnect from the neural link and return to the Deep Blue network in 60 seconds. Please prepare. Countdown. 59, 58, 57. As the countdown progressed, Shan Ran felt an unprecedented darkness engulf him. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had traversed millennia, his soul trapped in a black box devoid of time and space. Abruptly, Shan Ran's eyes snapped open, and he found himself inside an apparatus resembling a nutrient pod. The deep blue liquid glow was rapidly fading. Gasping for breath, he felt his consciousness return from the abyss of darkness, his chest tightening with lingering unease. Instinctively, he touched his chest and murmured, "I'm back?" The moment he disconnected from the neural link left him with an indescribable sensation like a heartbeat suddenly skipping a beat on a monitor. Shan Ran glanced around and saw himself standing behind a door. He recalled its mysterious blue glow when he first entered, like an endless ocean. Now, with the tide receded, only a confined space remained. Shan Ran stepped out of the small room into the main hall. At the center stood a silver-white orb, which spoke in a neutral tone, "Welcome back." Its voice reminded Shan Ran of a smart home assistant. Remembering that he had unlocked level 5 access after completing the beginner tutorial, Shan Ran tentatively asked, "What is a seed?" This time, the silver-white orb responded, "Seeds are entities scattered across the deep blue worlds by divine forces, meant to inspire the stars. Beyond silicon-based life, carbon-based organisms can evolve through seeds. Seeds are categorized into special, advanced, intermediate, and basic tiers. Starstones can activate seeds, granting access to the Deep Blue network. A basic seed requires level 4 access and 100,000 Deep Blue points to redeem. An intermediate seed requires level 3 access and 500,000 Deep Blue points." A surge of information washed over him, and Shan Ran furrowed his brows. The response reminded him of an automated customer service bot. Cutting to the chase, he asked, "Who scattered these seeds?" The silver orb remained silent. Shan Ran pressed on, "Who created the Deep Blue network?" Still, there was no response. "What is the purpose of these missions in other worlds? Are there any risks associated with the seeds? Could I, like Richard Leto in ZX 33.417 Deep Blue World, someday have another user Neuralink into me?" Shan Ran fired off a barrage of questions. To his surprise, the orb responded to his final query. "No, unless you consent. Once you become a formal user, other users cannot connect to you through the neural network protocol without your permission." Shan Ran's heart tightened. He pressed further. "Does that mean I was at risk before?" "Yes," the orb replied bluntly. A wave of unease washed over Shan Ran. He asked again, "Are the seeds creations of human civilization?" The orb fell silent once more. "How long has the Deep Blue network existed?" Shan Ran persisted. This time, the silver orb posed a cryptic question instead. "A wounded monkey cries out for help to a passing human, but the human quickly runs away. Why?" Shan Ran frowned, pondering for a moment, before admitting, "I don't know." The orb provided the answer. "The human cannot understand the monkey's cries, and the monkey cannot use human language." Shan Ran's expression suddenly darkened. He fixed his gaze on the metallic sphere, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Are you mocking me, comparing me to a monkey?" The metallic sphere responded mechanically, "I mean no offense. I am merely an auxiliary tool without self-awareness. My purpose is to help you understand that you currently lack the capacity to grasp the profound truths of the universe. These answers are also difficult to convey in human language. Shan Ran furrowed his brows, trying to process these words. Two things became clear to him. First, his access level was insufficient. Second, his current understanding was akin to that of a middle school student just starting to learn physics, attempting to comprehend the grand unified theory of the universe. While his intentions were good, his approach was evidently flawed. Unlike most teenagers, Shun Ran had an intense curiosity about deeper questions. Most people might simply immerse themselves in exploring the Deep Blue network, focusing on tasks, rewards, and surface-level metrics like Deep Blue points. Suppressing his pursuit of ultimate answers for now, Shun Ran shifted his focus and asked, "How much time has passed in the real world?" 24 hours, 15 minutes, and 3 seconds. The sphere replied with precision. Shin Ran pondered for a moment, realizing that the flow of time in the Deep Blue network, including the Deep Blue world, was identical to that of the real world. He glanced around the room and suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. "Can you add a chair to this room? I don't want to keep standing or sitting on the floor." As soon as he finished speaking, a soft, comfortable sofa chair appeared out of thin air in the silver-white room. The metallic sphere continued, "You may customize the design of the chair. Would you like to?" "No need," Shinran replied, settling into the sofa as he began to organize his thoughts. He reflected on the newbie tutorial task he had just completed. On the surface, the boss was Di Winge, and his ally was his teammate Lin Qinwanshe. But as the storyline unfolded, the seeds of the Aztec Empire emerged, and the competition among Deep Blue users became unusually intense. Ironically, his true ally turned out to be the seemingly unremarkable Luo Zi. This indicated that tasks involving the neural network protocol were of immense importance to their original world. Additionally, Lin Wan, who had taken over the host body of Judy, played a significant role, accounting for nearly 80 of the mission's progress. Shin Ran's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa as he carefully analyzed the task. His third uncle had only given him an unidentified level seed, and a star stone, nothing else. In the Deep Blue network, everything had to be figured out on his own. He needed to proceed cautiously and think comprehensively. Finally, Shun Ran sighed. "Now I understand why this mission was considered a newbie tutorial for me. The real boss, the witch Judy, was my girlfriend, and my true ally was a justice-driven knight of the church. If not for Qin Wanshe, it seems like I wouldn't have needed to lift a finger to pass the mission." He shook his head, gaining a deeper understanding of how to navigate the Deep Blue world. The next time he encountered a similar situation, he wouldn't be as inexperienced. Turning his attention back to the metallic sphere, Shun Ran asked the question that intrigued him the most. "What are Deep Blue points?" The sphere explained, "Deep Blue points are rewards earned upon completing tasks. The more challenging the task, the higher the points awarded. These points can be exchanged for various items in the marketplace. However, please note that items surpassing the technological or cultural level of the user's world cannot be used lightly. If such items are used, the corresponding Deep Blue points will be deducted based on their actual impact." A flicker of curiosity crossed Shun Ran's eyes. "What happens if I don't have enough Deep Blue points to cover the deduction?" "You will be forced to undertake a Gray Mist mission," the metallic sphere replied. Shin Ran's interest was piqued. Gray Mist mission? But the sphere remained silent, indicating that the information was beyond his current access level. Realizing this, Shun Ran figured he might have to gather such information from other users. What about hidden conditions? Shin Ran recalled the hidden condition he had fulfilled and the concept of world modification rates. After Luozi acquired the seed, it seemed to have caused him to influence that world, increasing the modification rate by 17 points. This left Shin Ran feeling uneasy. The metallic sphere elaborated, "The Deep Blue network requires users to exercise restraint in their actions within the Deep Blue world while simultaneously encouraging exploration. Hidden conditions are critical choices that can significantly impact the Deep Blue world." Impact another world? Shin Ran mulled over this for a moment before asking, "Has our world ever been influenced by Deep Blue users from other worlds?" Once again, the sphere remained silent, clearly indicating that this question exceeded Shun Ran's current access level. A bit disappointed, Shin Ran stood up from the sofa. "How do I access the marketplace? I want to see what's available for exchange." Instantly, the silver-white room transformed, and a projection screen appeared, resembling a game marketplace. Unfortunately, several options were grayed out, indicating they required higher access levels to unlock. However, even within the 5th level access page, there were plenty of items that caught Shinran's attention. Deep Blue points can be exchanged for real-world currency? 1 point equals 300 Mars credits, but only 200 Federation credits? Isn't the real-world exchange rate between Mars and the Earth Federation 1 to 10? Shinran asked in surprise. He then pointed to a compact radiation gun. "This radiation gun costs 300 Deep Blue points. If I purchase it, how will I receive it? Also, this item doesn't seem too advanced compared to the real world, so its impact should be minimal, right?" The metallic sphere explained, "As long as you are within a civilized area, The package's location will be sent to you within 12 hours via a notification. Shinran pondered whether this implied that the Deep Blue network had an extension in the real world, such as a delivery system. It also seemed that users needed to retrieve items themselves, rather than having them delivered directly. Beyond currency and the radiation gun, the marketplace offered many unique items, though Shinran noticed there were no low-level magical items available. Suddenly, one item caught his eye. The 3-chi protection diagram? This item was marked in gold, seemingly a highly recommended purchase within the 5th level access. Its value-at-cost ratio was astonishingly high, making it almost a must-have. Shinran's gaze locked onto the mysterious item, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Shinran extended his finger and lightly tapped on the product icon. Instantly, a line of information appeared before his eyes. 3-chi protective body diagram, designed to activate the second stage of the seed. This method integrates internal and external cultivation, enhancing both energy and strength with remarkable speed. Practicing it even for one day will result in a strong sensation of energy. Mastery can be achieved in 30 days, with inner force becoming full and powerful, and striking ability as swift and penetrating as lightning. Surprised, Shinran caught onto a key phrase, activate the second stage of the seed. This triggered memories of the changes he had experienced after encountering that mysterious seed. A drastic increase in appetite, a more athletic physique, doubled strength, and enhanced brain and organ functions. Not to mention that peculiar reaction caused by Dong Sanlang's strange food itching in his head, a burning sensation throughout his body, and a surge of heat flowing inside him. So, there really are stages of change? Shinran mused, then immediately turned to the metallic sphere for answers. The sphere's mechanical voice responded, based on scan results, user Ji Yin is currently at the end of the first stage. Intelligent analysis indicates a 99.9 recommendation rate for the 3-chi protective body diagram. This confirmation both thrilled and unsettled Shinran. He had assumed that evolution was a natural, effortless process, perhaps even fantasized that another exposure to the Starstone would push him to the next stage. But reality, it seemed, was far more complex. His gaze returned to the 3-chi protective body diagram displayed on the marketplace screen. Shinran couldn't help but associate it with the breakthrough pills often mentioned in novels. This kind of advancement method filled him with a vague unease. Looking ahead, would every upgrade require exchanging something like this? Wouldn't that mean all users of the Deep Blue network and even entire civilizations were being bound to this system? Who exactly created this system? Shinran's curiosity was insatiable, but he quickly suppressed these thoughts. Forget it. Overthinking won't help. I should focus on my own growth. Refocusing on the marketplace, Shinran's pupils suddenly contracted 900 Deep Blue points for the 3-chi protective body diagram. He had only earned 1,000 points after completing the beginner tutorial. It was as if the system was squeezing users dry, more precisely than even a toothpaste company. Worse yet, this wasn't some optional item with decent cost-effectiveness, it was an essential tool. Grinding his teeth, Shinran confirmed the exchange. The system's notification tone immediately followed. Ding. User Ji Yin has successfully exchanged for the 3-chi protective body diagram, consuming 900 Deep Blue points. A mix of pain and excitement washed over Shinran as he recalled the product description. Practicing it for just one day would result in a strong sensation of energy, and mastery in 30 days would lead to full inner force and strikes as swift and penetrating as lightning. Could I really cultivate hidden energy like in martial arts novels? He wondered. In the real world, Shinran's physical abilities already rivaled those of top-tier athletes. Back in the pre-mechanical era of the 21st century, he would undoubtedly have been considered a campus warrior, but against today's high-tech materials used in mechanical prosthetics, ordinary physical strength was utterly ineffective. Suddenly, a beam of light struck Shinran's forehead. In an instant, the complete information for the 3-chi protective body diagrams of body movements and written instructions flooded his mind. His breathing quickened as an overwhelming urge to try it out consumed him. However, he forced himself to resist the impulse and continued browsing the marketplace. Beyond the 3-chi protective body diagram, there were countless other intriguing items, including a lucky charm priced at 1,500 points, which claimed to slightly enhance one's luck, a truly fascinating concept. Abruptly, Shinran furrowed his brows. Wait, something's not right. The boss's situation in the real world is still uncertain. I need to save some Deep Blue points for emergencies. He decisively closed the marketplace interface. If not for the fortunate trigger of a hidden condition that rewarded him with 3,000 points, he might already have been completely broke. This only underscored the scarcity and importance of Deep Blue points. They couldn't be squandered recklessly. As he prepared to exit, another critical question surfaced in Shinran's mind. How do I log back into the Deep Blue network next time? Is there a time limit? The metallic sphere responded. The Starstone can activate the seed, allowing you to log into the Deep Blue network at any time with no time restrictions. However, It is recommended to log in at least once a month and complete tasks. Otherwise, the system may reduce your permissions accordingly. Got it? Shunran nodded. Just as he was about to leave, another question suddenly struck him. His eyes widened. Wait, one last question. What level is my seed? He recalled the metallic sphere's earlier mention of seed classifications: special, high, medium, and ordinary. The thought made Shunran's heart race with anticipation. The scan result is code 09. User G Yin. Your seed is in an abnormal state, and specific data cannot be retrieved. The metallic sphere's mechanical voice echoed through the empty shop. Shunran froze, completely unprepared for such a result. The metallic sphere continued. Based on the memory carrier detected within your seed, it can be determined that this seed is of advanced or higher grade. Only seeds of advanced grade or above possess memory carriers. Shinran's mind raced. An advanced grade seed or higher. He recalled the previous information. A basic seed required 100,000 deep blue points. An intermediate seed cost 500,000 points. So an advanced seed must be over 1,000,000 points? 1,000,000 deep blue points could buy a starship. His heart began to pound as disbelief washed over him. Was this really a birthday gift from third uncle? How incredible was his third uncle to afford something like this? What exactly is a memory carrier? Shinran pressed further, but the metallic sphere remained silent, as if restricted by insufficient permissions. Even so, Shunran had gathered enough information. Once despondent over his fallout with the main party, he now felt a renewed sense of hope from this deep blue network login. He couldn't wait to start practicing the 3-chi protective diagram in Li Dong Sanlang, Li Xin, and the others toward a brighter future. Log out, Shunran said softly. Opening his eyes, reality came back into focus. Shinran stood up and carefully placed the starstone back into its box. The shop fell into darkness once more, but he could feel his body growing increasingly heated from the starstone's radiation. He pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Through the swirling smoke, he took out his phone, its glow piercing the dim surroundings. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to call his family first. On the other end of the line, Shin Yingying's voice cracked with a mix of surprise and joy, her tears betraying long-held worry. Leaning against the wall, Shinran took a deep drag from his cigarette and said calmly, "As long as you and Annie are safe, that's all that matters. Take care of yourselves, and for now, don't go back to school." He considered suggesting they move closer to the police station, but knowing the situation involved starstones and star energy technology and that many within the government were pressuring Shun Xiuzhu for intel, ultimately held back. "It's not your fault," Shinran reassured her gently. "I'll find a way to come back and see you and Annie soon." After hanging up, Shunran immediately dialed another number. The moment the call connected, Li Xion's angry voice erupted. "I thought you were dead. I'm seriously mad this time." Shinran, "Where the hell have you been? Do you even know what's happening with the boss right now?" Shinran silently let Li Xion vent. Only after he had finished did Shinran speak. "I was unconscious all day. Where are you guys now?" "The high-tech zone at my place." "All right, I'm heading over now." Shinran stubbed out his cigarette and left the long-abandoned shop without looking back. In the midair of the city, a hovering car glided smoothly through the skyline. Shinran sat in the backseat, clutching an old-fashioned cell phone as he spoke with Li Xian. The driver cast occasional glances at his unusual passenger through the rearview mirror, silently wondering. How could someone who could afford such an expensive hovercar still be using such an outdated communication device? "How's the boss doing now?" Shinran asked urgently, his brows furrowed. Li Xian, "Don't beat around the bush, just tell me straight." "Whoa, Shinran, what's with the sudden change in tone?" Li Xian sounded both startled and annoyed. "If I didn't know it was you, I'd think I was getting scolded by some big shot from the surface city." Shunran rubbed his temples, realizing his tone had indeed been a bit harsh. He reflected to himself it might be that his experiences in the deep blue world had changed him, or maybe those extraordinary abilities had started to affect his attitude. Just as he was about to soften his tone, a thought crossed his mind. If Li Xian still had the energy to bicker, then the boss probably wasn't in any immediate danger. "Let me talk to the boss," Shunran said, shifting his approach. "Quick on the uptake, aren't you?" Li Xian muttered grudgingly before adding, "Because of your situation, we really hit the jackpot this time." "Enough with the commentary, just let me speak to him," Shunran insisted. "How long until you get here?" "About 10 minutes. Then we'll talk when you arrive." "Things are a bit complicated right now," Li Xian said, pausing before adding, "Oh, and Shinran, be careful. Sister Qinwei is easier to deal with, but when he's got some serious beef with you." 13 minutes later, the hovercar descended to the ground. Shinran stepped out and surveyed his surroundings. The familiar street scene greeted him. A street lamp that had been broken for years was still flickering erratically, while laughter spilled out from a nearby convenience store where a group of students had gathered after school. As he passed the gates of the Guanlan Bay residential complex, Shinran glanced briefly at the entrance before turning toward a more rundown neighborhood. He stopped in front of a dilapidated building, ignoring the walls plastered with illegal advertisements and the creaking elevator. Instead, he took the stairs all the way to the top floor. Knocking lightly on the door, he was met with the face of a cute little blonde girl peeking out through the crack. "Hi there. Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Wendy asked, feigning innocence. Shenran studied the mischievous little girl for a moment before replying. "I'm looking for a little angel, Wendy." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Inside, Li Xian looked at Wendy in confusion. What was that about? Too smooth talking. No way, that's the infuriating Shinwudi. Wendy called out toward the inner room. Sister Qin Wei, we're in trouble. The government made a clone of Shinwudi and sent it here. Where's the gun? We've got to take it down fast. The door reopened moments later, and Li Xian, looking puzzled, ushered Shenran inside. He gave Shenran's arm a firm squeeze. You're really Shenran, right? Nope, I'm Richard Riddick, Shenran joked, then spread his hands. Of course I'm real. If I can't fool Wendy, do you really think I could fool someone as dense as you? Richard? What the heck is that? Li Xian muttered, scratching his head. Wendy sat sulking on the couch, her back to Shenran, fiddling with an old handheld gaming console. Shenran wasn't sure how to ease her mood. After all, because of him, everyone had been forced to abandon the villa and were now possibly facing being hunted as fugitives by the government. You're back? Are you okay? A familiar voice called out. Shenran immediately looked up, relief washing over him as he stood. Boss. Before the man himself appeared, a rich aroma wafted through the room. Shenran froze in place. Moments later, Dong Sanling emerged from the kitchen, carefully carrying a large bowl of steaming soup. He set it down on the coffee table before turning to Shenran. What's the matter? You look much better. By the way, you didn't forget what I taught you on the way back, did you? You weren't followed, were you? Shenran stood there, dumbfounded, and blurted out, Boss, what happened to your hair? Dong Sanlang ran a hand over his smooth, bald head and chuckled. My katana broke, so I figured I'd ditch the samurai top knot too. Honestly, I think I look pretty good like this, don't you? It's all because of you. Wendy suddenly interjected. That day, when the Bosch chip malfunctioned, most of his BOTUS systems broke down. Even the Caozi gang couldn't fix it. We barely managed to save his life. Now his brain's too unstable to handle another chip's practically a walking liability. Wendy slammed down her handheld console, glaring at Shenran with fiery eyes, her face flushed red. What did you just say? Useless person? Do you want me to hit you? Her voice carried both anger and a clear threat. At that moment, Qin Wei walked out from the inner room. She was wearing a white cropped t-shirt with a vibrant red cartoon character printed on it. Her long legs were wrapped tightly in light blue jeans, accentuating her perfect curves. Beneath her wavy hair was a delicate, oval-shaped face, and her complexion looked healthy. However, Shenran's gaze seemed magnetically drawn to Dong Saburo. At this moment, Saburo was still clad in his black coat adorned with sunflowers. His tall frame remained imposing, but he appeared noticeably thinner. His protruding bones robbed him of the commanding presence of a warrior he once had, making him seem more like a malnourished, ordinary man. Saburo ignored Wendy and Qin Wei entirely, turning and heading toward the kitchen. Shenran quickly followed, offering, Let me help you. Saburo reached out and lightly pushed Shenran aside. The push was so feeble it was almost imperceptible, yet Shenran froze in place as if struck by a heavy blow. After Saburo left, Shenran turned to Qin Wei, his voice filled with worry. Boss, is he really done for? Qin Wei lit a slim cigarette and exhaled a slow puff of smoke. Depends on what you mean. Saburo certainly can't be a hunter anymore, but being an ordinary person isn't so bad, right? She said, continuing to smoke in the living room. Wendy waved her hands frantically to disperse the smoke, her face scrunched up in discomfort. Shenran was silent for a moment before asking, Is there really no way? Qin Wei shook her head. What way? Do you think that place I took you to, that doctor, is just anyone? If it weren't for Liang Zibo's immense influence, that old man would be at NH Biomedical Research Center at Lihua University right now. Mars is hopeless. Maybe the Earth Federation has a shot. The heavy atmosphere didn't last long. Soon, Saburo returned with several dishes in hand. The clock struck 7 p.m., and the cracked television screen was broadcasting Fire City News. The group gathered around the coffee table to eat. The environment in Li Xian's home was abysmal, clutter everywhere and a broken air system that made the room unbearably stuffy. Yet, the aroma of Saburo's cooking was irresistible. For dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. Shenran had long known of Saburo's exceptional culinary skills, though Saburo himself often found ordinary recipes dull and preferred experimenting with unusual, dark cuisine. This is amazing, Li Xian exclaimed between mouthfuls. Boss, if you cooked like this all the time, we wouldn't need to be bounty hunters. Why not open a late-night diner? Qin Wei ate gracefully, taking small bites. If you're going to open something, make it a high-end restaurant. I know some wealthy people who could supply exotic ingredients and hire specialists to handle them. Just as Shunran was about to pick up a piece of tofu, Wendy quickly snatched it away. He smiled and placed a piece of meat into Wendy's bowl instead, prompting the little girl to finally stop swinging her legs under the table. Only Saburo didn't touch his chopsticks. His eyes remained fixed on the TV news, a complex expression flickering in his gaze. Suddenly, he asked, "Have your accounts been frozen?" "No, not yet. I already withdrew my money," the others replied one after another. Saburo nodded thoughtfully. It seems the Sovereign Party hasn't made further moves for now. But the Federal Security Bureau won't let this trail go cold. His attention returned to the screen, where a man in sunglasses carrying a briefcase appeared briefly before vanishing from view. That investigator from the Earth Federation? He's terrifying. Forced the Joker into a corner where he was nearly caught alive in an unknown encounter. After the meal, Saburo retrieved a few bottles of liquor from beneath the sofa, pouring a glass for everyone, including the young Wendy. Finally, he poured a full glass into an empty cup and placed it at an unoccupied seat. Though Saburo had lost his former warrior's aura, the moment he stood, he exuded a unique charisma. Slowly, he spoke. The rich upload their consciousness to the cloud before they die. They call it heaven. I remember Mal joking once that we couldn't afford heaven, that people like us only go to hell after death. I told him, hell isn't something you go to after you die. When you do bad things, you're already living in hell. Mal has been living in hell all along. Now he's free. Good for him. The room fell into a solemn silence. Shenran, Qinwei, Li Xian, and even little Wendy, who barely reached Shunran's waist, all stood up. Each of them raised their glass of fiery crimson liquor and downed it in one gulp, honoring their fallen comrade. Wendy started coughing violently, tears streaming down her face as she choked. Shinran quickly patted her back and gently urged, "Don't force yourself if you can't finish it." "Shut up." Wendy suddenly snapped, her voice filled with anger. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even." Her words trailed off as her eyes reddened. Stubbornly, she took another swig of alcohol. The rush of liquor flushed her face bright red, making her cheeks resemble a pair of rosy apples. Sakamoto Taro shot a glance at Qinwei, who immediately understood and gently helped Wendy into the inner room. Left in the living room were only Sakamoto Taro, Shunran, and Li Xian. Li Xian silently tidied up the mess on the coffee table, while Shunran stared at Sakamoto's bald head, guilt gnawing at him. "Boss, don't worry. I promise I'll figure out a way to fix this for you," Shinran vowed earnestly. To his surprise, Sakamoto looked puzzled. "Fix? Fix what? Why would I need fixing?" Thinking the other didn't believe him, Shinran frowned and said, "Boss, I've had some unusual experiences. I'm sure I can find a way to cure you." But Sakamoto suddenly changed the subject, picking up an orange from the table and slowly peeling it. "How was the food I made tonight?" "It was delicious. Everyone really enjoyed it," Shinran replied honestly. Sakamoto's fingers worked skillfully on the orange as he spoke in a calm tone. "You see, this is just who I am. When I obsess over chasing something, it always ends in chaos. But when I let go of those thoughts, even making a simple meal feels pretty good." Watching Sakamoto now, Shunran's guilt deepened. But before he could say anything, Sakamoto continued, "This isn't your fault. You don't need to carry any negative feelings because of it. You probably don't understand, yet hope is often the most torturous thing." There was a trace of resignation in Sakamoto's voice. "After that battle, I gave up on those ideas. Wendy says I'm a useless man now, and honestly, it's not so bad. I don't have to think about Earth, the deep blue world, or intergalactic adventures anymore. For now, I have enough funds to get by for a while. They'll just be a cook for now and wait to see what the mainstream party, the Mars government, and the Earth Federation do next." It felt like he was chatting with an old friend, yet also as though he was talking to himself. Shinran listened, a complex mix of emotions churning within him, impossible to put into words. Just then, Sakamoto finished peeling the orange, split it into two halves, and handed one to Shunran. Casually, he asked, "By the way, Shun, what's your take on the challenges we might face next? How do you plan to deal with them?" Shunran froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Sakamoto studied the young man, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Why are you just standing there? I'm in this state because of you. Qinwei and Wendy have been dragged into this mess because of you, unsure of what lies ahead." In the poorly lit, dilapidated room, the former Brank hunter Sakamoto Taro locked eyes with Shunran. "Shun, don't you realize it yet? Either we go our separate ways, or it's up to you to step up and take the lead now. Can you do that?" Li Zin's home was quite small, a two-bedroom apartment with a living room that barely measured 30 square meters. The space was cluttered with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Dong Saburo lay lazily on a worn-out leather sofa, having just finished eating a meticulously peeled orange. His face carried a languid expression as he glanced around, frowning slightly. "This environment is really subpar. You can probably tell I've always had pretty high standards for things, Dong Saburo remarked, his gaze settling on the television. The screen had a crack in the upper right corner, and the colors were slightly distorted as it played the news. Li Xian emerged from the kitchen, having just finished washing the dishes, and overheard Dong Saburo's comment. He gave an awkward laugh, unsure of how to respond. To him, this environment was perfectly ordinary. It was Dong Saburo's grand villa that seemed like a rarity in life. I thought you weren't going to take charge anymore. I was just chatting with Sister Chinwei about whether we should open a restaurant, Li Xian said with a simple, honest smile. Dong Saburo turned his head to look at the young man sitting next to Shunran. If I opened a restaurant, what about you? Planning to be a waiter or a cashier? Either works, Li Xian replied with a sheepish grin, as if genuinely envisioning such a life. I enjoy driving. I could deliver the food. At that, Dong Saburo let out a derisive laugh. No ambition. Didn't that Qi King from the Caozi gang extend an olive branch to you? Qi King? Isn't he a rank hunter? There's no way I've ever met someone like that, Li Xian said, looking confused. Dong Saburo's expression softened. I don't want to open a restaurant. In truth, he felt fortunate to have a teammate like Li Zensomyeon who appeared naive, but never lost his head in critical moments and remained fiercely loyal. And for Li Xian and Shunran, meeting Dong Saburo was a stroke of luck as well. I don't like serving others. I don't want to spend my energy figuring out how to satisfy other people's desires, Dong Saburo said, then suddenly turned to Shunran, who had been silent all this time. Nudging Shinran's arm with his foot, he asked, why aren't you saying anything? Shinran finally spoke, his voice low. I don't know. I've only been in this line of work for 4 months. I haven't even completed a truly challenging mission yet. I'm still too inexperienced and have caused trouble for everyone. He was still holding the orange in his hand. Li Xian looked at Shunran in confusion, then glanced at Dong Saburo, who was staring intently at Shunran. It seemed he understood something, so he chose to remain silent. Do you think you're not capable? Dong Saburo asked. No, Shunran shook his head. He had recently completed a particularly unique task in the Deep Blue Network, one that, in some ways, rivaled the complexity of real-world assignments. So, are you thinking about calling it quits? Dong Saburo sat up straight. No, not at all. Shunran immediately denied it. After causing so much hardship for everyone, how could he even consider disbanding the team? That was unthinkable. Dong Saburo chuckled. I get it, you're worried about Chinwei and Wendy, aren't you? Shunran stayed silent. Kid, do you think this is some kind of government job transfer? Do you expect me to pave the way for you, make arrangements, and provide assurances? Dong Saburo teased, though his tone carried a hint of approval. He could see that while Shunran appeared conflicted, he actually had the resolve and willingness to step up as the team's core. However, as with many things, Shunran needed to feign hesitation to bring up concerns and gather information to prepare for what lay ahead. Taking a sip of his drink, Dong Saburo began explaining to Shunran in detail. I know you have a relative working in a high position within the Earth Federation, but we're not exactly important figures. We don't even qualify as a real gang. With Mars' death, our team is down to just 5 members, including you and Li Xian. Do you know who Chinwei is? Have you heard of the Qin family from Taiha Manufacturing? Dong Saburo asked. She's Qin Zongquan's third daughter. She left home 13 years ago because she wasn't happy with the family's plans for her. Let me make this clear, there's no way Chinwei would ever have a conflict of interest with you. Shinran's head shot up in surprise. Taiha Manufacturing was a dominant force in Huaqing, specializing in precision instruments, high-end mechanical prosthetics, and machining. The Qin family was a major branch within the company, controlling about 30% of its influence. News about the Qin family often made headlines in the media. As for Wendy, her father was a good friend of mine who passed away early. I've been helping take care of her since she was 4. Wendy is only 8 years old now. Do you really think she could have any conflicts with you? Dong Saburo continued. And as for Li Xian, do you honestly think he'd ever clash with you, his brother, over who's in charge? As the conversation unfolded, Li Xian finally pieced everything together. His suspicions were confirmed. Dong Saburo, though seemingly defeated, wasn't ready to leave this line of work just yet. It seemed he wanted Shunran to take the reins. Li Xian immediately turned to look at Shunran. Shinran reached out and grabbed a bottle of rum from the coffee table, smoothly pouring a glass for each of the 3 of them. The amber liquid swirled in the glasses, releasing a rich, mellow aroma. Boss, aren't you still not planning to retire and leave this world behind? Shunran suddenly asked with a sly smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Dong Sanlang picked up his glass and shook his head lightly. I'm tired. My health issues are very real. I am lucky just to still be alive. He paused for a moment before continuing. But as for completely retiring, over the years, I've built up a lot of connections and channels. Those things can generate value continuously. Even with just a little work each month, the profit is at least 200,000 Mars credits. You'll understand once you take over. The 2 clinked glasses, the clear sound ringing out as their glasses met. Shinran drank his in one gulp, then turned to Dong Sanlang and said, "Boss, you've always been a mentor and benefactor to me. I'll do anything you ask, as long as it doesn't go against my principles. I'm willing." With that, Shinran picked up the half-eaten orange on the table and took a bite, savoring it. "Not bad. Sweet and tangy," he remarked. "That's the answer I was waiting for. Finally, I can relax a little," Dong Sanling said as he leaned back into the sofa, stretching his body. The light reflected off his shiny bald head, making him particularly striking. He looked at Shunran with satisfaction. "Now I can start living like one of those old veterans from the Grassword gang. From now on, the work is yours. Think you're up to it?" "Don't worry." Shinran nodded firmly. Then, after a moment's thought, he asked, "Boss, if there was a chance for recovery, you'd take it, right?" "Recovery?" Dong Sanlang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Seeing Shanran's persistence, he pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "My condition was already quite serious before. After losing control, the chip nearly destroyed my entire body. That Dr. Chan said even the advanced medical technology of the Earth Federation wouldn't be enough to fully restore me. The Earth Federation doesn't represent the pinnacle of the universe's capabilities," Shunran suddenly said, a hint of mystery in his tone. Dong Sanlang responded with a surprised hum. "Just wait and see, boss," Shunran declared with conviction, downing the rest of his drink in one swift motion. "All right, I'll wait and see," Dong Sanlang replied, though his confused expression made it clear he didn't fully understand Shinran's confidence. Not long after, Dong Sanlang called Qinwei and Wendy over to announce three things. First, they wouldn't be changing professions, at least for now. Dong Sanlang had no intention of downsizing his lifestyle. Second, he planned to open a small bar after assessing the situation and, if they made it through the current crisis, gradually expand its scale. Third, Shunran would become the new core of their team. Qinwei, being a wealthy young lady, didn't seem to care much. Wendy, on the other hand, was a little dissatisfied and muttered a few complaints, but the precocious girl ultimately refrained from arguing with Shinran. "Boss," Li Xian teased, nudging Shunran's shoulder. Shunran simply smiled, unfazed. After Qinwei and Wendy returned to their rooms, Dong Sanlang turned to Shinran and said, "All right, Shinran. From now on, you're the brains of this team. It's late tonight, so I'll explain my connections, channels, and pricing ranges for jobs tomorrow. In the meantime, think about how we can get through this current crisis. I don't want to stay in this environment for too long." With that, he yawned and headed to his room to rest. Shinran turned to Li Xian, who gestured toward the sofa. "Looks like we're sleeping on the couch tonight. You go ahead and rest," Shinran said, walking to an open area. As the newly appointed leader of the team, with challenges and crises looming, Shunran had no intention of resting. He decided to practice the 3-chi protective technique and aimed to break through to the second phase that very night. "What are you doing, Shinran?" Li Xian asked, puzzled. "Getting stronger," Shunran replied curtly, then began following the first diagram in his mind. Standing with feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, weight centered on the soles of his feet. Eyelids relaxed, eyes and mouth gently closed, tongue resting against the roof of his mouth, breathing naturally, and focusing his mind on his lower abdomen for 1 minute. "What the heck is that?" Li Xian muttered, watching with a bewildered expression. "Isn't that the kind of thing old men do in parks? Or like some middle school gym class warm-up moves? It's already the year 2327. While wellness exercises might still have a niche, they're definitely not something for young people. And as for actually getting stronger, this can't possibly work as well as lifting weights to build muscle." After a minute of breathing and centering himself, Shunran moved on to the second set of movements, slowly raising both hands forward until they were level with his shoulders, imagining a golden, radiant energy ball formed from the essence of heaven and earth cradled between his palms. Li Xian grew even more perplexed and couldn't help but speak up. "Shinran, don't tell me you've fallen for some scam and are trying to learn chi techniques. If this actually works, I'll be laughing at you for the rest of your life." Shinran began to follow the movements outlined in the 3-chi protective stance diagram that he envisioned in his mind. He calmed himself, focusing completely, while Li Xian sat nearby, chattering away non-stop. The movements weren't particularly complex, resembling the slow, deliberate Tai Chi practiced by elderly people in public parks. Stretching a leg, twisting the waist, punching, flicking the wrist seemingly ordinary and unremarkable. Li Xian grabbed a bottle of soda and sat down to observe. Before long, his expression turned into one of astonishment. Shinran's movements remained slow and steady, but a steamy mist had begun to rise from his hair. Sweat gradually seeped out from his skin, which was turning a flushed red, as if his body were heating up from within. "The intensity doesn't seem that high," Li Xian muttered to himself, puzzled. He set down the soda and used his neural chip to analyze Shinran's movements. The analysis showed that this routine burned fewer calories than half an hour of running. However, as time passed, Shinran's movements grew even slower, yet his sweating intensified. His arms began to tremble, and his breathing became heavy and fiery, like the bellows of a forge. The sound was loud and unnerving, and the heat radiating from his breath was startling. Holy crap! Something's wrong, Shinran. Your body temperature is crazy high right now. Liexaian couldn't help but shout in alarm. Shinran was too focused to respond. The effects of the 3-chi protective stance were far beyond his expectations. Unlike any ordinary exercise routine, he could clearly feel an unknown heat source within his body stirring restlessly, slithering like a snaky and eerily familiar sensation reminiscent of the one that had caused him to faint previously. As he continued guiding his movements, the heat source grew more active. Shinran exhaled scorching breaths, his sweat soaking through his clothes entirely. His lean frame seemed to harbor a blazing fire inside. The 3-chi protective stance comprised 9 distinct movements. When Shinran reached the motion requiring him to lean back with both hands off the ground, his spine suddenly emitted a sharp crack. The heat source surged like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing through his muscles and connective tissues into his legs. His leg muscles began to tremble violently, as though every fiber was swelling in molten lava. Shinran transitioned to the next movement, lifting his leg. As his posture shifted, the heat source recoiled like a backflowing current, retreating to his lower abdomen. He could feel the scorching energy lingering in his right leg, so he decided to stomp down with force. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as his right foot struck the ground, causing the entire room to shake as if hit by an earthquake. Liexaian stared in shock, watching as the drink cans on the coffee table nearly toppled over. Qin Wei and Dong Sanlang rushed over, drawn by the commotion. They arrived to see Shinran shrouded in a mist of heat, drenched in sweat. Dong Sanlang's face immediately darkened as he noticed the cracked floor beneath Shinran's feet. This building, though outwardly old, was constructed from advanced composite materials and had stood solidly for over 2 centuries. Did he replace his right leg with a Megatron model or something? Qin Wei turned to Liexaian, her tone incredulous. Liexaian was at a loss for words. Shinran, already an enigma, had somehow become even more extraordinary. So that's it, this must be the second stage. Shinran thought to himself, clarity dawning. The 3-chi protective stance was far from just a basic exercise routine. His body remained in a high-stress state, emitting clouds of steam that were nothing short of astonishing. He realized that the stance was designed to channel and control the mysterious heat source within his body. For now, he was still clumsy, requiring the full sequence of movements to guide the energy. But after completing multiple cycles and mastering the technique, he would be able to unleash devastating power with precision, like lightning striking with unstoppable force. A short while later, Shinran emerged from the bathroom, his body refreshed from a shower. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the kitchen to rummage through Li Xin's food supplies. Liexaian, still staring at the cracked floor in awe, spoke with a newfound reverence in his voice. I was being cocky earlier. I apologize for my ignorance. Shinj, can you tell me, did one of your relatives feed you some kind of experimental drug? Are you some sort of genetic warrior now? Something like that, Shinran replied. His voice muffled as he devoured a synthetic steak and gulped down water in large swallows. Shinran sat at the dining table, mechanically chewing on a synthetic steak, yet it tasted like cardboard to him. Despite having consumed a significant amount of food, his body still hadn't returned to an ideal state. The manual for the Sanchi protective chi technique didn't mention any side effects, but Shinran decided to re-enter the Deep Blue network to investigate the second stage of the seed from a different perspective. Reflecting on the earlier cultivation process, he realized that merely guiding the heat source through one full cycle in his body had consumed an astonishing amount of water and energy. This left Shinran deep in thought. While the second stage allowed for the release of an immensely powerful attack using the mysterious heat source, the toll it took on the body seemed overwhelming. He couldn't yet determine whether this was because he hadn't fully advanced to the second stage, or if the second stage inherently demanded such a heavy price on vitality. Why does this synthetic steak taste so awful? Shinran suddenly frowned, interrupting his train of thought. Liexaian looked at him in surprise. Aren't you the kind of person who can eat anything? It has to be real animal meat, Shinran replied as he stood up, unknowingly influenced by Dong Sanlang's habits. Liexaian observed his younger brother, who was only a year junior to him, and silently marveled at the drastic changes Shinran had undergone. The next day, just as Dong Sanlang and Qin Wei were preparing to discuss the main party with Shinran, his phone suddenly rang. On the other end of the line, a familiar, elderly voice spoke. This is Zhang Juhe. I want to sincerely apologize to Comrade Shinran for what happened on the 17th. Hearing this, Shinran's expression subtly shifted, but his face quickly turned cold. Dong Sanlang and Qin Wei noticed the change and warily glanced at the door before turning their attention back to Shinran with grave expressions. Liexaian, sensing the tension, discreetly began reaching for a weapon hidden beneath the coffee table. Shinran said nothing but typed 3 words on his phone to show the others. Main party, Zhang Juhe. Qin Wei's face instantly turned pale, and even Dong Sanlang was secretly taken aback. On the phone, Zhang Juhe continued, "Rest assured, Shunran, we've realized our mistake. We're doing everything we can to make amends for the impact on you. Aside from those folks at the Federal Security Bureau, everything else has been smoothed over." His tone was sincere, and if word of this got out, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar in Huacheng. Shunran remained silent. After a brief pause, Zhang Juhe asked, "Would it be convenient for a video call? Are you trying to threaten me by capturing my cousin and aunt?" Shinran finally spoke, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Wendy quickly operated a computer and whispered to Dong Sanlang and Qin Wei. No tracking signals detected from the other side. The two continued to keep their eyes on Shunran. "No, nothing of the sort," the old man replied. "You'll understand once you see it." Shunran hesitated internally. While he maintained a composed facade, his hands were trembling slightly. If Shen Yining and his aunt really were. Suddenly, the video feed left Shunran stunned. On the screen was a disassembled figure reduced to scattered parts with only its brain intact. "A person? What is it?" "Stay calm." Dong Sanlang quickly tugged at Shunran's sleeve, realizing the young man's inexperience was showing. "It's not that." Shunran shook his head. "The video, it's the clown. He's in a lab, taken apart." The clown was dismantled? Dong Sanlang, Qin Wei, and Li Xian were all momentarily stunned. Shunran stared at the screen in disbelief. It was undoubtedly the clown, as his signature metallic skull faceplate was still intact. But the rest of his body had been dismantled, with its components like internal organs strewn about. That last operation was entirely the clown acting on his own. "We were furious when we found out." The old man continued with diplomatic pleasantries. Shinran knew these were all lies. The clown had indeed acted alone when he showed up at Jiangnan High School to capture him. But what about the convoy of black armored vehicles waiting outside the school gates? Why? Shinran narrowed his eyes. Although the video didn't show the old man's face, Shunran could almost imagine the genial smile on his face from the pleasant tone of his voice. "That thing is almost ready." Shinran's composure broke. "The star energy portal is done? Was it my third uncle pulling the strings behind this?" The old man rambled on for a while, emphasizing that everything they had done was for Mars' future, that their intentions were good, and that they were all part of a shared interest group. Finally, he added, "The Federal Security Bureau is still investigating, which is a bit of a hassle, but we're handling it. If there are any new developments, you'll be the first to know. Also, since the portal's creation owes something to you, you're welcome to visit us on Vulcan Avenue anytime. If you're still dissatisfied with the outcome, feel free to make any requests, and we'll do our best to meet them." This last statement made Shunran pause. After hanging up the call, he fell silent, lost in thought. Dong Sanlang, Qin Wei, and Li Xian couldn't wait any longer and pressed him. "What about the main party?" "They got what they wanted," Shunran said slowly, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions. Shunran put down his phone and said in a deep voice, "Even the Joker has been taken apart." Li Xian was stunned, blurting out, "Your third uncle made his move?" "Probably," Shunran replied, sitting down on the sofa with a grave expression as he scrolled through his phone's message inbox. A glimmer of hope flashed in Wendy's eyes as she excitedly asked, "Does that mean we can go back now?" The little girl jumped with joy, her face beaming with happiness. "No," Shunran shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the phone screen. "The main party's issue has been resolved, but the Federal Security Bureau's investigators will continue to probe the Qiming incident. No one in Fire City can stop them." Higashi Saburo suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with curiosity. "So you're saying it can be done behind that door?" Shinran looked up, meeting Higashi Saburo's gaze. Ever since shaving his head, Higashi Saburo seemed to have lost his former sharpness, focusing instead on handing over his enterprises to Shunran and living as a wealthy man behind the scenes. But everyone knew his greatest dream was to explore the deep blue world and enjoy the thrill of adventure. "They said I can go over any time," Shunran said after a moment of thought. "If you're willing, boss." Higashi Saburo fell silent for a long time before waving his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'm useless now. Let's not talk about this." Li Xian looked confused, unable to comprehend what was happening. Shinran explained, "Being useless is one reason. Another is that Higashi Saburo understands that although the main party gained this time, there will definitely be a next time. As long as the main party exists, I, as the nephew of the senior spy Shin Shouju, will always be connected to them." Qin Wei suddenly interjected, "So that's it? You're just letting it go?" "Of course not." Shunran clenched his phone tightly, his voice firm with determination. "As long as the main party exists, I will never find peace." Li Xian looked at Shunran in shock, unable to believe that the determined young man before him was the same ordinary underground city student from 4 months ago. He hesitated before saying, "But didn't they already deal with the Joker?" Higashi Saburo interrupted, "Politics is all about compromises." He looked at Shunran's youthful yet resolute face and nodded with satisfaction. But the ultimate goal of life is still to live happily. Think it through carefully. Thank you, boss. Shunran took a deep breath, relaxing slightly. Higashisaburo laughed as he stood up. You're my golden goose now. Of course, I want you to be okay. Haha. With that, he went to prepare breakfast. Shunran sat on the sofa, gripping his phone tightly, his mind racing. An rank hunter, the legendary Joker, dismantled on an operating table. This was the power of the colossal forces of the surface city. Even someone as enigmatic as his third uncle seemed to have chosen to back down in the face of them. Just wait and see. Shinran's eyes turned icy cold. He knew he had one major advantage: a deep blue path that spanned across multiple universes. Sure enough, whether in the news or daily life, people acted like startled birds but hadn't been directly affected. It was mainly because those people had already obtained what they wanted. That afternoon, Higashisaburo made his first contact with some friends in underground city networks. What goes around comes around. This time, I'm really stepping down, shave my head and all. Haha, starting fresh, you know. He joked, feigning lightheartedness. The reactions on the other end of the line varied. Some were surprised, some pleased, and others silent. Most people were unaware of Higashisaburo's involvement in recent events, feeling more puzzled by his sudden decision to retire. After all, Sakaki Higashisaburo was a renowned figure in the underground city. After hanging up, Higashisaburo turned to Chinwei. Chinwei reported, "We found a shop available for sublease. It's on Roger Avenue in the Detroit district." Meanwhile, Li Xian and Wendy were busy packing their belongings, excited to leave their impoverished surroundings. The house was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. All right, Higashisaburo nodded, then called out toward the inner room, "Shian, stop training. Save some energy, there's a dinner tonight." The door opened, and a young man with a bare upper body, steaming with sweat, stepped out. Chinwei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Save energy? Shinran twisted open an energy drink, catching the key phrase in the statement. Higashisaburo explained, "It's my retirement banquet, and also the beginning of your rise in Fire City." He gazed at the 15-year-old boy before him, and a memory of the invincible name he had heard when they first met flashed through his mind. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.